Recently, influenza has been spreading frequently. Please pay attention to personal protection, reduce going to public places, avoid gatherings unless absolutely necessary, and keep yourselves warm. Han Qingxia, did you even hear what I just said? Startled, Han Qingxia snapped out of her daze, staring at everything before her in utter disbelief. In a worn 30-square-meter living room with outdated decor, the old redwood sofa was crammed full of middle-aged men and women. In the very center sat a plump old woman in her 60s or 70s, her hair already streaked with white. The old woman was glaring furiously at Han Qingxia, the sagging flesh of her plump face trembling up and down. Han Qingxia watched the scene unfolding before her eyes. Was this not the very scene from half a month before the apocalypse, when her so-called good grandmother, good father, and good stepmother had come to force her to vacate the apartment? Yet just a moment ago she had clearly been amid the zombie siege at the eastern base. Han Qingxia, after your mother passed away, your stepmother has always treated you like her own. Everyone says she's wonderful. Now your brother is getting married and just wants to borrow your apartment. Why are you being so stingy? You're nothing but an ungrateful little wretch. Mom Qingxia isn't ungrateful. She'll definitely be thankful. The plump woman sitting beside the old lady spoke up in a mock conciliatory tone, putting on an act. The plump old lady snorted coldly. Hurry up and move out of that apartment. Your brother said it's been rented out too long, everything inside is worn out. If he doesn't replace the furniture, he can't even get married. You can reimburse those costs for him later. He's your elder brother. And as his sister, you ought to prepare something for his wedding. Standing amidst the crowd, Han Qingxia suddenly let out a laugh when she heard this. They wanted her apartment, and even expected her to pay for new furniture. How utterly ridiculous. Even more absurd was that in her previous life, she had actually done exactly that. In her previous life, her mother had died in a car accident when she was 14. Not long after, her stepmother had moved in with a son in tow. On the surface, her stepmother did an excellent job of playing her part, showering Han Qingxia with so-called meticulous care. Back then, Han Qingxia was in the throes of adolescence, prickly and combative, snapping at everyone she met, yet deep down, she yearned desperately for the warmth of family. Li Lin's gentle, understanding demeanor thoroughly beguiled her. The woman supported her in everything, never interfering, and Han Qingxia once truly regarded her as a mother. She was willing to give them anything good she had. Later on, when it came to the only apartment her mother had left her, she hesitated only briefly before agreeing. Yet after the apocalypse arrived, they abandoned her more than once. Later, when they were scrambling to board a rescue vehicle, they even kicked her aside to buy themselves a few extra seconds to escape. Only then did Han Qingxia truly understand what false affection meant. So this was what they called family. From beginning to end, she had been nothing more than a slab of meat on their plate, blood for them to drink. Once she lost her usefulness, they kicked her away without a second thought. Not a single one of them had ever truly regarded her as family. She longed to slap that foolish past self across the face. Bang! Right in front of them, Han Qingxia swept several bags of cheap fruit from the old coffee table into the trash bin with a single motion, then dropped onto the seat facing them. Han Qingxia, what do you think you're doing? These are imported apples my mom specially bought for you. She said you love apples the most. How could you throw them away? The young man, who had been playing on his phone on the short sofa, immediately put it down and shouted angrily. Han Qingxia gave a contemptuous smile. She loved apples the most. How was it that she herself had never? She cast a cold glance at her dear elder brother. You think you're qualified to discuss that apartment with me? At this moment, Han Qingxia fixed him with eyes as cold as ice. For some reason, Han Ying's heart gave a sudden tremor, and he did not dare meet her gaze. Those eyes were brimming with killing intent, an aura honed over 10 years of struggling alone through the apocalypse after being abandoned by them. Han Ying immediately backed down. Just then, her stepmother Li Lin hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Qingxia, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? If you're not feeling well, we can come another day. Mom knows you feel wronged, but after all, Han Ying is your brother, isn't he? The bride's family insists on a downtown apartment. Right now, even if you have money, you can't easily buy one in the city center. You need to win a lottery for it. Just take it as Mom begging you. Help your one and only brother this time. In the future, when you get married, we'll think of a way to get you another place back. Enough with this talk of giving it back. The previously silent father Han finally spoke up, glaring fiercely at Han Qingxia. You really think that apartment is yours? What does a girl need an apartment for anyway? Give it to your brother. When you get married, let your husband buy you one. Why are you fighting with your brother over it? Hearing her father's words, Han Qingxia could not even be bothered to be angry anymore. In her previous life, she had still wondered why Father Han treated his own daughter so poorly and his stepson so well. It was because Han Ying was actually his biological son, his own flesh and blood. Before marrying her mother, he had already married Li Lin back in their hometown. They already had a son together. In his eyes, she was worth less than a fart. And after the apocalypse, his true ugliness had only grown more grotesque. She extended 2 fingers. 2 million. Everyone present froze for a moment at her words, completely baffled. Han Qingxiao, what are you talking about? That apartment was my mother's premarital property. Later the notary transferred it to me as a gift. The deed is in my name. If you want to pay, I'll give you a discount, 2 million. You're going to sell the apartment to us. Are you kidding? And where would we get that kind of money? Han Qingxiao raised the smartwatch on her wrist. I'll give you a count of 5. If you don't agree, I'll sell it to someone else. 5. Han Qingxiao, we're your elders. How dare you talk money with us? Her grandmother snapped. 4. You ungrateful wretch, I'll beat you to death. Han Qingxiao cast a cold glance at the old lady and sped up her counting. 3, 2. I dare you. Father Han shot to his feet, raising his hand to hit her. Han Qingxiao kicked the chair out from under him, watching indifferently as Father Han landed hard on his backside. Then she spat out a single word, cold as ice. 1. You've really grown bold, Han Qingxiao. You even dare lay hands on your own father. Faced with their collective outrage, Han Qingxiao could no longer be bothered to respond. She took out her phone and dialed. Manager Li, I want to sell an apartment. 2 million. This apartment had long been entrusted to an agency for rental. Only when Han Qingxiao turned 18 could she obtain the key herself, which was precisely why the place had remained in her possession. You really plan to let it go just like that? Han Qingxiao glanced at them with a smile. In that case, I'll just. Don't say another word, we agree. Seeing that Han Qingxiao was about to sell it, Li Lin rushed to answer. Qingxiao, sell it to us. She would be a fool otherwise. That apartment's market price was 3 million. At 2 million, it would be snapped up in no time. Moreover, new apartments in the city center came with countless restrictions, household registration lotteries. Han Qingxiao's place was incredibly sought after. She didn't know why things hadn't gone according to their original plan, but most importantly, she couldn't let such a bargain fall into an outsider's hands. Even if she resold it immediately, buying at 2 million meant an easy profit of another million. They needed to buy it quickly. Watching Li Lin agree, Han Qingxiao's lips curved slightly as she hung up the phone. Fine, she would sell it to them. At 2 million, she was indeed taking a loss, but it would be impossible to find another buyer so fast. Time was money. She needed both time and cash. Most importantly, once she sold the apartment to them, they would be left with no money. She had already calculated that they had at most 2 million on hand. 3 days before the apocalypse, the government would issue warnings to stockpile supplies. She would like to see just what they could stockpile then. Beep. 2 million credited to your bank card. Half an hour later at the bank counter, an extra 2 million appeared in Han Qingxiao's account. Though unwillingly, Lin and the others still handed the money over. On Han Qingxiao's end, manager Li's calls came one after another, but Li Lin dared neither refuse nor complain, afraid Han Qingxiao would sell through the agency instead. The housing authority is on holiday these few days. Once they're back to work, I'll go with you to transfer the title, Han Qingxiao said as she looked at them. It's fine, Qingxiao. Don't we trust you? Li Lin narrowed her fox-like eyes, smiling beatifically. No rush about the transfer. We'll let you know when the time comes. She appeared generous and unconcerned, but Han Qingxiao knew full well that Li Lin wasn't trusting her. She was wary of her future daughter-in-law, afraid that the bride's name might end up on the deed. With the title currently in Han Qingxiao's name, Li Lin could still equivocate and stall. Hearing this, Han Qingxiao's smile deepened. This was perfect. Just then Han Ning said, Han Qingxiao, since our family has bought the apartment, hurry up and get out. Throw all that junk of yours out while you're at it. I don't want any of your useless trash. I'm going to pick up my wife later, and we'll buy new furniture. The moment he saw their money spent, he immediately changed his tune. Ingzi, where is your sister supposed to move on such short notice? Let her leave her things here a few more days. She's so considerate. She'll definitely give you a bit for storage, maybe even help you buy some new furniture. You're the older brother, you should let her have her way a little. Mom, why are you still feeling sorry for her? With that money-grubbing face of hers. She doesn't deserve it. She can get out now. Oh, and that mangy dog in your room. Get it out of here too. If I come back and still see it, I'll slaughter it and eat it. Mangy dog. Just as Han Qingxiao was about to teach them a lesson, she was jolted. Dog. Her Xiaotian was still alive. She stopped wasting even a second on these people and immediately ran back to her own place. As soon as she opened the bedroom door, a German shepherd that had been pacing quietly back and forth inside leaped into her arms, careful not to make a sound. Woof woof, Xiaotian. Han Qingxiao was so overwhelmed she nearly burst into tears as she hugged Xiaotian. Her Xiaotian was still alive. Xiaotian was a retired military dog, a gift from her mother on her 10th birthday. Exceptionally intelligent and sensitive, he had been the one to accompany her through her darkest days after her mother's death. Her stepmother's family had never liked him. Several times they tried to abandon him, only for Xiaotian to find his way back home each time. Later they even wanted to give him away. Han Qingxiao insisted on protecting him, clashing with them repeatedly. For the sake of her own reputation, Li Lin had no choice but to let the dog stay, though he was kept confined to Han Qingxiao's room. Only after Han Qingxiao moved back into the apartment her mother had left her did Xiaotian finally have more space to move around. Yet now that Han Ying's family had come again, he had been shut away once more. In her previous life, not long after the apocalypse began, Xia Tian had grown old, and while she was out scavenging for food, Han Ying's family had killed and eaten him. Han Xingxia had always blamed herself for failing to protect him. Xia Tian. Woof. Xia Tian licked Han Xingxia's hand. Xia Tian, don't worry. In this life, I will never let you be hurt again. Woof woof woof. Xia Tian barked as if he understood every word. Once she had settled Xia Tian, Han Xingxia began packing. The apartment had been rented out for many years and was quite old, but the tables and chairs had all been purchased by her mother while she was still alive. They had been expensive at the time. When her mother was alive, Han Xingxia had always lived here with her. The items were of little practical use now, yet they were saturated with memories. Returning here, Han Xingxia's gaze lingered with reluctant affection. Just then a voice sounded in her mind. Ding! Superlord system activated. Within 1 hour, for every batch of supplies carried with a value exceeding 1,000 yuan, a 1 cubic space will be awarded. Han Xingxia froze. Her golden sheet had arrived. Countdown 59 minutes 59 seconds. She could hardly believe the voice in her mind. She grabbed the phone on the table to test it. Beep. Mobile phone detected, value 4999 yuan. Awarding for cubic meters. In her mind, an empty space exactly 4 cubic meters in size suddenly appeared. The phone in her hand vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing within that vacant space in her mind. A spatial dimension. It had come. She silently recited the word phone in her mind, and immediately the phone returned from that mysterious space into her hand. Seeing this, Han Xingxia was overjoyed on the spot. It was exactly as she had imagined. She had read countless novels in the past. This was clearly the legendary system. Han Xingxia quickly accepted this golden sheet and began frantically absorbing items into the space. At the same time, she discovered the pricing standard inside the system identified each object based on the original price at which it had been purchased. Even if something was worn or dismantled, for carrying it did not matter. She immediately threw herself into the ranks of moving and dismantling everything. Beep. Gold jewelry detected, valued at 58,000 yuan, reward 58 cubic units. Beep. Cup detected, valued at 39 yuan. Beep. Calendar detected, valued at 10 yuan. Beep. Small study desk detected, valued at 369 yuan. Reward 4 cubic units. Beep. Rosewood table and chair set 4-piece detected, valued at 25,000 yuan. Reward 25 cubic units. Beep. Trash can detected, valued at 15 yuan. In roughly 10 minutes, everything in the house that could be moved. Small items like shoes, hats, clothes, pots and pans, paper and pins, cups, trash cans, storage jars, collectible albums, nail clippers, and larger items like tables, chairs, stools, beds, and wardrobes was all taken away by Han Xingxia. Anything that could be moved was taken. Even the rotten apples that Han Ying and the others had brought over today were picked up and tossed into the space. Beep. 5 gene of rotten apples detected, valued at 2.5 yuan. Hearing the price, Han Xingxia spat in disgust. What rotten luck. They had bought rotten apples at 50 cents a gene, claimed they were imported, and then dared to open their mouths and ask her for a 3 million yuan apartment. What a truly shameless family. Still, she would not turn her nose up at it. Even a mosquito, however small, is still meat. She kept everything. Soon, once everything that could be carried out of the house was gone, her gaze shifted to those things that could not be easily moved. Beep. Toilet detected, valued at 1,999 yuan. With a powerful wrench, Han Xingxia tore the toilet out. She had always been fairly strong, but compared to her previous life, when she had struggled for 5 years in the apocalypse, this body was still far too fragile. Clearly, in the time ahead, she would have to train her body. After removing the toilet, the system sounded again. Beep. Wash basin detected, valued at 699 yuan. Beep. Range hood detected, valued at 2,599 yuan. Beep. Stovetop detected, valued at 489 yuan. Beep. Security door detected, valued at 1,589 yuan. Damn it, anything that could be dismantled, she would dismantle. She would not leave those bastards a single screw. Beep. Glass window detected, valued at 400 yuan. Beep. Flooring detected, valued at 150 yuan. In the span of an hour, Han Xingxia stripped her home bare. Aside from the walls, which she could not move, everything else had been dismantled. Every floorboard had been pried up, all the windows and the front door taken down, and even the tiles that could not be carried away intact were smashed and removed. Beep. 3 seconds left on the countdown. Hearing the countdown, Han Xingxia suddenly thought of something, dashed to the front door, stepped onto the railing, and hooked down the small light bulb in the corridor. Beep. 10-watt light bulb detected, valued at 5 yuan. Time's up. Total reward 289 cubic units. Only then did Han Xingxia, finally satisfied, say to Xia, let's go. Not long after she left, Han Ying's entire family arrived with the newly pregnant bride at their so-called new home. Honey, this is our new apartment, right in the city center in a school district over 100 square meters. One staircase, 2 units. No one has moved in next door yet, so the whole corridor is basically ours. The lighting is great, it's the best layout in the entire complex. It's only 100 meters from your workplace. If you want to move in right away, we can do it now. There's even furniture and appliances already. A group of them marched grandly up to the 3rd floor. But when they reached the eastern unit, they all froze in shock. The entire place, not only bare to the point of utter emptiness, but even lacking a front door and windows. To make it worse, they had not even been left the light bulb at the corridor entrance. Seeing this, Han Ying's new bride turned on her heel and walked off. So this is just a bare concrete shell. You expect my family to pay for the renovations. Let me tell you, unless this place is fully finished, there will be no wedding. And my name must be added to the deed. Han Ying's grandmother was so furious, she nearly spat blood. She wanted to call Han Qingxia and demand to know what on earth she had done. Though they had not thought highly of the original furnishings and had planned to refurnish and redecorate, she had never expected the place to be stripped down to a bare shell. A few new pieces of furniture would have been enough. The flooring and other work that Han Qingxia's mother had done originally were actually quite good. How had it turned into this? Yet by now they could no longer reach Han Qingxia. At this moment, Han Qingxia was standing before an air-raid shelter tunnel on the outskirts of an city. The shelter had been built within a tunnel. Originally, the plan had been to construct a highway piercing through the mountain, but later, due to lack of funding and a change in government planning, the tunnel was abandoned. After the project was halted, however, the government converted it into an air-raid shelter. What are you renting a shelter for? The agent who had brought her here asked routinely. Starting a business, growing mushrooms, Han Qingxia answered casually. It was only in her last life that she had learned there were 3 categories of air-raid shelters. The first type consisted of ordinary shelters in the city center, shopping malls, underground parking lots beneath residential buildings, and subterranean hospitals. These locations were convenient, well-equipped, and could quickly evacuate crowds, yet in a zombie apocalypse, they were utterly useless. On the contrary, because they gathered so many people, they were the fastest places to fall. Then there were tunnel-type shelters and professional military fortifications. In the later stages of the apocalypse, professional military fortifications played a tremendous role. Many stable large bases were built upon them. But such fortifications were far beyond anything Han Qingxia could ever hope to rent. This tunnel-type shelter, however, could not be more suitable for her. Its secluded location far from crowds, its ample space, its complete ventilation system, and heavy iron gate. These were precisely what Han Qingxia needed. Moreover, such shelters were easy to lease and extremely cheap. The one Han Qingxia was renting cost only 2,000 yuan per year, with a minimum lease of 20 years. She only had to pay 3 years' rent in a lump sum. For 6,000 yuan, she could secure an air-raid shelter as large as 5 basketball courts. When the agent heard that she wanted to start a business, he looked at her as though she were an absolute sucker, nearly grinning ear to ear. There truly were too many fools, seeing only the cheap price without noticing how remote the location was. In the future, transporting goods here would be extremely inconvenient. In his eyes, 9.5 out of 10 entrepreneurs were idiots. Still, he had no intention of reminding Han Qingxia. Someone willing to take over was a blessing. After receiving the money, signing the contract, and pocketing a 500 yuan service fee, he left at once. Watching the agent leave with a broad smile, Han Qingxia likewise said nothing. She looked on indifferently as he departed, as she would never reveal a single word of her true intentions to him. After 10 years of clawing her way through the apocalypse, the first lesson she had learned was this: never forewarn a foolish person about impending disaster, for fools themselves are disasters. After sending the agent away, Han Qingxia led Xiaqian into the air-raid shelter. She inspected the place inside and out. Besides the complete original ventilation system, she was delighted to discover a well, already dug by the previous tenant, and an electrical cable left behind. Testing the water, Han Qingxia found that it was mountain spring water drawn from underground, completely separate from the city's pipeline network. Once the water treatment plant became contaminated in the later stages, tap water had been utterly unusable. This well could provide her with a usable water source. As for the electrical cable, although it carried no current now, it meant that wiring had already been laid inside. So long as she purchased power generation equipment, she could bring this entire place to life. At this moment, she couldn't help but think that there was a large section of barbed wire outside this tunnel, though many had become dilapidated and collapsed. It seems feasible to repair the barbed wire and reconnect the power. This would greatly increase the defensive capabilities of her air-raid shelter. This was a task she could undertake. At this moment, the voice in her mind echoed again. Superlord system activated. Please reinforce the original base. The system will reward you based on the degree of reinforcement. Countdown 15 days. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. Just as she was slightly stunned by the new task, she heard the system prompt. Ding! Detected 1 combat dog at the base. Reward: combat dog power increased 100-fold. Physical attributes increased 100-fold. Han Qingxia looked in amazement as the body of Xia Tian began to change before her. The physique became twice as strong, claws elongated and sharpened to an incredible degree. The aged appearance that came with age faded away, replaced by the terrifying light of a fierce beast. Woof, woof, woof. Han Qingxiao exclaimed. Building materials market. Han Qingxiao had a small car left behind by her mother, ensuring she could travel. She was about to start frantically reinforcing her base. She found a barbed wire factory and ordered 2,000 square meters of razor wire and circular barbed wire. This steel barbed wire could simply be wrapped around the old barbed wire, requiring little effort while achieving excellent results. The price was 7 yuan per meter, and Han Qingxiao spent a total of 14,000. The order was substantial, and the boss sent a large truck to follow Han Qingxiao for delivery. When they reached the outskirts, she had them unload at a vacant lot by the roadside. He'll call a car to pick it up later. Sure. She didn't want to expose the location of her base. Fortunately, it was dark now. After unloading the items in an empty area, Han Qingxiao asked Xia Tian to keep watch while she quietly stored everything inside her space. Today her space had gained 289 cubic meters. The furniture she owned only occupied a few cubic meters, leaving more than enough space to store the barbed wire. After clearing everything out, she drove back to the base with Xia Tian. On the way, she thought she still needed to rent another warehouse. Half an hour later, Han Qingxiao returned to the air raid shelter. Upon returning, she began to reinforce a section of the old barbed wire. She wrapped the wire around meter by meter, with Xia Tian occasionally bringing her some tools. The two of them worked from dusk until dawn. Finally, they had reinforced the entire 2,000 meters of old barbed wire. She was eager to hear about the reward for this reinforcement. Just as she finished the last reinforcement, a voice echoed in her mind. Reinforcement of barbed wire detected. Reward. Defense effectiveness increased 100-fold. As the reward was granted, Han Qingxiao looked in amazement at the entire line of barbed wire she had just reinforced, visibly thicker, denser, and sharper. Each blade on the razor wire gleamed with a chilling cold light, and the tiny spikes had grown considerably. The previously flimsy barbed wire door had now transformed into a steel rising gate. She walked up to the wire and pushed hard, but it didn't budge at all. It was important to note that when she reinforced it earlier, she found that the barbed wire could effectively block intruders, but if someone drove through forcefully, or if zombies surged in large numbers, it would still be ineffective. However, now, even if thousands of zombies attacked together, they wouldn't be able to tear through her barbed wire. Han Qingxiao was very satisfied. She couldn't wait to buy more things to continue reinforcing. But at this moment, something more important reminded her. Goo goo, woof woof. She was hungry, and Xia Tian was circling around her, looking extremely hungry. You must be hungry too. Woof. Xia Tian barked twice. They had only eaten a bit yesterday, worked an entire day, and hadn't even started the formal procurement of supplies yet. At this moment, Han Qingxiao remembered that there was still some food in her space. She recalled the buns she cleared from her house yesterday. With a thought, a pack of steaming soup dumplings appeared in her hand. Still warm. Han Qingxiao couldn't help but take out the refrigerator. When she opened it, she was astonished to find that indeed, even without electricity, it was still cold inside. Even without electricity, it remains the same. This meant that the space rewarded by the system was a sealed space with no heat loss. Whatever was placed inside remained the same when taken out. Han Qingxiao was overjoyed, as this also meant she could stockpile supplies indefinitely without worrying about expiration. When she stockpiled food later, she could do so without hesitation. This place rents for 300 a month with 1 month deposit required. At an idle vacant house in the suburbs, Han Qingxiao stood there with Xia Tian, facing a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Along the suburban roads, there were many vacant houses which used to be their farmland. Now most people had moved to the city, leaving large, empty stretches of farmland, and some with decent geographical locations had rental phone numbers posted. Han Qingxiao found a relatively large and conveniently located farmhouse on the main road outside her air raid shelter. She planned to use this as a transfer station, stockpiling supplies here, then using the system space to transport them over, keeping it discreet and convenient for her to go out and procure. To avoid drawing attention like yesterday when the goods were unloaded by the roadside. 400 no deposit, I just want to rent it for 1 month as a warehouse. Han Qingxiao bargained with the landlord. That won't do. If not, I'll go elsewhere. The landlord immediately stopped her. All right, 400 it is, but you can't damage my place, and you must leave on time when the lease is over. No problem. Han Qingxiao paid 400 and received the key. She would definitely move out at the end of the lease because she wouldn't wait until that day came. Similarly, if she paid a deposit, she would never get it back. Spending this extra 100 was a small loss compared to losing 200. The air raid shelter was hard to bargain with, so she had to save here. After successfully renting the warehouse, she began procuring supplies. The first item was food. She decided to visit 10 stores, buying 400 packs of 50-pound rice from each. First, she aimed to stockpile 100 tons of rice. 100 tons of rice didn't take up much space, a normal grain wholesale station could easily provide it. 100 tons of rice would only occupy a space of 5 meters in length, width, and height. Her space could accommodate it. It could be transported. The total cost for this rice was over 400,000 for Han Qingxiao, enough for her to eat for several lifetimes. Additionally, she planned to stockpile 1,000 boxes of instant noodles in various flavors, such as Japanese tonkatsu, braised beef, seafood, spicy beef, and dry mixed noodles. She aimed to buy one of every flavor available on the market. After the apocalypse began, instant noodles became a luxury. They are easy to prepare, taste good, and provide rich oils and salt, eliminating the need to search for seasonings. They are the best food in an apocalypse. The price of instant noodles ranges from 50 to over 100 per box. The most common box of braised beef noodles containing 24 packs costs 54 yuan, while the more expensive Japanese tonkatsu costs nearly 100 yuan for 30 packs. On average, a box costs around 70 yuan. 1,000 boxes of instant noodles totaled 70,000. How could she forget to buy hot dogs as well? Han Qingxiao purchased 200 boxes of her favorite spicy corn dogs and crispy bone sausages, and ordered another 100 boxes of Wujiang pickled vegetables. These two items cost less than 30,000. After placing the orders for the most basic food items, her gaze fell on self-heating meals and prepared meal kits. These were incredibly convenient, needing just to be heated when she wanted to eat. She visited various brand stores, buying one box of every dish they offered. 1 box of Taiwanese braised pork, 1 box of homemade tofu, 1 box of Brazilian barbecue, 1 box of sweet and sour pork, tenderloin, 1 box of mushroom chicken, 1 box of minced eggplant, 1 box of kung pao chicken, 1 box of curry chicken. The average price of the meal kits was around 7 to 8 yuan per bag. Han Qingxiao bought over 20,000 bags from a dozen stores, spending around 150,000. This amount could easily sustain her with 1 bag per meal for the rest of her life, without food concerns. After stockpiling these essential food items, Han Qingxiao finally felt a bit of security. Only with ample grain stores could she prepare for other needs. By the end of the day, she had unknowingly spent nearly 700,000. Previously, she had over 300,000 in savings, half of which was from rental income over the years. Now selling her house had brought her 2 million, and she still had 1.7 million left. And this was only the beginning, as she hadn't even started preparing other items yet. Money spent quickly. It was at this moment Han Qingxia's gaze deepened as she opened her hand, revealing a bright red property deed. Calmly, she found a local private financial loan number online and called. "Hello, I would like to mortgage my property. Sure, come to my office tomorrow at 10 for a face-to-face discussion." Han Qingxiao hung up the phone, ready to mortgage her property again. That afternoon, Han Qingxiao stepped out of an old office building in the city. When she came out, her account had increased by 1,500,000. These small loan companies are even more voracious than vampires, as she sold her house to the Han family for 2 million, but to the predatory loan company, she could only get 1,500,000. Moreover, the interest rates are exorbitant. Han Qingxiao signed a loan note with them for 7 days, during which she must repay 2 million to the lending company, or they would seize her house. This is simply a bottomless pit designed to drain her of her house. But it doesn't matter, as she never intended to repay the money. In fact, she no longer had a house. The 12-day loan period was perfectly timed just before the apocalypse arrived, allowing the lending company to come after the Han family. By then, it would be a fierce dog-eat-dog fight between the two sides. Neither was easy to deal with, but who would come out on top remained to be seen. However, regardless of who wins, this house would soon turn into a pile of bubbles. Han Qingxiao had just received 1,500,000, watching the money deposited by the loan company in her account. With a thought, she borrowed from all the lending platforms available in the market. She harvested fiercely. She drained them all dry. After a series of operations, she gained another 500,000. This is purely for plot purposes. Everyone should stay away from online loans. Stay clear of online loans for a happy life. Now Han Qingxiao had 3,700,000 in hand. She was ready to stock up on supplies. With her wealth, she first visited a building materials factory to reinforce her fortress. After purchasing 40 to 50 cameras, she sought out a seller for generators. She needed a power generation device. Generators come in wind, hydro, thermal, and diesel types. The first 3 types were not very suitable, as installation was complicated, time-consuming, and there were hardly any in stock. They had to be custom ordered from specialized manufacturers. Diesel, however, was quite appropriate. "What kilowatt generator do you want?" the seller asked. "What options do you have?" 30, 50, 200 to 800, and over 1,000 is expensive. Han Qingxiao roughly understood the attributes of diesel generators. The smallest 30 kilowatt ones cost between 10 and 20,000. The mid-range average 200 kilowatt generators cost between 50 and 100,000. 300 kilowatts start from over 100,000, and the price doubles as it increases. Generators above 1,000 kilowatts start at $1 million. Moreover, imports are 20 to 30% more expensive than domestic models. Just by domestic, our domestic quality is not inferior to imports, and they are more durable and practical. Imports are picky about diesel. What do you intend to use it for? Running a restaurant, the seller continued. Exactly. She needed electricity to power the grid for daily air raid shelter lighting. A restaurant-grade generator would suffice. However, she opted for the most expensive and powerful model. After all, her system's rewards would scale with level. If she's going to do it, she wants the best. I want the best all in one go. Money is no object. Han Qingxiao appeared like a tycoon as she purchased the most cost-effective generator in the store for 120,000. The seller couldn't help but smile widely at Han Qingxia's demeanor. Han Qingxia asked him to throw in some extra items. She wanted everything small and scattered in his store like soundproof mats, toolkits, and other inexpensive items, all added as bonuses. The seller hesitated not at all, and even included the remaining 10 liters of diesel from the store as a gift for Han Qingxia. Seeing the oil, Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. Do you know anyone who could sell oil cheaper? Diesel is not easy to acquire. One must register with an ID at gas stations, and each time only a few liters can be bought. In fact, many gas stations don't sell bulk oil, only fueling vehicles. However, sellers of generators might have some connections. There is a black market for oil. Some clandestine small oil workshops steal oil from large oil fields and process orphaned oil from the sea, selling it secretly. This is the black oil. As expected, after she spoke, a mysterious look appeared on the seller's face. He pulled Han Qingxiao aside, giving her a business card. If you need oil, call this number, and say I referred you. You'll get a discount 20% cheaper than the market. Thanks. Han Qingxiao took the card. Indeed, these related industries have mutual connections. As she was about to leave, the seller murmured, the flu has recently broken out. The market is really poor. Yeah. Han Qingxiao casually agreed, as she left in large strides, saying nothing. This flu outbreak is actually a precursor to the apocalypse. Half a month after the flu virus outbreak, those infected began to drop dead one after another, and just as everyone was still reeling from the loss of loved ones, they discovered that these deceased relatives had all come back to life. Of course, this coming back to life had turned them into another kind of being, zombies. In her past life, during this time, Han Qingxiao was busy with Han Ying's wedding. Han Ying's new wife had just discovered she was pregnant, and Han Qingxiao not only paid for new furniture and renovations, but also accompanied her to the hospital. On the day the apocalypse arrived, she happened to be at the hospital with her new sister-in-law to get results when she heard screams erupting in the hospital. She witnessed a patient who had been declared dead suddenly sit up in the hallway, biting at the relatives beside them. A crowd rushed to stop it, and Han Qingxiao saw that the relative who had been bitten first began to mutate. He convulsed and crawled up from the floor, and when he stood up stiffly, he was devoid of color, with eyes turning a lead gray like those of zombies in movies. His eyes lacked pupils and vitality, exuding a terrifying thirst for blood. He opened his gaping mouth and lunged at those trying to restrain him. The entire hospital erupted into chaos. Such incidents occurred in every corner of the hospital. Anyone bitten would mutate within 5 minutes, joining the fray to bite others. Han Qingxiao was scared at the time, but to protect her pregnant sister-in-law, she remained extremely calm, bravely grabbing a weapon to fight off the approaching zombies, leading her to escape amidst the chaos. It was precisely because she performed so exceptionally from the start that the Han family thought highly of her capabilities, leading them to delegate all tasks to her. Searching for supplies, protecting everyone, it was all Han Qingxiao charging forward. In her past life, she always felt that being needed by them, protecting her family, was her fulfillment. But of course that depended on whether she was protecting family or a bunch of beasts. In this life, she would never be foolish again. Han Qingxiao instructed the seller to deliver the items to the warehouse, and called to inquire about the diesel. And it could be brought to her tomorrow. Han Qingxiao told him to send as much as he could. She wanted all the stock he had. She directly purchased $1 million worth of goods. The seller offered her a 25% discount, and today Han Qingxiao spent nearly $2 million on her outing. After unloading the supplies from the warehouse, Han Qingxiao placed the large generator into her space. There was enough space. Shortly after she returned to her base, she first installed the generator in the innermost storage room of the air raid shelter. Beep. Detected a 1,000 kilowatt generator. Reward, permanently indestructible low-consumption generator. Han Qingxiao. She looked at her generator in surprise, as it seemed to be coated with a layer of silver light, its strength and quality vastly improved from before. Moreover, the most important thing is that it is permanently indestructible. It's known that generators require maintenance over time. Han Qingxiao could only try to make it last as long as possible. Unexpectedly, the system directly upgraded it to be permanently indestructible. That's fantastic. Let's keep going. Han Qingxiao immediately proceeded to install the cameras on the barbed wire she set up yesterday. Her tunnel air raid shelter is in an excellent location surrounded by a large circle of trees, with the main road a kilometer away and the side road disappearing into the forest after extending 500 meters. People outside could hardly notice that there was a tunnel covered by barbed wire here. It was not conspicuous at all. The internal cameras monitored every corner of her vicinity. After Han Qingxiao installed the cameras and connected them to the circuit powered by the generator, she could monitor all living beings that might intrude unexpectedly. Immediately, all the cameras and electrified barbed wire began to operate. Her computer displayed a dense array of surveillance footage from all angles. At the same time, Beep detected the surveillance system and electric grid system. Reward surveillance system upgrade. Electronic eye monitoring range increased tenfold, automatically detecting all living and non-living things. Electric grid system upgrade. Maximum electric grid attack at 10,000 volts. Han Qingxiao. She looked at the clearer surveillance images appearing on her computer screen. Adjusting any one of them showed a resolution more than 10 times higher than before. Zooming in on the footage, Han Qingxiao had purchased the best 100-meter monitoring range, but now she could stretch it to 1,000 meters. She could see the distant road through the gaps in the trees. At that moment, a bird attempted to land on Han Qingxia's barbed wire. It circled for a while before finding a landing spot. In an instant, beep. A spark flashed. The bird fell straight down. Han Qingxiao looked on with satisfaction in her eyes. The defensive capability had significantly improved. Very good. She was eager to see who would dare to intrude on her base in the future. Touch it and die. Xiatian, don't go near the barbed wire from now on, got it? Woof. The upgraded Xiatian had grown in size and intelligence, becoming even more human-like than. Han Qingxiao patted his head and took out food from the refrigerator in her space, sharing a meal with Xiatian. After finishing her meal, she continued tidying up her base. She realized that cleaning the air raid shelter also yielded rewards. For instance, clearing out the well and weeds inside the shelter. Beep. Detected well upgrade. Reward. Independent mountain system clean water source. Beep. Detected reduction in weed area. Reward. Premium soil. Crop yield will increase 100-fold. Crop growth speed will increase 10-fold. Han Qingxiao was invigorated upon seeing this. Clean water source, premium soil. Her base was becoming better and stronger. This fundamental resource guarantee would enable her to plant fresh fruits and vegetables in the future, allowing for self-sufficiency. She would go buy some various seeds soon. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, there were less than 3 days until the apocalypse. For the past 7 days, Han Qingxiao had been running 10,000 meters around the air raid shelter every morning, greatly improving her physical fitness while getting familiar with the terrain. She was now very familiar with the surrounding terrain. Her tunnel air raid shelter was located within a mountain with the air raid shelter at its center and barbed wire protection built around it from one hillside. The place where the barbed wire connected to the mountain was a steep cliff. It was very difficult to bypass the barbed wire to get here, and coming from the opposite side of the mountain. Sorry, that's even harder. The terrain at the back was much steeper than the front, filled with bushes and trees. Even professional climbers would find it hard to get in. The only hidden danger was a fire. Forest fire prevention has always been a major issue, and is extremely difficult to prevent unless Han Qingxiao herself cuts down a large layer of trees to create a firebreak. However, if she did that, her location would be easily exposed. After careful consideration, she bent down to start clearing the dead branches and leaves from the surrounding area. Trees definitely cannot be cut down. Once there, it would be easy for others to discover her. In the apocalypse, humans are the most dangerous. It's more reliable to avoid human intrusion than to preemptively guard against disasters they might bring. One must not lose sight of the main point. Also, forest fires are actually not easy to start if forests are damp, and clearing the ground of leaves and dead branches can effectively prevent forest fires. Han Qingxiao centered her cleaning efforts around her base's protective barrier. Just then a voice echoed in her mind. Beep. Detected reduction in fire hazards. Reward. Fireproofing within the cleared area. Han Qingxiao. Just when it mattered, her golden finger came through. The safety of her air raid shelter would be further enhanced. With the biggest hidden danger eliminated, Han Qingxiao immediately focused her energy on other matters. Every inch she cleared would yield rewards, and every bit she reinforced would enhance her base's defenses. Her base was rapidly strengthening. Over the past few days, her deliveries had also arrived one after the other. After finishing her work in the air raid shelter during the day, Han Qingxiao went to the warehouse at night to collect her items. She instructed the delivery personnel to place the items in her warehouse, and she had also installed a large surveillance camera at the entrance of her warehouse with Xiatian inside, keeping an eye on things. In this peaceful era, even if no one was watching, people wouldn't act out of malice, let alone the presence of a ferociously aggressive dog inside. The delivery personnel would unload the items one truckload at a time and leave. Han Qingxiao would go in the evening to collect them, using her space to transport the items back to her base. Beep. detected that the warehouse is full. Han Qingxia's 100 tons of rice, 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, 200 boxes of ham sausages, 100 boxes of pickled vegetables, and over 20,000 meal kits were all neatly stacked in the innermost large warehouse of her air raid shelter. Reward, super warehouse. Food storage permanently locked fresh. In an instant, the door of the large warehouse before Han Qingxia transformed into one of those vault doors she had seen in TV shows. The sturdy metal door was impenetrable even with professional blasting tools. Only Han Qingxia could open it with her iris recognition. Upon opening the warehouse door, the items stored inside were already categorized and neatly organized. Most importantly, it had the function. Permanently locked fresh. No fear of expiration. In addition, a batch of seeds that Han Qingxia ordered has also arrived. She placed an order for common crop seeds and saplings. Almost all vegetable seeds can be planted and grown, but plants like sweet potatoes require sweet potato seedlings. All the seeds are very inexpensive, especially the sweet potato seedlings. After Han Qingxia ordered a large quantity from the biggest seed shop, she asked the shop owner a question, and the owner directly gifted her a few seedlings. As for fruit trees, it's best to buy mature saplings that are a few years old. Cultivating fruit trees from seedlings is time-consuming and labor-intensive with slow yields. Buying a sapling that is 10 years old is also very cheap. A top-quality 10-year-old Fuji apple sapling costs only 70 to 80 yuan. Han Qingxia bought a large batch of 10-year saplings all at once. There are apple saplings, fig trees, jujube trees, pear saplings, mulberry trees, cherry saplings, orange trees, plum saplings, pomegranate saplings, persimmon saplings, walnut trees, chestnut trees, hazelnut trees, peach saplings, pear saplings, and more. 3 of each variety, ensuring survival while having fruits to eat in rotation throughout the year. She bought over 100 saplings for just over 6,000 yuan. The area occupies less than half an acre, which is the idle space on the right side outside her bomb shelter. On the left, she built a top-notch plastic greenhouse and frames into which she scattered various vegetable seeds. Greens, cucumbers, eggplants, carrots, tomatoes, cabbages, green onions, cabbages, beans. There are many types of vegetables that can be easily grown from seedlings, but considering that planting seedlings only yields one harvest, and she won't have quality seedlings for next year, Han Qingxia decided to start cultivating from seeds herself. For crops like potatoes, planting tubers is sufficient. Fortunately, her land is exceptionally fertile. Once the seeds are planted, they will thrive without her needing to worry much. In just 10 days, Han Qingxia's bomb shelter had undergone a tremendous transformation. Everything inside and out had been renewed. As time passed, only 3 days remained until the apocalypse. After planting the last tree, Han Qingxia wondered what else she needed. She planned to live here in self-sufficiency, raising some chickens, ducks, and fish. Even if she had an endless supply of meal packages, nothing beats fresh food. It was just like how she felt something was missing after eating meal packages every day for the past few days. Buying some chickens, ducks, and fish to raise means she could have fresh meat anytime. With this thought, Han Qingxia immediately drove to the farmer's market. She left her summer supplies in the warehouse for convenience when goods arrived later. Han Qingxia hadn't entered the city for several days, and as she entered today, she distinctly felt that something was off in the atmosphere. Everyone was wearing masks, their faces showing anxiety. Little girl, hurry up and choose what you want. I need to pack up and go home soon after selling these. Han Qingxia was at a stall selling live chickens and ducks. Han Qingxia glanced at the dozen or so chickens and ducks in front of her, both male and female, looking quite healthy. Can you give me a discount? I want to buy all of them. Hearing this, the stall owner lit up. You want them all? Yes. Then I'll charge you 10 yuan per gene. Normally my chickens are 15 yuan per gene and ducks are 11. Okay. There were a total of 26 chickens and ducks averaging 6 to 7 gene, each costing Han Qingxia a total of over 1,900 yuan. After having the stall owner deliver the chickens and ducks to her warehouse, she continued shopping. While strolling through the farmer's market, she spotted quite a few fresh fish. Han Qingxia's eyes brightened. Her bomb shelter had a water source, so she could easily dig a small pond. She bought over 30 fish from the stall. Among them were carp, crucian carp, grass carp, and over 40 gene of fresh shrimp. Han Qingxia loved eating shrimp, whether it was oil-sautéed shrimp, sweet and sour shrimp balls, or shrimp omelets. She added a bit more money to have them deliver a large plastic tank and oxygen generator to her warehouse. These fish and shrimp cost over 3,000 yuan. Continuing her shopping. While she couldn't buy live pigs and cows, Han Qingxia had her refrigerated warehouse in space. On site, she found a pork stall and ordered 1,000 gene of pork and 500 gene of beef. This was a large quantity, and Han Qingxia urged them, adding a bit more money. The shop owner decided to place an order at the slaughterhouse to guarantee delivery to her warehouse that same day. These meats were a bit more expensive. Han Qingxia spent over 40,000 yuan, leaving her with over 160,000 yuan. After wandering around the farmer's market, she intended to acquire more fresh items, but found that many stalls had already closed down. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a corner stall that was packing up. To her surprise, someone was selling live goats. Han Qingxiao immediately seized the opportunity and bought the 2 little lambs for 1,500 yuan. It was said that the seller had previously raised goats specifically for goat milk. The market was poor, forcing them to sell the goats. The larger ones had already been sold, leaving only a few kids, and by chance Han Qingxiao managed to buy the last 2. Miss, hurry home after you finish your shopping. After receiving the money, the stall owner advised her, there's an outbreak of flu, try to stay indoors. Han Qingxiao nodded in response. She certainly knew this. She always wore a professional-grade mask when going out. However, the flu was not the root of the zombie virus. It was simply that the widespread flu reduced human immunity, and when the zombie virus arrived, those with weakened resistance were directly infected and turned into zombies. That's why everyone mistakenly believed that this flu was the true culprit. Han Qingxiao had gradually learned these things after struggling for 10 years in the apocalypse, but she had no way of knowing what exactly the origin of the zombie virus was. At that time, some said the zombie virus was a gain from the hunting grounds of the gods, as this virus had brought about different changes for humanity. Han Qingxiao had her goods delivered to her warehouse and did not linger in the farmer's market. With less than 3 days left until the apocalypse virus outbreak, she planned not to go out during this time. However, before returning, she wanted to spend all her money. She couldn't just leave so much money unspent. Han Qingxiao found a secluded spot, without surveillance, stored the 2 lambs in her space, and drove away from the farmer's market. On the way, she encountered a tool shop and bought a full set of commonly used farming tools, including 20 shovels. Many people don't know that shovels have top-notch combat capabilities among farming tools. During wartime, every household without weapons would grab their own shovels. If a fight broke out in the countryside and someone picked up a shovel, it was no joking matter. Currently, among military weapons, the powerful military shovel is directly upgraded from the prototype of the shovel. Especially in the apocalypse, cold weapons are more useful than hot weapons. Han Qingxiao hoarded a pile of shovels, which would be sufficient as her current weapons. Additionally, she also bought baseball bats, which also have considerable attack power. Han Qingxiao entered a sports equipment store. After purchasing several of the sturdiest baseball bats, she also picked up a batch of adventure gear. She arranged for flashlights, helmets, armor, protective gear, tents, protective clothing, and tactical jackets. All the outdoor gear was taken care of. These altogether cost over 20,000. Additionally, the store had emergency kit accessories like tweezers, pliers, hemostatic tape, thermometers, etc., which reminded Han Qingxiao that she still needed to stop by a pharmacy. After leaving the outdoor equipment store, she went to the pharmacy to stock up on common medications such as cold medicine, hemostatic drugs, antipyretics, vitamins, bandages, alcohol, and iodine. Han Qingxiao had no interest in other prescription medications, because she really wouldn't need them. After struggling for 10 years in the apocalypse, those who needed to take various medications every day had long been eliminated. A little emergency medicine was sufficient, and she didn't even need much. In the apocalypse, poor health was a cardinal sin. After leaving the pharmacy, it was already around 5 or 6 in the evening. The city was ablaze with neon lights. At this moment, Han Qingxiao had gathered everything she could prepare. Food, drink, shelter, and the most basic necessities of life were all guaranteed. Next, she could replenish her supplies of everyday goods for upgrading. She still had 1.57 million left. Time to go shopping. Indulge. Get whatever she sees. Before the apocalypse, she wanted to enjoy a feast in this bustling world once more. Han Qingxiao first dined at a Michelin-starred hotel that she had never dared to eat at before. She ordered a lavish feast, including mushroom soup, garlic ribs, pan-seared silver cod, crispy chicken, and garlic shrimp, indulging in everything she once could not afford. For the delicious garlic shrimp and filet mignon, Han Qingxiao asked the kitchen to prepare 10 portions for her to take away. She needed to bring some for Xiatian too. After booking a suite at the hotel, she continued shopping downstairs in the mall. The mall was filled with a dazzling array of goods with tempting foods in abundance. Having grown accustomed to hard times, Han Qingxiao first headed to the food section. There were delicious egg waffles, takoyaki, Hong Kong-style cakes, meat floss cakes, fried skewers, fried chicken, fried pork chops, oden ice cream, milk tea, and Cantonese desserts. Everything one could think of. Seeing all this, Han Qingxiao felt overwhelmed by the number of things she wanted to buy. Mainly, there was not enough time and not enough money. These items could not be included in her essential shopping list. These were all embellishments of a peaceful world. After the apocalypse, they were nothing but superficial items. But right now, she could buy as much as she wanted. Indulging in eating and drinking, Han Qingxiao emptied each store discreetly, yet extravagantly, telling the staff to prepare all the snacks, paying in full, and having them delivered to her hotel room upstairs. All the shop assistants widened their eyes upon hearing this and hurried to pack for Han Qingxiao. In the first bakery, she ordered all the freshly baked bread, cheesecake, ice cream puffs, cream squares, mochi cream rolls, durian millefeuille, salted egg yolk pastries, waffles, and butterfly cookies. And so on, all packed and delivered to Han Qingxiao. At the Korean fried chicken shop, Han Qingxia ordered various flavors, including sweet and spicy sauce, amber sauce, garlic, soy sauce, honey mustard, and all kinds of fried chicken, including boneless chicken pieces, drumsticks, wings, and whole chickens. At the milk tea shop, she tried every flavor, wanting all kinds of milk tea, fruit tea, ice cream, tea, milk, cap tea, and slushies. After paying and leaving her address, Han Qingxia left without attracting anyone's attention. After this shopping spree, she spent over 200,000 just on snacks. Each store's stock was about 10,000. For those she deemed unnecessary to hoard, like the cold noodle and egg waffle shops, she simply asked for one of each flavor, spending only a few hundred to a few thousand. With her more than 200,000, she swept through the snack shops on the second and third floors of the mall. After finishing the snack shopping, she headed to the supermarket on the lowest floor. The supermarket was a must-visit. She first pushed 2 large shopping carts, circling the gigantic warehouse-style supermarket. At checkout, her shopping carts were filled with various single items, each only one piece. For instance, 1 bag of each flavor of snacks and chips, 1 item each of cookies and candies, 1 bottle each of various beverages and juices, and all the ready-to-eat items like grilled sausages, roasted chicken, grilled fish, sushi, rice balls, and boxed meals were a must. Semi-finished marinated chicken, pork chops, fish fillets, and army stew were also on her list. As for daily necessities like toiletries, face cream, and the essential pads, she almost forgot disposable towels, and wet wipes were all required. Of course, since this time was based on lifestyle enhancement, she also ordered essential home appliances like washing machines, robotic vacuums, and refrigerators. She wouldn't have considered these things before, but now that she had money, she had to spend. After checking out with 2 large carts of items, Han Qingxia went straight to find the manager. She asked him to provide her with all the store's stock of the items in her shopping carts, except for the home appliances. But in reality, Han Qingxia underestimated the stock and prices of these items. Before she could even get all the things in these 2 carts, her wallet was empty. 130,000, and Han Qingxia only managed to buy a third of these items. How embarrassing. The prices for processed goods were several times higher than when she hoarded basic grains and oils. Looking at the empty balance in her account, Han Qingxia decided to stick with what she had. This was still acceptable. At worst, she could make related dishes herself from raw materials later. She left her address with the manager and asked if he could deliver the goods today. The manager assured her that it was completely fine. She looked regretfully at the supermarket filled with abundant supplies, feeling a bit sorry. After leaving the supermarket, she walked around. So far, she had only shopped in the food sections of B1 and B2 in the large supermarket. She had no money left to shop in the clothing sections above. Her account probably only had about $70 left. $70 could still buy something. Even with no money, she could still window shop. She first bought a 14 yuan iced cocoa from a convenience store and browsed through clothing stores one by one. By the time she finished the 3 floors of clothing stores, her iced cocoa was also gone. During this time, she did find a few pieces of clothing she liked. How much is this baseball jacket? Miss, it's on sale now, half price, 2,000 yuan. Han Qingxia didn't say much after hearing the price. 2,000 yuan even after the half-price discount. This was the best mall in their area, and the clothes sold here were all from major brands. It was indeed too expensive for her to afford. After leaving empty-handed, manager Wang nudged the sales assistant who had just quoted the price to Han Qingxia. Why are you even paying attention to her? She clearly looked like a poor person who couldn't afford anything. Didn't you see her empty hands after browsing several floors? How could she afford our items? Be more discerning in the future, learn to read people. The sales assistant chastised, pouted, but said nothing. Han Qingxia heard their words, but continued walking forward, ignoring them. Having struggled in the apocalypse for so long, she was no brainless fool easily provoked into arguing or hastily spending money to buy things just to make them look bad. In the apocalypse, there was no need for face slapping, only killing was necessary. Just as Han Qingxia continued her stroll, she suddenly caught sight of 2 familiar figures. A young man was accompanying a pregnant woman walking ahead of her. Isn't that Han Ing and his wife who were just scammed by Han Qingxia? Wife, calm down, buy whatever you want today. Just forgive me, and don't get too angry, be careful not to harm the baby. Han Ing, you've been lying to me all along. Your family doesn't even own that house. You deliberately deceived me. That house really belongs to my family. Then what was that group of people earlier? They came to your door to collect debts. They claimed the house was theirs. They scared your grandmother into the hospital. Wife, I really don't know what happened. That house was bought by my mother for 2 million from Han Qingxia, and we can transfer it as soon as we find her. Wait. Didn't your mother say that house still belonged to Han Qingxia? She gifted it to you to live in, so my name can't be added. How is it now that it's your family's house and can be transferred? Wife, anyway, this house will be ours in the future. I'm the only son in my family, so everything will eventually belong to me. What's mine is yours. Just trust me. Han Ing, how can I trust you? You said it was renovated and ready to move in, but it turned out to be a bare shell. You claimed it was your family's property, and now debt collectors show up. I've seen it clearly. Your family is just scamming me. I absolutely cannot have this child. I'm calling now. Wife. Wife. Han Qingxia stood at a corner listening to their conversation, her lips curving into a smile. How exciting. It had only been 10 days and the Han family was already this dramatic, and her grandmother had ended up in the hospital. But it could be even more thrilling. She watched Han Ying, who was struggling to chase after his wife, and mischievously whistled in his direction. Han Ying in a panic heard the whistle and turned to look, catching sight of a girl leaning against the glass railing leisurely watching them. That's not Han Qingxia. Upon seeing her, Han Ying immediately stopped wanting to turn around and chase her, but at that moment his wife had already reached the next floor. Wife. Wife. On one side was his wife, who wanted to abort, and on the other was Han Qingxia. Han Ying wished he could split himself in two right then. After weighing his options, he ultimately decided to pursue Han Qingxia. Damn it. Just catch this scheming woman and bring her to explain to his wife. He turned and ran up the descending escalator, chasing after Han Qingxia. She moved slowly, and once Han Ying caught up, she had already circled around to the escalator on the opposite side, leading Han Ying to chase her around the entire mall. He chased her all the way to the underground parking lot. Damn it. Where do you think you're running, you scheming woman? Han Ying, panting heavily, cornered Han Qingxia in the parking lot. You have been scheming against me behind my back. Let's see if I can catch you today. Just right. Han Qingxia smiled at Han Ying, casually closing the trunk of her car. I have the same intention. She pulled out a baseball bat. Upon seeing the bat in her hand, alarm bells went off in Han Ying's head. You did. Before he could finish his sentence, with a crack, Han Qingxia swung the bat at him. She quickly subdued Han Ying, dislocating his jaw so he couldn't speak, and dragged him into the corner of the parking lot for a brutal beating. Having survived in the apocalypse for 10 years, she had learned various combat techniques. With a few blows she could send a grown man to his grave. However, she was quite merciful towards Han Ying. She dragged him into the corner and beat him for half an hour, breaking his arms and legs, striking only the most painful spots, but avoiding fatal blows. After half an hour, Han Ying lay on the ground, barely breathing. Han Qingxia leaned against the car door, kicked his motionless body like a dead weight, bent down to pick up his phone from his pocket, and stepped on his head to call for an ambulance. Look how nice I am calling 120 for you. Don't forget to thank me. Hearing this, Han Ying nearly spat blood. Damn. If only she would move her foot off his head, he would accept her kindness. I'll fuck your mother. Tisk tsk tisk, so ungrateful. Well, just like your grandmother, take good care of yourself in the hospital. With a little more force in her foot, she sent him into a 7-day coma. Han Qingxia tidied up the scene. She removed all of Han Ying's identification, making it impossible for the hospital to identify him when they reported the incident. She also transferred all the money from his WeChat and Alipay accounts into her phone. His phone had a fingerprint lock, so she simply used his fingerprint to pay. After doing all this, she took him outside to the bar street near the parking lot. The location from which she called 120 was also on the bar street. Soon 120 arrived, and she stood there like a bystander, watching them drag him away. Calmly, she used Han Ying's phone to message his parents. She told them he had been beaten and instructed them to go to the hospital to look for him. After finishing this, Han Qingxia sold his phone to a small phone shop on the roadside. Even if they reported to the police, they definitely wouldn't find Han Qingxia within 3 days, and by the time they investigated Han Ying's whereabouts and discovered he was related to her, the apocalypse would have already begun. After beating Han Ying, Han Qingxia gained 30,000 yuan. With this money, she purchased more supplies and emptied several shelves at a convenience store outside the mall, loading the items into her small cart. Just as she was about to leave, a loud bang came from her car door, and a man collapsed onto her car. Han Qingxia's eyes darkened as several stylishly dressed men and women approached and lifted the man. Sorry, beautiful, my friend is drunk. One of the tattooed men waved at Han Qingxia to explain. After they lifted the unconscious man, the group left chatting and laughing. Damn it, Lao Sin went down after just 2 drinks. He claimed he could handle 1,000 drinks. I remember Lao Sin used to drink well. Maybe marriage has made him weak. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed. Han Qingxia leaned against the car window, watching the group leave. Her gaze fell on the young man who was being supported in the middle. He hung his head, his body stiff, and the hands of his companions hanging beside him appeared unnaturally pale. But soon the young man woke up. What just happened to me? What's wrong? You got drunk. You're so useless. How much did I even drink? Probably just work stress. I need to go home. What are you talking about? Keep drinking. We won't go back until we're drunk tonight. The group left chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia's gaze grew deeper. She looked down at her phone. Today is the 9th. The zombie virus outbreak in my past life was on the 11th. The apocalypse began on August 11th. She returned to her hotel room. Inside, the space was already cluttered with belongings. She had previously informed the front desk to arrange deliveries, left the door unlocked, and instructed staff to place the items inside. At that moment, the table, floor, and bed were all piled high with goods, many of the fried chickens still steaming hot. Han Qingxia swept her hand through the air, and one by one every item vanished into her spatial domain. She would spend the night here and depart at dawn. No expense paid should go to waste. Before sleeping, Han Qingxia completed 3 hours of rigorous physical training, pushing her body past its limits until exhaustion overwhelmed her. Only then did she review surveillance feeds from both her bunker and warehouse and prepare for rest. Both locations appeared secure. She briefly spoke via video robot with Xia Tian, instructing it to guard the premises and assuring it she would return at first light. Xia Tian responded with remarkable human-like attentiveness, then settled obediently into its doghouse inside the warehouse. Han Qingxia slept soundly in the hotel until 6 o'clock the next morning. She awoke abruptly to the shrill wail of police sirens and ambulance horns. Though her downtown hotel boasted exceptional soundproofing, she possessed an acute sensitivity. Any subtle disturbance roused her instantly. The instant she heard the sirens, she bolted to the window, yanked open the curtains, and peered down, where indeed streets teemed with flashing police cruisers and ambulances. Nearby stood densely packed bars and entertainment venues, the very source from which those emergency vehicles streamed in and out. She watched as an ambulance halted before the bar she'd passed yesterday. Attendants emerged carrying several blood-soaked figures. A chilling suspicion coalesced in her mind. Just then hurried footsteps echoed outside her door, followed by urgent rapid knocks. Han Qingxia seized an iron shovel and approached the entrance. Peering through the peephole, she recognized a hotel staff member, visibly anxious yet unharmed, with no wounds or bloodstains, her complexion steady. "What is it?" "I'm from housekeeping. We've received multiple guest reports of sudden collapses and requests for assistance. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. In that case, please remain patient in your room for now. The hotel will extend your stay free of charge. Apologies for the disturbance." The attendant hurried off to the next room. At that moment, Han Qingxia's nerves snapped taut. The apocalypse had arrived ahead of schedule. She had to leave immediately. Snatching up her car keys, she exited the hotel, seizing every complimentary water bottle, beverage, and toiletry along the way. As she opened her door, she saw the same attendant approaching the farthest room. After knocking repeatedly, the staffer inserted a keycard and unlocked it directly. Han Qingxia witnessed her stepping inside. Moments later, a sharp cry pierced the air. "Sir! Sir! Room 809. Guest collapsed. Hurry!" the attendant shouted into her earpiece. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia strode toward the elevator bank, stepping into an empty descending car just as the adjacent ascending elevator door slid open. A team of staff spilled forth and rushed toward the innermost room. As the elevator door sealed shut before Han Qingxia, a piercing scream tore through the corridor. Ah! That voice, familiar, unmistakable. The zombie virus had erupted prematurely. Without hesitation, Han Qingxia slammed her finger onto the 5 button. She bypassed the lobby entirely. This hotel formed part of a larger complex fused with a shopping mall, 5 floors above ground, and 2 below, precisely where she'd shopped the day before. It was 6 a.m. The mall remained closed. The earliest employees wouldn't arrive until 8. Thus the entire commercial zone was for now utterly deserted. In the apocalypse, zombies posed the gravest threat, not alone, but within crowds. Escape the masses. Han Qingxia disembarked decisively on the 5th floor. Exactly as anticipated, the entire level lay plunged in darkness. Not a single light flickered on. Yet upon entering the vast hall, she clearly heard screams echoing from outside. Glancing out the window, she confirmed. Chaos had already erupted across the street. She watched horrified as a blood-drenched man burst from a nearby bar and lunged at a woman jogging past. He struck low, aiming straight for her abdomen, toppling her to the ground before sinking his teeth deep. Her agonized shrieks were powerless against his savage assault. He devoured her entrails with frenzied hunger, his face drenched in crimson, his maw a grotesque, beast-like maw tearing raw heart and lungs from her chest. At 7 a.m. the city center remained sparse. Only emergency vehicles patrolled the streets. One police cruiser screeched to a halt upon witnessing the attack and rushed to restrain the assailant. The rescued woman collapsed into a pool of blood. Unnoticed amid the commotion, her limbs began convulsing, twitching faster and faster, until suddenly she went still. Miss, are you?" "Oh." Her eyes snapped open, clouded lifeless gray. In one fluid motion, she sank her teeth into the officer rushing to aid her. Chaos exploded on the spot. From her vantage on the 5th floor window, Han Qingxia bore witness. This was the apocalypse. Her apocalypse, the one she knew intimately. Indeed, it had begun a full day early. Welcome to the age of apocalypse. Han Qingxia whirled and sprinted deeper into the 5th floor, heading for the escalator that descended to the B2 parking garage, avoiding all elevators entirely. Racing through the cavernous, deserted mall, she was struck by the dazzling array of goods surrounding her. Supplies. Would anyone who had just discovered a treasure vault walk away empty-handed? She intended to take everything. And just then a voice resonated within her mind. Beep. Supreme Lord system activated. Time-limited challenge, 2 hours. For every 10,000 yuan worth of supplies collected, earn 1 cubic meter of portable spatial capacity. Holding her baseball bat, Han Qingxiao froze. Divine timing, indeed. With a deafening crash, glass shattered. Han Qingxiao surged forward, arms wide open. Every object her hands touched vanished instantly into her spatial realm. She no longer cared whether security cameras captured her actions, because quite simply it no longer mattered. The apocalypse had come. No one would be reviewing footage or filing theft reports anymore. Beep. Detected 279 pieces of fashionable women's apparel valued at 650 yuan. Awarded 65 cubic meters. Beep. Detected 144 pieces of fashionable men's apparel valued at 5800 yuan. Awarded 58 cubic meters. Beep. Detected 489 wedding gowns valued at 189,000 yuan. Awarded 189 cubic meters. Menswear, womenswear, children's clothing, undergarments, footwear, bags, bridal ensembles, formal attire. She claimed them all. This supply raid was infinitely more exhilarating than her first relocation. Her own home, however thoroughly stripped, yielded only modest hauls. Here rewards soared beyond measure. One boutique alone netted hundreds of thousands, even millions. Store by store she swept through them all, leaving behind absolute pristine emptiness. Around an hour later, Han Qingxiao had completely looted the luxury stores on these floors. She spared nothing. Various brands of women's clothing, men's clothing, children's clothing, sportswear, shoes and socks, bags and watches, cosmetics, including the large jewelry and diamond store below. The latest models of pineapple phones and pineapple computers were being snatched up furiously. In America there's Apple, in China there's pineapple phones. The SKI little light bulb and La Mer that she could never afford before were being snatched up. The high-end bags that she could only look at before, along with the luxury items that required matching accessories, were being taken as well. The showcase was forever dazzling with beautiful large diamond rings, gemstones, and gold, all being snatched up. Her own space had expanded to over 10,000 cubic meters in an instant. Items in the luxury stores were expensive, with a single bag costing tens of thousands, but the stock was limited. Many luxury stores only had a superficial layer of products. Clients had to order more because the prices were too high, leaving little inventory. However, the top-tier luxury items priced over $1 million were surprisingly absent from this mall. Otherwise, Han Qingxiao's space would have soared even higher. Luxury goods really hold value. Han Qingxiao arrived at the underground food court. She had already swept through the food area yesterday. Although it felt a bit wasteful to spend money yesterday, it actually saved her a lot of time. Right now, time was of the utmost importance. The zombie virus had just broken out, and everyone was in a daze. She had to finish her looting within these 2 hours and quickly escape, while transportation was still working. If she hadn't spent money yesterday looking at these scattered and cheap shops, now would only mean passing them by in advance. However, as Han Qingxiao ran past these food areas, she also took a few items. An oven, an ice cream machine, a coffee maker. These were things she could use to make food at home in the future. She sped through these places and was now at the large supermarket she visited yesterday. Yesterday she had spent over $1 million here, buying only the tip of the iceberg. The supplies inside were incredibly abundant. Han Qingxiao jumped over the barrier and directly leapt into the supermarket. Her looting here was even faster. She directly grabbed from the shelves, looting from one shelf to another, absorbing everything. One shelf of chocolates, one shelf of cookies, one shelf of potato chips, one shelf of cooked sausages. Han Qingxiao rushed into the kitchen of the raw and cooked section, grabbing frozen ham from the freezer, frozen roasted chicken from the freezer. Everything she hadn't bought yesterday was being taken now. In less than half an hour, the entire massive storage supermarket was looted clean by Han Qingxiao. She was looting while wearing roller skates, gliding rapidly and sweeping everything. After emptying the supermarket, she still had 20 minutes left. At this moment, Han Qingxiao noticed their internal elevator. Such large supermarkets have their own warehouses. Han Qingxiao entered the internal staff elevator. As the elevator doors slowly opened in front of her, what came into her view were rows of boxed supplies. Hundreds of boxes of premium rice and hundreds of boxes of imported snacks. Hundreds of boxes of alcoholic beverages and condiments, daily necessities, sanitary napkins, and so on. This was the warehouse area of the supermarket. Han Qingxiao finally realized how she had taken over $1 million worth of goods yesterday. Indeed, there was still so much more. Han Qingxiao glided on her skates, weaving through the boxes of supplies. Everywhere she passed, the shelves were emptied. When the system's countdown of 2 hours ended, Han Qingxiao, drenched in sweat, opened a bottle of ice-cold cola and drank it in front of her. The warehouse was already finished. This time she had collected over 14800 cubic meters of space. It may sound small, but 14800 cubic meters is roughly a space of 25 meters by 25 meters by 25 meters tall. It is quite large, similar to the size of a 10-story building. The supplies she swept up only accounted for 1%, not even enough to fill one floor. And this largest mall in the city had been completely looted by her. All the supplies were now in her space. Han Qingxiao revealed a satisfied smile. She changed into running shoes through the empty cola bottle in this desolate warehouse, took the internal elevator back to the supermarket, and then returned through the employee staircase. Work is done. Time to go home. She didn't take the elevator, but she called it to her floor, and then sent it to the underground B2 parking lot. Following her rhythm, it went down. Since the elevator makes noise going up and down, if there were danger in the parking lot, the zombies would be attracted to the elevator. Safety first. Han Qingxiao nimbly jumped down the employee stairs. When she reached B2, her summoned elevator arrived just in time. Ding! At the sound, Han Qingxiao saw a woman who was originally trying to rush into the staff elevator turn and dash towards the elevator. She ran while shouting, "Help! Help!" Two bloodied individuals in employee uniforms were chasing behind. "Don't come! Don't come! There's someone in there! You eat her!" The woman, seeing the elevator door open as if in search of help, quickly tried to rush in to push the person inside out to deal with the monsters outside. However, when the elevator door opened, it was surprisingly empty. While she was stunned, the monsters chasing her from behind pounced on her. "Don't bite me! Don't bite me! See who I am! I'm your manager, Wang! Don't bite me!" The woman screamed loudly, and at that moment, she suddenly caught sight of the staff staircase door she had just intended to flee through being opened. A young girl dressed in simple sportswear emerged. The woman was momentarily stunned when she saw her. This girl looked a bit familiar. Wasn't she the girl she called a poor loser yesterday? "Help me! Help me!" She excitedly waved at, "Help me! They'll give you our store's gold card. No, they'll give you 1 piece of clothing. 10 pieces. 100 pieces. Help me." Han Qingxiao, holding a baseball bat in one hand, could only do one thing in this situation and express her gratitude. That was to leave quickly as her shouting grew louder. "Thank you for being of some use before dying." Boom! She pressed the gas pedal down hard. Han Qingxiao sped out of the garage. It was just past 8 o'clock. The city gradually began to wake up. As the zombie virus broke out in the morning, it had thrown everyone into confusion and panic within these 2 hours. The first unfortunate ones were the breakfast shops, sanitation workers, public transport, and 24-hour businesses. These open places with congregating populations would descend into chaos if even one person mutated. This morning, the emergency services were overwhelmed. Those trying to call the police afterward couldn't get through. The city's functional departments had fallen into paralysis. Next were the office workers, including those in the mall, where Han Qingxiao worked. It was now working hours. Fortunately, most employees who needed to take public transportation were stuck on the road with no vehicles left. Unfortunately for those who managed to get on a vehicle, getting on the bus was like entering hell. A multitude of elderly people fainted on the bus, and once they stood up, there would be nowhere for the passengers to escape. Some fortunate individuals managed to reach their workplace, like manager Wang just a moment ago. They either had their own cars or rode electric scooters, arriving lucky, only to find that the main entrance was closed today. Gathered in small groups out of curiosity, everyone soon noticed someone stumbling toward them covered in blood. This was the early stage of the apocalypse. Seeing this scene, everyone could only think it was a brawl or that danger was nearby. Kind-hearted individuals rushed to help, only to be met with a zombie card. This situation appeared all over the city. Everything was falling apart. Han Qingxiao knew this was just the beginning. There were still many people trapped in their homes, not yet emerging. Now was the best time to leave while everyone was still unaware. If she waited too long, a wave of collective exodus would erupt, paralyzing the entire traffic system. "Help me!" At that moment, a young woman with outstretched arms appeared in front of Han Qingxiao. Her boyfriend was currently helping an elderly person who had fallen on the roadside. "Stop the car! Someone has fainted here. Please stop and take her to the hospital." The woman stood in the middle of the road, raising her arms to signal for a stop. At this point, Han Qingxiao was the only car on the entire street. Who knew why there were so few cars today? She couldn't even get through to emergency services. Finally, she spotted a vehicle ahead. She had to stop it, so she stood in the middle of the road. Looking at the woman in front of her, Han Qingxia's gaze turned cold, and she pressed the accelerator to the floor. Whoosh! The woman blocking the road was startled by Han Qingxia's full throttle acceleration, not even swerving. Fortunately, she managed to dodge just in time, otherwise she would have been knocked down. "Who do you think you are? Not only do you refuse to help, but you also want to run me over. Crazy, cold-blooded, selfish, heartless, pervert. Honey, are you okay? I've never seen someone like that before, refusing to help and not slowing down, almost hitting me. Be careful standing in the road to stop cars. There are so many selfish people in this society. How many of us are as kind-hearted as we are? If you take a picture and post it online exposing her, The man suddenly shouted. His neck was bitten hard by the very elderly woman he was trying to assist. At that moment, the old lady woke from her unconscious state, opened her murky eyes, and bit into his neck. Bright red blood instantly sprayed around. "Honey." The woman quickly stepped back 2 paces, then rushed forward to hit the old lady with her bag. "Let go of my husband. Let go of my husband." She kicked and struck the zombie, and as soon as the woman loosened her grip, she hurriedly pulled her husband away. "Hurry, we need to get to the hospital. Are you okay?" The woman supported her husband with one hand, while continuing to fend off the zombie that was getting up from the ground. She realized that no matter how hard she fought, the zombie remained unharmed. Even more terrifying was that its limbs were bending in ways that defied human anatomy. Its ashen face was devoid of color, and its vacant eyes stared intently at them with a mouth missing teeth wide open, dripping with blood. It looked just like the zombies on television. The woman finally began to feel fear. Could this really be a zombie? Just then, she was tackled to the ground by someone beside her zombie husband biting her neck. "Oh, honey, it's me." The old lady zombie pounced and ripped open her abdomen, greedily tearing at her belly. In the moment when her intestines were violently pulled out, the last thing she saw was the exhaust of a speeding car. The one that didn't stop. Han Qingxia glanced at the woman being attacked and bitten in the rearview mirror, quickly averting her gaze. Kindness. Enthusiasm. Sorry, those are things that only exist in heaven. And here it was hell. Han Qingxia floored the accelerator. Whoosh. Boom. Bang. As she surged forward, she noticed the road conditions ahead were worsening. There were numerous vehicles and people fleeing in the opposite direction to Han Qingxia. Several overturned cars blocked most of the lane at the intersection ahead. As Han Qingxia maneuvered around them, she saw groups of zombies surrounding the open car doors, greedily tearing into the drivers and passengers inside. Screams rose and fell, blood gushing out. Upon sensing Han Qingxia pass by them, the zombies seemed to catch the scent of fresh prey chasing after her car. All moving living beings were their targets. The entire street intersection was in chaos. Han Qingxia furrowed her brow. This road was wrong. How could there be so many zombies? Suddenly Han Qingxia saw a huge red cross ahead. Damn, a hospital. She had just been wondering how this road could erupt so violently. It turned out there was a hospital. Bang, bang, bang. Han Qingxia directly barreled through the dozens of zombies rushing at her, speeding through this intersection. The hospital was a disaster zone, but once she broke through its perimeter, she would be safe. Zombies pouring out from several entrances on the left side of the intersection saw the vehicle driving against traffic, and they rushed toward her car in droves. One zombie woman in a nurse's uniform covered in blood was the fastest. She broke through the barricade on the left and lunged at Han Qingxia's car. Bang! A large bloody handprint slapped against Han Qingxia's windshield. The female zombie opened her bloody mouth and crashed against the windshield, gnawing hungrily. At this close distance, Han Qingxia could clearly see her flesh-mangled face. Her nose had been completely bitten off, leaving only a bloody black hole. The skin around her right eyeball was entirely gone. The eyeball drooped out of its socket, as if it would fall at any moment. One side of her mouth was torn open to the bone, while the other still faintly showed the shiny lip gloss she had applied that morning. Arg, arg, arg. After several gnawing attempts that didn't reach Han Qingxia, the nurse zombie became anxious. She opened her bloodied mouth wide, stretching the muscles, tearing her half-exposed face open further, looking like a character from a horror anime, desperately trying to slam into Han Qingxia's glass. Screech. With a sharp break, Han Qingxia executed a beautiful drift, spinning 360 degrees on the spot, flinging her off and avoiding a wave of zombies that were about to pounce. Zombies were nothing to fear. She had killed too many. She pressed the accelerator again, roaring forward at full speed, breaking out of the hospital's range. Just as Han Qingxia dashed through an intersection about to escape the hospital area, there was a loud crash. A massive 22-wheeled truck lost control and collided with a small car in front of her, blocking the intersection she had to pass through. No way to dodge. Boom. Crash. A thunderous sound of vehicles toppling echoed. Han Qingxia's head was jolted violently. It was the airbag that caused the jolt. At this moment, at the large intersection, a giant truck was crushing several small cars, tilting sideways and blocking the intersection completely. Han Qingxia's car was safely positioned just 10 centimeters beneath the giant tire as it tilted. After narrowly avoiding disaster, Han Qingxia, still dazed from the airbag, thumped the bag in front of her, attempting to drive again. Damn it. The car was broken. Han Qingxia hadn't thought about repairing it before. First time was tight. Second, she didn't have much money. And third, during the later stages of the apocalypse, she rarely needed to use a car. Because she had a car, but no fuel. Fuel was an incredibly scarce resource in the later stages, needed in every aspect. Using it for vehicles was too extravagant. Han Qingxia had gotten used to close distances, walking medium distances, using modified bicycles and other vehicles on long distances. She wouldn't go. Who would want to go so far? In the apocalypse, being reckless and running around was just asking for death. Therefore, as a consumable, gas-powered vehicles were not something Han Qingxia considered essential investments. Damn it, now her car was out of commission, but it had set her up for a trap. Arg, arg, the rustling sounds from outside were growing closer. Inside the car, Han Qingxia rubbed her head. Coming to her senses, she calmly surveyed her surroundings, unbuckled her seatbelt, and pushed the car door open. As the car door opened, a shovel appeared in her hand. A knife wouldn't work against zombies. The blade was thin and narrow, making it hard to pull out once embedded in flesh. But a shovel. Bang! Han Qingxia brought the shovel down hard, instantly flattening the nearest elderly zombie that lunged at her. Following that, she kicked. Thud! The shovel's head pierced into the zombie's skull, severing its brainstem. Thus, this zombie was completely dead. She twirled the shovel in her hand, somewhat disappointed, and pulled it out. It was still early. The zombies had no crystal cores in their heads. Since that was the case, she could be even more brutal and straightforward when killing. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. Han Qingxia found a spot with fewer zombies. One person with one shovel, she charged through, clearing the way through the wreckage. At this moment, zombies primarily gathered at the front of the accident scene, where the stench of blood was strongest. Han Qingxia moved quickly and discreetly. Taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many zombies, yet she charged out of the accident scene. Just as she was about to burst through the intersection, she heard screams from a nearby vehicle that had also been hit, but still had survivors inside. It was a very expensive sports car. Oh, she's killing people. The girl in the passenger seat trembled and screamed, clutching her boyfriend's hand, horrified as she watched Han Qingxia slaughtering zombies outside. Han Qingxia cast a cold glance at them inside the car. The airbags in that car had deployed as well. She withdrew her gaze. Useless vehicle. Just like the people inside it, useless. Han Qingxia continued to retreat. She still needed to find a car to leave. If she couldn't find one, she would have to run out of the city on foot. At that moment, the door of the vehicle behind her opened. Can you take us with you? A young man in the driver's seat opened the door and urgently called for Han Qingxia. If you take us to a safe place, I'll pay you. My dad is the chairman of Dongping Group. I have plenty of money. Whatever you want, I'll pay you. Han Qingxia couldn't be bothered to even glance at him, continuing to run forward. Honey, what are you saying to her? She's a murderer. There are so many people. We should call the police to arrest her. Shut up. The man saw Han Qingxia, not turning back as she darted into a side path. He grabbed the woman beside him and quickly followed. Bang! 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 After clearing 5 zombies, Han Qingxia finally left the hospital's vicinity. This was a small alley in a residential area. At this moment, the residential area had not experienced a large-scale zombie outbreak because most people were trapped in their homes. Han Qingxia walked through the greenbelt, an area devoid of people. Occasionally encountering a few sanitation worker zombies or morning jogger zombies was just a matter of a shovel. As she walked, she looked for vehicles. Unfortunately, she hadn't seen a single car. Meanwhile, 2 little tails were following behind her. Honey, this road is too difficult to walk. I can't move in high heels. If you can't move, then roll. The man was losing patience. After being scolded, the woman's face instantly filled with grievance. She wanted to act cute to earn her boyfriend's sympathy. Honey. To her surprise, her usual tactic only earned her a single response. How did I end up with such a useless and brainless woman? You can't do anything and are just a burden. If you want to die, don't drag me down. Hearing this, the woman's delicate face froze. She bit her lip and looked ahead at Han Qingxia, who was taking down zombies one by one, and her boyfriend, who had abandoned her to run ahead. She didn't say another word, limping after him in her high heels. Han Qingxia slaughtered her way through the side greenbelt when she finally spotted an unloading truck with its doors wide open in front of a convenience store. A car. If she didn't get a vehicle soon, she would have to break into a dealership to steal one. Without hesitation, Han Qingxia sprinted toward the unloading truck, and the couple behind her hurriedly chased after her. When Han Qingxia reached the front of the truck, she was pleasantly surprised to find the keys still inside, and the doors open. The people inside were gone. She glanced back at the convenience store. At this moment, the convenience store was also empty, not a single person inside, just a pool of blood on the counter. It seemed this place had not escaped either. Someone must have transformed into a zombie, driving everyone else away. After retrieving the car keys, adhering to her principle of never leaving empty-handed, she dashed inside to loot more supplies. You see, spending an extra half a minute to empty the store now will save her from spending countless hours and efforts looting for equivalent supplies in the future. The zombie era isn't just about a few seconds now, it's about the perpetually harsh future. After escaping, the situation will only become increasingly grim. No one complains about having too many supplies. Han Qingxia made a quick decision and went to grab a round of goods. By the time the little tails that had been following her rushed in, apart from what was on the counter, the convenience store was pretty much empty. This time, Han Qingxia didn't bother with the shelves. The store was small, and she made several rounds, sucking in all various snacks and candies, daily necessities, and her previously favorite convenience store's handheld rice balls, sushi, boxed meals, bread, cakes, and ice cream. Additionally, the drinks were mostly gone as well. Is this a newly opened convenience store? The woman gasped for breath as she ran in only to see that there was basically nothing left inside. Han Qingxia knew she had little tails following her. Just before leaving, she pretended to carry 2 buckets of water and headed toward the outside vehicle in front of them. Hey, you didn't pay? And you took the stuff? What will we eat later? The woman loudly questioned Han Qingxia, feeling wronged. Her words were only met with the man beside her saying, "Are you out of your mind?" After cursing her, the man tried to catch up with Han Qingxia. "Miss, can you take me away? Take me to Wanjiao Mansion in the west of the city. If you get me there, I'll pay you 1 million. Han Qingxia got into the vehicle, slamming the door behind her. This time she was somewhat interested in replying to him. "Do you still think money is useful at a time like this?" The man's face immediately darkened. Money was useless now, not worth a thing. He watched helplessly as Han Qingxia drove the delivery truck away. "Honey, look, she won't help you. No matter what you say, she ignores you. We should call the police." "Idiot. Do you think the police and money are still useful now?" The man shouted angrily. 40 minutes later, Han Qingxia successfully broke out of the city and reached the... As she drove away from the big city, the number of zombies and mutations on the roads decreased significantly. The outskirts appeared to be unscathed for the moment. Screech. Han Qingxia parked the car in front of her warehouse. Woof woof woof. Summer immediately sensed Han Qingxia's arrival and excitedly barked at her. Han Qingxia went over to rub its head, saying, "You've worked hard." She brought Summer along and gathered up the large pile of goods in the warehouse. These were the goods Han Qingxia had purchased at the farmer's market and supermarket yesterday. With a wave of her hand, all the tightly packed supplies entered her space. Her space could accommodate the chickens, ducks, and lambs she had bought yesterday. Thinking of this, she tried to put Summer in, however she could not. She realized that the system could only store low-intelligence living beings with food properties. Dogs wouldn't work. So living humans definitely wouldn't work either. Han Qingxia wasn't too disappointed. Having this function was good, but it was no big deal if it didn't exist. Because she always believed that her own strength was the real power. Such a powerful system was not something she could rely on too much. She could only use it to enhance herself, making this power truly her own. Otherwise, if the system disappeared or something unexpected happened, she would undoubtedly be doomed. After sweeping the warehouse clean of supplies, Han Qingxia closed the door and left with Summer. She headed straight for her bomb shelter, returning to her crafted doomsday refuge. An hour later, Han Qingxia collapsed onto the super soft cloud sofa she had scavenged from the mall, opened a bottle of cola, and heated up the steak and shrimp she had packed from the Michelin restaurant yesterday, watching the current news with Summer. Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. This morning, numerous bloodshed incidents occurred. Now let's join our reporters on site to understand the situation. In the live news segment, a reporter approached an area cordoned off with police tape, following the camera closely. In his shot, it was indeed the hotel near where Han Qingxia had escaped this morning. The bar street was cordoned off with a large police line. Within the cordon, police were desperately using smoke bombs and other dispersal weapons to drive away the surrounding crowd and suppress the riot, but to little effect. Amidst the thick smoke, heads bobbed and screams occasionally pierced through the haze. Surrounding vehicles were overturned or smashed, and ambulances were trapped in the center with medical personnel unsure of their whereabouts. Clearly, after the incident, a crowd attempted to escape, but found no way out. "Leave. Get away," shouted a police officer at the edge of the cordon, pushing back those trying to approach. The scene is truly bloody. The reporter looked at the situation with a serious and anxious expression. "We currently do not know the cause. Let's interview someone who is knowledgeable." At that moment, the reporter saw an injured person emerge from the smoke and immediately rushed towards him with the, "Sir, hello, do you know?" "Ah." With a scream, the camera shook violently, spinning in all directions, as if the cameraman behind was also attacked. When the camera heavily fell to the ground, everyone witnessed the reporter being brutally knocked down by the fleeing person, and with a splatter, blood sprayed onto the lens. Beep. The screen went completely black and the interview was abruptly cut off. Citizens watching the live news broadcast at home were left stunned by this scene. Han Qingxia watched the paused city channel with a slight raise of her brow. She had withdrawn in a timely manner. Had she been any later, things would not have gone so smoothly. She switched the remote to the next channel, the provincial television station. At this moment, the provincial station was broadcasting previously prepared news content. The latest news from the bottom tier lagged behind. The city station could broadcast live news from the scene, while the provincial station had yet to react. After reporting an economic news item, the host continued with a smile to announce a flu warning. "Recently, the flu has been persistent. We urge everyone to reduce outings to avoid cross-infection." Just then, a bloodied staff member suddenly rushed onto the program set. He collapsed directly onto the host's desk. After falling, he lay motionless. Upon seeing this scene, the host's calm and solemn face revealed panic and confusion. He tried to glance towards the director, and in an instant it seemed he had witnessed something terrifying. His eyes filled. Director cut. Before he could finish his shout into the earpiece, the man who had just collapsed on his desk lunged forward. Following that a beep. The television station displayed no signal. Such events occurred in numerous television stations. Some erupted early while others erupted later. Those that erupted early had lost all television signals, leaving only a field of static, while those that erupted later would be seen live by the audience. On this day, all institutions fell one after another. Beep, beep, beep. Han Qingxiao switched through several channels, discovering that apart from a few channels set to fixed animations and dramas, all others were black screens. Soon, all interrupted signals were switched to the national channel. A solid black backdrop displayed a news ticker on the big screen. Emergency notification. A nationwide phenomenon of attacks has emerged. All citizens are urged to stay indoors. All colleges are suspended, all businesses are closed, and please secure your doors and windows. Await rescue. Await rescue. Await rescue. The national channel cut off all signals to uniformly broadcast the notification, repeating await rescue 3 times. Han Qingxiao was all too familiar with this scene. During the outbreak of the apocalypse in her past life, the television station had issued a similar announcement. Initially, everyone firmly believed in the announcement's content, thinking this crisis would be swiftly resolved. However, little did they know it was a devastating blow. The zombie virus was completely unsolvable. Besides sealing everything at the first moment and eliminating all infected individuals, even those with the slightest injury, there was no other way. By the time the higher-ups reacted, the zombie virus had already fully erupted. Eventually, comprehensive rescue efforts were abandoned, leading to localized self-rescue. Later, no notifications were issued at all. Everyone was left to fend for themselves. The national machinery had collapsed. By the time the grassroots citizens realized that the food supplies at home had already been exhausted, no one would actively deliver supplies to them. At that moment, everyone finally realized that the true apocalypse had begun. They had to find ways to collect supplies. In her past life, Han Qingxiao was quite lucky. She witnessed the mutation at the first hospital during the outbreak. Having understood the horror of the zombie virus upon returning with her sister-in-law, she immediately instructed her family to secure the doors and windows, not to open them at all. This way they narrowly avoided the initial crisis of the zombie outbreak. At that time, her community had been screaming for 3 whole days and nights. Every household that had opened their doors was completely exterminated. Later, everyone gradually discovered the pattern. Making no noise and tightly closing doors and windows could temporarily evade the zombies. While everyone was hunkered down, Han Qingxiao decisively went out to seize supplies. At this point, the zombies' attacking power was still relatively low. Furthermore, the vast majority of people had not reacted yet. They all cowered in their homes, too afraid to move. Han Qingxiao was fully armed, wrapped tightly from head to toe, and cautiously ventured out to the community supermarket to grab supplies. She returned safely after a thrilling journey. However, when she returned, her family was initially reluctant to open the door. They were worried that Han Qingxiao had mutated. It was Xia who kept calling from inside, attracting more and more zombies. They feared that zombies would surround their home, which was why they finally let Han Qingxiao in. After confirming that Han Qingxiao had sustained no injuries and had returned with a large haul of supplies, their expressions all changed, and they surrounded her with an overly flattering demeanor. Han Qingxiao considered them as true family. After being coaxed by them and scolding herself a few times, she distributed supplies to them and even gave them many tips for dealing with zombies. Taking advantage of others' hesitance to act, she brought Han Ying and her father several times to haul supplies. Others' homes had long run out of food. Upon seeing Han Qingxia's actions, they gradually began to learn, and the apocalypse entered its second stage once again. Seizing supplies. Before long, the supplies in their community store were all taken. In the process, a large number of residents perished. Throughout it all, Han Qingxiao remained careful and cautious, even forcefully retaliating against several groups of neighbors that came seeking supplies, protecting her family until the rescue vehicle arrived. The third stage of the apocalypse. There was rescue. Han Qingxiao learned from the radio that rescue vehicles were coming and decisively led her family to the rescue point. At that time, Han's family was reluctant to go. They felt that with Han Qingxiao around, staying home was quite safe. After all, the rescue convoy reported by the radio is not about where you are, they drive over to save you. Rather, there is only one rescue path. They reported several relatively safe areas for residents to gather, and the rescue convoy would take them when passing by. How dangerous that could be. Especially when the Han family's members realized that the rescue point was quite far from them, their resistance grew immensely. What if something went wrong on the way? The elderly, the pregnant, what would they do? Han Qingxiao persuaded them with emotion, urging them not to be tempted by temporary comfort. Only by going to the rescue point could they be truly safe, where there would surely be food provided by the state, ensuring that Han Ying's wife could give birth, and that elderly Han could have a safe place to live. Most importantly, Han Qingxia speculated that this wave of rescue would definitely not last. They needed to seize the opportunity to leave, otherwise there would be no one to take them later. After much deliberation, the Han family decided to heed Han Qingxia's advice and take all their supplies to leave. In fact, all of Han Qingxia's predictions were correct. They managed to catch the last and only wave of rescue. Later city rescues were completely abandoned. There were too many zombies and the area could not be contained. They could only rescue one wave of people and then designate a safe zone as a base. The base would serve as a gathering place for humanity to fight against the zombies. This was the inevitable trend for the future. This is the fourth stage of the apocalypse, the base civilization. Being able to join the base early is a tremendous stroke of luck. Not only do they have free supplies in the beginning, but they also have free housing. Those entering the base later would have to surrender all their belongings. Moreover, they would have to find a place to set up their own shelter. The later they entered, the worse it would be. One could say that Han Qingxia was always on the right path. However, the only mistake she made was treating the Han family as her own. She devoted herself to planning for them, only to be kicked out to fend off the zombies. Han Qingxia realized the truth when she was kicked away. One must learn to truly love oneself and grow up. She should never desire things that do not belong to her. The so-called family was merely her delusion. Later, Han Qingxia miraculously escaped from the sea of corpses, drifting to another base, and her mindset changed entirely. She no longer needed love or to be loved, as she became absolutely cold-blooded and rebellious to her core. This was the fifth stage of the apocalypse, an era of supernatural abilities. She became the only self-defense team leader without supernatural abilities. Standing firm among a group of superpowered individuals, her small team consistently ranked first. Everyone knew that if Han Qingxia had even a bit of supernatural power, not just the self-defense team, but the entire base would belong to her. Her strength lay in herself. However, as time went on, the opposition between humans and zombies became increasingly difficult, and the segregated bases turned into a chaotic mess. In densely populated areas, schemes and plots were rampant, and Han Qingxia perished in the zombie siege of her base. I won't go anywhere else anyway. I will never go to another base. Han Qingxia rubbed her forehead, recovering from her memories of her past life. The segregated bases are not places where humanity can catch their breath. In the early stages, there were no rules, and everything grew wildly. It was not a paradise for ordinary people, it was rather a place where the weak preyed upon the strong. There are very few truly good bases that allow people to live relatively peacefully. Han Qingxia initially gained a fearsome reputation in the base step by step, reaching a point where others dared not provoke her. You cannot survive there without being ruthless. This is my base. She gazed at the air raid shelter she had built, her eyes shining. She intended to make her base stronger and stronger, transforming it into her true fortress of steel. After briefly checking other stations and confirming that all signals were interrupted without any useful information, she stood up to reinforce her base. She remembered that her base's reinforcement reward period had not yet ended. Han Qingxia filled up, then took Xia Tian to the edge of her vegetable garden. She marked out an area and built a simple chicken and duck coop using a pile of branches and dead, which she had collected recently. Once the coop was built, she waved her hand. The 20 or so chickens and ducks she had bought earlier all went inside. She also separately arranged a sheep pen for 2 little sheep. Ding! Detected livestock, chickens, ducks, and sheep. Reward: livestock reproduction and health level raised to maximum. Never sick. Han Qingxia. She saw a hen clucking happily, laying a steaming egg right in front of her. What a powerful golden thigh. Let's keep going. Han Qingxia found an empty spot near the fruit forest, mainly looking at the water source location, which was relatively close to her well and in a lower area, and started digging a pond. Digging a pond is physical work. She dug all day by herself and finally created a pond of moderate size. Once the pond was dug out, she opened a waterway from beneath her well, and once the waterway was connected, water rushed in immediately. Once the pond was filled, she waved her hand, throwing in fish and shrimp. To prevent her shrimp from being eaten by fish, the middle of her pond was separated. Fish and shrimp are raised separately. Ding! Detected fish pond and shrimp pond. Reward: fish and shrimp reproduction health value raised to maximum. Never sick. Originally, Han Qingxia was quite worried, since raising fish and shrimp requires some technical skills. She feared she wouldn't be able to manage it well. Unexpectedly, the system arranged everything for her directly. Having a powerful system is great. She only needed to charge ahead, while the system took care of the rest. After arranging her chickens, sheep, fish, and shrimp, Han Qingxia hurried to reinforce the base again. In her previous life, she was always the captain of a self-defense team, so she had a lot of knowledge about infrastructure security. Her basic defensive works have been built, including high-voltage electric barbed wire razor blades, a large iron gate, and basic air raid shelter defenses. Now she needed some offensive facilities. While she couldn't get larger offensive facilities, simple pit traps were no problem. She had Xiatian watch the house while she began setting traps 500 meters outside the barbed wire. If someone came falling into the trap first would serve as a warning. She dug 10 trap pits in a day. She considered the majority of paths that outsiders could use to enter, placing them on the routes they must take. After finishing digging the traps, she heard a sound in her mind. Ding! Detected traps 10. Reward. Trap attack power increased by 100 times. She hadn't had time to celebrate when another voice came. Ding! The base's basic defense has ended. Beginning rating. Basic security is complete. Basic storage is complete. Basic energy is complete. Basic sustainable agricultural and livestock productivity is complete. Basic combat capability configuration. 1 base war dog completion rate 50%. Reward a level gift package. Congratulations on achieving a 100% increase in overall base safety. 1 precision crossbow tower. 100 short arrows. 1 state-of-the-art high-function armored vehicle. 1,000 tons of fuel. As the system rewards descended, Han Qingxia's base was once again transformed. The electrified barbed wire and gate had doubled in height and thickness. It instilled an unparalleled sense of safety. A tower-like arrow tower rose directly above her air defense shelter. She now had an additional 1,000 tons of fuel supplies and a very beautiful luxury armored vehicle. Han Qingxia first took her armored vehicle out. The camouflage patterned super-large armored vehicle radiated a cold, dominating aura under the sunlight. Han Qingxia immediately got into the vehicle to test it out. She had driven military vehicles in her past life, so she could handle an armored vehicle. But she had never driven such an excellent armored vehicle. With super high off-road capability and protection, the armored vehicle was equipped with a small caliber flamethrower turret, and both the engine and turret operated directly on fuel. The tires, reinforced by the system, were sturdier than steel tracks. They also offered sensitivity and speed. The vehicle's strength was 100 times that of a regular armored vehicle. The body was surrounded by hidden panels, and with a one-button start in the cockpit, the entire armored vehicle was enveloped in armor. Han Qingxia could charge through hordes of zombies in this vehicle without a problem. This was indeed the most advanced and strongest armored vehicle. Nothing on the market could compare. After taking a tour and familiarizing herself with all the vehicle's functions, Han Qingxia reluctantly got out of her war machine. After getting out of the vehicle, she headed straight for her tower. Inside her air defense shelter, a 2-story staircase had already been expanded. Han Qingxia climbed the stairs and entered the newly rewarded precision crossbow tower. 8 elongated windows presented perfect sniper openings covering a radius of 1,000 meters around Han Qingxia's air defense shelter. A 360-degree rotating precision crossbow was located in the center of the tower with 10 buckets of short arrows neatly arranged beside it, each containing 100 steelhead barbed wooden arrows. Han Qingxia picked up an arrow, placed it on the crossbow, and aimed at a bird within her territory. Whoosh! The short arrow sliced through the air. Thud! The bird perched on the edge of her air defense shelter fell to the ground in response. Han Qingxia immediately took Xiatian to the spot where she had just shot the bird. The bird lay still on the ground, having lost its breath, with the short arrow piercing through its entire body. It was almost silent with incredible penetration power. This is simply the perfect weapon for the apocalypse. Han Qingxia exerted some effort to retrieve the barbed arrow. These were sustainable resources, and of course, she had to collect them to conserve. Han Qingxia, satisfied, walked back with Xiatian. Looking at her increasingly powerful base, she couldn't help but recall when the system announced the rewards she had only received in a level reward. If she achieved a higher completion rate, would the rewards be even greater? At this moment, she thought of the part she was missing. The combat capability configuration of the base was only 50. Because she only had 1 dog, Xiatian. Did this mean she needed to have more dogs? It seemed she would have to seize opportunities later to adopt a few more dogs. Let's go. Xiatian, time to eat. Woof woof woof. Han Qingxia returned to her air defense shelter, which had undergone a complete upgrade. After a hearty meal, Han Qingxia started browsing the internet. It was now the 3rd day since the apocalypse began. The internet was still available. After the zombie outbreak, the city's water supply was soon affected, with countless zombie corpses floating in the purification pool of the water plant, contaminating the water source immediately. Electricity, however, lasted a bit longer. In some smaller cities, the power supply system was inadequate, and after the zombie crisis erupted, power was lost immediately. In cities with a robust power system, it could last from 1 to 6 months. Han Qingxia remembered that in her past life city, as power lasted for 3 months. After the electricity was gone, the internet followed suit. Of course, later on, hardly anyone was online. In the early days, survivors still had some supplies with water and food hiding at home with nothing else to do but go online. A week later, when the water and food ran out, who would still have the mood to browse the internet? Help! I am trapped in my bedroom. My parents are desperately banging on my door. I haven't eaten in 3 days. I've finished the last bottle of cola. Is there anyone to rescue me? Does anyone know the owner of Unit A101 in Shengshi Garden? My girlfriend has been missing for 3 days. I really want to know how she is doing. Wah. I finished the last bit of water at home. I still have some snacks, but the water is gone. What can I do without? Wasn't there supposed to be rescue? Why have I been waiting for 3 days with no rescue? Recording the 3rd day of the apocalypse. The corridors are filled with whales. The food in the refrigerator is almost gone. My dad told me to go out and find food for my younger brother and sister. He said if I don't go, hell throw me out. At my age, I have to contribute to the family. The old ones are old and the young ones are young. Everyone wish me good luck. Go for it. Ching. Han Qingxiao looked at the overwhelming variety of posts and noticed a record from a girl called Longing for Sunny Days Forever. She opened the record page she had posted. She had been sharing her life even before the apocalypse, and Han Qingxiao noticed that she also lost her mother early. Her father remarried, and her stepmother soon gave birth to a younger brother and sister. She had directly become invisible in this family. Their family was lucky enough to have sheltered at home during the early days of the apocalypse, but soon the food in the house was insufficient. At such times was there any need to think more? Of course she would be pushed out. It was fortunate that she was sold and could still be so optimistic. She really went out naively. Han Qingxiao saw that the girl's latest post was just 5 minutes ago, and she typed a line on the screen. First, arm yourself. Wear the thickest and sturdiest clothes at home. Wrap your hands and feet with tape 3 times. Put on a helmet and carry a bag. Designate a route and aim for the nearest convenience store. Don't go anywhere else. At home, use an iron shovel or baseball bat as weapons. Do not take a bedboard or a kitchen knife. A kitchen knife cannot cut through zombies, and once you stab it, you can't pull it out. If you encounter zombies outside, strike at their heads. Their weakness is their heads. Don't be afraid of them. It's the early stage now. If you overcome your fear, you can defeat them. Han Qingxiao finished typing the last sentence and pressed the send key. Perhaps she saw a glimpse of her own past in this little girl. Han Qingxiao generously offered her a set of experiences. However, whether she would heed the advice and be able to see the opportunities would depend on her fate. After sending this message, she began physical training within the base. She aimed to elevate her physical fitness to the peak level of her previous self over the next few days. As she started exercising, a sound echoed in her mind. Ding! Superlord system activated. Limited time of 10 days. Host will receive rewards for improved combat power. Final rewards will be rated based on completion. Han Qingxiao. With her training already underway, Han Qingxiao became even more motivated. This time she aimed to achieve 100% completion reward. Roar! Han Qingxiao commenced an intensely rigorous militarized physical training session inside her air defense shelter. 354. 355. 356. 360. Soaked in sweat, Han Qingxiao finished her 360 sets of physical training. By the time she completed the last plank, she felt as if her entire body was about to fall apart. She had no strength left. She had completely drained her body. Yet at the same time, she could clearly feel her limits being broken time and time again. She was improving, becoming stronger. This set of training was taught to her by her most loyal subordinate, Su Xiaoyang, back at the base. He was once a soldier. After the apocalypse broke out, he came to City A for rescue, but was abandoned during the process. Su Xiaoyang's companions either died or scattered, leaving him to flee to the Earth base, where Han Qingxiao was, where she saved him. He had always been sullen, disliking conversation, and only executing orders. He was Han Qingxia's most important weapon. Many teams tried to poach him, but he refused, probably because soldiers tend to have high loyalty. Once he acknowledged Han Qingxiao, he would not easily betray her. Later, he sacrificed himself in front of Han Qingxiao during a zombie siege. After completing her physical training, Han Qingxiao reflected on the myriad events of her previous life, but her trajectory had already changed. She would not encounter the people and matters from her past life. One must be content in this life. She had summer to enjoy. She dragged her exhausted body to take a shower, during which she steamed a pot of rice in the rice cooker and heated 10 bags of self-heating meals in the microwave. She also fried 5 fragrant golden eggs. After showering, Han Qingxiao covered all the dishes over the rice, opened a bottle of cola, and sat in front of her computer to eat. With high consumption comes the need for more food. She had an abundance of supplies, including sustainable produce like eggs, duck eggs, chicken, and fish, allowing her to eat as she pleased. As she opened her computer to find a movie to watch, she noticed several new messages arriving on the reply page. I took your advice and sneaked through the least populated back garden of our community. Indeed, I didn't see many zombies. I have successfully made it to the convenience store now. I just filmed 3 people. I was terrified. But luckily it was a close call. There was no one in the convenience store. I filled a bag with supplies. I'm heading back now. Thank you, Brother Qingxiao. Han Qingxiao glanced at the term Brother Qingxiao and chuckled softly. Her online name was Qingxiao, which made her seem like a man to them. She pondered for a moment, found her private message entry, and replied to her. Don't go home. Block the convenience store door and stay in the staff storage room of the convenience store. There is water and food, and the location of the convenience store is generally decent. The zombie virus outbreak occurred in the morning. The zombies on the streets seemed numerous, but in reality, they were not. In times of apocalypse, what one should avoid is the crowd, not the zombies. Block the convenience store's main door, sneak into the narrow storage room, where there are food and drink. When the rescue vehicles arrive, she could be among the first to retreat. It is the residential areas filled with people that are truly dangerous. A large number of lurking zombies hide in every corner of the residential area. If someone emerges to look for supplies, the community will face a massive zombie crisis. To escape and avoid the crowd is the safest option. However, Han Qixia's warning went unanswered. Perhaps she returned home fortunate enough to make it back, or unfortunately met her demise on the journey. She decided not to look further. She found a relaxing movie to watch while she ate. Meanwhile, she downloaded all the available movies, TV shows, and novels. These would serve as side dishes later. After finishing her meal, Han Qingxia digested her food, took Summer out for a stroll, checked her surroundings, and tended to the chickens, ducks, vegetables, and sheep she raised. Upon returning, she continued her training. The training lasted until late at night, and she was utterly exhausted by the time she went to rest. The next morning, when she got up and started her physical training, she distinctly felt her strength and endurance increasing. Her muscles were sore all over, but she gritted her teeth and finished the training before taking a shower and cooking. Another large bowl of rice. Today the dishes changed to roasted chicken and army hot pot. These were all food she had looted from the large supermarket. Stored in her space, none of it had gone bad. She added some water, plugged in the power, and the army hot pot simmered a large pot of food. There were beef slices, shrimp, various beef meatballs, chicken meatballs, fish balls, and all kinds of mushrooms, including enoki oyster and shiitake. Various seasonal vegetables abundant in both variety and quantity. This was a pot meant for 4 people. Han Qingxia finished it all by herself. Plus a few fragrant fried eggs. These were fresh eggs laid by her chickens. She checked this morning, and now her henhouse produced about 20 eggs a day. She couldn't eat all the eggs, so she left some in the henhouse to hatch chicks. When her supplies increased, she would store them in the warehouse. After enjoying a hearty meal, she leisurely drank a cup of charcoal grilled yogurt to aid digestion. She still needed to train later to digest it all. At this moment, who could be as comfortable as Han Qingxia? Everyone else was still hungry while she had to exercise to burn off her food. She turned off the half-watched movie, finding it dull, and decided to browse the forum again, only to discover that her comments from yesterday had exploded. In just one day, the likes surpassed 10,000, and a crowd of people in the comments called her a big shot, asking her to share more experiences. Some even questioned if she was an insider, knowing so many details. Han Qingxia paid no mind to any of this. She only noticed that the original poster, a girl named Qingqing, had replied to her. "Brother Qingxia, I made it home safely, thank you." Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow at this. This person had indeed returned. Han Qingxia chose not to reply and saw that she had just posted a brand new update. Today marks the 4th day of the apocalypse. This morning at 6:55, thanks to Brother Shengxia's guidance yesterday, I successfully retrieved food from outside. I brought back a total of 20 packets of instant noodles and a 4.5L bucket of water, 10 packets of bread, 5 packets of ham sausages, and 7 chocolate bars. My dad and stepmother praised my efforts, while my younger brother claimed that if he had gone out, he would have brought back even more and cheaper items. This morning at 7:30, oh no, my brother is insisting on going out now, and my dad wants me to accompany him. I really don't know what to say. Oh, it's really dangerous outside, and I don't want to go again. Today at 7:42, I'm about to set off again. My dad said to take advantage of the fewer people outside to gather more supplies, and wants me to take my brother with me. I'm leaving now, everyone wish me luck. Han Qingxia scrolled through her 3 updates, and the comments below were flooded. A crowd praised her, another group scolded her brother, and yet another sought her for advice. Han Qingxia casually skimmed through and noticed that this girl in her private messages had sent her quite a few messages, but she didn't reply, and simply bookmarked the post. She treated it like watching a live stream. After finishing her show, she went to work out again. The 10-day strengthening period required her to seize every minute. She started with a long run around the base's perimeter, warming up, while surveying her territory, checking for any abnormalities, and ensuring that the traps laid out hadn't been tampered with. After confirming that there were no issues, she returned to the base to continue her physical training. Every movement was trained to the extreme. Within 3 minutes, she was drenched in sweat. 5 minutes later, she was soaked from head to toe, and the pain in her muscles constantly reminded her that she was on the verge of her limits. Breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough. Han Qingxia aimed to hold each set of training for an extra second. Fortunately, her training was the most scientific and effective, with appropriate rest times arranged between each set to avoid exhausting herself. In this almost ascetic-like intense training process, her physical capacity grew most effectively. She trained for 5 hours. As usual, after finishing her training session, she took a hot shower and sat down to devour rice cooked with 10 packets of ready-made meal packages. With consumption comes input. The more she eats, the more she digests. This was a process of frantically converting energy within her body. All of this must become a part of her strong physique. When Han Qingxia opened her computer this time, she saw that her bookmark post had new updates. Moreover, it was posted just a minute ago. I'm really going crazy. I brought my brother back after a hard journey, and he almost got me killed several times on the way. Fortunately, there weren't many zombies on that road we made it back, but upon returning I found out he had a wound. He wouldn't admit it at first, but when his sister noticed his fingers were blackened, he finally confessed that he accidentally got scratched by a zombie's claw. What now? Below this update, there was also a picture. It showed her brother's finger with broken skin, and the skin was already turning dark purple. Netizens quickly advised her to kick him out as he might mutate. Han Qingxia also sent her a message. After sending this message, she quickly received a reply. Brother Qingxia, you finally came out. I just showed my dad and stepmother the suggestions from the netizens, and they chopped off his finger. They said the wound area is small, and it shouldn't be a problem. Han Qingxia felt like cursing them for being fools. Get out of there. Hurry. After sending this message, she received no further replies. Han Qingxia stared at the screen with a spoon in hand for a full 15 minutes waiting for a reply until her spoonful of rice had turned cold. The mutation time for zombies is between 1 to 10 minutes. Those with weaker bodies mutate in about a minute, while stronger bodies with strong willpower may last slightly longer, around 10 minutes. And chopping off just the bitten area is a joke. The zombie virus immediately integrates into the blood, rapidly contaminating the entire body without giving a chance for survival. Han Qingxia could almost predict the girl's fate. Her brother would first start with rapid breathing, followed by his body turning black and cold stiffening for several seconds. If they killed him at this point, they might still survive. But that biased father of hers and her stepmother who adored her brother wouldn't let her harm him. With their hesitation for those seconds, they could end up together in hell. Han Qingxia shook her head, completely closed the forum in front of her, and found a light-hearted family drama to watch while eating. She had offered help to that girl before if only she had listened to her, and stayed hidden in the convenience store from the beginning, completely severing ties with those people, or forcefully killed her brother. She wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. But 99% of people in this world are like that. They cannot break free from the web of oppression. Even when they feel a strong unwillingness, they still leap into their own infernos without hesitation. Foolish, just like in her past life. Fortunately, in this life, she would never repeat the mistakes. Whoever dares to oppress her, she will kill them. Indulging in her desires, doing whatever she pleases, living her true self in the apocalypse. Han Qingxia no longer looked at the posts. After finishing her meal, she began training again. First, she did some digestion training. Once her stomach gradually settled and felt unburdened, she started high-intensity physical training. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these few days, Han Qingxia's routine was training, shower, meals, training. Out of the 24 hours in a day, she spent 18 hours training. Her training was highly scientific, ensuring that the more she exercised, the more energetic she became. Her physical fitness noticeably improved. Where she used to struggle to run 10 kilometers, now she could do so without even breaking a sweat. Her strength had doubled. She could previously carry 100 gene of rice, and now she could lift it with one. In terms of combat skills, she had reached her previous state. Unarmed, she could simultaneously take down 5 burly men. If armed, she could deliver a fatal blow. After finishing her training today, Han Qingxia grabbed a piece of braised beef and began to munch. She used the 500 pounds of fresh beef she had stored before the apocalypse, adding various spices, cooking it in a pressure cooker. Once seasoned, she took it out, sliced it cold, and paired it with dipping sauce. Braised fresh beef was simply delicious. Recently, her appetite had become increasingly discerning. She had no desire to eat the ready-made meals and instant noodles she had bought before. After all, with fresh and good food available, who would want to eat those emergency supplies? Anyway, Han Qingxia had more than enough supplies. It was no problem for her to eat alone. She enjoyed her braised beef while also simmering a large pot of beef bones with just a little salt for Summer. She ate whatever she wanted and Summer ate whatever she wanted. She and Summer, the girl, and the dog feasted happily in the base. Meanwhile, outside, everything had long since changed. It is now the 10th day since the apocalypse began. This is certainly different from the few days at the onset. The radio's rescue announcements have ceased, national bulletins are all suspended, and the people's anxious hearts, alongside the nearly empty food supplies at home, have reached a breaking point. In recent days, residents have gradually started rushing out in search of food. They either starve to death or get bitten. In this dire situation, zombies have become less terrifying. However, since this wave began, the number of zombies in the city has surged. Very few can escape unscathed from the hordes of zombies. Out of 10 people who venture out for food, 9 are destined to die. This is no joke. The initial fear of zombies and the lack of experience have made people too afraid to confront them directly. Zombies lurk everywhere, and they can suddenly strike. During the search for food, encountering a cluster of zombies means certain doom. The number of new zombies in the city has started to skyrocket, and those inside have been starving for a long time, just as the outside zombies have also been hungry for a while. In their hunger, zombies have begun a frenzied invasion of human dwellings. For example, damn, my door really can't hold up anymore. The zombies outside have been getting louder these past few days, banging on my door every day, and I've blocked it with everything I can. Why can the zombies still find me locked in the innermost room? My home still has plenty of food. Is there anyone who can help me? I'm willing to exchange my supplies. Han Qingxia saw a decent-looking young man in a live stream rescue video. His profession is a food. No wonder he had a large amount of food sent by advertisers as well as food he had bought for reviews. His stock was quite substantial. Moreover, he usually stays indoors and rarely goes out, making him one of the luckier individuals during the zombie crisis. The only unfortunate thing is that he lives in a youth apartment. Almost everyone on his floor has turned into zombies. Zombies roam outside his apartment all day. After panicking for several days, the blogger fortified his door, following the advice of netizens hiding in the innermost suite to minimize his scent. But now all he can feel is the increasingly loud banging on his door. It seems like all the zombies in the building are surrounding his door. After sending out a distress signal, the blogger quickly received a reply from a fitness instructor living in the same building. I can come to rescue you, but you have to give me half of your food. No problem. The blogger quickly replied, how will you come over? I live right above you. I'm going to throw a rope out of the window. You grab the rope, and it'll pull you up. Okay. The blogger immediately began to gather his things, tying the camera to his head to live stream everything to everyone. Instant noodles, jerky, a self-heating pot, and water. He laid them all out. The person above told him to first hoist the food up for convenience before he climbs. The blogger complained to the camera, I'm not stupid. If I hoist the food up without taking me, how can that work? He secured all the supplies he could carry onto himself. At that moment, he heard the sound of his door being broken down. Crash. Hurry up. Coming. The blogger glanced back, and sure enough, the door to his room had been smashed open with countless zombies rushing in. All the zombies were covered in gray and black, many with their abdomens torn open, dragging out black and rotten intestines like strings of black rope. Their dark brown skin clung tightly to their faces, and some had lost their facial features, leaving only blood and flesh with black holes visible to the bone. These zombies, having not eaten for several days, lunged at him with bared fangs. Who would not feel weak at the sight of... He pulled the thin little door of his bedroom shut and jumped onto the balcony. I must be saved. He grabbed the rope that was hanging down. However, as he grabbed the rope, he realized he might have really overburdened himself. You're too heavy. The fitness instructor above was nearly yanked down by his weight, barely managing to hold on. There's still time. Just lower the food separately. No way. Together. The blogger firmly disagreed. At such a dangerous time, if he gave his food away, he would definitely not be saved. Then throw some food out. Hearing this, the blogger immediately tossed the water he had on him out without hesitation. Not enough. I haven't eaten for days. I don't have enough strength. Throw out a bit more. The blogger complained in front of the camera, and this guy is a fitness instructor. If I throw everything out, what will I eat later? He tossed out a few more food items, and just when his weight was finally manageable for the person above to hold, the door to his room was also broken down. Hurry, pull me. Hurry, pull me up. He was stuck in midair. Hang the food in the nearby frame. It'll pull you and the food up separately. No. The food must come with me. Heaven knows if he would be released after the food was placed in. In this day and age, food is life. You must trust me. Otherwise, you won't be able to come up. The blogger hesitated for a moment, but before he could decide, a skeletal hand grabbed his ankle. The blogger struggled violently, kicking and pulling. Pain and fear urged him to climb up. I can't pull you. I'll give you food. I'll give you food. At that moment, he finally decided to give up the food, but it was already too late. Sensing the human scent, the zombies began to claw their way to the windowsill, frantically reaching out from the window. Some zombies fell down while others managed to climb up, and those surging behind stepped on their companions like a torrent of zombies reaching for the blogger suspended in midair. Sharp claws pierced his skin, and a nimble zombie grabbed his leg. With a powerful tug, it wrenched off his... After one leg was torn off, the other was quickly grabbed and forcibly ripped away, leaving only two bloody bare leg bones. The sharp sounds and the gushing blood excited the frenzied zombies below the apartment. The zombies at the base of the building rapidly gathered in this direction, all attempting to climb up. They want to eat. They want to eat. They want to eat. Seeing this scene, the fitness instructor above could no longer care about the food. He let go of his grip, directly dropping the blogger who was hanging in midair. As the blogger fell to the ground, the zombies on the walls and windowsills pursued him like ravenous dogs chasing food, leaping after him. The moment he hit the ground, he was engulfed by the raging tide of zombies, quickly torn apart and devoured. After watching the live broadcast, Han Qingxia's computer screen beeped and lost signal. Of course, this was not due to any bloody content that was banned from airing. Instead, the website's server crashed. The city's power remains intact, and the internet is still functioning, but the servers scattered across the country did not all shut down at the same time. Some small servers that were directly placed in the homes or offices of the administrators had long since failed days before the apocalypse. Larger companies could hold up for a while without supervision. But clearly this major video platform had already gone down. This also meant that the online revelry was gradually coming to an end. For a while no one would be online to vent their emotions. They had to face the apocalyptic era heat-in. After Han Qingxia closed the website, she opened her downloaded film library. Fortunately, she had already downloaded all the resources she could find, so living alone and watching her stockpile of films was no problem. Just as she finished her meal and was about to pause the movie halfway through, her monitor emitted a beeping alarm. Han Qingxia immediately dashed to her monitoring control panel. All her surveillance devices were connected to this large computer in front of her. On the numerous screens, a small, inconspicuous screen in the corner lit up. Han Qingxia was momentarily taken aback by the monitoring image. It was the surveillance of the warehouse she had previously rented. On the day the apocalypse struck, she took both her summer items and supplies from the warehouse, but forgot to dismantle the monitor. At this moment, the monitor was showing the situation of her warehouse door being invaded. Since she had purchased high-quality surveillance cameras with audio, the dialogue outside was also transmitted. This woman rented a warehouse from me over half a month ago, and I saw numerous delivery trucks coming in and out recently. She must have supplies. But this is rented to someone else. Going in is illegal, right? What time is it now? Who cares about legality? Hurry and loot. Exactly. If she has something, she should share it with us. A loud crash echoed as the door to Han Qingxia's previous warehouse was broken open. The old landlord charged in with a large group of people, but when they got inside, they were all dumbfounded. What? How is it so empty? Day, is this what you said was packed with supplies filled with stuff? The old landlord looked at the empty warehouse in front of him, which had not even a cardboard box, repeatedly exclaiming, impossible. I clearly saw that during that time there were trucks coming in and out every day, and she came a few times daily. How could she have moved everything out? You must be mistaken. Just because there were trucks delivering does not mean everything was for her. A few packages and boxes, and she took them all. What terrible luck. We walked here anxiously together for nothing. A group of people left grumbling and cursing. Before leaving, the old landlord was even more furious. He glanced up and spotted the surveillance camera that Han Qingxia had left behind and smashed it down with a stick. Beep. One of Han Qingxia's cameras was gone. Seeing this scene, she leaned back in her chair with satisfaction, feeling quite pleased. She knew that the many people would set their sights on her. She had long prepared for renting the warehouse. Otherwise, now that the apocalypse had erupted and the ugliness of human nature had awakened, if many people knew about her base, someone would definitely come over. Better safe than sorry. Watching these people leave disheartened, she felt both lucky and amused. However, she had always been a bit petty. She remembered that old man who smashed her camera. The next day, Han Qingxia supported herself on the ground with her elbows, her legs together, toes touching the floor, abdomen, tight muscles tense all over, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascaded down her forehead. She had maintained this plank position for nearly an hour. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, as if she had soaked in water. During these short 10 days, under the condition of consuming 3 vats of rice daily, Han Qingxia had slimmed down considerably. However, this weight loss was not merely in terms of pounds, but rather in her overall physique. Her entire body had slimmed down significantly, with defined muscle lines, a drastic drop in body fat percentage, and her abdomen had already begun to show signs of muscle definition, with all the loose and soft muscle replaced by a sense of explosive power. At the same time, her mental state had undergone a tremendous transformation. Maintaining physical activity allowed her spirit to remain high at all times. Han Qingxia, originally a bad character with a violent tendency, stood in stark contrast to the ordinary people outside, who appeared fearful and listless with her bright and sharp eyes. Just her gaze alone could suppress a group of people. This was the difference between a ferocious beast and a flock of sheep. She gritted her teeth, holding on for the final stretch on the mat. Her muscles felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and the aching pain made the beads of sweat on her forehead fall like rain. Pain to the point where her muscles began to tremble. But she couldn't give up. Hold on. Every second she persisted was a breakthrough for her physical endurance, and more importantly, the reward time was about to end. Just when her jaw felt numb and she was about to reach her limit, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Time for physical enhancement has ended. With a thud, Han Qingxia collapsed onto the yoga mat, gasping for air. It was over. Finally, she could take a break. At that moment, not a single finger on her body could move. The excruciating effort had also yielded rewards. Beginning rating. Host's physical enhancement, 100% complete. Speed enhancement, 100% complete. Stamina enhancement, 100% complete. Strength enhancement, 100% complete. Congratulations on receiving an S-level reward. Congratulations. Double physical enhancement. Double speed. Double stamina. Healing speed after injury doubled. Reward Super Era Combat Technique 1. Without major injuries, she could live to be 100. Han Xingxia. After the rewards were issued, she immediately felt a drastic change in her body. It was as if her recently drained body had been instantly replenished. She was filled with an inexhaustible power. Han Xingxia sprang up from the ground, realizing her agility had also greatly increased. She walked outside the base looking at her precious armored vehicle, and impulse surged within her to lift it. In fact, she did just that. Han Xingxia grasped one side of the vehicle's frame, planted her feet firmly, and with a surge of strength, she actually lifted one corner of the most advanced 88 armored vehicle off the ground by an inch. Do not underestimate that inch. This armored vehicle weighs over 20 tons. Han Xingxia tested her speed again, bursting forth at full speed, effortlessly reaching world champion levels. In terms of physical limits, every slight improvement brought about an insurmountable barrier, and the system's reward was a direct doubling. Her strength and speed had reached the absolute pinnacle of human capability. Han Xingxia even felt that with the rise of abilities in the future, her current state could directly rival ordinary speed and strength users. This reward was truly commendable. After testing her physical abilities, Han Xingxia entered her own space. At that moment, there lay a combat technique book within her space. Han Xingxia immediately opened it. After browsing through a few moves, her eyes lit up. All the techniques were precise and fierce, targeting both human bodies and zombies with numerous surprising and effective techniques. No wonder it was said to be combat techniques far surpassing the current era. Every move was a compilation of decades of experience from seasoned martial artists. Han Xingxia cherished it greatly and immediately began to study. 5 days quickly passed. Han Xingxia had spent these days training relentlessly at the base. Every morning she routinely went for a mountain run, and after warming up she began practicing combat techniques. During this time, as the rice was cooking in the electric rice cooker after eating with Xiatian, she would feed the chickens, ducks, and sheep and check on the vegetables and fruits. Han Xingxia's eggs and duck eggs were now so abundant she couldn't finish them all, daily producing around 20 eggs each day. Han Xingxia only took a few for her daily consumption, leaving the rest in the coop for the hens to hatch. The vegetables in her garden were also growing particularly well. Han Xingxia estimated that in another 10 days the short maturity crops like leeks and bok choy would be ready for harvest. The base was flourishing, heading in a positive direction. Meanwhile, the outside city had undergone tremendous changes once again. Yesterday evening, Han Xingxia stood atop her tower surveying the surroundings and gazing towards City A. Just past 8 o'clock, the sporadic lights in the city flickered and extinguished in large patches. The power had been cut off in advance. In her previous life, electricity lasted a long time, but this time it only held for about half a month. After all, the zombie virus had erupted early and all uncontrollable factors were changing, the power plant should have been completely destroyed. However, it seemed that this life was far more challenging than the last. Electricity was a basic energy source. In her previous life, when natural gas was cut off, she relied on electricity for cooking and drinking. Moreover, at night, she could observe the zombie situation through the voice-activated lights and surveillance outside the door. Now that the power was gone, the difficulty of survival in the city had increased significantly. Han Xingxia stood on the tower, seemingly able to hear the piercing screams and the sounds of vehicles from the city ahead. Boom, boom, boom. She saw from the infrared camera at the farthest position that numerous vehicles were speeding out on the road at the end of the path outside her bomb shelter. They were fleeing into the city like madmen, followed by a long string of zombies chasing after them. In the darkness, many of the fleeing vehicles collided, and the sounds of the crashes were especially clear in the night. Half a month was enough for everyone to accept reality, especially the fact that they could not wait for rescue. Today's citywide power outage would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. They were now only focused on desperately escaping the city. Han Xingxia knew that a new wave of escape was about to begin. Early the next morning, she stood on the tower again and saw a large number of accident scenes on the road outside her path. The zombies wandering on the main road were beginning to increase. Some were gathered near the vehicles at the accident site, gnawing on corpses, while others were aimlessly roaming nearby. What's the point of killing zombies? Zombies are not a real threat. Besides, having zombies roaming around her territory is like having natural guards. Who dares to come near her? Thinking of this, Han Xingxia immediately gave up the thought of shooting zombies. Looking through the telescope, she even regretted that there were too few zombies at the entrance of her base. If only there were more of them. It would be best if they blocked her road. With this thought, Han Xingxia instantly had an idea. Half an hour later, Han Xingxia drove her armored vehicle to the outskirts of her territory. She parked the car in the woods, taking Xiatian with her as they walked toward the road. The further they went, the stronger the smell of blood became. Standing on a hillside, she looked down at the road beneath her. Seeing the scene up close was far more exhilarating than through the telescope. Especially the stretch of road just outside the city. A large number of vehicles were fleeing from the city, each one followed by a massive swarm of dark zombies. These zombies seemed to have no concept of fatigue, rushing towards the moving vehicles with wild abandon. Some of the unfortunate ones, if their speed slowed down even slightly, would be instantly engulfed by the horde. They swarmed over the vehicles like leeches, violently banging against the windows. The drivers had their views completely obstructed, and with a loud crash they collided with other vehicles. Once a car overturned, the zombies became even more excited, climbing up and feasting frantically. Some lucky vehicles which were sturdy enough had to zigzag and sprint through the highway littered with accidents, screaming as they fled the city. The stretch of road beneath Han Qingxia's feet had relatively fewer accidents and zombies. A glance revealed only a few accident points and about 10 wandering zombies. They wandered along both sides of the road, ready to follow any vehicle that passed by. Seeing that the road conditions had calmed down, with 3 vehicles speeding past and attracting most of the zombies away, Han Qingxia began to climb down from the 100-meter-high cliff. Xia Tian walked much more steadily than she did. She landed at an accident site. Roar! A middle-aged female zombie trapped inside an overturned vehicle struggled violently upon seeing Han Qingxia. She looked very disheveled, her hair unwashed for a long time, her face gaunt with no muscle left, though her features were relatively intact. Her chest was torn open, and a bony ring-adorned hand reached out from the car gap, trying to grab Han Qingxia. However, since she hadn't even unbuckled her seatbelt, she was unable to do anything. Han Qingxia glanced into the car, finding it empty. It seemed that when disaster struck, her husband had abandoned her and fled. This unfortunate guy hadn't even unfastened his seatbelt before being bitten. You need to be a zombie with character. Han Qingxia swung her shovel. Go find your husband in heaven. After resolving the thread in the car, she walked to the back of the vehicle and grabbed a crossbar. With a strong pull crack, she dragged the abandoned car to the entrance of her road. A few zombies were rushing towards her on the road. There was no need for Han Qingxia to take action. Xia Tian pounced with a howl, swiftly killing the approaching zombie. One good thing about this zombie crisis is that it doesn't infect animals. It only infects humans. This is a catastrophe for humanity. As a German shepherd with overwhelming combat power and system enhancements, Xia Tian could take down a zombie with a single paw. Killing them was incredibly easy. Don't kill it, Tian, go. Just maim it. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's command, Xia Tian barked, sparing a zombie that was about to smash its head, tearing off only its upper body. Han Qingxia watched as the zombie left with only its upper body crawled forward while howling. Well, her Tian Gu has excellent execution. Cooperating with Xia Tian, who handled the zombies while she dragged the cars, they managed to pull all the other vehicles involved in accidents to the entrance of her small path, effectively blocking it. Looking at the massive accident scene at the junction, any passerby with eyes wouldn't dare to charge in. Additionally, she instructed Xia Tian to drive the remaining zombies over here. Han Qingxia had them act as her guards, protecting her. While doing this, some passing vehicles noticed her. However, not a single one stopped to inquire. Because this is the apocalypse. Everyone is focused on escaping as fast as possible. Who has the energy to care about others? Han Qingxia paid no mind to the vehicles that brushed past her. These are just one-time spectators. For 99.9% of the vehicles leaving this road, it was a permanent one-way street, and there was no turning back. Han Qingxia showcased her incredible strength in front of them, and they simply glanced and moved on. There was no time for curiosity, no time to ask, as their lives were facing their own crisis. After securing her small path and distributing the remaining upper body zombies, she left the area. When she returned to the base with Xia Tian and had a bath together, she heard the alarm sound from the surveillance system. She immediately headed to the upper tower. Her surveillance computer had been moved to the tower for easy observation of the defenses at any time. At this moment, in dozens of small monitoring squares, one camera monitoring the farthest view of the road was ringing. Han Qingxia zoomed in on the surveillance footage. She saw a pickup truck loaded with goods rushing toward her from the city, screeching to a halt in front of the small road she had just blocked. The occupants of the truck appeared somewhat at a loss upon seeing the road completely blocked by a group of vehicles. They lingered in place for about 10 seconds, attracting all the half-zombies over. Then the people inside slightly reversed the vehicle to avoid the advancing half-zombies before stepping on the gas again, preparing to force their way through. Seeing this, Han Qingxia's gaze instantly turned cold. Good heavens, they were clearly coming for her. She grabbed the crossbow beside her, aiming the crosshair at the tires of the vehicle entering her attack zone. Whoosh! A sound of the arrow cutting through the air. In Han Qingxia's view, the tire of the advancing vehicle exploded with a loud bang. The occupants of the vehicle, upon realizing the tire had burst, lurched forward due to inertia before coming to a halt. Moments later, 4 or 5 strong men got out of the vehicle. Among them, Han Qingxia recognized a familiar figure. Wasn't that the agent who had rented her the bomb shelter? Are you sure it's safe inside? Of course. It's a bomb shelter, and there's no one for miles around. Hardly anyone knows about this place. I rented it to a girl for mushroom farming a month ago. Maybe we can even find mushrooms there. Brothers, let's get to work. Clear out the zombies, change the tire, and we'll rush in. In Han Qingxia's view, a group of strong men quickly split into two teams. One team cleared the surrounding zombies, while the other lifted the vehicle to change a tire. Brother Who, why does it feel like the zombies around here have been dealt with? Yeah, why are they all half destroyed? Moreover, weren't these cars dragged over here? At this moment, the person crouched down to change the tire shouted, Brother Who, wait, our tires have been shot to pieces by someone. As soon as he finished speaking, a whoosh was heard. Boom, another tire exploded. At this point, anyone with a brain would understand something was off. They had entered someone else's territory. Brother Who, there's a big shot nearby. This is someone else's turf. What should we do now? The heavily tattooed man known as Brother Who grabbed the intermediary and exclaimed, Damn it, what have you done? Didn't you say there was no one here? I really remember, just one woman rented this place. Stop talking nonsense. How could one woman cause all this? Two don't know, maybe it has already been occupied by someone else, the intermediary said, looking fearfully at Brother Who. Get lost. Brother Who threw him forward. A whoosh was heard again. A short arrow shot out. The intermediary, already panicking, was pushed down and hurriedly ran back. Just as he moved an inch, another short arrow shot towards where he had just been. He rolled and crawled towards Brother Who for cover. Brother Who, leading a group, felt his scalp go numb at the sight of that archery. Fast, accurate, and silent. They had no idea where it was coming from. If the shooter wanted to kill them, there would be no way to escape. But at the same time, they realized something important. I got it. Her range is limited. Exactly. She can only shoot at the front tires. The others immediately understood, otherwise the opponent wouldn't have only shot their two front tires, and would not have fired only when the intermediary was pushed forward. It was precisely because that was her maximum range. Brother Who, what should we do now? Leave? Wang Hu's fierce eyes revealed a bloodthirsty gleam. Leave? How could that be possible? Not to mention their vehicle was broken and couldn't move. Where could they go now? If they didn't take control of the situation and kill those inside, they would have no foothold. He opened the back door and pulled out two disheveled women. You two go in front. Go. Through Han Qingxia's crosshairs, two young women covered in injuries appeared. They were pushed in front like two frightened lambs, panicking and unsure of what to do. Having survived in the apocalypse, Han Qingxia was used to such scenes. Women quickly became subservient to men due to the vast differences in physical strength and psychology once the apocalypse hit. The darkness of humanity would be vividly displayed under such circumstances. There were no limits to how low they could go. Han Qingxia, however, did not expect that this was only half a month into the apocalypse. And yet there were those who could challenge the bottom line, so quickly treating women as less than human. Tisk, the just Han Qingxia found it unbearable. She considered herself the very floor of humanity's moral bottom line. If someone could be worse than herself, then they were not human. For those who were not human, Han Qingxia moved her finger away from the crossbow. She took down a short arrow, placed something on it, and decided to send them a little gift. If you don't leave, it'll just leave. Hey zombies, move forward. Wang Hu urged the two girls forward. When he saw them enter the shooting range, but not get shot, his eyes lit up. You two stop. Stay where you are. He was now certain that the people inside had some morals and wouldn't harm innocent women. If so, couldn't they take full advantage of her? Brother Who, what now? Pull the car out, change the tires, and let them lead the way later. He had people quickly drag the car to a safe area, retrieve two spare tires from the supplies in the back, and then tied the two women to the front of his car. This clearly communicated to the other side, if she dared to act against them, these two women would be the first to die. If she truly didn't care about the women's lives, they could still escape first, because they were in the car, but once they succeeded, they would make sure to kill her. In the apocalypse, morality should not even be considered. After fixing the tires and securing the hostages on the roof of the car, they quickly got in. As they looked at Han Qingxia blocking the road with her vehicle, they revved their engines and charged in. This time the charge went smoothly. The opponent actually didn't shoot. Everyone was pleased. Whooshed. A short arrow carrying a pouch of fresh chicken blood shot into the door of their pickup truck with a whoosh. The arrow pierced in at an angle, half lodged in their vehicle, the other half locking the door tightly. The people inside exclaimed. At that moment of shock, the doors on both sides were simultaneously shot by short arrows. Bang! Their tires were punctured again. The vehicle spun around and came to a screeching halt. Bright red blood covered their entire vehicle, and the heavy smell of blood instantly turned their truck into a target for all the zombies. All the surviving zombies on the roadside began to gather towards them. They were all trapped inside the car like sardines in a can. Damn. Shit. The one inside is a bastard. She tricked us on purpose. Can we still get out? The doors won't open. Wang Hu, seeing the zombies gathering outside, decisively rolled down the window and climbed out of the car. He wasn't just climbing blindly, he grabbed one of the women as a shield and crawled out behind her. But just then a half-zombie on the ground grabbed his leg. Wang, who quickied, pushed the woman away and dodged past. A short arrow immediately shot towards his back. Wang, who narrowly avoided it by instinct. After dodging, he knew he absolutely couldn't let go of the hostage. He had to hide behind her and rush inside. He pulled the woman back in front of him and ran towards the underground bunker. After running about 1,000 meters along a small path, he finally spotted an incredibly concealed bunker in the woods. Outside the bunker were tall barbed wire, densely packed cameras, and an immensely sturdy iron gate. Jumping over the barbed wire, he could vaguely see vegetables and chickens being raised inside. He was shocked as he looked at the defensive structures and the complete equipment inside. This place was indeed occupied by a big shot. Someone had bought this place in advance and turned it into a fortress base. Could it be that someone had predicted the zombie disaster in advance? That was impossible. But just as he was confused, the woman he was holding suddenly bit down on his hand. In the crosshair, Han Xingxiao almost laughed out loud at the scene before her. She had already seen that woman being bitten. Hence, she had just let Wang, who charged to the entrance of her base. Watching that woman mutate right in front of him, she bit him back. There is nothing more satisfying in this world than lifting a stone to crush one's own foot. This must be the principle of karma. Heaven spares no one. She joyfully watched others through the crosshair, ready to assist anyone trying to escape with an arrow. The they here refers to the zombies. Han Xingxiao is certainly no good person. She repays grudges tenfold, a doomsday marauder. Anyone who dares to offend her will face severe consequences. From her vantage point in the tower, she firmly controlled the situation. As she watched that group of miscreants fall, her gaze landed on an occupant inside a vehicle. The intermediary surprisingly remained hidden inside. He was quite cautious. While others fled, he dared not move, stubbornly hiding in the car. Seeing this, Han Xingxiao calmly knocked a short arrow and aimed at his car window. Whoosh! Bang! The windshield of their pickup truck shattered from a single arrow. The zombies who had just finished devouring others heard the sound and rushed towards the pickup truck, including Wang, who had already turned into a zombie. They surged onto the pickup truck, desperately reaching for the only survivor inside. In that moment, the person within truly felt what it meant to suffocate. What regret truly means. Why had he brought them here? Perhaps because he was the weakest in this small team, he had to provide the most useful resources. Otherwise, he would be driven away. His first reaction was to think of the air raid shelter he rented out a month ago. He remembered the girl who rented it from him. She was a young, clueless entrepreneur. She actually wanted to grow mushrooms in there. He even thought that when their group burst in here, there would already be a lot of mushrooms, and that beautiful girl. Unfortunately, that girl had turned into a zombie, and with so many of them, killing a female zombie would be easy. If luck was on his side, she might not have mutated at all, and there would be one more woman in their team whom he could have had some fun with. That girl was silly, but very beautiful. He never expected that they would all perish here. He hadn't even seen that girl yet. Just then he suddenly caught sight of a girl in the distance among the hordes of zombies. She stood with her arms crossed, looking coldly in his direction. In that moment, he understood instantly. Damn, he was the real fool. That beautiful girl was precisely the big shot they spoke of. She had always been here. This territory belonged to her. But unfortunately, it was too late for him to regret, as he was torn apart by the incoming zombies. Woof woof, woof woof. Summer drove all the zombies outside. Han Xingxiao collected the short arrows she had shot earlier and approached the back of the pickup. With a wave of her hand, she retrieved the supplies from the back. A day of fruitful returns. It was all just atonement from these blind fools. Han Xingxiao also dragged the vehicle to the side to reinforce the blockade. This time no one would be able to enter. Upon returning to her base, she took out the spoils of her scavenging to examine. In the back of the pickup truck, there were a total of 20 large cardboard boxes. Inside there were 10 boxes filled with instant noodles, 5 boxes of rice, 2 boxes of drinking water, 1 box containing various meats and vegetables, and 1 box full of gold. They hadn't even removed the price tags. It was obvious they had specifically robbed a gold shop while passing by. Han Xingxiao couldn't help but marvel at the 30 to 40 kilograms of gold, realizing that this person's love for gold was truly ingrained in their very being. However, it was correct for them to bring gold, as even in the apocalypse, the only currency of value was gold. She categorized these supplies and stored them in her warehouse. Additionally, she had seized a handgun. It was a police model. It seemed this group of thugs had definitely plundered places they shouldn't have. Han Xingxiao felt like she was truly a good person, eliminating threats for the public. After all, there were not many enthusiastic citizens like her filled with a sense of justice. Normal people would quickly flee at the sight of such a mob, eager to avoid them. Only she, instead of simply scaring them away and driving them out of her territory, had bravely fought back, and even kindly served them a set of zombie meal packages. She wouldn't let them harm others. Otherwise, she could have just frightened them off and kept them out of her territory without needing to lure them in for their demise. A person as righteous as her, as good as her was indeed rare. Let this be a reward for her bravery. Otherwise she couldn't bear to watch. Han Qingxia gladly accepted her spoils. Just then she heard the system's notification sound in her mind. Ding! Base defense battle detected 1. Successfully defeated 6 enemies, seized 20 boxes of supplies. Congratulations, you've earned 26 points. The system's store has been opened. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. Point store. She was astonished to see a store panel appear in her mind. A plethora of supplies appeared within it. There were food items, medicine, weapons, and materials for base construction. Each item had attributes listed behind it. For example, under food, there was an energy bar 1 that quickly replenished stamina. Lasts 10 hours without food. Priced at 5 points. Bread 1, quickly replenishes stamina, lasts 20 hours without food. Priced at 8 points. Yunnan Baiyao 1, stops bleeding and alleviates pain, applies directly for immediate effect. Priced at 20 points. She flipped to the weapons interface where there were all sorts of firearms available. Each had additional damage and hit bonuses. Each of these was a treasure. But the prices were too high. She currently only had 26 points. Han Qingxia gazed greedily at these items, even starting to look forward to someone invading her territory. At that moment her monitor emitted an alarm again. Han Qingxia approached the computer and saw the darkening sky outside, with several large vehicles parked beyond her surveillance. The infrared camera could only see that after the vehicles stopped, the group of people got out. They observed the surroundings and cleared the nearby zombies. Han Qingxia felt a surge of joy. Could it be that they were delivering heads to her so soon? She carefully monitored the actions of this group through the camera, planning to act as soon as they invaded her territory, but saw that they only killed zombies. On the roadside, they attracted all the nearby zombies, killed them, then opened the back doors of the vehicle, releasing a pack of dogs. At that moment, Han Qingxia couldn't see their appearance or clothing clearly, as she could only judge from the heat signatures detected by the infrared sensor. She could confirm one thing: they had indeed released a pack of dogs. After releasing the dogs, several people seemed to have a disagreement. But soon everyone got back into their vehicles, leaving only the dogs behind. As the vehicle drove away, the pack of dogs sprinted after them. In Han Qingxia's infrared camera view, the vehicle and the running dogs were both heading towards the city. She felt a hint of confusion. What were they doing? The next morning, Han Qingxia woke up early as usual to warm up. Even without the system rewards, her warm-up routine must continue. Just as she prepared to run around the edge of her territory, her surveillance camera sounded the alarm again. This time, Han Qingxia connected her phone to the computer, allowing her to view all the footage on her phone. When she picked up her phone to look, she saw a pack of dogs on the road outside the air raid shelter. About 14 or 15 in number. Each one was wearing a uniform. This pack of dogs ran to the spot where Han Qingxia had seen the strange scene yesterday, and all stopped. They circled in place as if waiting for their owner to return. At that moment, her phone received a public message. Ding! A city's rescue operation has begun. Rescue vehicles have entered a city. Please, survivors, gather at the following assembly points as soon as possible. Han Qingxia understood upon hearing this. The rescue team had passed by her door yesterday. Their dogs. Han Qingxia drove her vehicle to the outskirts of her base. At this moment, all zombies on the main road outside had been cleared, and the surrounding area was a rare safe zone. A pack of dogs stood guard at the entrance of Han Qingxia's road, constantly looking towards the city. The dogs were not in good spirits. They were all injured. They had either been caught or bitten, with common injuries on their abdomens and missing parts on their ears and tails. One dog was the most severely injured, with both of its hind legs bitten, revealing half of its bloodied leg bones. It could hardly walk, limping along on its front limbs, dragging its mangled legs while gazing longingly towards the city. Han Qingxia got out of the car, and upon seeing the condition of these 15 dogs, realized they must have chased into the city all night, encountering a horde of zombies. But evidently they hadn't found their owner. They had fallen into danger, and not waiting for their owner to return after a deadly struggle, they had come back here. It seemed they were still hoping to wait for their return. In this apocalypse, everyone is helpless. If you encounter me, just follow me from now on. After bandaging all these dogs, especially the one that was most severely injured, Han Qingxia grit her teeth and exchanged Yunnan Baiyao from her system store for it. 2 legs, you must remember the kindness of your new master. I spent 20 points to exchange this medicine for you. From now on, be good and follow me, understood? I could never abandon you. Han Qingxia murmured as she bandaged the nearly lifeless dog. The dog lying on the ground seemed to understand Han Qingxia's words, staring at her with a pair of human-like eyes. Han Qingxia bandaged the dogs and presented them with fresh beef and raw bones. These are all good things. The dogs, upon seeing the food, excitedly scratched the ground but hesitated to approach and eat. Go ahead and eat, it's all for you. Hearing this, the dogs rushed over and began to devour the food voraciously. Just by observing their eating habits, it was clear they had been starving for a long time. However, they did not finish all the food. All the dogs left some uneaten. After eating, they picked up the meat and turned to run towards the main gate. Han Xingxia. Woof. Seeing the group of dogs wanting to run after finishing the food, Xia Tian rushed over to scold them. With the enhancement from the system, Xia Tian was twice the size of these ordinary dogs, and his claws were 10 times sharper, exuding a fierce aura comparable to that of the king of beasts. The military dogs were intimidated by Xia Tian's imposing presence, gathering together to confront him. Han Xingxia shook her head at this scene and walked over to Xia Tian's side, saying, "Let them go." Woof woof woof. Xia Tian barked defiantly, as if to say this group of ungrateful dogs ate your food. A good dog doesn't need to stay. Han Xingxia rubbed Xia Tian's head, opened the door, and let the group of dogs that wanted to run out. As soon as the door opened, the dogs looked gratefully at Han Xingxia and quickly dashed outside. Even the dog that Han Xingxia had saved with points carried a piece of intact beef and walked off with its. Before leaving, it circled around Han Xingxia, dragging its two hind legs, limping along to keep up. Han Xingxia took out an electric scooter from her space and followed along with Xia Tian. The dogs returned to the place where they had been abandoned. Upon arrival, they placed the meat on the ground and howled towards the city, pacing around in circles. They were still searching for their owner. After receiving food, their first thought was of their previous owner. Even if they weren't full, they would leave a bit for them. Han Xingxia watched this scene, and her usually cold heart was suddenly tugged at. For the most part, dogs are indeed more loyal than humans, especially military dogs. Once they recognized their owner, they would never betray or abandon them. At this moment, Han Xingxia hugged Xia Tian's head tightly, saying, "Brother Tian, I'm sorry for last life." Woof. Xia Tian responded crisply, in her arms nuzzling against her affectionately, displaying a very human-like warmth towards its owner. Although it didn't understand why Han Xingxia was so sad, Han Xingxia watched the group of dogs for a while before taking Xia Tian back to her base. In the evening, she brought a pile of food to these dogs and re-bandaged their wounds. Upon seeing this, Xia Tian became even more displeased with the dogs. Woof woof woof. Every time they met, he had to scold them, as if saying, "Ungrateful dogs that eat my owner's food." The military dogs whined in front of him, not daring to confront him, but they were particularly close to Han Xingxia. Whenever Han Xingxia arrived, they would all gather around her for a while. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. These military dogs stood guard outside Han Xingxia's path every day, eagerly waiting. Every time a vehicle passed by, they would follow for a bit, but when they realized it wasn't their owner, they would return to their spot looking dejected. Additionally, they cleared out the zombies nearby. Any zombie that approached Han Xingxia's territory would be killed by them, not allowing a single one to enter. Seeing the dogs so resolute, Han Xingxia only delivered food once a day and checked their injuries before returning to her base. The situation occurred on the evening of the 3rd day. After finishing her tasks at the base, Han Xingxia came to check on the group of dogs, and from a distance, she saw them racing ahead at high speed. Han Xingxia had never seen them like this, excited beyond measure. She took Xia Tian to the ruins where she usually observed and gazed ahead, spotting a convoy of green canvas military vehicles emerging from the city. Upon seeing this, Han Xingxia instantly understood. They had finally waited for their owner. The military dogs raced towards the several approaching green canvas vehicles, their appearance surprising the convoy. One of the vehicles at the back came to a halt. A young man stepped out of the driver's seat and immediately embraced one of the dogs. The other dogs excitedly surrounded them, barking with joy. One military dog dashed back to their previous base, fetching a piece of meat for him. He was surprised to see the fresh beef, but soon he released the dogs. Being equally hungry, he returned the beef to them and turned back towards his vehicle. Because they had received orders from the base to leave sufficient space for survivors and to abandon the dogs. This was an order, and they had no choice but to comply. Seeing this, the military dogs charged towards his green vehicle one by one. Even from a distance, Han Xingxia could still hear a cacophony of screams. "Oh, why are there dogs? Get lost. Get lost. There's a virus. Terrifying dogs. Oh, get lost." The soldiers who had exited got back into their vehicles, quickly starting them up. The dog that had just been embraced dashed towards him with the meat, but what awaited it was no longer an embrace, but the cold vehicle door. Boom! The vehicle revved up and sped off, keeping pace with the vehicles ahead. The pack of military dogs saw the car leaving and chased after it frantically, but unfortunately the distance between them and the vehicle only grew larger, until they could no longer catch up. When they returned from the end of the highway, each one of them bore no trace of the hope they had during the day. They wandered around in a daze, having lost their owner. This is the cruelty of the apocalypse, where no one has a chance. If there was any possibility, no one would want to abandon them. In the apocalypse, to ensure the greatest benefit, if humans and dogs had to be chosen, the base chose humans. "This time you must follow me, right?" Han Xingxia appeared before them. "I told you I will never abandon any of you, just give me a chance to trust you." Han Xingxia was not some altruistic savior. She didn't want people, she wanted dogs. The group of defeated dogs looked at the human that appeared before them, and there was a brief silence among the pack. Soon the dog that Han Qingxia had spent a fortune to bandage stepped out from the group. It circled around Han Qingxia once, and then lay down at her feet with a whimper. As soon as it joined, the other dogs rushed up to surround Han Qingxia. When Han Qingxia brought this pack of military dogs back to her base, a familiar sound rang in her mind. Ding! 15 base war dogs detected. Loyalty 100. Reward: base dog health fully restored. Base defense increased by 100. 150 points awarded. Upon hearing the notification, Han Qingxia's eyes lit up again. As she returned with the dogs, she saw that the gates of her base had been thickened once more, and the barbed wire had doubled in height. The wire was lined with sharp barbs, and her air raid shelter had undergone upgrades inside and out. All the doors were newly renovated, and the walls were reinforced 100-fold. From the outside, her base now resembled a castle. Moreover, what delighted Han Qingxia even more was that she received this batch of military dogs and was awarded 150 points. This round she definitely broke even and made a profit. She immediately opened the mall panel, looking more carefully at what she could exchange. Starting from energy bars to the super energy liquid worth 100 points, all of them were quick to replenish stamina and kept one full for several hours to days. Han Qingxia had no demand for food, but found 2 new items in the medicine section. In addition to the 20-point quick hemostatic Yunnan Baiyao, there was also a super adhesive bandage for 50 points and a first aid pill for 100 points. Han Qingxia clicked on these 2 medicines to see the details. Super adhesive bandage adheres to all wounds and quickly repairs them, even arteries. Han Qingxia exclaimed, "Wow, this means if my neck is cut it can heal just by applying it." The first aid pill surprised her even more. First aid pill, as long as there is still a breath, it can bring someone back to life. Han Qingxia, wow, these 2 pills are so powerful. As she continued to look down, she saw something that astonished her even more. Zombie virus inhibitor, 100 points. There's actually an inhibitor. Can the zombie virus be cured? After her excitement, Han Qingxia saw the price behind it. Thousands. Tens of thousands. 100 million. Forget it, goodbye. With her measly 156 points, she wasn't even qualified to think about it. However, Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled. Her system mall actually had such a miraculous treasure. If this thing were revealed, it would definitely shock the whole world. She secretly rubbed her hands together. 100 million points. No matter what, she had to save up 100 million points to exchange for one. She absolutely needed to prepare one for herself. After checking the medicines, Han Qingxia looked at weapons. The weapons in the weapons section also made her drool. A regular P5 costs 500 points, while a better Glock costs 1,000. Submachine guns and shotguns were even more expensive, starting at 5,000. Han Qingxia had her eye on an AK priced at 8,000. The guns produced by the system had attributes that surpassed those outside by an entire level. The power and lethality were exponentially stronger. Although the prices were high, they captured Han Qingxia's heart. Quietly, she added the AK to her shopping cart, needing to save up more. She must buy a good weapon. Furthermore, there was a locked interface in the mall. It showed that she needed 5,000 points to unlock it, and Han Qingxia wondered what good things were hidden behind that. This system mall was perfectly aligned with her preferences. She wanted everything, but lacked points. It was maddening. Han Qingxia attempted to click on the points acquisition channels. A line of prompts appeared before her. 1. Complete system tasks to earn points. 2. Expand territory to earn points. 3. Increase territory members to earn points. Looking at these 3 options, Han Qingxia recalled that she had received points as a reward for completing the base defense task when she eliminated invaders. Today she accepted 15 dogs, which increased her territory members, so that was one way. The second option, expanding the territory area. She understood. Starting tomorrow, she would begin to expand her territory. The next morning, Han Qingxia didn't run along the territory boundary again, but went straight to the back mountain. While running, she had her subordinates carry ropes to encircle the area. In ancient times, there was running horses to enclose land. Now there was running dogs to enclose land. Han Qingxia had Xia Tian lead the dogs with names like congratulations and prosperity, red envelope, come here, great luck, and wealth and long life, and 100 years starting from the left, while she brought east wind, south wind, west wind, north wind, red dragon, whiteboard from the right. The 2 teams split up, surrounding the area towards the back mountain together with the ropes. By afternoon, Han Qingxia successfully met up with Xia Tian in the middle of the back mountain. She tied the 2 ends of the ropes together and sequentially secured all the ropes. Han Qingxia worked with the dog pack until evening and finally managed to enclose an area of the back mountain. The ends of the ropes were tied to her wire fence. Thus, she barely claimed the entire mountain head with a perimeter of about 3,000 meters. Ding, detected territory area has doubled. Reward 1,000 points. First time territory expansion, reward territory heart. Han Qingxia was overjoyed. It really works. If she actively enclosed uninhabited areas, the system would recognize them as her territory. Moreover, just by enclosing her mountain head, she received 1,000 points. If she occupied a few nearby mountain heads, as well, how many points would she earn? If she were to conquer City A ahead, then that 100 million points would not seem so unattainable. At this moment, she felt another reward from the system. Territory heart. When she closed her eyes, the land of the back mountain she enclosed today and the previous air defense cave seemed to automatically sketch a terrain map in her mind. When foreign beings entered, she would instinctively sense it. Xiatian. 500 meters to the west. Upon hearing the command, Xiatian dashed out. After half a minute, she heard the sound of a kill. By the time she reached, Xiatian had already taken down a zombie that had slipped into Han Qingxia's territory at an unknown time. Han Qingxiao understood upon seeing this scene. So this is how it works. Within her sensing range, she noticed several gray dots again and led her dogs to eliminate them. Congratulations and prosperity, you go with long life to the south. Great luck and wealth and red envelope to the west, east wind, south wind, west wind, north wind, to the east, the rest follow me. Han Qingxiao led her dogs to swiftly clear the zombies within the territory. Throughout this process, she became more proficient and clear about the use of territory heart. Indeed, the appearance of gray dots indicated zombies. Even if they were in extremely remote places, Han Qingxiao could pinpoint their location. This allowed her to sense any movements in her territory without relying on surveillance alarms. This was incredibly useful, especially now that she was about to begin expanding her territory and the cameras couldn't keep up. She could sense in advance whether anyone had entered her territory. Han Qingxiao worked tirelessly until late at night, feeling accomplished as she brought her dogs back. Tomorrow morning, she would expand her new territory. The next day, early in the morning, Han Qingxiao began to clear an area in front of the barbed wire of the air raid shelter. This time she tried a different approach. She cleared all the zombies from the area extending to the road ahead and erected a sign, "Private territory, beware of dog." A sign was erected as a boundary marker. It is worth noting that at this time very few could walk out alive, and those who could dispute land ownership with her were virtually non-existent. Her sign was placed here. This place belonged to her. Who dared to argue? Ding! Territory area increased by 5 acres. Reward 500 points. Upon hearing the system notification, Han Qingxiao immediately felt delighted. Indeed, her idea was not wrong. She could expand into these uninhabited areas, even those that once had owners. However, there was a prerequisite: the land must be cleared and measured by her or her dogs. Today, Han Qingxiao walked from the base to the sign erecting spot with her dogs, a distance of about 5 acres, marking the areas they had explored together. This resembled an exploration game, where the protagonist must walk through certain areas to illuminate the map. Luckily, her dogs formed part of her team, greatly expanding her exploration range. She inserted her sign into the ground, clapped her hands, and the territory map in her mind expanded to include. Han Qingxiao stood still, contemplating the next direction for expansion. So far, she had already conquered the entire hill of the air raid shelter. To her left was the road, and to her right was a sparsely populated mountainous area. In this mountainous region lay an abandoned quarry and a few scattered mountain villas. To the north of the road on the left was City A, where the terrain was flat and easy to conquer. However, conquering the right mountainous area would be more troublesome. After a moment of thought, Han Qingxiao decided to start on the right. Of course, she chose the right. She preferred a stable approach rather than rushing. The right side had a complex terrain, but it was a sure bet. There was no point in heading to the flat road on the left without first securing the areas she could capture. Soon she would encounter a person or a group of zombies. She needed to clean them thoroughly. Yes, there were safety requirements within her territory. All zombies must be cleared. If they were not cleared for an extended period, the system would automatically eliminate that section. This was easy to understand. A territory full of zombies or other creatures could not truly be called hers. However, this also quelled her desire to keep a few zombies as guards. Fortunately, she now had many capable assistants. The 15 military dogs were intelligent and agile, effectively clearing any wandering zombies. She still needed to raise more dogs, especially as her territory expanded. These were far from enough. Han Qingxiao dismissed other thoughts and earnestly began heading towards the mountainous area on the right. By the time she returned in the evening, she had successfully expanded into another hill. Her points increased by 1,000, bringing her total to 2,656. Thank you all for your hard work. Let's eat. Han Qingxiao waved her hand, revealing fresh beef from her storage. She never skimped on her companions. If she had meat, her subordinates must also have meat. Han Qingxiao took out a steaming Korean fried chicken meal for herself. This was from her stockpiling at the mall. She had so much food that she couldn't eat it all, switching up flavors for each meal. Today it was Korean fried chicken, tomorrow it would be military hot pot, and later it would be glossy roasted meats. While exploring her territory, she would casually eat some of the ready-made foods like handheld pancakes, cold noodles, and grilled cold noodles to fill her stomach. All the food maintained its freshness and warmth as when she stored them. At this moment, wearing gloves, Han Qingxiao could feel that the fried chicken had just come out of the oil, its fish scale-like crispy skin. With just a tear, the juicy chicken leg meat began to burst with flavor paired with a garlicky soy sauce. The mouth-watering aroma surged through all her senses. And with a sip of ice-cold cola, it was simply too satisfying. Especially in the apocalypse, being able to enjoy the lavish delicacies from before the collapse was something to relish to the fullest. All her fatigue from the day melted away at this moment. She devoured the fried chicken, eating enough for 3 people. Summer, excited by the scent, also wanted to join in, so Han Qingxia tossed the remaining half of her chicken to them. The dogs gathered around her, happily eating. Once they finished feeling stuffed, Han Qingxia got up to stretch and check on her chickens, ducks, fish, vegetable garden, and fruit trees. The eggs she had been saving in the chicken coop had accumulated more and more, and in the past few days some chicks had begun to hatch. The poultry, enhanced by the system, were robust and reproduced at an astonishing rate. Ducks had a slower incubation period than chicks. Ducklings took about 40 days, while chicks took about 20 days. Currently there were no ducklings hatched yet, but Han Qingxia had already noticed several duck mothers nesting. She was pleasantly surprised by her 2 little goats, which were growing rapidly and developing well. Han Qingxia remembered the boss saying these 2 goats were initially bred for goat milk production. It seemed she would soon have goat milk to drink. Then there was her vegetable garden. Fast-growing and high-yielding vegetables like Chinese cabbage and leeks had already begun to produce explosively. Han Qingxia made it a point to come over every day to harvest. Even after harvesting, there would still be more the next day, but she couldn't afford to not harvest. She couldn't bear to see waste. No matter how busy or tiring it was, she had to find time to come and gather the vegetables. She even set aside a room in the air raid shelter specifically for storing fresh vegetables. Additionally, the radishes, spinach, lettuce, and other vegetables she planted were also nearing their harvest period, and soon tomatoes and potatoes would also reach their abundant production phase. As for the fish pond, the number of fish had doubled with a large number of fry appearing. Han Qingxia had not managed the pond much as she simply didn't know how, but with the system's support, she didn't have to worry about it at all. All the small fish were lively and getting fatter by the day. Everything in her base was developing positively, and her territory was expanding. The future is promising. The next day, as usual, Han Qingxia went to expand her new territory. Today she set out in her armored vehicle. She left Summer and the 7 dogs to guard the base, patrolling the mountains and killing any zombies that appeared, while she took the remaining 8 to occupy the next hill. Her goal today was that villa area. The mountain villas had once been a very famous development specifically designed for the wealthy. The entire development consisted of only 10 villas, yet it was said that not even half of them had been sold, and almost no one had moved in. Han Qingxia drove her large armored vehicle into the villa area in the mountains, and her eyes immediately fell upon the cluster of small villas nestled on the mountainside. The villas were spaced far apart, ensuring considerable privacy, perched on the mountainside, with a commanding view of the entire city. She first sent out her dogs to detect whether there were any living beings nearby. East wind, south wind, you search the left side. West wind, north wind, you search the south. Red and white, you search upwards. Air Tiao and Fa Kai, you stay put. If anyone appears, call me. Woof woof. The 8 dogs immediately scattered to execute Han Qingxia's orders. Han Qingxia, unfazed, took out a sign and hammered it into the ground, writing, "Private property trespassers will be shot." No need for vicious dogs here. This was her radiation territory, and she wouldn't come here often. Mainly she lacked enough dogs to assign. Setting up a sign as a boundary, she would kill anyone who approached after sensing their presence. After nailing the sign down, the dogs returned, but she hadn't received any notification in her mind. Han Qingxia glanced at the 10 villas, knowing she had to sweep through all of them. She left 4 dogs outside and began her search with the east, south, west, and north. The first villa clearly hadn't been sold. The front door still had its original lock. Han Qingxia pulled a piece of wire from her space and fiddled with the lock until she opened the door. Having been in the apocalypse for a long time, Han Qingxia had picked up various skills. As she entered, she found the interior still in its rough state. She surveyed the place and left a mark with the character Xia on the mailbox at the entrance, and a map appeared in her. Ding! Territory expanded by 500 square meters. Reward 100 points. Han Qingxia smiled slightly. This was more like it. She continued to sweep through the other villas. After sweeping through to the 9th villa, she noticed that only 2 of the previous ones were furnished while the others were all bare. Moreover, Han Qingxia hadn't seen a single person. She had successfully expanded her territory over 8 villas. When she reached the 9th villa, she spotted a car parked in the small garden in front. She brushed her fingers over the dust on the car window. It wasn't thick, suggesting that the occupants hadn't been there long. Observing the windows of the villa in front of her, she found all the curtains tightly drawn. She knocked on the door and pressed the doorbell. However, the sound echoed in the empty villa area, and there was no response inside. Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow and carefully took out her wire to fiddle with the door lock. This time she sensed that the door was locked from the inside. Han Qingxia was certain. There was definitely someone inside. Either they were alive or had already turned into a zombie. At that moment she felt her wire vibrate. Someone inside was twisting the door lock. Han Qingxiao realized it was a living person. Han Qingxiao hesitated for a moment. She could occupy places that were ownerless or even those with owners absent without any psychological burden. But there was someone inside a living person. She lowered her hand that had been resting on the door. In the apocalypse, all laws had crumbled and the worst of human nature could be unleashed freely. As long as one was strong enough, it was no problem to bully the weak and seize their possessions. However, Han Qingxiao couldn't do that. She prided herself on being the moral bottom line of humanity, as she felt no guilt when killing, but she wasn't a cruel and sadistic pervert. Her malice and ruthlessness were only triggered when others infringed upon her interests. For instance, if someone dared to encroach on the territory she had already occupied, she would absolutely kill them. But now she was about to invade someone else's territory, forcing the occupants out, or killing them, and then forcibly taking their house. She couldn't do that. Han Qingxiao decided to let the survivor inside be for the time being. Just then the door behind her opened a small crack. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, wearing glasses and looking haggard, clearly someone who hadn't eaten well in a long time, cautiously looked at her, and behind him stood a similarly haggard middle-aged woman. At that moment, a 5 or 6-year-old little girl peeked out from behind the man, curiously looking at her. Sensing their daughter had come out, the couple quickly shielded her behind them. Woof woof, woof. The east, southwest, and north winds immediately barked at the people behind the door. Don't bark. Han Qingxiao called off the dogs, sizing up the middle-aged man as she left him with a warning. Except for here, everywhere else is my territory. Do not enter, otherwise I will kill you. After Han Qingxiao finished speaking, she strode away towards the farthest villa number 10. At this moment the man called out to her loudly, there are man-eating zombies inside. Don't go. Han Qingxiao paused, looked at him, and asked, you know? I've seen them. The man nodded seriously. There was a party at villa number 10 that day. A group of young men and women played all night, and in the early morning there were suddenly screams, and many young people ran out covered in blood. But they didn't get far before being pounced on and bitten to death. What were you doing at that time? We were terrified, kept the door locked tight, and stayed in the room without going out. Later we found out they were all zombies. Han Qingxia's gaze fell on the middle-aged man's face, the door, the interior, and the blood-stained ground that had dried up outside. You have supplies, and have held out until now. The man momentarily pressed his chapped lips shut, remaining cautious and silent. At times like this, no one would casually discuss supplies with others. Han Qingxiao was wary of him, and he was equally wary of Han Qingxiao. Noticing their silence, she led her dogs towards villa number 10. Watching her stride away towards villa number 10, the man wanted to give her a hint, but ultimately said nothing. Honey, who is that person? Can't be sure, but she should have supplies, the man said, recalling Han Qingxia's healthy and vibrant appearance. Even the dogs she brought along were glossy and well-groomed. At this point, if she didn't have enough supplies, how could she maintain such a state? Can we ask her for some food later? His wife asked nervously. Daddy, I'm hungry. Their daughter clung to his leg. At that moment, the man's eyes deepened. He stretched out his hand, and a green light appeared in his palm, causing the nearby potted plants to seem to come alive and fly toward his hand. Gripping the vine, the man said solemnly, let's observe first, don't rush. Han Qingxiao arrived at villa number 10. Indeed, the villa was in disarray. The front door was tightly shut, and there was blood everywhere on the ground, the door, and in the garden. Han Qingxiao circled the villa, surveying the terrain and general condition inside. Han Qingxia's strength now was extraordinary. The iron security door was no match for her, which she kicked open effortlessly. As the door swung open, she and her 4 dogs quickly scattered to either side. With a roar, 3 hungry zombies charged out. Among them there were 2 women and 1 man. One female zombie had been a great beauty in life, and even in death she was more attractive than the others. Her face was well preserved, though one leg had been bitten, exposing a segment of eerie white bone. The other female zombie was not as fortunate. Most of her face had been gnawed away, revealing a prosthetic nose that hung awkwardly, and one of her eyeballs bulged out with yellow maggots writhing in the exposed flesh. The male zombie wore an elegant suit with a large hole torn in his chest. His hands clawed at the air as he sensed the scent of fresh humans and lunged forward wildly. At the moment the 3 zombies charged, Han Qingxiao struck one away with her shovel. The other 2 zombies were quickly overwhelmed by her 4 dogs. They were all excellent military dogs, easing many troubles for Han Qingxiao. With 3 loud thuds, the 3 zombies were swiftly dispatched. Her movements were quick and graceful, making killing zombies seem effortless. Han Qingxiao stood at the doorframe, tapping it lightly to lure the zombies inside. However, silence filled the interior. It seemed there were only these 3 zombies. Cautiously, Han Qingxiao and her dogs ventured inside. Even without zombies, she remained extremely cautious. This villa had 3 floors, 1 basement, and 2 above. The luxurious decor reeked of wealth. However, the interior was in complete disarray. Bottles, food, and plates were strewn everywhere, and a large pile of beautifully packaged gifts was stacked at the entrance. Han Qingxia casually picked one up, which read Happy 20th Birthday Lu Mingwe. It turned out to be a birthday party. Unfortunately, this unfortunate soul had her birthday on the day the zombie crisis erupted. Han Qingxia quickly unwrapped the gift. Inside was a brand-name diamond bracelet. Adhering to her principle of not leaving empty-handed, she gathered all the gifts. She planned to unpack them slowly later. After collecting the gifts, she went to the kitchen, hoping to take all the food with her. To her dismay, there was hardly any food here. It seemed that the previous occupant was a lady who never lifted a finger. The kitchen held little food, but the refrigerator was stocked with plenty of snacks. Han Qingxia was not polite, taking one of each item: imported bird's nest, imported drinks, imported packaged snacks, and in the freezer Japanese Wagyu beef and Australian lobster were all taken. Additionally, in some bedrooms, there were brand new silk quilts and down comforters, all of which Han Qingxia collected, without fail quickly clearing the 2 upper floors of the building. She left 2 dogs at the entrance as sentinels and took the other 2 downstairs to the basement. Upon entering, she sensed something was amiss. Woo, woo, woo. Both Hongzhong and Baiban emitted low growls towards the front. This was a warning and an expression of fear. It was as if they had seen something terrifying. However, all Han Qingxia felt was a chilling silence. She knocked on the railing beside her to attract the zombies inside. The only response she received was silence. Han Qingxia carefully descended the handrail step by step, and just as she stepped onto the last step, roar! A foul wind rushed towards her. The speed was astonishing, unlike any zombie she had encountered before. However, this zombie lunged at empty air. Following closely, bang! A shovel came crashing down from above, striking it away several meters. Han Qingxia had fought in the apocalypse for 10 years, and her combat experience had been hard-earned. After being struck away by Han Qingxia, the zombie twisted into a grotesque position under her gaze. Its forelimbs had twisted 180 degrees, its back facing down, hands on the ground, while its legs remained in a spaced position. It arched its body, resembling a large 4-legged centipede standing back up with long hair covering most of its face. Through the strands, a grayish-white eyeball fixed its gaze intently on Han Qingxia. The lights in the basement flickered ominously as this aberrant creature charged toward Han Qingxia in a terrifying manner, moving so fast that it left afterimages. Han Qingxia's expression turned serious. A term surfaced in her mind: speed type, mutated zombie. In the blink of an eye, that 4-legged zombie was upon her. The female zombie's face, obscured by her long hair, opened into a gigantic abyssal mouth. At that moment, Han Qingxia noticed that she had no tongue. Her entire lip had been bitten off. Beneath the bloody, mangled mouth, 2 uneven rows of teeth lunged toward her. Thud! She bit down on something. It was merely a shovel. The shovel pierced through her mouth, pinning her entire head against the wall. The zombie was momentarily immobilized, yet her limbs flailed violently. Han Qingxia gripped the shovel tightly, and with a forceful twist, crack, silencing her completely. The zombie was fast, but Han Qingxia was even faster. Moreover, her strength was astounding. The shovel had embedded itself an inch into the reinforced concrete wall, something that an ordinary person could not possibly pull out. Han Qingxia extracted the shovel and stirred it within the zombie's brain. When she pulled it out, a yellowish-white, transparent crystal appeared before her eyes. Han Qingxia took out a bottle of water from her space and cleaned the surface. Instantly, the crystal shone brilliantly. It was a zombie crystal core. All high-level zombies possessed these. In the mid to late stages of the apocalypse, many bases used crystal cores as currency, and larger bases continuously bought these cores at high prices. In her previous life, Han Qingxia had only managed to become a squad leader because she lacked abilities and many things remained out of her reach. She only knew that this familiar object was useful. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Detected Zombie Crystal Core 1. Unlocking new points redemption. A normal level 1 zombie crystal core is worth 100 points. Do you wish to redeem it? Han Qingxia exclaimed. The crystal core could be exchanged for points. A redemption panel appeared in her mind. It displayed a prompt: first-time redemption, reward 1 big gift bag. For every subsequent 100 crystal cores, receive another gift bag. Han Qingxia decisively chose to redeem. The crystal core in her hand vanished, and a prompt echoed in her mind. Ding! Reward 1 Yunnan Baiyao 1 emergency pill. Ding! Reward 1 set of combat gear. Ding! Reward 1 pair of combat gloves. Ding! Reward 1 pair of combat boots. Ding! Reward 1 revolver. Han Qingxia exclaimed. She struck it big. The Yunnan Baiyao and emergency medicine alone are worth 120 points. She didn't see the price of the combat suit, but she recalled that revolver on the weapons page was priced over 5,000 points. I hit the jackpot. Han Qingxia tucked the pistol at her waist, placing the combat suit in her space to examine later, and then swept through the basement again. In the basement, she gathered quite a few items, including a cabinet full of valuable red wine gold bars and jewelry stored in a safe, plus a motorcycle and 2 sports cars with the keys still in them. Han Qingxiao returned laden with treasures. As she left, she wrote a large character for Summer at the entrance. The map of her territory in her mind also expanded to include the area of this villa. Meanwhile, in this villa complex, all the villas except for Villa No. 9 had been captured and merged into her territory map. Only Villa No. 9 remained a dark, unlit hollow. When she exited the villa, the occupants of Villa No. 9 immediately withdrew their gaze. He looked incredulously at Han Qingxiao, who had returned safely, and unscathed, his eyes lost in contemplation. Honey, that woman just came out of Villa No. 10. Didn't you say that place is extremely dangerous? She's even more formidable than we imagined, the man affirmed. At that moment, he felt a mix of fear and relief. Luckily, their family had initially shown goodwill, otherwise his abilities might not have been enough to deal with her. He now had to adjust his strategy. As Han Qingxiao left Villa No. 10 and walked onto the main road, a family of 3 appeared before her. The family from Villa No. 9. Miss, can we make a deal with you? The man adjusted his black-framed glasses. I am a botanist and can cultivate new crops. We would like to exchange some food with you. The man had his daughter present a large box of vegetables and bean sprouts. Han Qingxiao raised an eyebrow as she looked at the items. Aren't you afraid I'll just take all this from you? The man shook his head. Cultivating these is not complicated for me. He raised his hand, and a pot of bean sprouts began to grow rapidly. Han Qingxia's eyes brightened at this sight. A wood ability user. No wonder this guy could protect his wife and child at home safely for over a month since the zombie crisis erupted. This was a man with some skills. At the same time, Han Qingxiao understood what his actions meant. First, he was indicating that he was a useful person capable of providing her with resources. Second, it was a warning to her. To inform her not to act recklessly, as it could be detrimental to his family. He had the ability to protect himself. However, both of his messages were lost on Han Qingxiao. Because Han Qingxiao didn't need them. You should keep these for yourselves. She didn't even spare the pot of vegetables a glance, because her own vegetables were so plentiful that they couldn't finish them. No need to trade with others. She left with her dog in a carefree manner. The man panicked at this sight, his eyes filled with confusion. No way. He was a smart man, or just a few days into the apocalypse he had deduced from various news reports that this situation was not simple. When the zombie outbreak occurred next door, he decisively shut the door and secluded his family, not daring to make a sound, successfully evading the danger. Later, he was even more fortunate to awaken his wood ability, ensuring his family's basic food needs. However, eating just vegetables was insufficient. The adults could manage, but the child was already malnourished. Yet he was also certain that the fresh vegetables he cultivated would have a significant market outside. How many survivors out there could eat fresh vegetables? This was definitely something that could be traded. But unexpectedly, the other party actually completely looked down on it. Just as Han Qingxiao was about to leave, the man immediately called out to her, Miss. What do you need? Money. We have that too. Whatever you want, as long as we have it, we can trade. Hearing this, Han Qingxiao paused, a hint of interest appearing on her face. She looked at their Villa No. 9. I want your house. The people across from her exclaimed. Goodness, in this apocalypse, what does she want a house for? It's not something to eat. I can give you 500 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of meat, 100 eggs, and 10 boxes of milk if you sell that. The price was quite appealing, although it wouldn't even amount to 5,000 before the apocalypse, not enough to buy even 1 square meter of this house. It was the apocalypse now. This large amount of supplies for their house was a great deal. However, the two people opposite showed difficulty. They could sell the house, but where would they live then? Miss, if we sell you the house, can we still live here afterwards? The man adjusted his glasses, recalling something, and looked firmly at Han Qingxiao. Our whole family can work for you, and we can deliver half of the vegetables we produce to you every day. In other words, we can become your workers. His mind raced. Although this move was akin to becoming a long-term worker for an ancient landlord, it was actually the best choice. Firstly, they wouldn't have to move away, and could still live here, only needing to hand over half of their vegetable output each day, and importantly, they would have Han Qingxiao's protection. This girl was clearly not simple. It was the best choice for them to rely on her. At the same time, it wouldn't be a loss for Han Qingxiao. Han Qingxiao originally intended to buy their house to incorporate it into her territory, but did not need to actually reside there. Her manpower was insufficient, and now that the area had expanded, many places were left unguarded. This family could watch over her territory here, and they would still submit a portion of their food output. That man was also a wood ability user, making this deal quite favorable. At that moment, a notification sounded in Han Qingxia's mind. Ding! Detected a territory resident pledging allegiance. Accepting this resident will grant 300 points, and the resident has special attributes. Han Qingxiao exclaimed. Special attributes. I agree. Han Qingxiao accepted their allegiance, and as her words fell, an invisible force connected her with the 3 people before her. Wang Yumin and his wife suddenly looked at Han Qingxiao. as if they were gazing up at a revered deity, feeling an involuntary urge to submit before her. Meanwhile, Han Qingxiao felt an extraordinary energy circulating within her. She reached out towards Wang Yumin's pot of vegetables, and immediately the box of vegetables began to grow, wildly surpassing the growth speed he had controlled. Wang Yumin and his wife understood in an instant why Han Qingxiao looked down on their vegetables. It turned out she was also a wood ability user, and she was much stronger than they were. At that moment, a unique emotion surged in the hearts of the couple, a mix of gratitude and trepidation. She had her own abilities, yet was willing to accept them. She was too kind. Han Qingxiao arranged for the purchase of Wang Yumin's house. The mailbox at the entrance was engraved with a large character for Xia. With this, her map of the area was completely filled. From today onwards, I am your lord. Han Qingxiao instructed Wang Yumin and his wife to guard this land, forbidding anyone from entering her territory. They were to farm here, and she would ensure their safety while rewarding them based on their contributions. Wang Yumin and his wife were thrilled to hear this. This was exactly what they wanted. Whether before or after the apocalypse, ordinary people just needed a safe place where someone could protect them. Previously, it was the state machinery that protected them, but now that it had collapsed, Han Qingxiao was providing them protection. This lordship was genuine. Han Qingxiao took Wang Yumin's daughter Wang Yundua with her to gather supplies. Considering the girl's young age and the fact that Wang Yumin's family might not be able to store much, she didn't let her take too much. Just a bag of rice, a box of milk, a carton of fresh eggs, and 10 jin of pork. The supplies were loaded onto the car with Hong Zhong and Wei Dan pulling it along to escort her back. In the future, the produce from their home would be delivered to her daily. Han Qingxia's incorporation of residents resembled the bases from the apocalypse, but her approach was entirely different. She would not allow the incoming residents to enter her bomb shelter. That was her private domain. The residents under her protection could only live within the radius of her territory. Here she was their revered existence. The next day, Wang Yunduo came to deliver the daily produce to Han Qingxia. A box of vegetables, half bean sprouts and half cabbage. Ding! Detected a resident's contribution from the territory, awarded 3 points. After receiving a box of vegetables, Han Qingxia heard the system notification. Receiving the produce from the residents of her territory daily would earn her points. In addition to the initial acceptance reward, their subsequent contributions would also yield rewards. The number of rewards seemed to be based on the population. With 3 members in Wang Yumin's family, they contributed 3 points to Han Qingxia every day. Han Qingxia was pleasantly surprised. On the way back, when she gave her the rice, milk, eggs, and pork from today, she also rewarded her with a bag of seeds and a lollipop. Go back and have your parents plant something else. Yes, my lord, Wang Yunduo said sweetly to Han Qingxia. Under the escort of Wei Dan and Hong Zhong, she returned with today's supplies. After she left, Han Qingxia took out the map and began planning the next area to conquer. The villa district to the left would be about right. The back mountain of the villa area led to another city with complex terrain and many villagers, making it a bit troublesome to manage. If there were zombies there, it would take her half a day to trek over. To the right was the highway. She picked up her binoculars to look at the highway outside. Since the day the rescue team evacuated a wave of citizens, the highway had welcomed a new peak of activity. Surviving citizens with the rescue vehicles clearing the way drove out, following them towards the rescuer's base. If Han Qingxiao remembered correctly, that was the base where Han Ying and her family had initially boarded, located on the plains at the back of B City, bordering A City. There, one of the 3 major eastern bases, the K1 base, was established. Its military strength was formidable, but according to her knowledge from her past life, the K1 base had always struggled with food shortages, sending many personnel out daily to find supplies. Expanding her territory to the north might lead her to encounter people from the K1 base. After thinking for a moment, Han Qingxia decided to expand southward toward a city. Without hesitation, she set to work. During the day, she cleared about 20 mu of uninhabited land along the highway, exterminating all the zombies wandering within her territory and confiscating a small amount of supplies. Most of the supplies were from vehicles involved in accidents on the highway. She collected 4.5 bags of rice, half a bag of flour, and 5 boxes of instant noodles, but left behind the spoiled meat, vegetables, and bread, resulting in a slightly disappointing haul. However, the points reward was substantial. 2,000 points. The exchange rate was about 1,000 points for 10 mu of land. If it were a residential building, it would yield more points. For instance, she received over 3,000 points for clearing an entire villa area yesterday. That villa area was not as large as the uninhabited zone Han Qingxia occupied today. In just a few days, her territory had expanded 4 to 5 times, and her points reached nearly 7,000. She was not far from acquiring her AK. Just as Han Qingxia planned to seize the moment to redeem her AK, a group of red dots suddenly appeared in her mind's eye. Red dots. Zombies were represented by gray dots. After a moment of shock, Han Qingxia immediately realized. Living invaders. Moreover, they were in the area outside her bomb shelter and were now heading toward her bomb shelter. Han Qingxia decisively took the dogs and drove back. Captain, hold on a little longer. According to the map, there should be a bomb shelter ahead. I have a feeling something is off here. A group of 7 or 8 men dressed in base combat uniforms walked through the forest outside the bomb shelter, increasingly sensing that something was strange. Yes, there isn't a single zombie along the way, or it seems to have been deliberately cleared. Look, there are tire tracks from vehicles coming in and out, and they're quite fresh. It seems there are people inside. If there are people, that's great. As the group of men, almost all injured, continued forward, their conversation suddenly halted. They saw a massive sign in front of them. Private territory, beware of guard dogs. The crowd looked quickly. One sharp-eyed man caught a glimpse of a fleeting silver flash. He hurriedly ran a few steps forward, pushed aside the bushes in front of him, and crossed several dense trees to discover a well-concealed base. Upon seeing this defensive structure, he and everyone else were stunned. A giant barbed wire wall over 3 meters high, with razor-sharp blades at the top glimmering coldly beneath, which were countless hidden razor wire blades. In the center stood a large steel gate 3.5 meters high, thick enough that even a tank might not break. Inside the barbed wire, lush vegetables could be seen growing, along with chickens, ducks, and sheep being raised, as well as vast orchards and fish ponds. Is this a paradise? An awe-inspiring defensive structure, countless ample supplies. This was the utopia described in books. There must be someone inside. I will go seek her help. The man who had just spoken dashed forward. At that moment, he heard the voice of their captain behind him. Be careful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Thud. The Special Forces soldier fell directly in front of them, and by the time everyone reacted, he had already fallen into a trap pit. Daping. Pingzi. The other Special Forces soldiers immediately rushed to the edge of the trap pit. What they saw below this well-hidden trap were pure steel spikes and a large beast trap. Upon seeing these things, they all felt a chill run down their spines. Damn. This is no ordinary civilian beast trap. This is definitely a professional-grade military installation. For an average person, triggering this would mean death. Fortunately, their companion was a well-trained Special Forces soldier who, upon realizing something was amiss, instinctively took defensive measures and was only caught by the beast trap on the leg with both hands pierced. They carefully rescued their comrade from beside the beast trap. As they brought him up, a pack of dogs rushed out from a small gate at the base. Woof woof, woof woof, woof woof. 8 or 9 ferocious dogs encircled them, led by an exceptionally fierce German shepherd. Xia Tian glared at the group of people in front of him, exposing his long fangs and sharp claws. At that moment, they finally understood what it meant to have vicious dogs within. These dogs right in front of them. Can they not be vicious dogs? Just then, a female voice came from the ground speaker in front of them. This is the only warning. Get lost within a minute. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for the bites. Everyone on site. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's warning, everyone frowned, their gazes converging on the seriously injured man, and the man furrowed his brows tightly. His camouflaged, paint-smeared face was hard to discern, but his deep-set eyes were particularly bright. He looked towards the base and said in a deep, pleasant voice, "We are the guards of K1 base, and we are in trouble. Can you lend us a hand?" 59 seconds. The only response he received was Han Qingxia's cold countdown. Hey, please help us. We're really in trouble. 58 seconds. How can you be like this? We only got into danger because we were trying to save you. Hearing the lack of mercy from the other side, a slightly younger Special Forces soldier exclaimed angrily. 30 seconds. Han Qingxia directly cut their time in half. The young Special Forces soldier nearly cried out of anger at this point. Captain Shishi. Their captain's tone softened. Helping is a favor, not helping is the norm. You shouldn't impose moral obligations on others. Let's withdraw. But you're so badly injured, and we don't know when help will arrive. We have no place to retreat. At this moment, the Special Forces soldiers who had been carrying their captain suddenly knelt towards the direction of the door. Comrades inside, I Su Xiaoyang beseech you. We want into your base. Just save our captain. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you. As Han Qingxia was driving in the live feed on her phone, she saw a man she recognized all too well. Su Xiaoyang. It was truly Su Xiaoyang. Thud, thud, thud. There were several sounds in succession. The others followed suit, pleading with Han Qingxia. The young man on Su Xiaoyang's back saw all his comrades kneeling and pleading. His heart felt like it was being tightly gripped by a giant hand. That feeling hurt more than the injuries he had sustained. He wanted to tell them not to kneel, but before he could say anything, his vision darkened, and he fainted from excessive blood loss. At that moment, with a whoosh sound, a sudden stop that stirred up countless fallen leaves. To everyone's astonishment, an advanced super-armored vehicle they had never seen before skidded to a halt in front of them. As leaves and dust fell, the car door opened from the inside. A girl in combat gear jumped out of the. She had long black hair tied into a high and stylish ponytail, and her fair and rosy face was stunningly beautiful, especially in her neat combat outfit, which highlighted her tall and handsome figure. Both beautiful and fierce, she was extraordinarily stunning. After getting out of the vehicle, she walked straight to the center, knelt on one knee, and grabbed the chin of the man in front of her. In shock, Su Xiaoyang couldn't move as he carefully examined his face. The more Han Qingxiao wiped her eyes, the brighter they became, and the more she rubbed, the more pleasantly surprised she felt. She tightly held Su Xiaoyang's chin, overly excited. Su Xiaoyang. Yes, it's me. Su Xiaoyang, whose chin was being held, suddenly felt a bit shy to meet her gaze. Perhaps it was because her smile was too dazzling and her hand was too hot. The other comrades around them were all in shock at this scene. This really works. Okay, Han Qingxiao waved her hand, opened the door behind her, and directly let them in. At that moment, everyone felt as if they were floating in the clouds. They all looked at Su Xiaoyang, their gazes filled with playful intrigue. Having a good-looking companion can really make a difference at a critical moment. Su Xiaoyang could barely maintain his cold expression under such gazes. He pressed closely against his captain's back and forced calmness. Why aren't you hurry up and get inside? Only then did everyone awaken from their daze. They entered first. Supporting each other, they managed to carry the fallen Zheng Ping up, and a group of them followed Han Qingxiao into her base. Once they truly walked inside, they were even more shocked by everything they saw. Outside, there were corpses everywhere, chaos reigned, and food was scarce. But here, chickens and ducks were growing in nests. Just from a glance, the chicken coop was overflowing with eggs. The vegetables in the fields were thriving, looking so good that they seemed ready to wilt, if not harvested soon. Not to mention the fish and shrimp constantly churning in the ponds they passed by. From the east, west, north, and south, congratulations and prosperity. Bring out the red envelopes. Great luck, long life, and it's meal time. Everyone. They looked in shock as Han Qingxiao brought out a large bowl of fresh bone-in beef from the air raid shelter to feed her dogs. Holy crap, is she this extravagant? While they had been starving outside, not even having such good food, this woman's dogs were eating so well. Su Xiaoyang, have you eaten yet? At that moment, Han Qingxiao, having finished feeding the dogs, looked at Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang, who was called out, felt his neck turn completely red. We still have a little food left on us. Then you haven't eaten. I'm going to cook now. Han Qingxiao turned to walk back into the air raid shelter. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang hurriedly called out to her. Miss, do you have any medical supplies here? Our captain is about to collapse. Right? Can you save our captain first? Han Qingxiao then lazily glanced at the person Su Xiaoyang was carrying on his back. At that moment, she curled her lips. What's in it for me if I save him? Miss, as long as you can save our captain, I will do whatever you want. Su Xiaoyang's earnest face bore an unwavering promise. Han Qingxiao curled the corners of her lips upward. Simple, I want you. Su Xiaoyang. His cold, expressionless face instantly turned red from neck to ears, and he found himself at a loss for words. The gazes of his comrades towards Su Xiaoyang were filled with unspoken complexity. What does this mean? In truth, it was simply that Su Xiaoyang was handsome, and this female demon had taken a liking to him at first sight, planning to keep him as her husband, right? Everyone was momentarily unsure whether to sympathize with Su Xiaoyang or envy him. Miss, I am just one person. Su Xiaoyang took a deep breath and looked at Han Qingxiao. What do you want me to do? I want you to stay and be my subordinate, serving only me from now on. No way. I still want to return to the team with everyone. Han Qingxiao lazily stood up. Then think it over slowly. If you want to save him, stay here. Watching Han Qingxia's indifferent back, Su Xiaoyang clenched his fists tightly. Miss, can you really save? Of course, as long as he has breath, I guarantee he won't die. Han Qingxiao replied with utmost confidence. With the emergency rescue pill at hand, her confidence soared. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang fell silent for 3 seconds before responding seriously. All right. If you can save my captain, then my life from now on belongs to you. Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang. A group of teammates looked at Su Xiaoyang's agreement and immediately panicked. You want me? I, Qi Mingtong, am willing to sacrifice myself. I'll let Su Xiaoyang go. I, Wang Heng, am also willing. I will trade myself for our captain. I, Tang Jian, surrender to you. You all step aside. I, Li Lin, have no one at home in this life. Doesn't matter, it'll go. Female demon Yuan Yi. I now have a worthless life. I could die at any moment. My life is yours. It's the most valuable. The unfortunate soul who fell into Han Qingxia's trap shouted from the ground. Han Qingxiao looked at this group of self-recommending men. How did these people act as if they were going to eat Su Xiaoyang, fighting to die in his place? And some even called her a female demon. She had shown such kindness today, just to win over her precious Su Xiaoyang. She had exhausted all her patience. You all are not worthy. Han Qingxiao retorted, then turned to Su Xiaoyang. Carry him and come inside with me. Han Qingxiao strode towards her shelter. Su Xiaoyang took a deep breath, steadied the man on his back, and quickly followed. Xiaoyang. Su. His teammates watched helplessly as Su Xiaoyang carried the person inside, worrying so much they nearly rushed in together. But ultimately reason prevailed. After all, this was the territory of that female demon, and they were the ones she had taken in. From a logical standpoint before the apocalypse, just considering the dogs she raised in this base, and the unknown other defenses, they dared not act recklessly. In the end, they could only watch as he entered. Inside the shelter, after Su Xiaoyang followed Han Qingxia through the heavy iron door, he was met with an even more astonishing interior. It was brightly lit inside, and he could hear a generator humming deep within the shelter. He wondered how she had soundproofed it, or what kind of impressive generator she had bought, as the noise was minimal. He knew that the sound of a diesel generator could be deafening, especially in such a relatively sealed environment. That was because he didn't realize it was a generator upgraded by the system. The interior of the shelter was orderly. It had sofas, wool mats, large beds, and bathrooms. The innermost rooms were all tightly sealed with doors that were of the caliber of a bank vault. The second floor seemed to be a tower where he could vaguely see a row of computers and a crossbow. Along with the crops growing outside, the electrified high-voltage fencing, traps, and packs of hunting dogs, it was like a well-equipped, impregnable small fortress. One person living inside could resist all dangers. Unless a professional army came to attack, but which army would specifically come to assault a remote personal base? Exactly. Su Xiaoyang realized this location's terrain only after the fact. Yes, this base was incredibly hidden. No one would ever suspect that there was such a complete and powerful personal defense structure in this dense forest. There was almost no chance of invasion. This girl had considered everything. After going through all the information about this base in his mind, his heart was even more shaken. What kind of person is this girl? She could actually build such an apocalyptic fortress in such a remote place. What's even more astonishing is where she got all the supplies inside this fortress. Just the animal traps at the entrance and the car she drove. Everyone had observed later that the craftsmanship exceeded modern standards. Did she create them herself? Hey, what are you thinking about? Han Qingxia said. Su Xiaoyang immediately snapped back from his shock, looking at the beautiful girl before him. He glanced around and quickly placed the man on her bed. Wait, put him on the floor. Su Xiaoyang. Is she looking down on his captain? You must know that his captain Lu Qian was recognized as the first handsome man in the Eastern Military District before the apocalypse, with a solid background. His grandfather was the commander of the Eastern Military District. This was the first time he had seen someone look down on their captain. Han Qingxia's shelter was long, with the back being a warehouse area with tightly closed doors, causing Su Xiaoyang to put the man down near the door. My captain has been shot in the abdomen. The bullet did not remain in his body, but he has multiple cuts from blades. Do you really have a way to help? Han Qingxia picked up a pair of scissors and swiftly cut open Lu Qian's clothes. After 10 years of struggling in the apocalypse, small-scale surgical rescue was already a necessary skill for her. However, in her previous life, she didn't have any life-saving divine medicine. Usually, she just applied hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medicine to the injured, relying on their own resistance and luck to survive. Now she flipped her hand, pretending to take something from her pocket, but in reality, she pulled out a small vial from her spatial storage. An emergency rescue pill. With the divine medicine in hand, even the king of hell could not claim a life. Han Qingxia glanced at the gift pack she received during the last trading of crystal nuclei. One emergency rescue pill costs 100 points. If it weren't for wanting to win over Su Xiaoyang, she wouldn't have been willing to give this medicine. Su Xiaoyang saw the medicine Han Qingxia took out, and just as he wanted to ask, he ultimately held back the words. He stared intently at Han Qingxia. Su Xiaoyang nervously stood by, watching Han Qingxia. He saw her feed a bottle of white pills to his leader, and then began to clean the wounds on his body. She removed the dirt and necrotic flesh from the wound, then quickly applied a bottle of powder. It seemed to be a hemostatic medicine. After applying the powder, she wrapped his wound with a bandage. Once Han Qingxia had almost finished treating the wounds, he saw his captain's eyelashes flutter, and with a cough, he actually woke up. Su Xiaoyang. Captain, let him rest for a while. Han Qingxia waved her hand at him, signaling him not to approach. Su Xiaoyang immediately stopped in his tracks and nodded seriously. Once he wakes up, he should be fine. Han Qingxia stood up. Su Xiaoyang looked at the girl in front of him and suddenly knelt before her. Miss, from now on my life belongs to you, Su Xiaoyang. Very good. Han Qingxia looked at the man in front of her with satisfaction. Su Xiaoyang was her most loyal subordinate in her previous life. Although she knew that fate had changed and he could not be exactly the same as before, the nature of a person cannot be altered. She understood his character very well. For him to say such words was a lifelong promise. My name is Han Qingxia, just call me boss from now on. Su Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment, and then firmly replied, yes, boss. As soon as these words fell, a notification sounded in Han Qingxia's mind. Ding! Detected Base Guard 1. Reward 1,000 points. A set of combat gear. Overall enhancement of the base's security by 10%. Special attribute of Base Guard copied. Han Qingxia exclaimed. She could feel her base being reinforced again in ways that were invisible to the naked eye. Furthermore, she felt a wave of water flowing within her. She remembered that Su Xiaoyang was a water-type ability user. She had gained a new ability. Han Qingxiao was overjoyed. She was now 100% certain that as long as she accepted ability users into her territory, she would gain their abilities. Han Qingxiao looked at Su Xiaoyang in front of her more and more fond of him. Her Xiaoyang was such a good guy, a true treasure. She stared at him intensely. Take off your clothes. Su Xiaoyang. Facing her fiery gaze, his icy face was once again enveloped in embarrassment, his face turning red all the way to his neck. For a moment, he felt like a helpless little girl being toyed with. Was it really necessary to rush like this? He slowly began to unbutton his shirt. Shy strong man. Hurry up and take it off. Han Qingxiao turned around and took out a fresh gauze and alcohol from the cabinet along with the combat gear she had just obtained. When she turned back, she saw Su Xiaoyang still unbuttoning the second button. He was taking his time, looking awkward. Su Xiaoyang saw the items in her hands. Miss. Boss, are you going to apply the medicine to you? Hurry up. Su Xiaoyang then realized he had misunderstood. His ears immediately turned as red as they could be, and he hastened to remove his clothes. With a few quick motions, he took off his outer garment. He wanted to say he could do it himself, not needing Han Qingxiao to help, but Han Qingxiao had already pinned him down and started to clean his external injuries. All of them had encountered a very dangerous attack, struggling to escape from a horde of zombies, nearly leaving everyone behind. Each person was injured. Throughout the process, Su Xiaoyang remained silent. Even when she peeled away the clothing stuck to his flesh and removed some rotten flesh, he did not make a sound. It was impossible not to feel pain. The tearing of skin and fascia caused nerve endings to scream in agony. Yet he remained completely silent. Real men don't cry out in pain. He endured the suffering, but when Han Qingxiao finished cleaning his wounds and sprinkled a layer of white powder onto them, an unprecedented coolness struck his numb nerves. He looked at Han Qingxiao astonished, as just a little bit of the powder made his wounds stop hurting. Soon after, an incredibly comforting warmth quickly enveloped his wounds. By the time Han Qingxiao had bandaged his injuries, he felt as if his wounds were almost healed. He looked at Han Qingxiao in shock. All right, stop staring at me like that. Go to the bathroom and get a wet towel to wipe yourself down, but don't touch the wounds, and then change your clothes. Han Qingxiao tossed him a set of clean combat gear. Su Xiaoyang took the clean towel and clothes, feeling a mix of emotions. He held these items in silence for a moment, and then solemnly said to Han Qingxiao, "Thank you, boss. Go on now." Han Qingxiao waved her hand, letting him go to the bathroom. When Su Xiaoyang came out after changing his clothes, he saw Han Qingxiao starting to cook in the kitchen. At that moment, he caught sight of the half bottle of Yunnan Baiyao she had just placed on the table. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Han Qingxiao, "Boss, can you give me that leftover medicine?" Han Qingxiao, who was cooking, turned to glance at him and casually nodded, "Take it." Su Xiaoyang was immediately filled with gratitude. He checked his former captain in the room, confirming he was fine and recovering well, then turned to take the Yunnan Baiyao outside. Outside at that moment, "Pingzi, hang in there. Don't waste medicine on me, we don't have much left." He Jiangping lay pale against the wall outside the air raid shelter. His companions were treating the wounds on his leg. He had been badly hurt by Han Qingxia's trap, adding insult to injury to his already battered body. He knew very well that at such a time, without rescue, relying solely on the little medical supplies they had left was, "Save it for yourselves, this medicine can't save my injury. Stop talking nonsense. We won't let you die. Even if it can't save me, we will still try." Just then a voice came from behind them. "Use this medicine." Su Xiaoyang, now dressed in new clothes, came out of the air raid shelter with the Yunnan Baiyao he got from Han Qingxiao. Everyone turned to look at him. "Xiaoyang, how's the captain?" "Where's the captain?" "He's inside resting, he's no longer in critical condition." Upon hearing this, the gloom that had been lingering for days dissipated by more than half. Su Xiaoyang walked in front of everyone and took out the Yunnan Baiyao. "This medicine has worked well for both the captain and me." "That medicine from that female devil. I don't want it. That's my boss, you aren't allowed to slander." Su Xiaoyang pressed He Jiangping's leg down, exposing all his wounds. Seeing his comrade defend Han Qingxiao like this, He Jiangping felt even more indignant and wanted to retort, but a wave of unprecedented coolness swept over him. He was instantly shocked. He Jiangping's wound was deep, recently treated with some hemostatic medicine. The pain was intensifying. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang applied the medicine to his wound, and an indescribable cool sensation dissipated all the pain. As the wound began to be bandaged, warmth spread from the injury, but it was not hot. It felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, utterly comfortable. His taut nerves gradually relaxed, and the pale color of his face began to improve. "What kind of medicine does that female demon use? It feels so good." Still calling her a female demon, Su Xiaoyang tightened the bandage around him. "Hiss!" He Jiangping immediately became obedient. I was wrong, I'll call her big sister, big sister." Su Xiaoyang was also very measured, loosening the bandage and finishing the dressing on his wound. He looked at the remaining medicine powder and said to the other comrades, "There's still a bit left, you all use it too." Su Xiaoyang applied this bit of medicine powder to the most severely injured parts of the other comrades. After applying Han Qingxia's medicine, they all had bright eyes. Qi Mingtang exclaimed in wonder, "Wow, this medicine is really comfortable." Wang Heng's eyes sparkled. "It doesn't hurt at all after applying the medicine." Li Lin agreed wholeheartedly. "I've never used such effective medicine before." Tang Jian pouted. "It seems that the female demon, despite being a bit evil, still has good things." Tang Jian. Su Xiaoyang's cold face darkened. "It's true, just now we all begged her, and she turned a blind eye. Isn't that the mark of a cold-blooded demon?" Tang Jian was the young soldier who had almost been driven to tears by Han Qingxia earlier. "My boss saved the captain and gave you the medicine with one eye open and one eye closed. That was your own exchange." "No, I willingly followed the boss." Su Xiaoyang spoke seriously to everyone. Han Qingxia, who was near the entrance of the air raid shelter, heard this and smiled slightly. Su Xiaoyang was still the Su Xiaoyang she knew from her previous life. "Xiaoyang, don't say that. Didn't you say the boss is good? When the boss recovers, we'll sneak away together. Right? We'll sneak away, as she definitely won't find out. Even if she does, we're not afraid of her. Were so many people, would we be scared by a young girl? We're not afraid of her. You guys." Han Qingxia came out holding a large basin of food. "Who are you not afraid of?" The group, who had just been passionately discussing, immediately looked up at the sky and down at the ground, all closing their mouths, obediently looking up at the sky and down at the ground, no one daring to look at her. Han Qingxia glanced at this group of blabbermouths. "Yangzi, come eat." Su Xiaoyang obediently stepped forward upon hearing the command. Seeing this, the other four hurriedly tried to stop Su Xiaoyang, urging him not to go, absolutely not to go. But no one dared to say it in front of Han Qingxia. As they watched Su Xiaoyang obediently walk over, they all sighed. Alas, their good comrade and good friend was ultimately sacrificing too much. "Yangzi, you've worked hard for everyone." At that moment, a fragrant aroma of ribs wafted over. Han Qingxia opened her large basin, revealing a full basin of braised ribs. The braised ribs, first fried and then stewed, had a golden red color, enticing fragrance, thick sauce, and delicious taste. A single bite would make the meat fall off the bone. With the salty and savory flavor paired with the solid meat texture, it could make one devour 10 bowls of rice. On top, Han Qingxia had also fried 5 eggs and a full plate of stir-fried greens. The fragrant fried eggs paired with the fresh green vegetables and the ribs made anyone salivate just by looking. Not to mention for these veterans who hadn't had a full meal in over 10 days. Wow, such good food. Su Xiaoyang was taken aback by the large basin of ribs in front of him and the 2 full pots of fragrant rice in the electric cooker beside him. All was filled with emotion. "Boss, there's no need to specially prepare such good food for me. I can eat the regular meals with you." He knew how tight resources were now, not to mention ribs. Many people couldn't even have a full meal. Han Qingxia prepared such a lavish meal for him, clearly a welcoming feast. This truly wasn't necessary. Even if she valued him, a little stir-fried meat would have been enough. This is too extravagant. Han Qingxia took a rice cooker and sat under the grape arbor. "This is what I..." Su Xiaoyang. The people behind him. "From now on, whatever I eat, you eat. Following your boss, I will definitely ensure you start at this standard every day." Han Qingxia said this very loudly. The 5 people over there stared wide-eyed. "No way, this standard is... This is the apocalypse." They couldn't even get meat and vegetables in the base. Han Qingxia was going to have Su Xiaoyang start with this. It seemed to be quite different from their previous idea of Su Xiaoyang living a miserable life as a male slave. Following Han Qingxia, it didn't seem like a sacrifice. Life was much better than in their base. "Let's eat our own, hurry up." Tang Jian snorted. "We have our own food to eat. Let's eat our own." He took out some compressed biscuits from his bag, added some water, and started eating dry and tasteless food. The others also stopped, looking pitifully, taking out the remaining compressed biscuits from their bags. While eating the tasteless and choking compressed biscuits, the aroma of braised ribs wafted over. These biscuits were truly becoming less interesting with every bite. The aroma from over there was simply delightful. He really wanted to eat. "You eat more. Why are you eating so slowly?" Han Qingxia devoured the ribs, barely gnawing at the bones, while Xia Tian squatted beside her. Han Qingxia left the bones for them to chew on. Su Xiaoyang, however, ate very slowly, carefully gnawing every piece clean. The bones boiled by Han Qingxia were very flavorful. He could eat even the bone scraps. "The bones are for Xia Tian to chew. You eat more meat. It won't go to waste." Su Xiaoyang shook his head after hearing this, resolutely continuing to gnaw on the bones. Seeing him like this, Han Qingxia understood as she continued eating, letting him be. After she was full and had a bottle of cola, there were still plenty of ribs left in the large basin. She wiped her hands and stood up. Su Xiaoyang asked, "Boss, are you going to eat the rest of this?" "It's all yours." Han Qingxia saw through, without saying, turned back into the air raid shelter, and before leaving she said, but you have to wash the bowls and chopsticks clean, and after that put away the dishes. Su Xiaoyang immediately expressed his gratitude. Yes. After Han Qingxiao left, He Jianping and others had long since chewed on the tasteless compressed biscuits and stopped eating. However, they also didn't dare waste any licking the remnants clean. Just then a bowl of leftover braised ribs was, "Eat up, it's for you." Su Xiaoyang was saving what he had between his teeth for them. Will the queen agree? Tang Jian changed the subject. I consulted with the boss, and she said it was all fine to give to me. Xiaoyang, you've worked hard. Good brothers, good brothers. Let me say thank you, because of you it's warmed. Stop talking, eat quickly. Tang Jian, He Jianping, Wang Heng, and the others immediately began to eat. During this time, Su Xiaoyang, fearing they might choke, gave them some water, filling each person's water flask. This was also a recent discovery. His body had mutated, allowing him to produce water. Everyone in their small team had undergone some changes. Tang Jian was faster, He Jianping was stronger, Wang Heng could control fire, Qi Mingtang's body reacted to metal, and Li Lin could alter the terrain. Although they did not yet understand why this was happening, nor had they figured out how to use these abilities, they were fortunate that all their bodies had mutated. Otherwise, escaping from that zombie tide would have been impossible. Watching his former comrades eat, Su Xiaoyang got up to work. First, he went to collect vegetables. Tang Jian, while gnawing on a bone, watched him work and said, Xiaoyang, are you really going to do this for her? Su Xiaoyang lowered his head to cut chives, saying, once I promised, I must fulfill it. So you're really not coming back with us to the squad? I will be her person in the future. Will the captain let you go? Su Xiaoyang fell silent, focusing on his work. After cutting half the chives, his brothers finished the ribs and got up to help him. We share meat, we share work. Can we let you sacrifice alone? Everyone collected vegetables, hoed the weeds, washed the dishes, and after finishing everything, they even cleaned the yard thoroughly. Han Qingxia observed from inside the house as these people worked, her brows slightly raised. When Su Xiaoyang left those ribs, she understood he intended to leave them for his comrades. She saw through it, but said nothing as she understood the bond of life and death they shared. Otherwise, she would never have gone to such lengths to bring Su Xiaoyang in. Having faced life and death countless times, the brotherhood forged over years, even decades, could not be easily severed. Now that the timeline had changed, when she first encountered Su Xiaoyang, she only saw him alone. He never mentioned his past. Looking back now, it should be that all his comrades, including that captain, had died. Only he remained picked up by her without any attachments, wholeheartedly working with her. In this life, his companions were still alive, and he seemed a bit sunnier than in his past. Han Qingxia did not deliberately disrupt his relationship with his comrades, allowing him to remain connected without severing ties, even tacitly permitting many of his actions, like taking Yunnan Bai Yao and the ribs, which were all acts of goodwill. Bestowing kindness on Su Xiaoyang. Otherwise, it would only backfire. People have feelings, and knowing his teammates were alive would inevitably make him worry. Otherwise, would they be wiped out? Bringing them all back. Han Qingxia looked at these capable young men. Her eyes, keeping these people around to work for her, seemed quite good. Dusk. Han Qingxia lazily walked outside the air raid shelter, inspecting her territory. Her territory looked completely renewed. The vegetable garden had been tidied up. All the freshly harvested vegetables were neatly arranged in a cool place, each variety sorted and organized. Weeds were completely removed from the vegetable garden, and the chicken and duck pens were cleaned as well. Some small damages had been repaired, and the hygiene inside and out had been taken care of. Han Qingxia was very satisfied with this. The soldiers worked exceptionally well. Boss, where should we store these vegetables? No rush, let's wash some vegetables first. Tonight, we will have hot pot. Hearing hot pot, the nearby comrades lounging around perked up. Not long after, Han Qingxia set up a pot in the open space. Aromatic beef bones and chicken leg bones were added first to make broth, followed by the hot pot seasoning. Half spicy, half tomato. Various meats, fish, fresh vegetables, and frozen tofu were laid out, making He Jianping and the others swallow their saliva. Boss, this is way too much food, isn't it? What is this? I said if you follow me, eating is the most basic. This is the daily norm, so get used to it. He Jianping and the others perked up their ears. Suddenly, they looked at Su Xiaoyang with a hint of envy. Daily norm. They had come out of the army with only some compressed biscuits and a little canned beef. Food was scarce in the base, and they faced a downgrade in supplies at the first opportunity. Their meals became rice, one dish, and one soup, with just a little egg flour floating in the soup. Worse than the water used to wash eggs. Yet even this was beyond the reach of many. Many people in the base couldn't even get steamed buns. Comparing this to Han Qingxia's meals, it was like heaven and hell. Han Qingxia added large slices of beef, pork slices, shrimp paste, and fish into the hot pot. The rich aroma made them all salivate uncontrollably. They wanted to eat. Let's eat too. I can't eat anymore. Tang Jian turned his head away, unable to face the delicious food, while his compressed biscuits felt unbearable. If you can't eat, just drink some water and pretend you're eating. The few of them sipped water to suppress their appetite, hoping that after Han Qingxiao finished, Su Xiaoyang could bring back some for them. But after Han Qingxiao finished her hot pot, she wiped her mouth, and before Su Xiaoyang could say much, she spoke first. Xiaoyang, put away the vegetables. Well, I see you can't eat much, so I will prepare less next time. Everyone. Su Xiaoyang was also caught off guard by Han Qingxia's words. He was only 60% full and wanted to leave some leftovers, but this time. Boss, I'm still not full. Oh, you're not full. Then keep eating, you all go in to digest a bit. Okay. Boss, I'll clean up here afterward. Su Xiaoyang watched Han Qingxiao leave. After she entered the gate, he immediately called the others over. Come on. Hurry and eat. Tang Jian, He Zhongping, and the others immediately grabbed the leftover food that Han Qingxiao had eaten and tossed it into the pot. Without hesitation, even the vegetable leaves used to line the meat. Everyone rubbed their hands together, eagerly waiting for the steaming food to be ready, and each face lit up with a childlike smile. At that moment, a meaningful female voice came from behind them. Well, who allowed you all to sneak my food? As Han Qingxia's voice fell, the nearly 1,000-pound men on site were petrified, frozen in place. Good grief, they looked at Han Qingxiao, a weak woman, each of them behaving like mice. Seeing a cat, if there was anywhere to hide, they would have scurried away. What are you, hungry? Han Qingxiao walked step by step to her hot pot, surveying the group of quails. We haven't eaten. Tang Jian was the first to stand up, his youthful face looking at Han Qingxiao. He was the youngest among them, only 20 years old this year. But he had been in the military for quite some time, having enlisted at 16, consistently excelling and smoothly entering Lu Kaiyan's team as a special forces soldier. However, while his personal strength was considerable, his youth and lack of experience meant he had never encountered a cold-blooded and ruthless woman like Han Qingxiao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have nearly been brought to tears by her. If you haven't eaten, what are you doing? We're just sitting here smelling it. Is that not allowed? Of course it's not allowed, Han Qingxiao lazily replied. The flavor of these things belongs to me. Who allowed you to smell my food? Tang Jian. Do you know that during the boiling process of the hot pot, a lot of oil vapor is released? This vapor is part of my food. By smelling the fragrance of my hot pot, you are stealing my food. What more do you have to say? I can leave, can't I? Too late. You must compensate. Tang Jian looked at the woman before him, who was as miserly as Huang Shuren. No, Huang Shuren wasn't as miserly as her. He was about to be driven to tears by her again. What could he use to compensate her? Boss, at this moment Su Xiaoyang stood up. I did this. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Shut up and sit down. Han Qingxiao turned her head, continuing to look at them. I'm not unreasonable. You are all soldiers, so surely you can reason better than I can. Why don't you all discuss how to handle this? Tang Jian and the others exchanged glances. At most we can compensate you with a pot of vegetables, the oldest among them, Qi Mingtong said. Right? We will compensate you. With what will you compensate? We will go out to find food for you. Exactly the same dishes to compensate you. Huh? Is there really anything in this world that is exactly the same? And I need it right now. Bring me my compensation. You are being unreasonable. Exactly, you are bullying others. Oh, so you all think you're so great, stealing someone's things and still being so brazen about it. Isn't this clearly you bullying me? A group of big men were rendered speechless by Han Qingxia's retort. They exchanged glances and Qi Mingtang said, Sister, how about this? You say how you want us to compensate you. We will follow your lead. Han Qingxiao smoothly took the initiative, lounging comfortably in front of the hot pot. That works. Since you've stolen my things, you can pay me back with your own services. I will generously accept you as my subordinates. Oh, so you want to take us all in? Tang Jian was the first to react. Let me tell you, that's impossible. Exactly, we all need to return to the army. Sister, we really can't stay here. Then you can think about it. If you don't agree, just compensate me with my things. If you don't compensate, all of you will wait to die. Han Qingxiao stopped wasting words and turned to walk back. As soon as she left, everyone felt restless. My God, I've never seen someone like her. And she wants us to compensate. Now it's the end of the world, food is scarce, and we are not related to her in any way. Why should she give us food? Did we eat her hot pot? You ate her ribs, and even used her medicine, Su Xiaoyang said. He withdrew his gaze from Han Qingxiao, his eyes deep. Han Qingxiao coming here also indicated to him that she had seen everything he did. However, she had never blamed him, indicating that she was not someone who was overly stingy or calculating. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tolerated him so many times. This was all kindness. Han Qingxiao had conveyed her kindness through him to them. It was just that these people had not realized it. Boss, she's pretty good, a good person. You all really misunderstand her deeply. Xiaoyang, don't talk to her. Xiaoyang, no matter what, we can't stay with her. You can forget it. When the captain wakes up, we will all go back. My mom is still at K1 base, or I have to go back. So do I must go back. Han Qingxiao watched the scene outside through the camera at the base. She pulled over the headset and spoke into the loudspeaker outside. I don't care what you all think, or whether you are willing to, as long as you stay here for one day, you must work for me. Tonight all of you will take turns keeping watch. Otherwise you can all get out. At that moment, everyone outside. Han Qingxiao finished directing these people and turned back to her bed to sleep. Step by step there was no rush. But the important thing was if they ate her food they had to work for her. She went downstairs to her bed. On the way back she saw Lu Qiyin still lying on the ground. After giving him an emergency pill and applying Yunnan Baiyao, his life was definitely secured. At this moment he was recovering steadily and quickly. Han Qingxiao glanced at him before striding over him and getting into her bed to sleep. When she awoke the next day, the air raid shelter outside was once again in order. Although those annoying guys did not submit to her, they had done all the work. The vegetables in her field were being harvested at any time, and the chickens, ducks, and sheep were all fed. When she went out today, she found that they had even expanded her fish pond. Han Qingxiao couldn't help but think about this. She really needed more helpers. It was good to have someone to help her with all. Boss, where should I put these vegetables? Follow me. Han Qingxiao led Su Xiaoyang into the air raid shelter, letting him stack the vegetables at the big iron gate, and she would take them inside herself later. Power and responsibility must match. Since she hadn't assigned any absolutely important tasks to Su Xiaoyang, yet he didn't deserve to have access rights to her warehouse. This was good for Su Xiaoyang, and also for Han Qingxiao. Managing people requires gradual control, and only when fully controlled can authority be gradually delegated. Han Qingxiao recorded Su Xiaoyang's fingerprint information for entering and exiting the air raid shelter, instructing him to put the harvested vegetables at the warehouse door. She would handle the rest. Su Xiaoyang had no objections, only absolute obedience. After Han Qingxiao finished handling these daily vegetables, she heard voices coming from outside. I'm here to deliver vegetables to the Lord. A soft voice rang out at the door as Wang Yunduo arrived with today's supplies. However, Wang Yunduo saw many unfamiliar faces here today. She stood nervously at the door. You're here, my lord. Wang Yunduo felt an innate closeness to Han Qingxiao. Anyone who came under Han Qingxia's domain would feel the same way. Including Su Xiaoyang. Ever since he agreed to be her subordinate, he has shown unconditional trust in Han Qingxiao. He views her through a rose-tinted lens, unable to comprehend why his comrades criticize her. Han Qingxiao is such a kind-hearted person. My lord, you asked me to give those seeds I cultivated for my father yesterday. He said they would be ready in a week. Please be patient. Okay, you still have food left at home, right? Not yet. My father said that my lord doesn't need to supply us with resources right now. Oh, we can't store it. Can we come back to exchange for it later? Han Qingxiao nodded, intending to call a dog, but instead looked at the few idle men. Two of you take the crowd. Two of them stepped forward to escort Wang Yunduo back home. After they left, Han Qingxiao looked at the remaining people. You all shouldn't be idle. Come over and work for me. The crowd. Smelling the aroma of hot pot, they felt compelled to work for her. Han Qingxiao handed Su Xiaoyang a map and a pile of signs. Take them to expand the territory. Expand the territory. Tang Jian looked at Han Qingxiao in shock. Why expand the territory? In this apocalyptic era, what's there to expand? Aren't all places just empty? Han Qingxiao rolled her eyes at him. If I tell you to do it, then just do it. At the very least, expand 10 acres for me by today. Put up the signs of Han Qingxiao on all the vacant land. The crowd. Yes. Su Xiaoyang replied firmly. Han Qingxia's expression softened slightly. Off you go. There will be food when you finish your work. Can we even afford your food? Tang Jian retorted. Han Qingxiao immediately kicked him away. Eat it or not. Anyway, you still owe me. The crowd. Everyone gloomily went to work for Han Qingxiao, leaving only He Zhongping, who was seriously injured and still recovering. His leg was severely injured, making it unsuitable for him to move for the next couple of days. However, Han Qingxiao couldn't stand to see him idle. You come over and work for me. He Zhongping. Did they enter the house of some landowner or slave master? Smelling the aroma of meat from her house, he felt completely exploited, becoming her permanent laborer. What's more, even this injured man was not spared. Little did he know if there wasn't someone unconscious inside. As long as Lu Qiyin could move a finger, she wouldn't let him be idle. Everyone was expected to work for her. He Zhongping, unable to voice his anger, obediently crawled up to cook for her. Han Qingxiao did show some humanity, considering his leg injury and assigning him lighter tasks. He was assigned to wash vegetables, chop them, and cook in a large pot. Han Qingxiao rarely liberated herself, finally not having to do the work herself. She ran a few laps outside her air raid shelter to warm up while restoring the traps that had been damaged earlier. During this time, she heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Detected territory expansion of 100 square meters. Reward 100 points. Upon hearing the system notification and realizing her territory had indeed expanded, Han Qingxiao knew her thoughts were correct. Sending her people out to expand the territory could also increase her domain. At this moment, she suddenly wondered if the land occupied by her residents, if they migrated, would count as hers. Han Qingxiao wanted to try, but unfortunately she currently had only one household in her territory, and she was quite cautious about accepting residents. She wasn't very fond of humans. After finishing her run, she returned to her base, suddenly feeling idle and a bit unaccustomed. Don't ask why she didn't expand her territory herself. Now that there were outsiders in her air raid shelter, she wouldn't leave. After pondering for a while and warming up slowly, she practiced her combat skills in the open space. He Zhangping, who was grumbling while cooking, turned his head to look when he heard the sounds of combat skills and saw Han Qingxia unleashing powerful punches and kicks. In an instant, wow, so strong. This big sister's combat skills are amazing. Even an old soldier like him couldn't help but be amazed. Every punch landed with force, every move was fierce. Just watching from the side, his eyes lit up. What are you looking at? Want to steal my techniques? Hearing this, He Zhangping was once again overwhelmed by fear and immediately lowered his head to work. However, as he worked, he couldn't help but sneak a few glances. So powerful, really so powerful. She seemed to be even stronger than their captain. By the afternoon, those sent out returned. As Han Qingxia had promised, there was indeed food when they returned. He Zhangping had cooked a large pot of food all day, stir-frying a generous amount of scrambled eggs with chives and a big mixed stew left over from the hot pot yesterday. In this apocalyptic era where all resources are scarce, Han Qingxia hadn't thrown away the food they didn't eat last night. She had He Zhangping reheat it for them. Everyone was so moved by the hot dishes and rice that they were on the verge of tears. They all held the rice cooker and excitedly poured the hot pot broth over their rice, eating just like that. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, they hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. What once seemed greasy before the apocalypse was now exactly what they needed. No matter how greasy it was, they weren't afraid. They could even drink it as soup. Of course, Han Qingxia ate differently from Su Xiaoyang. Han Qingxia prepared a fragrant braised pork dish just for the two of them. Braised pork is still the best. Yangzi, don't you think? Su Xiaoyang affirmed, yes. I have plenty of braised pork. I need a few more people to help eat it. The crowd over there sipping hot pot broth. At that moment, they were almost swayed from their beliefs. Can you not always tempt them with food? After dinner, Han Qingxia assigned them more tasks. She asked them to build a simple house outside the air raid shelter. Han Qingxia had all the tools and materials. Previously, when they raided a large shopping mall, they happened to find a few furniture stores. Steel plates and frames were readily available. After assembling the frame, Han Qingxia added a bed and a luxurious down comforter inside. She didn't need too much. Yangzi, you can stay here for now. In the next few days, go up the mountain to chop some trees and reinforce this place. Yes. The interior of the air raid shelter was Han Qingxia's private space. Even her subordinates, including Su Xiaoyang, slept outside. Build a few houses outside. Su Xiaoyang will live outside the air raid shelter in the future and can also act as a lookout to oversee the safety of the entire base. After she finished assigning tasks outside, she returned to the base to sleep. At this moment, Qi Mingtang asked eldest sister, how is our captain doing? He's still asleep. Before Han Qingxia came out, Lu Qiyin was still in a deep slumber. Although she found it a bit strange, she wondered why he hadn't woken up yet. However, she had checked his injuries and breathing. His external wounds had indeed healed significantly, and his breathing was normal. He appeared to be in a state of deep sleep. Can you let our captain stay outside? We can take care of him. No. Han Qingxia directly refused. That Lu Qiyin was her hostage. With so many people who were not under her command in her territory, she could never trust them completely. Just as this group had previously mentioned, what if they tried to escape and took Su Xiaoyang with them? These people's bond appeared to be very strong, and they were loyal to Lu Qiyin. She couldn't even pry into his relationships while he was unconscious, making it highly likely that if Lu Qiyin woke up, he might take Su Xiaoyang away. Caution was necessary. Han Qingxia did not consider this a test for Su Xiaoyang. A test is a surprise in a desperate situation, not an opportunity given to others due to her own carelessness. Human nature does not require testing. Keeping Su Xiaoyang away from such peculiar choices is what a wise person would do. Therefore, letting Lu Qiyin be seen by them was absolutely not an option. Then we have no idea how our captain is doing. If you're worried, just ask Su Xiaoyang. Han Qingxia left without further explanation. Everyone was accustomed to Han Qingxia's foul temper. I've never seen a woman like her in my life. Tang Jian complained frantically behind Han Qingxia. How many women have you seen anyway? Everyone laughed at him. But I've never seen anyone as cold-blooded and fierce as her, not a trace of femininity. When the captain wakes up, just watch me. What will you do? Su Xiaoyang looked at him. I will run away I will never see her again in this lifetime. Huh. Everyone burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong in what I said? Tang Jian pouted, his youthful face full of defiance. When the captain wakes up, won't you all leave? Let's hurry up and run. You're right. After the laughter subsided, everyone looked at Su Xiaoyang. Yangzi, you have to take good care of the captain for us. You can trust my boss, the captain's injuries have indeed healed. I saw it with my own eyes. He should rest for a few more days. So you will keep an eye on him. All right. 2 days passed in a flash. Seizing the opportunity to utilize her labor force, Han Qingxia renovated and organized her air raid shelter base. First, the house for Su Xiaoyang was completely built. It was a simple structure made of iron sheets and wood. It was convenient for taking care of the chickens, ducks, fish, and vegetables within the base, while also guarding the air raid shelter at the first opportunity. In addition, Han Qingxia's chicken coop and duck pen were also renovated and expanded. She had those who were living off her hospitality go up the mountain to chop, would have them weave branches and vines, and renovate the simple chicken and duck coops she had previously built. Soldiers indeed possess strong manual skills and can handle anything. Additionally, the vegetable and fruit planting was replanned to increase the arable land area by double. Previously, her planting was haphazard, merely scattering seeds without planning, leading to inefficient use of the area outside the air raid shelter. This time, everything was restructured, and the base's yield could increase several times. The fish and shrimp ponds were also re-excavated. She dug a 5-meter-deep pit nearby, and then diverted water from the old pond to expand it. This would enlarge the living environment for the fish and shrimp, increasing their yield. They worked quickly and efficiently, which made Han Qingxiao very pleased. Moreover, during the day, she would send Su Xiaoyang along with 3 others to expand the territory, while leaving the rest behind to help her renovate the base, providing them with 2 meals. As a qualified landowner, Han Qingxiao felt that providing 2 meals was sufficient for these short-term workers who could not be retained. 3 meals were not necessary. For her long-term workers, she would openly provide a lavish breakfast in front of everyone. Her favoritism was evident and unapologetic. Han Qingxiao has always been protective of her own people, applying blatantly different standards to those who were hers and those who were not. Tang Jian and the others gradually got used to it. This woman was such an openly double-standard, cold-blooded, and domineering person. However, it must be said that having such a person as their leader was indeed a fortunate thing. Undoubtedly. Tonight, when Su Xiaoyang and the others returned after expanding the territory, each of them brought back a large delivery vehicle. While expanding the territory, Su Xiaoyang came across a public road ahead and saw several large trucks that had been involved in a chain collision. They cleared away the surrounding zombies. By putting up Han Qingxia's sign, they occupied this land and discovered that there were still many vehicles that could be driven. More importantly, several of them were delivery trucks. The group immediately repaired the vehicles and drove them back to Han Qingxia's base. "Boss, we have supplies." Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled upon seeing the large quantities of materials they had brought back. "Well done." Han Qingxia directly praised Su Xiaoyang and started to look favorably upon the others. "Tonight, everyone will get an extra meat dish." "Wow, I'm so touched. I've seen the female miser show kindness in my lifetime." "Get lost." Han Qingxia kicked Tang Jian. "You are not allowed to eat later." "Don't. You're not a miser, you're a goddess, okay?" Han Qingxia snorted. "Call me ancestor." Tang Jian struggled for a moment, weighing between meat and pride. He ultimately chose ancestor. "You know how to behave. I'll unload the goods for me later, and only then can you eat." Tang Jian, "Greetings to your ancestors." Han Qingxia waved to Su Xiaoyang, asking him to follow her inside to get the meat and vegetables, planning to add a potato braised pork for everyone tonight. After Su Xiaoyang finished getting the meat, he checked on their unconscious captain as usual. At this moment, Lu Kai's wounds had all healed, his complexion was rosy, and his breathing was strong and normal. Su Xiaoyang tried to wake him, but he still couldn't. "His head and spine are unharmed. He shouldn't have any nerve damage," Han Qingxia said. "But I must tell you, we cannot rule out the possibility that he might remain unconscious for a lifetime." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang's expression darkened. "I understand, boss." Su Xiaoyang knew that Han Qingxia had done her best. She was not a professional doctor, as she had promised to save his life, but never guaranteed anything else. Regardless of the outcome, they all needed to thank Han Qingxia. He first carried out 20 pounds of pork and 10 pounds of potatoes. Han Qingxia glanced at the people on the ground and followed him out. As she turned to leave, the man lying on the ground moved his fingers. Outside, Tang Jian and others were as excited as if it were the new year. Everyone worked together to unload the goods from 4 trucks. They unloaded over 2,000 packages. They were all sorted by size and neatly arranged on the ground for Han Qingxia. When they saw Su Xiaoyang bringing out the ingredients, they all rushed over, washing vegetables, scrubbing pots, and setting up tables. Han Qingxia walked over to the pile of packages to start unpacking. She asked Su Xiaoyang to help her. By the time the food was ready, they had also unpacked most of the packages. She had never unpacked such a satisfying blind box delivery. There were over 600 food items in total, mostly snacks like puffed foods, biscuits, cakes, drinks, and candies. The variety was so extensive that only Han Qingxia could think of what might be inside. She unpacked over 10 boxes of cola and Sprite, generously handing out 1 bottle to everyone present. Of course, there were also many short shelf-life foods that had expired, such as cold, fresh products that had gone bad. Those were casually tossed aside by Han Qingxia. There were also cleaning supplies, daily necessities, bedding items, and other indescribable goods. Han Qingxia was never picky, as long as something had value and wasn't spoiled, she wanted it all. There was also quite a bit of cat and dog food, but Han Qingxia had never given them dry food. Whatever she had they ate. Unpacking these items surprised her, so she decided to keep them. Additionally, there were quite a few clothes, shoes, and socks, as well as several of the latest model phones and computers along with several large household items. What she unpacked this time was genuinely a blind box delivery, and the joy of unpacking blind boxes was quite delightful. Han Qingxia was in an exceptionally good mood today, sitting down to eat with them. What are you looking at? It's my meal, oh I can eat it. I thought you were going to cook a little extra for Xiaoyang again. I can eat however I want. What does it matter to you? Han Qingxia lifted her rice cooker. Everyone had their own rice cooker. Fortunately, when Han Qingxia looted them all, she had also raided the appliance store, proving that these rice cookers were all very useful. Everyone was eating from their rice cookers. Han Qingxia took the first chopsticks using a large ladle to scoop a heaping spoonful of succulent pork and tender flavorful potatoes over her rice. The rich aromatic sauce blended into the white rice, making everyone salivate just by looking at it. Once she moved her chopsticks, everyone rushed in to grab food. These people were particularly eager to grab the meat. Each one looked as if they had starved to death, their eyes gleaming green as they focused on the large chunks of meat. The perfectly stewed meat pieces emitted an enticing aroma, and with each bite the solid, satisfying flavor exploded in their mouths. Pairing a piece of meat with a potato soaked in gravy, these were fresh potatoes harvested from their fields. They didn't know why, but perhaps because they hadn't eaten meat and potatoes for so long, they found the potatoes here particularly sweet and fragrant. That was because they didn't know these potatoes were grown in Han Qingxia's upgraded soil. They simply thought everything Han Qingxia had was delicious. A bite of meat, a bite of potato paired with the gravy-soaked white rice was so delightful that everyone felt like they could ascend to heaven right there. They were immensely satisfied. Boss, are you not getting enough? I'll give you some. Han Qingxia had already eaten half a pot of rice and didn't want to eat more. Seeing how crazy they were grabbing food, she was too lazy to use her chopsticks. She felt that with so much saliva, she would rather eat alone in the future. Just then a large plate of braised pork with potatoes was pushed in front of Han Qingxia. This half hasn't been touched, Su Xiaoyang said. He was always meticulous when eating. Even when hungry, he was very particular dividing the food and eating it slowly bite by bite. This was the first dish he had brought, and he had been slowly eating it. Han Qingxia saw the dish he offered and said, "No need, you eat it yourself, I'm full." "Are you really full, big sister?" Everyone looked at her. "Don't be polite. This is how we eat. We all compete to eat, otherwise we'll give it all to you." Qi Mingtang handed over the remaining bits of potato and meat and soup that were left after grabbing. It was filled with sincerity. "Forget it," Han Qingxia said, losing her appetite just looking at it. "If you're not eating, how about we help you finish the leftover rice?" Tang Jian cautiously said while looking at her half pot of rice. Perhaps her dog had that same look when asking her for leftovers. Han Qingxia replied, "I'll give it to you." Han Qingxia handed her pot over to them. They poured her rice into the vegetable bowl, mixed it with the meat soup and leftovers, and everyone scrambled to eat it all. Han Qingxia looked at them and, opening a drink, said, "Are you all really that eager?" "Of course. We haven't eaten such good food in almost a month." Tang Jin replied, "Aren't you all from the military? Isn't the food in the military good?" At this point, He Zhangping waved his hand. "It hasn't been good for a long time. We established a base in the Eastern Military District, and supplies were first sent to the base. The rations for us soldiers have been drastically reduced. And it gets worse each day. When we left the base, we could only eat one dish, one soup, and one bowl of rice every day." Han Qingxia said softly, "K1 base." "Yes, you know about our base." Qi Mingtang's eyes lit up. "I heard it on the radio," Han Qingxia casually mentioned, as they had no idea how their base was being promoted. "Our base is large and has been rescuing residents from City A and City B. It is the most active base in the eastern region." Wang Heng said. Li Lin, who had the least presence, added, "Our base is also very strong. The troops from the Eastern Military District are all inside, making it very safe." At this moment, Tang Jian looked at Han Qingxia and said, "Big sister, why don't you come with us to our base?" "I'm not joking, although you seem a bit fierce, have a bit of a bad temper, and are a bit wild. But your strength is truly remarkable," Tang Jian said as he looked Han Qingxia up and down. "Our K1 base really needs talents like you." "Exactly." He Zhangping immediately chimed in. "Big sister, you have exceptional skills. I think you're even better than our captain. Join us. This way we can all stay together, including Xiaoyang." Everyone turned to look at Han Qingxia when they heard this. Han Qingxia replied. She wanted to recruit them, yet they wanted to recruit her. Han Qingxia looked at the group and waved her hand, and everyone gathered around. "If I join you, will there be meat to eat every day, eh?" Everyone pondered seriously for a moment and shook their heads. "If I join you, can I go wherever I want? Will I have freedom every day?" They shook their heads again. "If I join you, can I kill anyone I dislike directly?" Everyone shook their heads vigorously. Han Qingxiao smiled at them. Then why should I join you? Suddenly everyone was speechless. For honor. At this moment Tang Jian stood up proudly. Honor my ass. Han Qingxiao kicked him away. Honor means you guys are out there risking your lives like fools, and in the end there's no rescue at all. Honor means you are like a stray dog kneeling before me begging for shelter. Honor means you want something, and get nothing you want to be the first to charge into battle. Let me tell you your honor has long collapsed. Once order disintegrates you can never go back. In the future the division of bases will only become more severe. The K1 base you are loyal to can give you nothing, no guarantees at all. Han Qingxiao coldly informed them of the 10 years of transformation she had experienced in her past life. The apocalypse is a brand new era. All order has collapsed. After the national machinery fell apart, several forces tried to save it, but the tide of the era is simply beyond their control. Bases are rising everywhere, and a new base civilization is the trend. Anyone trying to restore the old order is simply going backward. Therefore, there is no such thing as the end of the apocalypse or the restoration of order. At least until the zombie virus is completely resolved, all of this is just a dream. The future civilization is the base civilization, and glory belongs to the base. Han Qingxiao knew that these people, after going back, would only be insignificant soldiers in the K1 base to the extent that they wouldn't even bother sending someone for their rescue, because they are not worthy of the K1 base sacrificing for them. But you can work with me. If you work with me, I can ensure you have meat to eat, not be restrained or oppressed by anyone, and if you encounter anything unpleasant or anyone you dislike, you can kill them all. Everything in my territory, Han Qingxia's territory, is your land of freedom. Han Qingxiao smiled and encouraged them. Tang Jian and the others all stared at her wide-eyed. At that moment the door of the air raid shelter behind them opened, and a cold yet pleasant male voice rang out. Miss Han Qingxiao, thank you for your kindness. Han Qingxiao turned her head and saw a young man, tattered and bandaged, walking out from her air raid shelter. The moment they saw him, all the big men in front of her stood up excitedly and rushed forward. Captain! 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 Only Su Xiaoyang stayed behind. He looked at the already recovering Lu Qian with excitement in his eyes, but ultimately did not move, remaining on Han Qingxia's side. Thank you, Miss Han, Lu Qian said after reuniting with his men, walking up to Han Qingxiao. During the time I was injured, you took care of my subordinates, and Lu Qian is deeply grateful. Han Qingxiao lazily stood up. Don't just say empty words. If you're grateful, show it with something practical. Your people have been eating and drinking for 4 days and nights at my place. Bring something over. Everyone. Captain, don't listen to her. We've been working for her day and night these past few days. Everything we ate and drank was earned by our own labor. We didn't take anything from her for free. Ahem. Han Qingxiao coughed heavily, glancing at the group of ingrates. Do you even have the audacity to speak? What time is it now? If I hadn't taken you, and even if you worked to death, no one would give you food. Everyone. Even the most heartless capitalists and landlords of the past are not as heartless as Han Qingxiao. Does this even sound like something a human would say? But each one of them dared to be angry, yet did not speak out. Facing Han Qingxia's tyrannical authority, they could only hide behind their captain. Lu Qian looked a bit surprised at his subdued teammates and said to Han Qingxiao, I will give you material compensation as a thank you for saving us. When we go back. I can't wait. Han Qingxiao spread her hands directly. No credit. But we don't have much material on us right now. Think about it. If you want to leave from me, you must pay me enough for the exit fee. Everyone. New era of Han Qingxia's extortion. Everyone was once again so infuriated by Han Qingxiao that they felt like going up to argue, but alas, their opponent was Han Qingxiao, so they could only endure. Lu Qian, on the other hand, maintained a completely expressionless face. After pondering for a moment, he said, Where's my backpack? Here, boss. Tang Jian handed his. Lu Qian opened the bag and took out a sealed transparent bag filled with a bunch of transparent glittering crystal stones. Is this acceptable? Zombie crystal cores. Han Qingxia's eyes immediately lit up. Hand it over. She snatched about 30 zombie crystal cores. All right, I'll reluctantly consider it, as you all have paid enough. You can leave now. Lu Qian saw Han Qingxiao directly snatch the items from him. His eyes brightened. Her speed and strength are extraordinary. This woman is indeed not an ordinary person. He didn't say anything further, collected his thoughts, and looked at his teammates. We should go back now. Will everyone take your belongings? Let's head back. Yes. Tang Jian and the 5 immediately went to pick up their backpacks. Lu Qian then looked at Su Xiaoyang, who hadn't moved. Xiaoyang, why aren't you going? Captain, he can't go. Tang Jian was the first to put on his backpack and walked over. He is now part of the Queen's people. He Zamping's leg has healed, and he said spiritedly. Lu Qian's brows immediately furrowed. Captain Xiaoyang sold himself to Sister Han to save you. Qi Mingtang explained to him. If it weren't for him being noticed by Sister Han at that time, we wouldn't have been saved, Wang Heng added. Exactly. Li Lin said. The more Lu Qian listened, the more shocked he became, and the tighter his brows knitted. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang took out his badge from his pocket. Captain, I cannot go back with you. C1 Special Operations Unit Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang stood still and saluted sharply. Lu Qian looked at him seriously, returned to the team. Hey my people, who do you think you're commanding? Lu Qian looked at Han Qingxia. Miss Han, I will definitely repay your kindness, but I must take my people with me. I won't leave even one of my men behind. I won't leave even one behind either. Crystal cores, 100 pieces. Lu Qian said coldly. No trade. 1,000 pieces. No matter how many, I won't trade. Just as the two sides were in a standoff, Su Xiaoyang said, Captain Lu, I am voluntarily staying here. Su Xiaoyang gazed firmly at Lu Qian. Likewise, Lu Qian looked back at him in the same manner. The bond among all the members of their Special Forces team was extraordinarily profound. Before the apocalypse descended, they had always been the ace squad in the battle zone, undertaking the most challenging special operations, including border defense battles, overseas rescue missions, and surprise assaults. Lu Qian was their captain, leading them through countless life-and-death situations, safeguarding their homeland, and guiding them all toward the pinnacle of glory. Everyone regarded Lu Qian as the most trustworthy pillar, offering him unconditional support, trust, and companionship. He too would never abandon any member regardless of the circumstances. But now, are you really sure about this? After a standoff, Lu Qian asked. Yes, Captain. Lu Qian did not speak further. He took the badge from Su Xiaoyang's palm. I'll keep this for you for now. If you want to come back, just let me know anytime. Su Xiaoyang's gaze flickered, but he remained resolute. Take care, Captain Lu. Han Qingxia watched them part ways. She pouted and lazily opened the door to let them leave. As they departed, each one embraced Su Xiaoyang as if it were a farewell for a lifetime. In fact, this was highly likely. The apocalypse had arrived. No one knew what tomorrow might bring. Once they parted, it could very well be permanent. Tang Jian approached the door and greeted Han Qingxia, sister, I'm leaving. Don't bully Xiaoyang. They'll bully him with lavish meals every day from now on. Tang Jian, as if he had said nothing or asked nothing. He Zhangping walked over. Lady Queen, we want to see each other again. Hurry up and scram. If you're late, it'll make you a laborer. He Zhangping. Qi Mingtang and Wang Hongli Lin were not very talkative, merely nodding at Han Qingxia while saying goodbye to the dogs one by one. In recent days, they had been taking care of the dogs every day, bathing them, feeding them, and cleaning up after them. Unbeknownst to them, they had developed a bit of affection. Goodbye, we're leaving. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Some are accompanied by numerous dogs circled around them, seeming puzzled about where this group of people was heading. Weren't they the new companions? Where were they running off to? Some are chased after the dogs. Come back. Han Qingxia called out, and the dogs obediently returned. As the sun set, the group descended the mountain. Without hesitation, Han Qingxia closed the door and went back to eat. Everyone had their own aspirations, and there was no need to force it. The next day, Han Qingxia woke up. After the special forces left, her life returned to normal. With the addition of a new member, Han Qingxia now had a very capable assistant. Su Xiaoyang would wake up 2 hours earlier than her every morning to tidy up the vegetable garden outside the air raid shelter. She finally no longer had to do the work herself. Another good piece of news was that the sheep she raised had grown up. After observing for a few days, the 2 goats had successfully mated, and it seemed they would soon produce milk. In the morning, Wang Yunduo would come by to deliver the daily produce from the residence. Han Qingxia's supplies were increasing. For this reason, she granted Su Xiaoyang an additional privilege. Given his loyalty, she opened access to a warehouse for him, allowing him to store the daily supplies there. Han Qingxia now had 3 full warehouses and 1 vast system space. Most of the food was still kept in her system space, while the air raid shelter space was used to store the output materials and a small amount of inventory. My lord, this is the strawberry seed you gave me last time, cultivated by my father. Han Qingxia's eyes brightened when she saw a small box of fresh, vibrant red strawberries among the food Wang Yunduo brought today. The last time she had given Wang Yumin a pack of strawberry seeds, and she didn't expect him to actually cultivate them. Han Qingxia was very pleased with this. She handed her a pack of wheat seeds as well, and additionally rewarded Wang Yunduo with a pack of sugar. Take this back to your father and let him continue planting. If he does well, there will be rewards. This is the reward. Yes, thank you, my lord. Wang Yunduo had been eating meat and drinking milk during this time, and her complexion had improved significantly compared to the beginning. The little girl had become much prettier. She took the things Han Qingxia had given her, preparing to leave, when she suddenly thought of something. My lord, my father asked if you have any edible salt. We want to exchange some salt with you. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia turned back to grab a bag of salt along with a list. It contained various common items, such as cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, shampoo, soap, eggs, chicken, and so on. Each item had a marked exchange price. Measured in points, a 500g bag of edible salt was 1 point, a 5L jug of oil was 10 points, a bottle of shampoo was 10 points, and 1 egg was 1 point. Points could be exchanged for food. Encouraging Wang Yumin to cultivate more and produce more, he could earn 1 point for every pound of food produced. Han Qingxia also noted that if there were scarce food or items, they could negotiate a higher price. The point system Han Qingxia established was very motivating. Upon seeing this, Wang Yumin began to produce at full capacity, expanding the farmland with his wife to grow for Han Qingxia's exchange. After arranging, the only resident Han Qingxia let Summer stay behind with a few dogs to guard the base. Today she and Su Xiaoyang along with the dogs set out again to expand their territory and collect supplies. Boss, there are still a lot of supplies on the road we returned from yesterday. It seems there was a major car accident ahead with all vehicles blocked there. Good. Let's go there and expand another area. Han Qingxia got into her armored vehicle, letting Su Xiaoyang drive, and headed straight for the area they had explored yesterday. An hour and a half later, Han Qingxia saw a highway. Indeed, there were large amounts of supplies there. In front of Han Qingxia stood an 8-lane toll station on the elevated highway, completely sealed off by a brutal car accident, with vehicles jammed tightly both ahead and behind. Especially on the elevated road ahead, all vehicles were stranded in a long straight line stretching endlessly, an awe-inspiring sight. With a quick glance, Han Qingxia noticed a long line of delivery trucks blocked on the elevated road, estimating there were at least 40 to 50 of them. Red, green, and white delivery containers were all stuck on the road. Refrigerated vehicles, container trucks, open cargo trucks, and semi-trailers filled with sports cars. It was evident that these were meant to enter City A to supply goods on the day of the accident. However, these goods had not yet left the elevated highway when they became completely stuck on the road. Su Xiaoyang had only retrieved 4 delivery trucks with his companions yesterday, which was merely a small portion. There were still plenty of supplies here. Xiaoyang, you clean up the accident here, and he'll go up to check the situation first. Okay. Han Qingxia jumped down from the armored vehicle, assigning tasks to Su Xiaoyang. To take all the supplies from above, they would need to clear a path. At the same time, she left Su Xiaoyang below to clean up, while she went up to absorb a wave of supplies into her space. Later, she only needed to drive back 1 more vehicle. She released her dogs, leaving 2 to accompany Su Xiaoyang, while the others followed her up. There were hardly any zombies near the accident. It seemed that Su Xiaoyang and his team had cleaned the area yesterday. Han Qingxia walked through the core area of the accident and reached the toll station. A zombie was trapped inside the artificial toll booth, dressed in a toll collector's uniform, her hair a mess, with a net peering out through a crack in the glass window. Her perfectly made-up face was devoid of color, skin shriveled against her bones, with black vein-like markings covering her face and hands. Her grayish-white murky eyes greedily and excitedly fixed on Han Qingxia, reaching out through the window crack with a hand that was just a bone, trying to grasp Han Qingxia. Roar, bang! A long shovel accurately slid through the gap of the toll booth. Han Qingxia gripped the shovel, slicing horizontally, swiftly pulling it out, revealing a thumb-sized flashing crystal that was extracted, and the zombie toll collector fell down lifelessly. Han Qingxia, with gloved hands, satisfactorily took the crystal and placed it into a plastic bag, glancing back at the severed skeleton hand still hanging at the toll booth. She tossed a 1 yuan game coin into her palm. Don't say I didn't pay the toll. Su Xiaoyang, clearing the road behind, was momentarily awestruck by Han Qingxia's coolness. Han Qingxia's skills were truly impressive. Her efficiency in killing zombies left him amazed. It was as if she had already slain at least 10,000 zombies. There was not a single superfluous movement, everything was streamlined and fierce, striking with deadly precision. It was so beautiful that he felt their special forces could hardly compare. They couldn't match Han Qingxia's decisiveness. Even more alarming was the fact that Han Qingxia exuded a perilous elegance, becoming fiercer and more striking. Like a ferocious lone wolf, each battle exuded extreme violent beauty. The key was that she was still. This could simply kill him with admiration. After being captivated by Han Qingxia's prowess, Su Xiaoyang felt reassured to let her go onto the elevated road while he worked harder to clear the path. Han Qingxia, holding a shovel in one hand, was followed by several running dogs. Congratulations, and Prosperity watched the front. Red Packet looked behind. Red with white guard my sides. Han Qingxia checked several vehicles, finding one with the key still in the ignition, a truck with enough fuel and in good condition, designating it as the one shed drive away later. She informed Su Xiaoyang and jumped over this truck to absorb supplies from others. She jumped onto the horizontal bar at the back of a container truck, effortlessly tearing off the lock. With the enhancements from the system, rewards her strength had reached an abnormal level. After opening the container door, a whole truckload of delivery boxes appeared before her. Han Qingxia absorbed them all without leaving a single one behind. Opening blind boxes could wait until she returned. First, she had to hurry and grab the supplies. After finishing one truck, Han Qingxia jumped onto the next delivery company's dedicated vehicle. She violently broke the locks on the container-style delivery trucks, and those with open tops were even easier. Han Qingxia jumped onto the roof, tore open the rain cover, and dove into the cargo area to absorb. On average, each truck could contribute about 10 cubic meters of supplies to her. These 40 to 50 trucks provided Han Qingxia with over 400 cubic meters of supplies. That was enough to fill a nearly 1,200 square meter house inside and out. The only slight regret was that there were 3 refrigerated trucks among them, and when Han Qingxia opened their doors, everything inside had spoiled. A wave of foul odor hit her. With the apocalypse having begun for over a month, these items that required refrigeration had undoubtedly long since gone bad. Han Qingxia could only regretfully abandon those few trucks. By the time she had packed most of these supplies, Su Xiaoyang had also cleared a path on his end. "Boss, we can go." At that moment, Han Qingxia was standing on top of a truck. She had just finished clearing the last vehicle when she heard Su Xiaoyang's voice in her earpiece. Understanding, she prepared to head back when she noticed 3 fuel tankers trapped among a pile of vehicles about 1,000 meters ahead. She glanced over there. A gas station. Fuel. Yangzi. First drive the marked vehicle down, then bring the armored vehicle up to clear the road. I need to clear a path on the elevated road to take the fuel tankers away. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang replied without hesitation, "Understood." Han Qingxia ran towards the gas station 1,000 meters away with her dogs. As she approached the gas station, she finally saw the shadows of zombies. In the small gas station, groups of zombies wandered around the open space and the supermarket. The small supermarket inside the gas station had long been ransacked. It was clear that when all the vehicles were stuck on the highway, a group of people had sprinted here, many trying to seek help and grab supplies. However, those who ran here were unable to escape. They all turned into zombies, and since this place was the largest gathering point on the entire road, many zombies were still present, having chased after people. At this moment, they were wandering near the gas station. Upon hearing the sound of Han Qingxia, a live human approaching, these zombies came back to life. One by one, their originally slow and mechanical movements transformed into frenzied madness. Owo, owo, woof woof woof. Woof. Fa Kai dashed in front, pouncing on a zombie and knocking it down. Woof. With a swift claw, he sent its head flying. Following closely, Han Qingxia's other dogs also pounced on the zombies. In the summer, she left extraordinary battle-capable dogs at the base to guard it. These were the finest military dogs from back then. They didn't need much instruction from Han Qingxia to kill zombies. They had already learned. Han Qingxia prepared armor for each dog, protecting their vulnerable bellies, significantly enhancing their defenses. The dogs quickly took down the approaching horde of zombies with just a few swift bites. Han Qingxia also cleared the remaining zombies with swift and brutal efficiency, leaving behind nothing but dismembered corpses wherever she passed. Each zombie's forehead was gouged open, some had crystal cores while most did not. Upon reaching the gas station, Han Qingxia collected over a dozen crystal cores, having practically eliminated all the zombies. Han Qingxia couldn't be bothered to enter the small supermarket and instead went straight to collect fuel. She glanced at Su Xiaoyang, and while he was moving the stock vehicle, she stored 2 fully loaded fuel tankers into her space. She left one that wasn't too full for Su Xiaoyang to use later. As for the fuel in the gas station's pumps, Han Qingxia attempted to segment her space. Since she had no containers to hold the fuel, she only found a few empty barrels nearby. Unexpectedly, as she thought about this, her spiritual energy controlled the space, and her space began to actually divide. Han Qingxia was overjoyed. She remembered that when she received her spatial reward, it was in cubic increments, so it should be possible to segment it. Her intuition was spot on. The space was split into several smaller cubes, and only then did Han Qingxia seize the fuel nozzle and begin to siphon fuel wildly. By the time Su Xiaoyang pushed the surface vehicle aside with the armored vehicle and rushed to pick up Han Qingxia, the gas station's fuel reserves were nearly exhausted. This fuel amounted to about 60 cubic meters, equivalent to nearly filling 1,000 vehicles. It would be sufficient for Han Qingxia for a long time. "Boss, I'm here to help." Su Xiaoyang got out of the vehicle. Just then they suddenly felt the ground trembling beneath their feet. A few oil barrels by Han Qingxia's feet were wobbling. The vibrations felt as if a giant was walking, shaking the entire surface with every step. Su Xiaoyang felt this force with confusion. Could it be an earthquake? "Run," Han Qingxia said gravely. "Everyone get in the vehicle." She grabbed 2 barrels of fuel and dashed towards the armored vehicle, her dogs following suit towards the armored car. Just as they burst out of the gas station, there was a thunderous boom. The spot where Han Qingxia had just stood was shattered to pieces. A humanoid monster weighing nearly 400 pounds charged out of the gas station, its limbs pounding the ground, lunging directly at the place where Han Qingxia had just been standing. After missing its target, it lifted a disproportionately small head from its bloated body. Its face was unlike other zombies, being covered in flesh. Its face was so fleshy that layers of it drooped down with a pea's-eyed eye hidden beneath the skin, while the other eye mutated was sunken in resembling a giant chocolate ball embedded in a mass of fat. It was uncertain when that would fall off. Its triple-layered chin blended into its neck, its entire body resembling a pyramid of flesh with layers of excess fat piled upon itself. The most disgusting part wasn't just the layers of fat, but the presence of maggots and tumor-like growths sprouting from the gaps. After missing its target, the mutated zombie let out a furious scream of dissatisfaction. The shrill cry could send a person's mind into agony, as if countless needles were stabbing into their brain. A powerful sense of oppression emanated from it. Everyone who sensed it couldn't help but feel fear. Damn it, a level 2 mutated zombie. Retreat. Han Qingxiao shouted to Su Xiaoyang. It was at this moment that Su Xiaoyang snapped out of his shock. Hearing Han Qingxia's voice, he rushed towards the tanker. Forget the tanker. We need to retreat. Han Qingxia didn't feel confident about fighting such a level 2 mutated zombie. Even in her past life, level 2 mutated zombies were formidable beings. For ordinary people, the pinnacle they could face was the level 2 mutated zombie. Those above level 2 had to be dealt with by ability users. Moreover, they had to be ability users above level 2. Although Han Qingxia had gained abilities in this life, it had only been a short time since her acquisition, and she was merely a novice ability user lacking control over her powers. She dared not engage recklessly. Run. First retreat. Su Xiaoyang, hearing her words, did not stop his steps. Boss, you start the vehicle, and I'll hitch the trailer. I can keep up. He couldn't bear to return empty-handed. This was the fuel Han Qingxia needed, and he had to bring some back for her. Han Qingxia wanted to scold him upon hearing this, but held back. This fool had no idea that she had already stored the bulk of the fuel. She pressed down on the clutch, her hands dancing over buttons to start the armored vehicle. Boom! Dust flew everywhere as the level 2 mutated zombie lunged at Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang executed a swift roll, drawing a gun from his back in the process. Bang, 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 several gunshots rang out. Each shot hit the mutated zombie, one even struck its forehead, but this mutated zombie was entirely different from others. It seemed utterly unfazed. Fool, a level 2 zombie can only be completely destroyed by blowing up its head. Get in the vehicle. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyang hesitated no more and dashed towards the armored vehicle that was ready to start. At the same time, the mutated zombie, as if possessing intelligence, predicted his position and charged at him at full speed. Dodge to the left. Han Qingxia instructed him. Upon hearing her command, Su Xiaoyang immediately rolled to the left. At the moment he dove down, whoosh. The right side of the armored vehicle deformed, and a row of spikes shot out, directly impaling the mutated zombie. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Xiaoyang rolled into the vehicle through the open door. After piercing the zombie, Han Qingxia immediately retracted the spikes, slammed the accelerator, and sped away, with Su Xiaoyang and the dogs pulling the fuel tanker along a path she had just cleared. She was moving at incredible speed, but the mutated zombie was just as fast. After being stabbed by Han Qingxia, it frantically pursued her, attacking. However, it couldn't breach the armored vehicle even after several attempts. This was a reward vehicle from the system, built to a level of sturdiness that was incomparable. Seeing that it couldn't catch up to Han Qingxia, the mutated zombie leaped onto the trailing fuel tanker, causing it to sway violently, pulling the armored vehicle off course. Bang! Rumble! Han Qingxia's heavy armored vehicle tore through the median, smashing several cars as it barreled toward the opposite guardrail. Several sedans were hurled off the overpass. The armored vehicle's 2 front tires rode over the barrier, leaving half the nose suspended above the viaduct. Their view instantly became a horizontal void on the highway, suspended in midair. Beneath them yawned the dozen soft meters drop of the viaduct. If not for Han Qingxia's skill, they would have fallen. Roars echoed as the armored vehicle beneath them began. The ground quaked as if mountains shuddered. A super heavy level 2 zombie shook its rotting flesh and pressing its advantage charged toward Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Seeing the hulking form on the display, Han Qingxia's cold gaze snapped to action. She seized the spare steering wheel and began manipulating the complex instrument panel with practiced hands. Snap! Boom! A dragon-like jet of flames spewed at the level 2 zombie as a compact cannon deployed atop Han Qingxia's armored vehicle. The shot struck dead center, blasting the creature back several meters. The high-pressure inferno tore through its shield-like chest, burning a black hole into its torso. The air reeked of char. Han Qingxia shifted into reverse to back the vehicle out, but the front wheels spun helplessly, and the armored car would not come free. Yangzi, can you operate the cannon? Su Xiaoyang, having watched her movements, nodded grimly. I can. You drive, I'll get out and try to lift the vehicle. Han Qingxia unbuckled her seatbelt. Su Xiaoyang stared. This armored behemoth weighed several tons. Boss, he'll get down. Stay put. You can't lift it. Su Xiaoyang was stunned. He couldn't lift it. How could Han Qingxia? At that moment the rumbling returned, the console display showed the level 2 zombie once more. Su Xiaoyang immediately took over the controls, replicating Han Qingxia's recent maneuvers. The vehicle was extraordinarily advanced, unlike anything he had seen, yet as a special forces soldier familiar with weapons and machinery, he remembered her actions after a single look. Boom! A dragon of flame erupted and struck the level 2 zombie again, surrounding it and forcing it backward. Their cooperation was seamless, his covering allowing her to land safely. His thoughts tumbled. She said she would get out and lift the car. A woman, how could she possibly? Then, the armored vehicle beneath him actually began to lift. Su Xiaoyang stared in disbelief as the combat-clad woman heaved one corner of the vehicle. With a forceful step, there was a thunderous shift. She hauled the car back onto the roadway. Su Xiaoyang was speechless. What the hell? She actually lifted it. At that moment, a fire-wreathed level 2 zombie burst from the smoke with a guttural roar. After lifting one side, Han Qingxia leapt to the other. She needed more time. Su Xiaoyang unleashed full firepower to escort her. Flames spewed from the cannon and engulfed the level 2 zombie. To his surprise, the creature no longer recoiled from fire. The blaze only slowed it momentarily. It still barreled toward them at full speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached Han Qingxia's side. Han Qingxia had just grabbed the opposite tire. Watching the flame-lashed zombie charge, she stood at the edge, without flinching, arms spread like a matador, inviting the bull. Inside the vehicle, Su Xiaoyang was stunned. He understood her plan. Han Qingxia intended to lure it into jumping off the overpass. Her gambit might work, but at immense risk to herself. Su Xiaoyang's scalp prickled. One slip and she would fall with it. Why place herself in such danger? She could have let him do it, or even abandoned them and fled. She had put herself in the most perilous position to ensure their survival. No. Su Xiaoyang flung open the window, and a wave of choking smoke and heat slammed into him. A towering column of searing flame surged straight at him. With a roar, it swept past. The fireball, its temperature climbing 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, flattened everything before it. There was nothing there, an empty space. His chest went hollow. Though they had only known each other briefly, and though everyone had spoken ill of her, yet she would risk her life to protect those she cared for. As he stood paralyzed, a slender figure vaulted up from beneath the viaduct. Su Xiaoyang saw the woman flash into view. In that moment, his heartbeat seemed to return. Behind Han Qingxia, another great mass of burning flame. Boom! An overwhelming torrent burst uncontrollably from Su Xiaoyang's palm, striking the level 2 zombie squarely in the head. It pierced its brain. As Han Qingxia landed, the pursuing aberrant beast was struck and sent tumbling down with a thunderous impact. This time it was truly felt. Han Qingxia turned to watch the level 2 zombie fall away. A water still lingered in the air, crackling and falling like rain. She gazed in amazement at Su Xiaoyang controlling water ability. Remarkable. His power had barely awakened, yet he could unleash such hydrokinetic force. Han Qingxia had planned to climb up and finish it off, but Su Xiaoyang had already settled it. Well done. She walked up to him and slapped his shoulder hard. Feeling the force, Su Xiaoyang looked at her safe return, and a faint icy smile flickered across his solemn face. He climbed out, and together they hoisted the vehicle back onto the road, though it was almost entirely Han Qingxia's strength doing the work. He was surprised to find he truly could not match her. After that fight, they had it felt as if they'd risked their lives for one another. Trust, it seemed, deepens with each. Han Qingxia had always trusted Su Xiaoyang, but this renewed acquaintance required retracing their steps. After this, Su Xiaoyang was noticeably closer to her. Boss, I don't know what's happening. 10 days ago I discovered I could sense a little water, very little. Usually, I only supply drinking water for the special forces. I don't know how it happened just now. Su Xiaoyang told her of his past, recounting every detail of his change. This is an anomalous ability. Han Qingxia drove away, towing the fuel tanker down from the overpass. Anomalous ability, Su Xiaoyang repeated, frowning slightly. Superpowers are primarily divided into the most common enhancement type abilities, such as speed mutation and strength mutation, as well as elemental abilities across the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with the very rare mutated abilities. Mutated abilities include thunder-based powers, ice-based powers, healing powers, mental powers, and very obscure abilities that one only learns about upon encountering them. Han Qingxia unreservedly educated Su Xiaoyang. What else was there to hold back? These were her own people, not someone else's. Her educating Su Xiaoyang now was also to facilitate his future upgrades. Superpowers start off as basic. As the level of comprehension and cultivation increases, they will be classified, but regardless of the classification, there will always be a suppression in terms of abilities. The upper limit of mutated abilities is generally stronger than ordinary elemental powers and stronger than enhancement type abilities. Han Qingxia was an ordinary person in her past life, never having awakened any superpowers. In the early stages it was manageable, the effects of superpowers were not very pronounced. Han Qingxia was tough and resolute. Even without superpowers, she could carve out a niche for herself. However, in later stages, the gap between superpowered individuals and ordinary people widened significantly. Han Qingxia could only remain a small squad leader in a minor base. Had she possessed even one superpower, she could have at least mixed with the higher-ups of the base in her past life. As a result, she was unaware of many aspects regarding superpowers. Superpowers can be enhanced, but because she did not know how to enhance them, she had no channels. The only thing she was aware of was that it might be related to crystal cores. In her past life at the base, the common currency was crystal cores, which were accepted everywhere. Han Qingxia had tried to study them and felt energy within the cores, but unfortunately, as an ordinary person, she could not delve too deeply. Zila. Han Qingxia drove under the overpass. She found the corpse of a level 2 zombie, jumped down and rummaged through its head, finding a crystal the size of a goose egg. This is a crystal core. I know this, Su Xiaoyang said. I was in the special forces before. We were instructed to collect these. Were you sent specifically to collect these? Han Qingxia's eyes lit up at this point. Su Xiaoyang nodded. Their mission wasn't an ordinary rescue task, but a zombie hunting operation. They were to go to the most critical locations, hunt down a large number of zombies, and assist the rescue teams. Even after the rescue teams left, they continued to fight. Because their superiors had not allowed them to withdraw, they had no idea what their superiors wanted. Later on, they encountered dangers and narrowly escaped coming here to seek Han Qingxia's help. Han Qingxia furrowed her brows in thought upon hearing Su Xiaoyang's words. Did the military discover crystal cores this early? The K1 base had been quite famous in her past life, who aside from a consistent shortage of food, everything else was quite impressive. Especially the superpowered individuals. The superpowered individuals they cultivated were the strongest in the eastern bases. Han Qingxia wondered if this was related to their early research on crystal cores. Let's head back first. Alright. Su Xiaoyang drove the large truck that had been sent down earlier, while Han Qingxia drove the armored vehicle with the fuel tank back to their base. Today's outing was quite fruitful. Han Qingxia instructed Su Xiaoyang to catch a fresh chicken and fish for a meal, and without a second word, Su Xiaoyang went to do the task. Catching fresh chicken and fish made his steps quicker. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia returned to the air defense cave to study her points and crystal cores thoroughly. First, she opened the system's mall panel and exchanged all the crystal cores she had collected today. Excluding the one from the level 2 mutant beast, she exchanged a total of 16 crystal cores today. Adding the 44 cores she had previously obtained from Lu Qiyin, she now had a total of 60 crystal cores. She only needed 40 more cores to unlock the next big package. Han Qingxia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to exchange her level 2 zombie crystal core. Exchanging for a level 2 zombie crystal core would definitely yield higher points, but the quantity exchanged would not be substantial. So she set that aside for now. Now she glanced at her points, and after this period of territory expansion and crystal core exchanges, her points had reached a staggering 18045. With a small tap of her hand, she first purchased the AK that she had coveted for a long time. When the AK appeared before her, Han Qingxia felt a deep sense of satisfaction. What a treasure! Sister has finally got you. At this moment, Han Qingxia remembered that there was an interface that required 500 points to unlock. She opened that special mall. When she unlocked this interface, Han Qingxia noticed that the items inside had the first item on her page was a golden item. Evolution Liquid Extractor. Price 10000 points. Limited time 180 seconds. Evolution Liquid Extractor. Han Qingxia exclaimed, "Let me check the details." She saw a long list of detailed descriptions. Evolution Liquid Extractor extracts energy from the crystal core with 100 safety. The evolution liquid can be used to enhance superpowers. Han Qingxia gasped. This is precisely the evolutionary path that superpowered individuals have been contemplating all day. With 170 seconds left, Han Qingxia decisively closed her eyes and entered. Even if purchasing this left her with only 45 points after buying the machine, the spot where she had just bought it changed to a cooldown window. It seemed that items here were not available for unlimited purchase and were randomly refreshed. Aside from the evolution liquid extractor, there were no other golden items, only some materials. Things like steel plates, reinforcement plates, floor tiles, steel bars, cement, and gates for base construction. These items were all quite cheap, basically 1 point each, limited time, but no purchase limits. Thinking of the poor materials at Su Xiaoyang's house at her doorstep, Han Qingxia bought a batch of steel plates, floor tiles, and gates. After purchasing these items, she realized that they all came with attributes. All of them had a base sturdiness increase of 1 to 10. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up at this. If she reinforced her entire base with these materials, wouldn't it become a true fortress of steel? She suddenly had a brand new direction. She quickly spent all 45 points. She greedily eyed the other numerous treasures she wanted to buy, but had no points for. Don't worry, sister will come back in a while to buy. Han Qingxia decisively exited the system and began to study her evolution liquid extractor. A flash of golden light, she took the extractor out from her space. It was a small-sized device that could fit on a table with an opening on top for placing crystal cores. Below was a liquid outlet. Han Qingxia took out her preserved level 2 zombie crystal core, placed it inside, and put a clean cup at the... After connecting it to the power supply, a blue light displayed on the device, and in less than 2 seconds a colorless liquid flowed into the cup. Han Qingxia picked up the transparent liquid in the cup. She cautiously sniffed it, then divided it into half, drinking the first half. The evolution liquid had no taste upon entry, even possessing a subtle sweetness that was indescribable. After finishing her drink, she attempted to unleash her abilities. With a sound of whoosh, a pot of roses in her shelter rapidly sprouted, the thorny stems visibly thickening, their points sharper than ever as vibrant rose blooms unfurled at the tips. In mere seconds, the small pot of roses that had long passed its blooming period transformed into a half-meter-tall bonsai rose. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up at the sight. Previously, her ability level was limited to stimulating the growth of a single branch, and after using her abilities, she would often experience a prolonged sensation of emptiness. She had also studied ways to enhance her powers. However, she discovered that continuously using her abilities or practicing them did not raise her limits. Instead, she found that consuming more meat or experiencing sudden bursts of power could lead to breakthroughs. For instance, today's Su Xiaoyang. But now, after consuming the evolution liquid, Han Qingxia could easily mature the pot of roses with just a flick of her wrist. All the vines had become aggressive, moving at her command, without any unusual sensations in her body. She directed her water manipulation towards the bathroom. Now she possessed both water and wood abilities. Boom. Splash. A torrential downpour of water crashed down in the bathroom, her water control surpassing Su Xiaoyang's by more than double. The powerful impact even created a large hole in the wall. Had it not been for the shelter's construction within the mountains, it could have easily breached an ordinary building. The explosive power astonished Han Qingxia. She looked at her hands in delight. In her impression, her current strength was on par with that of the ability users from 5 or 6 years into the apocalypse. And this was achieved with just half of the third-level zombie evolution liquid. She understood. She was very certain. Crystals were essential items for ability users to upgrade. So in her past life, early ability users evolved slowly, only making rapid progress once the large bases matured and the crystal flow increased. That was because the secret of the crystals was gradually discovered by the large bases at that time. They formulated evolution liquids and sold them to ability users, allowing for rapid advancements. However, in Han Qingxia's memory, those ability users, she knew, all suffered from significant aftereffects. In later stages, the faster their abilities improved, the stronger their aftereffects became. They were either irritable or mentally unstable, and some even experienced sudden frenzies, uncontrollably slaughtering those around them, biting and tearing at them like zombies. Han Qingxia now speculated that it was likely due to the less pure evolution liquids formulated by the large bases. While boosting the ability users' powers, they also accumulated toxins within their bodies, leading to backlash once a certain threshold was reached. Han Qingxia gradually grasped the rules of abilities. She exited the bathroom satisfied with her purification machine, storing it in her space, recognizing it as a true treasure. It could fully convert and extract crystal energy without any side effects. If the large bases outside knew about this, the entire world would be shocked. She drank the remaining half of the evolution liquid, saving a little to take with her. Outside, Su Xiaoyang had just finished dinner and was bringing out a large pot of sauerkraut fish. The fresh fish was incredibly fragrant, or as soon as it was served, the aroma could be sensed for miles. Yangzi, have some water. Han Qingxia handed Su Xiaoyang a glass of water. Su Xiaoyang didn't even glance at it, drinking it right away. However, after drinking, his eyes lit up. This water was sweeter than usual. This water is so sweet. You should look at who gave it to you. Han Qingxia casually brushed it off, turning to sit at the dining table to wait for dinner. Su Xiaoyang smiled down, using a spatula to serve the fish onto the table. On the square table, a large plate of roast chicken was already laid out. Coupled with a pot of fragrant boiled fish, it was both nutritious and delicious. He and Han Qingxia each had a rice cooker, while the 16 dogs each had a bowl. Everyone was happily eating. In this moment, Su Xiaoyang truly felt that it would have been great if all his brothers. Han Qingxia was someone worth following. It was quite good to be with her. After both finished eating with not a single crumb left, Su Xiaoyang went to wash the dishes, while Han Qingxia played with the dogs for a while, also counting the supplies she had brought back today. Aside from those in her space, there was also a large delivery truck and an oil tanker that Su Xiaoyang had insisted on bringing back for her. She planned to park the oil tanker at the side of the base as a backup, unload all the deliveries, and open the blind boxes again. A truckload of deliveries, over 500 boxes. This batch was from a next-day delivery service, and the quality of the contents was surprisingly high. Han Qingxia opened several packages and discovered some patterns. For instance, some larger delivery trucks contained nothing but a bunch of useless trinkets, but the proportion of food was high and most of it was relatively inexpensive. In contrast, the more expensive delivery trucks contained higher quality items, such as brand-name computers, mobile phones, cosmetics, and considerably better food. Among this truckload of deliveries, Han Qingxia unwrapped imported chocolates, Riatatoet, canned bird's nest, a whole smoked ham worth thousands before the apocalypse, numerous large nut gift packs, and quite a few instant noodles and snacks, all from well-known brands. Of course, there were also a fifth of expired short shelf-life foods, all of which she discarded. Additionally, there were clothing and supplies, with most clothes being from big brands. She handed the men's clothing to Su Xiaoyang and asked him to store the rest in her warehouse. To her surprise, she found a tang knife sold as a decorative item without a sharpened edge among the blind box deliveries. Han Qingxia drew the knife from its sheath. With a sound of whoosh, the cold glint of the blade shone in her eyes. Han Qingxia wielded the tang knife with both hands, the killing intent swirling in the air. Swish, swish, swish. The tang knife was incredibly powerful, cutting with precision and force. Good knife. Su Xiaoyang came out after delivering the items from the shelter, spotting the fearsome weapon. Seeing him, Han Qingxia asked, "Can it be sharpened?" "Let's give it a try." Su Xiaoyang stepped forward seriously. "All right, I'll leave it to you." Han Qingxia entrusted the tang knife to Su Xiaoyang for sharpening. Meanwhile, she had nearly finished unpacking the deliveries, and noticing there was still some time tonight, pulled Su Xiaoyang to reinforce his house. Using the steel plates and building materials she exchanged from the system, she reinforced Su Xiaoyang's small house. With the extra materials, she expanded one of the rooms. Consequently, the overall defensive capability of her base started to improve. Han Qingxia was very satisfied, as her focus for a while would be on acquiring materials to strengthen the base. The next morning, Han Qingxia woke up early and opened the air raid shelter door, only to see Su Xiaoyang sharpening a knife outside. With each stroke, water splashed over it, making the blade sharper by an inch. This water was Su Xiaoyang's own ability, requiring no special preparation. As he made the final stroke, a beam of water washed over the blade. Instantly, a chilling and murderous aura emanated. The treasured sword was honed to perfection. Su Xiaoyang gripped the hilt of the tang knife and swung it powerfully in the air. Whoosh! A piece of scrap wood was instantly sliced into several sections, each cut perfectly uniform. If this struck a zombie, it would definitely be one slice, just like cutting a watermelon. So fast. Su Xiaoyang sheathed the knife and handed it to Han Qingxia, saying, "Boss, this knife is excellent, very sturdy and practical." "Well done." Han Qingxia praised Su Xiaoyang and added, "Next time I find a good knife, I'll save one for you." "No need, I have my own weapons," Su Xiaoyang declined. He still had his previous equipment, although the firearms were out of ammunition and unusable, leaving him with only a triangular military knife. But he still possessed water-based abilities. Whoosh! He casually unleashed a high-pressure water column, its power significantly greater than yesterday. "Boss, I don't know why, but when I woke up today, I felt like my abilities had strengthened again." Su Xiaoyang reported his changes to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia nodded in satisfaction upon seeing his abilities. Of course, she had given him evolution liquid. It seemed they would need to keep some zombie cores for evolution liquid in the future. By supplementing a bit each day, their powers would increase rapidly. "Let's go. Time to kill some zombies." Han Qingxia energetically led Su Xiaoyang outside. 10 days quickly passed. During this time, Han Qingxia took Su Xiaoyang out during the day to expand their territory and returned at night to reinforce their base using the rewards from territorial points. At the same time, she divided the zombie cores they collected each day into 2 parts, one for the system to recycle and the other to be kept for making evolution liquid to enhance her and Su Xiaoyang's abilities. In these few days, they had not encountered any advanced zombies. Moreover, the zombies in the outskirts were very few, and those that could produce cores were even rarer. Han Qingxia swiftly cleared out all the zombies in the suburban area near her air raid shelter. In total, they obtained over 30 cores. Although the cores were few, the transformation into evolution liquid for both her and Su Xiaoyang was visibly effective. Their abilities were rapidly improving. Additionally, her air raid shelter base had been fortified inside and out with system materials. As a result, her air raid shelter underwent a dramatic transformation. The overall defense had increased tenfold. Now even tanks and artillery would not be able to breach her base. Han Qingxia also spotted a wealth of base equipment in the special system shop. For instance, protective clothing for war dogs. Han Qingxia joyfully saw protective gear for battle dogs and generously bought a set for each of her 16 dogs without any hesitation. Each set cost 100 points. Apart from that, there were also defense systems for the base, radar systems and integrated reconnaissance and strike drone systems. The radar system needs no elaboration. The integrated reconnaissance and strike drone system is a complete set of drones for both reconnaissance and attack. This system can simultaneously control multiple drones patrolling the territory automatically, alerting Han Qingxia upon detecting intruders, who can then confirm whether to strike with a single click inside the base. With 8 hours of patrols, multiple drone batches could replace each other for all-day monitoring. It was definitely a treasure essential for the base. However, this system was super expensive. This system cost 100,000 points per set. In the past 10 days, Han Qingxia had accumulated only about 30,000 points, so she could only gaze longingly at it for now. Her next small target was this integrated reconnaissance and strike drone system. Han Qingxia looked at this system, which was available for a limited time of 10 days. She calculated, now she could earn about 3,000 points per day by expanding her territory and killing. Expanding territory was less valuable than killing zombies. However, the issue was that she had killed all the zombies nearby, so it seemed she needed to find a way to go to a more populated area to hunt them. She opened the electronic map and carefully observed where there were more people near the outskirts. Her gaze gradually focused on a large grain processing factory in the suburban area. The factory. Han Qingxia remembered this was the largest grain processing factory in City A with tens of thousands of employees inside. Each zombie core was worth 100 points. If there were 1,000 cores among 10,000 people, she would be satisfied. Yangzi, today we're going to the factory, Han Qingxia said to Su Xiaoyang as she stepped out of the air raid shelter. Okay. Su Xiaoyang, who was working outside, immediately set down his task without a word and accompanied Han Qingxia. He had absolute obedience to her. He was also diligent and a paragon among workers. Han Qingxia left Xiatian and several dogs at the base and set off in an armored vehicle with 8 dogs toward the grain factory. The journey was long, but luckily the entire way was Han Qingxia's territory smooth and unobstructed, taking an hour and a half to reach the vicinity of the grain factory. This grain factory was located in the suburban area of the city, surrounded by farmland for dozens of miles, sparsely populated. Therefore, the workers inside were fully enclosed, living and eating in the factory. On holidays, they would ride bikes or take buses to the city to have fun. At this moment, the factory surroundings were eerily quiet, with several abandoned vehicles on the straight roads, all discarded by the roadside. One bus had plunged into the farmland, the door wide open with dried black bloodstains inside, but no one was present. It was easy to imagine that when the incident occurred, this vehicle must have had a tragic fate, with someone mutating inside and the driver plunging into the road below, urgently pressing the door button. Inside, some ran, some escaped, and some chased. This area was in utter chaos. However, the factory's gate was tightly shut. Han Qingxia's vehicle arrived at the factory front, where it was completely silent inside. Even the security booth was empty. Could it be that they had a holiday that day? Impossible. Even if the factory was on holiday, there should still be many people inside, and it was fully enclosed with dormitories. The workers rotated shifts, so there were a lot of people inside. This place was definitely a zombie disaster zone. Han Qingxia ordered Su Xiaoyang to step on the gas, and the armored vehicle violently smashed through the gate, entering the vast factory area. Before them stood a massive row of buildings. This area included dormitories, a cafeteria, factories, and administrative offices. Wishing you prosperity, stand guard. Notify immediately if there are any unusual occurrences. Red and white tiles follow me, others follow Yangzi. Woof woof woof. The dogs quickly split into 3 teams. 2 gathered outside the dormitory building, leaving Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang each taking 3. In front of Han Qingxia was the wide-open dormitory door with a row of turnstiles ahead. Entry and exit from the dormitory required a card swipe. At this moment, the turnstiles were already powered off, and even if they were functional, Han Qingxia had no card. They had to climb over. She and Su Xiaoyang positioned themselves on either side, carefully scanning their surroundings, and slipped into the turnstile. The corridor behind the turnstile was eerily quiet, with all the doors on the first floor tightly closed. Han Qingxia threw a heavy object forward. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed in the silent dormitory building. Immediately, all the tightly shut doors stirred, yet the corridor remained quiet. Arrow. Woo, arrow. Arrow. Han Qingxia cautiously waited in place for 3 minutes. Good, they were all. No zombies were wandering outside. After confirming the overall environment, she and Su Xiaoyang broke into the first room. The killing officially began. This way they wouldn't be surrounded by zombies suddenly appearing from outside while they were killing. Boom. The door was kicked open by Han Qingxia. An overwhelming stench wafted out from within. 4 or 5 female zombies howled as they rushed toward the open door and the scent of fresh humans. They had not seen food for too long. In the eyes of all the zombies there was a bloodthirsty madness. Their ashen eyes were terrifying, and their rotten mouths emitted hissing sounds, eager to tear apart and devour the living. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. A sharp tang knife flashed through the air. What greeted them was the chilling glint of the blade and the flow of water. 3 zombies had their heads cleanly severed, while the remaining 2 were pierced by high-pressure water jets. Once the 5 zombies fell, the dogs pounced their massive claws, digging into the zombies' heads, bringing Han Qingxia 2 small crystal nuclei the size of rice grains. Well done, Han Qingxia encouraged as she patted the dogs' heads, simultaneously surveying the interior of the dormitory. This dormitory had a separate bathroom and 4 sets of bunk beds, each equipped with bedding. She quickly deduced the following from this information. This ordinary employee dormitory should house 8 people per room, with a bathroom, 5 zombies present, indicating that about half of the residents were on the night shift. Also, this building is a female dormitory. After killing another room, with Su Xiaoyang confirming her suspicions and familiarizing herself with the dormitory structure, she and Su Xiaoyang split up, one left and one right, to start breaking down doors and killing zombies. Boom! Roar! As Han Qingxia broke open the main door, the cold light of the Tang knife flashed inside the dormitory. This Tang knife, sharpened by Su Xiaoyang, sliced through zombies as if they were watermelons. Han Qingxia's strength and speed were boosted to the human limit by the system wielding the sharp and effective Tang knife, killing swiftly and brutally. The zombies couldn't even graze the hem of her clothes before they were dismembered. The 3 dogs assisted with extra strikes, finishing off the zombies and digging out their crystal nuclei. 3 minutes to clear 1 dormitory. In half an hour, she and Su Xiaoyang cleared the first floor. They replicated the method to clear the 5 floors above. In just 1 morning, she had cleared an entire dormitory building. Not a single living person remained in the building, only zombies. The 2 of them had killed more than 1,000 zombies that morning. They collected over 300 crystal nuclei. There were still 2 more dormitory buildings. Han Qingxia continued the process, clearing alongside Su Xiaoyang. After clearing each building, they rested for a few minutes, taking a brief break in the armored vehicle and having a heated instant rice ball for lunch to replenish their energy. By evening, they successfully cleared the 3 zombie dormitory buildings in the factory. In total, they killed over 3,500 zombies and successfully collected 1,000 zombie crystal nuclei. Han Qingxiao observed that the sky was darkening. In the apocalypse, the night was 100 times more dangerous than the day. During the day, zombies were suppressed, their movements slowed, but at night, all their functions were enhanced 100-fold. Experienced like Han Qingxia, she never engaged in activities at night. Moreover, she had nearly enough crystal nuclei to return in exchange for the reconnaissance strike system. Let's head back, we'll come again tomorrow. Okay. Han Qingxia led Su Xiaoyang and the dogs onto the vehicle and departed. At that moment, a loudspeaker caught their attention. Help! Help! On the rooftop of the factory's main building, a group of 20 or 30 people urgently called out for help. A large banner, made of clothing, stretched out in front of Han Qingxia. Su Xiaoyang saw a batch of survivors and immediately looked towards Han Qingxia. Boss, there are survivors, should we save them? P.S. Please add to your bookshelf, don't forget to add it, or you won't find it. La la la. Han Qingxia glanced over the crowd on the rooftop. There were around 20 to 30 young laborers, both men and women, aged roughly between 20 and 40, with no elderly or children. The personnel structure was excellent. Ready-made, strong labor force. After beginning to develop her territory, Han Qingxia viewed the population issue from the perspective of a ruler. From a ruler's perspective, there is no distinction of good or evil among people, only a hierarchy of labor force. Everyone is the most basic workforce for production and development. Every individual can contribute to the base. Before her stood a batch of the finest young laborers. Just not at this moment. Not saving them, Han Qingxia stated decisively. With the sky darkening, even if she wanted to recruit this batch of young laborers, it would have to wait until tomorrow. Retreat first, come back tomorrow. As soon as Han Qingxia finished speaking, Su Xiaoyang stepped on the gas and drove away. He was just a heartless execution machine. What Han Qingxia said was law. He firmly executed all her orders. At that moment, the people on the rooftop saw Han Qingxia's car about to leave, and everyone immediately panicked. Don't leave. Don't go. You can't abandon us. The screams attracted the zombies in the factory. A thunderous banging sound came from the large iron gate behind them. These people had been trapped on the rooftop for a long time. Fortunately, this was a grain factory. There was no shortage of food. When they fled to the rooftop, they brought a large amount of supplies, allowing them to survive until now. At that moment, behind the large iron gate were hundreds of frenzied zombies, having been blocked for over a month, their eyes bloodshot, howling and pounding. The chained iron gate was already on the verge of collapse. Originally, these individuals made no sound, hiding in the corners of the rooftop, trembling to reduce their... But today, upon discovering someone had entered the factory, everyone's eyes lit up. Seeing Han Qingxia and her group about to leave, they immediately sought help. But unexpectedly, they dared not save them. Captain Ding, what should we do? The woman who had just called for help looked at the fat man beside her. The fat man was named Ding Yi. He was originally just a small security captain at the factory. After the apocalypse began, he and a group of survivors escaped to the rooftop. Leveraging his physical advantages and security experience, he quickly became the small leader among them. After awakening his abilities, he became even more unrestrained. Everyone had to submit to him and follow his orders. Ding Yi initially didn't want to leave. If it weren't for their dwindling food supply, he wouldn't have sought help from Han Qingxia. But now that they had asked for help, these two dared not save him. If they don't save us, they shouldn't think about escaping. He pulled out a button from his pocket, his pea-sized eyes glowing green, and pressed the open button directly. Captain Ding, you can't press that. Releasing the zombies means we won't be able to escape either. A small man attempted to step forward to stop him. Smack! Ding Yi slapped him away, grabbing his collar and lifting him off the ground. If I can't live, no one can. Don't you all agree? The others immediately responded yes. If they don't save us, they deserve to die. Kill them. If we can't live, they must die. Ding Yi, satisfied, casually tossed the man he was holding aside, while simultaneously pressing the button, causing all the factory doors around them to open. In an instant. Awoo. Ha. Hoo. The man tossed down was thrown at the entrance of the factory. As the door opened, he was immediately surrounded by the horde of zombies that surged out. At that moment, the zombies had been starved for too long, and in their eyes this man had become mere food. Before he could mutate into one of them, he was devoured by the mountain of zombies, leaving behind only a pile of bones. Hungry. Hungry. Still so hungry. Must eat. Ah. The scream was quickly drowned out. The others on the rooftop all widened their eyes in terror, yet could only think, well done. Just like this. After releasing the zombies, Ding Yi looked at the direction of Han Qingxia's car. He crouched down, hands gripping the rooftop surface, his small eyes fixed intently on the path of Han Qingxia's vehicle, and with a sudden effort he exerted force. After releasing the zombies, Ding Yi looked at the direction of Han Qingxia's car. He crouched down, hands gripping the rooftop surface, his small eyes fixed intently on beep, beep. Her armored vehicle sounded alarms indicating to her that the vehicle was blocked by a raised mound of earth. Earth-based ability. The ability was not high-level, only able to create a small mound, but its positioning was just right, perfectly blocking their vehicle. Soon countless zombies surged into the expansive factory from all directions, filling Han Qingxia's. They emerged from the cafeteria area from various factories of different sizes and functions, and even from the Most of these zombies were still wearing factory uniforms, maintaining the appearance they had while working. The densely packed zombies rushed out from various places, creating a scene reminiscent of the bustling factory before the apocalypse. Of course, one had to overlook the fact that all their faces had become unrecognizable, horrifically decayed, infested with maggots, and swarmed by flies. This factory had completely turned into a zombie factory. Ha! You country bumpkins surely don't know that I am an ability user. Ding Yi laughed heartily as he watched the armored vehicle surrounded by the zombie tide from the rooftop. This is what you get for daring to abandon them and trying to escape. All of you go die. That's right. Let them abandon us. They deserve to die. The others also wore expressions of malice in their eyes. If they had no hope, then others should not live either. The crowd eagerly watched as these two were surrounded by the zombie tide, expecting to see their vehicle crushed, when suddenly they heard a loud bang. A cannon barrel rose from the top of the armored vehicle, surrounded by zombies. Boom! Fiery flames surged from the cannon, instantly scorching and pushing back the zombies on top of the armored vehicle. A multitude of zombies attempted to climb up again, and sharp spikes began to protrude from the exterior of it. With a thunderous roar, the armored vehicle restarted. The ultramodern system rewarded it by raising the bottom of the vehicle, rendering the small mound insignificant. Han Qingxia pressed the gas, and the armored vehicle burst forth from the pile of zombies. This time Han Qingxia's direction was not to leave the factory, but to charge towards the factory building. In the eyes of rulers, there is no distinction of good or evil among people. Similarly, in their eyes, people are nothing at all. Han Qingxia saving them would not evoke any sense of self-righteous pride. Killing them would not bring any sense of guilt. If they waited obediently for her rescue and later became honest residents in her base, Han Qingxia would welcome them. But those who dared to plot against her and engage in such devious schemes, such individuals deserve to die. With a roar, Han Qingxia accelerated her armored vehicle to the base of the factory where they were located. She retracted the cannon, allowing the zombies to climb onto her armored vehicle, while simultaneously raising a staircase from the top of the armored vehicle. The crowd on the rooftop watched the armored vehicle still engulfed by zombies, unable to laugh anymore. Just moments ago they had seen it under siege by zombies, feeling only a rush of satisfaction. Who told these two not to rescue them? They should die. Hurry up and die. Die in front of them, die before. But now the zombies they had released were climbing up to their rooftop along the top of Han Qingxia's vehicle. Everyone felt a deep sense of fear, as if they had provoked a demon. Han Qingxia always repaid her debts and insisted on doing it on the spot. Today she must return what they had given her. Soon the zombies climbed up to the rooftop along the ladder Han Qingxia had constructed. The first to charge up immediately pounced towards them. They tried to knock the first zombie down, but behind it came a multitude of zombies. Everyone was so frightened they scrambled to escape, but there was nowhere to run. Behind them were zombies, and behind that was the abyss. No way out. The rooftop was quickly breached. Ding Yi, seeing the overwhelming tide of zombies, directly pulled a few people to use as his backup. He rushed to the edge of the rooftop, activating his ability to raise the ground. His ability was weak, but in a critical situation it could still erupt. A small mound of earth rose from the ground, and Ding Yi felt he could jump down. At that moment, Han Qingxiao, with cold eyes, was watching his actions on the monitor. Watching him jump, she lazily said, "Yangzi." Yes. A powerful water column dozens of times stronger than his ability instantly swept away the ramp he had built. Already in the air, Ding Yi. Han Qingxiao shook her armored vehicle, withdrawing from the tide of zombies. As the sun set, the zombies' attacks would intensify. She left the zombie factory and caught sight of a group of survivors on the roof of the adjacent factory. The group of survivors had also been observing them for quite some time. They huddled together like lambs, trembling on the rooftop as they watched the scene that had just unfolded. Han Qingxiao withdrew her gaze and waved her hand, sending Su Xiaoyang away from the factory. After they left, the group on the rooftop quickly surged towards the edge. They are gone. They have all left. The leader among them, a middle-aged man, snapped back to reality from his earlier shock. They also possess abilities, and they are 100 times stronger than Ding Yixiang. They are too powerful. The crowd felt a pang of fear upon hearing his words. They were not a group of rescue teams obligated to help. Once discovered, they would risk their lives to save them. They were certainly not beings they could provoke or trample upon at will. They were incredibly strong, with professional equipment, and even more powerful mutants. They could crush everything in a factory teeming with zombies. They were an existence that everyone could only look up to. Fortunately, they had not forced a call for help earlier, nor had they resorted to destruction like Ding Yi's group after their plea for rescue had failed, ultimately meeting their demise here. Now they looked down at the factory zombies that Ding Yi had unleashed to hinder Han Qingxiao. As the sun set, zombies wandered in every corner of the factory. As the day waned and darkness deepened, the movements of these zombies quickened. They sensed the presence of living humans in their building and rushed towards the factory beneath their feet with guttural howls. They opened their arms and pressed against the walls, desperately trying to climb up. Soon the building beneath their feet was surrounded by layers of zombies. There was no way out. Li Gang noticed several zombies moving significantly faster than the others, displaying enhanced agility. They trampled over their companions to reach the top, frantically climbing towards the rooftop. Fortunately, their building was over 10 meters high, with a smooth exterior, unlike Ding Yi's group next door, who foolishly attracted the attention of the stronger zombies. On the rooftop, they seemed relatively safe for the moment. These zombies were not very good at climbing. At that moment, his wife Wang Fong nudged him. "Honey, look over there." Wang Fong spoke with a trembling voice. Li Gang followed her gaze and saw the spot where Ding Yi had just jumped down and died. A zombie with its belly hollowed out and half its face eaten away was struggling to crawl up from the ground. Ding Yi had not died immediately after falling from the 10-meter rooftop. Instead, he was quickly surrounded and devoured by the starving zombies. Thanks to his robust physique, he transformed into a zombie before the creatures could fully dismember him. Aru. The transformed Ding Yi let out a shrill roar, scanning the surroundings and looking towards the surviving group on the neighboring building. It rushed towards them, dashing to the base of the factory. Facing the pile of corpses and the zombies struggling to advance, it pushed through the crowd and let out a powerful roar. Suddenly, a mound of earth over 3 meters high surged up beneath its feet. All the zombies saw this and went wild, scrambling up the mound it had created. The zombies now had a foothold, making it possible for them to climb up. The survivors on the rooftop were all shocked into silence. "Honey, what should we do?" Han Qingxiao and Su Xiaoyang returned safely to their base with their dogs. As they exited the factory, many zombies chased after their vehicle, but they were quickly left behind after a few hundred meters. Han Qingxiao did not slow down even if they crushed some zombies, as she didn't stop to check for crystal cores. It was getting late. The factory was an hour and a half's drive from the base. By the time they returned, it would be completely dark. She could not afford to let her guard down, at least not until they entered their territory. At 7:30 in the evening, they successfully returned to the base. As usual, the two of them took a shower first. Then Su Xiaoyang went to cook, while Han Qingxiao sorted through the spoils in her bunker. They had captured a total of 1,148 zombie crystal cores today. All of these were first-level crystal cores. Zombie crystal cores are graded. First-level cores are the most common, with roughly 1 in 3 zombies having a crystal core formed in their brain. The combat power of first-level zombies is not very high. They are significantly stronger than the most ordinary zombies, such as the mutated first-level zombie that Han Qingxiao had killed early on in the villa. Their agility and speed are much greater than those of ordinary zombies, but they can still be killed. A slightly skilled ordinary person can defeat them. However, when it comes to second-level zombies, the difference becomes significant. The strength and speed of second-level zombies greatly surpass that of a robust adult, often requiring multiple ordinary people to work together to kill one. The crystal cores are about the size of a quail egg. For third-level zombies, they are generally beyond the capability of ordinary people to kill. They are the foes of mutants. The crystal cores can reach the size of a goose egg. The formation of second and third-level zombies depends on certain factors, one of which is cannibalism. The second-level zombie that Han Qingxia defeated on the highway likely devoured its kind. At that time, the entire highway had barely any zombies except near the gas station. It was highly likely that the third-level zombie led the other zombies there to consume them. Another factor is mutation through evolution. Zombies can also evolve and develop abilities. Once abilities appear, their level rises sharply. Han Qingxia had heard in her past life of the strongest zombie king in the entire eastern region, who was an 8-level zombie with multiple abilities. It was said that it possessed more than 3 types of abilities. It resided in the junction of cities A, B, and C. Of course, she had only heard of it, she had never seen it. She was unworthy. In her past life, as an ordinary person, Han Qingxia was not cut out for such high-stakes battles. She also prudently executed only the tasks she was 100% sure of. She would not take on tasks with higher risks. This is also why other powerful mutants, despite their strength, ultimately could not surpass Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia was as steady as a rock. She never joked with her life. Returning to the main topic, the zombies at this time were still primarily first level. There were very few high-level zombies. The third-level zombie that Han Qingxia had killed last time was already incredibly rare. She looked at her collection of more than 1,000 zombie crystal cores, exchanged 1,000 of them for points, and kept the remaining 100 for extracting evolution liquid. One first-level crystal core could be exchanged for 100 points, and the number of crystal core gift packs was counted. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 100,004 points. With the previous 30,000 points added, she was close to having 140,000. Han Qingxia rubbed her excited little hands as she had enough money. She immediately went to the limited time window, reconnaissance drone system. Exchange. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the reconnaissance drone system. Before Han Qingxia, an incredibly high-tech military piece of equipment settled down. Subsequently, changes were also detected in Han Qingxia's base. At this moment, the area of Han Qingxia's tower on the second floor expanded once again, pushing towards the mountain behind, forming an area half the size of an air raid shelter. Above it is a large skylight that can be opened. A massive control device is situated in the center of the second floor tower behind Han Qingxia's crossbow. 24 small military drones are neatly parked in the empty space in the middle. These drones are quite compact, appearing slightly larger than commercial drones, but their power is certainly not that of a toy-grade drone. This is a standard military reconnaissance and strike drone possessing astonishing control over the ground, capable of destroying main battle tanks. If used in an invasion, a few waves of drone airstrikes would definitely give the enemy's air defense a headache. Due to their small size, they are difficult to monitor and extremely costly to counter. To shoot them down, one would have to use expensive anti-air missiles. Even using relatively cheaper individual anti-air missiles would not be worth the cost. A single shell costs tens of thousands of dollars. Using it to shoot down a drone is simply burning money. The premise is that you have to hit it with one shot. Using large caliber anti-aircraft guns, if the drones are slightly concentrated, the ground air defense firepower would be unable to intercept all of them. Using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken doesn't guarantee success either. The best countermeasure would be electronic interference, forcing the drones to land or diverting them from their predetermined trajectory. However, these are reconnaissance and strike drones awarded by the system. The current levels of electronic interference are of no use against Han Qingxia's drones. Han Qingxia employs her reconnaissance and strike drone system within her territory, creating an impenetrable super protective net. With 24 drones, 8 hours of endurance divided into 3 shifts, 2 drones at each of the 4 cardinal directions, perfectly achieving 24-hour surveillance. Han Qingxia looked at her base's astounding defense system with immense satisfaction. It was totally worth it to slay zombies for an entire day today. At this moment, she also noticed a flashing reward waiting to be claimed in the system. She had killed over 1,000 zombies today, exchanging them for over 1,000 crystal cores. Additionally, there was a big gift package for exchanging crystal cores. Last time it reminded her that the second package could be exchanged for just 100 crystal cores. Han Qingxia called over her dog, vigorously rubbing its head, which left the dog dazed, and made Xia Tian bark in jealousy. Holding both dogs, Han Qingxia opened the crystal core gift package. Ding! Congratulations, you have received Yunnan Baiyao 1. Ding! Reward emergency healing pills 1. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 1,000 pounds of fresh beef. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 100 solar panels. Han Qingxia. Not bad, not bad. A standard practical big gift package. It has medicine supplies and energy panels. The consumption of fresh meat here is quite significant. The food section of the system's mall also sells fresh meat, but Han Qingxiao finds it too expensive. She remembers it being 10 points per pound, which is not worth it. Rewarding her with 1,000 pounds of fresh beef seems to make it worth the points spent on the crystal cores. And after claiming this gift package, there is still more to come. The crystal core exchange area indicates that every additional 1,000 crystal cores unlocks a gift package. Han Qingxiao exchanged over 1,000 in one go today, directly triggering the next big gift package. Han Qingxiao seized the moment and claimed it directly. Ding! Rewards psychic ability. Han Qingxiao. She was completely stunned upon hearing this reward. The third crystal core exchange gift package only has one reward. But this reward is actually superpower. Even the composed Han Qingxiao was shocked by the system's extraordinary reward. Psychic powers. She had only heard of psychic ability users in her previous life. They are the absolute powerhouses among superhumans. Out of 10,000 superhumans, there might not even be one psychic ability user. Psychic users can see the abilities of other superhumans, and their attacks are executed through mental power. A powerful psychic user can kill an ordinary person with just a glance. They are the pinnacle of superhumans. Ding! Detecting psychic ability. Does the host wish to use it? Use. Of course she will use it herself. Can it be given to others? Han Qingxiao felt as if her brain had been struck by a huge force. Unlike the previous copying of wood and water abilities, psychic abilities are very painful. Her entire head went blank, and as she gradually regained her senses, she discovered a brand new change in her mental vision. She looked at the dogs beside her, which displayed a faint red hue, with Xiaotian's red hue being the most intense. The deeper the color, the more dangerous it is. She seemed to sense that this represents the combat power of the dogs. She looked at herself and perceived a blue and green light swirling around her. Blue-green. It is the color of superpowers. So this is what the color of superpowers looks like. Han Qingxiao finally possessed her very first superpower. She then gazed at the mountain of rewards she obtained today. The reconnaissance and strike drones, Yunnan Baiyao emergency healing pills, 1,000 pounds of beef, and 100 solar panels. Working hard to build the base. The future is promising. Charge. Han Qingxiao exited the air raid shelter. Outside, Su Xiaoyang had also prepared a meal. Boss, today's dish is Beijing-style shredded pork with sweet bean sauce and fried eggs. Han Qingxiao nodded and waved at him. Yangzi, come in for a moment. What's up? It's time to tell you something you need to know. Su Xiaoyang. Han Qingxiao took out her phone and pressed a button directed at the air raid shelter behind her. To Su Xiaoyang's astonishment, he saw a huge skylight open on the air raid shelter tower, and a swarm of drones flew out from inside. The drones for our base, they are my little gadgets. Su Xiaoyang. He looked incredulously at the military drones flying in the sky. This can't be a reconnaissance and strike drone, right? Damn. The little gadget that Han Qingxiao made. She created this. After the shock, Su Xiaoyang seemed unable to deny it. Because drones of this level are simply not available for purchase outside. And this model is something he has never seen before. It can't be possible unless Han Qingxiao made it herself. He couldn't help but think of the other military-grade defenses at Han Qingxia's place. None of them could be replicated out. Take her armored vehicle, for example. It is definitely the strongest armor Su Xiaoyang has ever seen. Bar none. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Han Qingxiao with immense shock. What kind of remarkable person is his boss? Simply omnipotent. His admiration for Han Qingxiao had reached a level beyond words. The next day, the crimson sun rose on the horizon, casting bright and warm light upon the world of human civilization that had once created countless miracles. However, the human world now lay in ruins. No longer were there breakfast shops bustling with activity at dawn, joggers filling the streets, cleaners tidying the roads, and people rushing about for their livelihoods. The city was filled only with endless hordes of zombies and the occasional piercing screams. In a vast factory yard on the outskirts of the city, a high 4-story factory building echoed with an incredibly shrill scream. A loud bang resounded. A stainless steel pipe came crashing down on a zombie, sending it sprawling back. Yet at this moment, they could no longer hold their ground. Roar, ha 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 ha. A massive number of zombies climbed up a rising mound of earth, layering upon each other. After a night of piling up and stepping on their companions' bodies, they finally reached the rooftop of the factory. The first zombie to poke its head up was knocked down with a stick, but behind it were countless claws of zombies grasping at the rooftop's edge. With dry and sharp claws gripping the edge, bloody and terrifying zombie heads emerged one after another. They had been starved for too long, their gray and murky eyes filled with a deep crimson hunger. They wanted to eat. They wanted to eat humans. They were so hungry. Roar. 2 zombies leaped up simultaneously. Boom, boom. 8 or 9 men stood on the front lines, swinging their steel pipes with all their might to fend off the zombies. Behind them were 11 or 12 women, who also picked up weapons attempting to knock down the zombie claws reaching the rooftop edge. There was no retreat for them. This was the rooftop. The fire escape behind them had long been blocked. Inside were even more densely packed zombies. No way to retreat. Yet time passed second by second. The people on the rooftop gradually grew weary while the zombies below continued to climb higher and higher. They were a group of people who hadn't eaten well in a long time and were severely malnourished, but below them were a horde of relentless zombies. Roar! Ah! A sharp female scream pierced the air as a male zombie charged toward them from behind their defenses. One of his feet wore the latest model of AJ while the other foot was bare with the beloved shoe lost somewhere, leaving only a naked foot that had been gnawed upon with half of the sole missing. His bloodied and mangled foot limped, but his speed was noticeably faster than that of other zombies. After leaping onto the platform, he dove repeatedly toward the nearest woman. In the blink of an eye, he tackled her to the ground, his mouth gaping, with several missing teeth ready to bite down, when a steel pipe flew through the air, with immense force exploding his head. Wife! Li Gang pulled the woman back. Husband! Wang Fong shivered and trembled in his embrace. By this time more and more zombies had climbed up. They had completely lost control of this rooftop. Stop fighting. Climb to the top of the generator. Li Gang carried his wife and climbed toward the highest point, the top of the giant generator in the center of the rooftop. As everyone saw this, they immediately gave up fighting and began to climb up. By the time they all reached the top of the generator, the rooftop had completely fallen. Zombies poured up from below, surrounding their last refuge from all sides, continuously flooding in through the gaps where resistance had ceased. Their generator was only 2 meters high and very narrow, leaving them huddled together like a helpless flock of sheep surrounded by a dense mass of zombies with no escape. The generator beneath them was being pushed and shaken by the zombies. They were doomed. They were really doomed. Just as they fell into complete despair, a roaring sound echoed through the silent factory. A powerful armored vehicle reappeared before everyone's eyes. At that moment, everyone stared in awe. The furious armored vehicle crashed into the horde of zombies, directly smashing through the heap of zombies and the dirt mound below. Instantly, the pile of zombies was sent flying. The zombies still climbing in midair were scattered and fell. Following that, an extremely powerful water jet shot out from the armored vehicle's top window. A man stood at the targeting port, gathering an immense high-pressure water column in his palm, aiming it at the other zombies. Where the water jet passed, a wide swath of zombies was cleared. The zombies hanging in midair, gripping onto their companions' bodies, were all swept away. Immediately after, a powerful blast of flame erupted from the top of the armored vehicle. With fire and water attacks combined with the armored vehicle's relentless charge and crush, in just a few minutes thousands of zombies were quickly flattened and dispersed. Driving the vehicle, Han Qingxiao could only think this is what it means to kill zombies. Efficient. Once the main force of zombies had been cleared, the armored vehicle parked beside the factory, the doors opened, and a pack of dogs was released to finish off the remaining zombies. The dogs, clad in special combat gear, were fully protected and charged fiercely into the zombies, taking down one after another, chasing down the remaining living zombies to finish them off. As the armored vehicle's sunroof fully opened, an extremely high lifting platform extended from within. Amid the shock of Li Gang and Wang Fong, 2 figures, a man and a woman, leaped up from below and dashed toward their rooftop. They were here to save them. The man wielded a continuous jet of water, while the woman held a Tang Dao. Upon seeing zombies, she struck swiftly. The two of them fought like gods, with Han Qingxia's Tang Dao severing zombies in half, causing them to. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyang's high-pressure water column precisely safeguarded her, clearing away the zombies outside her attack range. The two worked together with seamless precision, killing their way to the generator. In just 10 minutes, all the zombies around Li Gang and his group had been eliminated. They looked at Han Qingxiao and Su Xiaoyang as if they were divine beings. Is this the legendary god? And they are specifically the gods who came to save them. Would you be willing to follow me? Han Qingxiao, having finished off the zombies on the rooftop, looked at these people. Upon hearing this, they instantly I have built a base. Those who are willing to follow me will become residents of my base. From now on, I will ensure your safety. Within the realm of my Han Qingxiao, you will be the safest people. Han Qingxiao spoke each word clearly as she looked at the people before her. Li Gang was the first to react among the group, asking, "What do you want us to do?" "Submit to me." Han Qingxiao stood before them with her single blade. "I cannot restore your lives to what they were before the apocalypse, but if you submit to me, I will make you the happiest residents of this base." Su Xiaoyang stood behind her like a steadfast backdrop, an aura of absolute strength radiating from Han Qingxiao. Strong individuals naturally possess an irresistible charm and credibility. This drew everyone present closer to her without hesitation. "You saved us, my wife and I are willing." Li Gang was the first to agree, grasping Wang Feng's hand as they descended from the generator. They had no reason to refuse Han Qingxiao. Zombies were everywhere, and they had nowhere to go, no home to Without food, without work, and constantly facing zombies that could appear from anywhere, they certainly needed to find a safe place to settle. Moreover, if Han Qingxia hadn't saved them, they would not have survived. With her immense power, they were willing to follow her solely based on her strength. Without following her, how would they live? After Li Gang and Wang Fong came down, the remaining dozen or so people scrambled to follow. We are willing too. I am willing. I want to follow you. Just promise us safety. Provide us with food. They were almost all willing except for a pair of young girls. We want to go home, one girl said to Han Qingxiao. Han Qingxiao lazily glanced at her. Outside are zombies. Does your home not have zombies? Upon hearing her words, the two girls hesitated visibly. No, we still want to go home, the girl replied. Han Qingxiao, hearing this, made no further attempts to persuade them, coldly saying, if you want to leave, then go. The two girls felt as if they had received a reprieve, glancing at Han Qingxiao and Su Xiaoyang before quickly heading towards the ladder at the wall. The others wanted to voice their objections upon seeing this, but ultimately decided against it all, watching them leave. Thus, out of this group of 1816 remained. After confirming their allegiance to Han Qingxia, a notification sound rang in her mind. Ding! 16 residents detected. Rewards 1600 points. Ding! 2 strength type abilities detected. Rewards special attributes. Ding! 1 speed type ability detected. Rewards special attributes. Among the 16 individuals accepted by Han Qingxia, 3 possessed abilities. Upon accepting them, their special attributes would be copied to Han Qingxiao. Han Qingxiao immediately felt a change in her body. She could distinctly sense boundless power course. Moreover, to her delight, the system allowed for the stacking of duplicate abilities. It did not count duplicates as, with this batch of residents, Han Qingxiao gained 1,600 points along with 3 abilities. She looked at her new residents with great satisfaction. At the same time, after the system confirmed their identities as residents, the gazes directed at Han Qingxiao from all of them suddenly brimmed with admiration and closeness. From now on, you can call me the Lord. Yes, my Lord. Everyone affectionately addressed Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia surveyed the zombies around her. Everyone listen up, clear out the zombies' brains and retrieve whatever is inside. Han Qingxia casually split open a zombie's head with her blade, flicking out a crystal core the size of a grain of rice. Everyone's eyes brightened at this sight. Whoever collects the most and submits the most will receive rewards. Han Qingxia encouraged them further. Everyone immediately began to compete to clear the zombies. After distributing the task of collecting crystal cores, Han Qingxia turned to Su Xiaoyang, clear out all the zombies in the factory. Yes. She led Su Xiaoyang to the entrance of the rooftop passage. The thick iron chains securing the large iron door did not stop the zombies inside, crammed in like sardines. They howled loudly from behind a fist-sized gap in the iron door. Upon seeing Su Xiaoyang and Han Qingxia enter, they became even more excited. Han Qingxia swung her tang knife at the chains. With a clang, the chain fell apart, and the zombies inside surged out like they had been released from a cage. However, what awaited them was a powerful jet of high-pressure water. When the water hit these zombies, it quickly dispersed into water bullets, and under the high-pressure and high-speed conditions, the impact of the water bullets was comparable to that of bullets. Puff! A series of water bullets struck, hitting as many zombies as emerged. If other ability users saw this, they would be left speechless in shock. This was simply monstrous in strength. Currently, most abilities could only condense small water balls, small fireballs, or small earth mounts. The ability of Ding Yi, who had previously blocked Han Qingxiao, was already considered strong. Yet Su Xiaoyang raised his hand and summoned a powerful jet of water, effortlessly controlling the form of the water, clearly reaching the level of a Tier 3 ability user. This was the result of Han Qingxia daily providing him with evolution liquid to enhance his abilities. Moreover, there were no side effects. By the time other bases began promoting evolution liquid, their combat power would have already been left far behind by Han Qingxia. More importantly, their evolution liquid had a host of side effects. There was no comparison in terms of strength. Su Xiaoyang, as the main force, quickly eliminated each zombie that charged out. Han Qingxia lazily stood by with her knife, stepping in to finish off any stragglers she spotted. Soon the escape route was cleared. She reminded Li Gang and the others not to forget to collect the crystal cores here, and led Su Xiaoyang deeper into the safe passage. She needed to cleanse all the zombies inside and outside this factory. She also intended to place her mark here, expanding it into her territory. This large factory was equipped with substantial machinery, making it convenient for her to process food in the future. This factory belonged to her. As they descended to the 3rd floor, Han Qingxia's spiritual power surged. In her mind, she distinctly sensed a power 10 times stronger than an ordinary zombie. Stop! At Han Qingxia's command, Su Xiaoyang halted. With a loud crash, the safety door ahead was smashed open, revealing a zombie that had been bitten through the abdomen. This one was slightly different from other zombies, having grayish-white eyes that exhibited a hint of intelligence. Yet another Tier 3 zombie. The zombie, after missing its attack, lifted its ferocious head and roared towards Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Roar. This was a fresh zombie. Bright red pus dripped from the corner of its mouth. Half of its face was gnawed away, and apart from the bite marks, its entire face was severely deformed, as if it had been smashed flat against the ground. White brain matter mixed with black-red secretions smeared across its face, dripping down in large. It opened its cavernous mouth. The entire zombie head seemed to be on the verge of falling apart, its flesh and blood a terrifying mess, not to mention its belly was completely hollowed out. I've seen ugly things, but nothing like this before. Han Qingxia felt nauseated at the sight of this zombie. It was simply too brutal. What kind of inhumane treatment could have led to such a state in life? Upon closer inspection, oh my. Could this be the Earth-type ability user from yesterday, who caused them trouble, and then got into trouble himself? Boss, it's the Earth-type ability user from yesterday, turned into a zombie, Su Xiaoyang exclaimed. Roar. The zombie Ding-E glared fiercely at Han Qingxia, and Su Xiaoyang, a hint of hatred appearing in its gray-white mindless eyes. It seemed as if it had a fragment of its memories from life, staring hatefully at its enemies before lunging at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Boom! A high-pressure water column immediately shot towards its head. Rumble. To Su Xiaoyang's surprise, the wall beside him collapsed with a bang, blocking the way of the zombie Ding. Su Xiaoyang's high-pressure water column slammed against the wall. Immediately after, a shadow rapidly lunged. Su Xiaoyang dodged to the side, then with a bang he delivered a powerful kick that sent the shadow flying tumbling down the stairwell. The skills of a top special forces soldier allowed him to react much faster than his brain during any unexpected attack. Even the zombified Ding-E couldn't get close to him. However, at that moment, the stairs beneath Su Xiaoyang suddenly began to collapse. The soil crumbled, steel reinforcements fell, and Su Xiaoyang found himself with one foot suspended, plummeting downward. Fortunately, Han Qingxia grabbed his shoulder and pulled him up with great strength. However, the situation was not over. The stairs continued to collapse, and Han Qingxia couldn't afford to set Su Xiaoyang down, carrying him as she ran upwards. With each step they took, the stairs behind them collapsed further. Huge chunks of concrete fell, and in Su Xiaoyang's view the stairwell crumbled layer by layer. He saw a shadow at the very bottom. Boss. That Earth-type ability user retains its powers even after turning into a zombie, and they've been enhanced. I know. Han Qingxia, carrying Su Xiaoyang, dashed towards the rooftop. At that moment, the last step before her collapsed completely. Han Qingxia stepped into thin air. Nearly simultaneously, she dove against the wall, holding Su Xiaoyang tightly as he grasped the door to the third-floor passage. Now it was Su Xiaoyang's turn to cling to Han Qingxia. He gripped the closed door to the third-floor safety passage with one hand, his legs wrapped around Han Qingxia's waist. As all the stairs beneath them collapsed, he performed a reverse hook, propelling Han Qingxia up to the narrow gap of the third-floor door. He swiftly jumped onto the narrow ledge. Boom! The entire safety passage collapsed. All the stairs vanished, leaving only exposed, broken steel reinforcements and uneven walls. At this moment, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang stood tightly against the door of the safety passage. There was a narrow gap, barely wide enough for a sideways foot to fit through. Beneath them was a pit over 10 meters deep. The slightest movement could send them into the abyss. And critically behind them, the safety passage was tightly locked with zombies. A horde of zombies caught their scent crashing against the safety door. The bloody, disfigured face of a zombie was just a glass window away from Han Qingxia, pressed closely against her face. This feeling was as thrilling as it could get. Boss, that ability zombie has hidden away. Su Xiaoyang had been sensing where the zombie was, but the zombie Ding-E was an Earth-type ability user. If it hid in the rubble, it would disappear immediately. At this moment, he felt utterly useless with his water. In a situation where the enemy could hide, especially in their own battlefield, he was helpless against them. And right now they were in grave danger. Before them was an abyss, and behind them were zombies. It seemed there was no way out. At that moment, Han Qingxia closed her eyes. As her eyes closed, her mind quickly constructed all the images of the surrounding land. Her powerful mental force spread out like a radar towards any direction it could probe. In her mental domain, the people around her appeared in deep blue, while behind her were 17 or 18 gray-white creatures. Blue represented Su Xiaoyang, and gray-white represented the zombies. She continued to extend her mental force downward, spreading it out. Instantly, a much larger image appeared. Below their feet, there were still about 15 or 16 gray-white zombies wandering around, and at the very bottom 7 or 8 more. A unique yellowish zombie appeared before her eyes. Yangzi, 12 o'clock direction, prepare. Su Xiaoyang suddenly heard Han Qingxia's voice. Boom! Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful water column towards the direction Han Qingxia indicated. In an instant, boom! The powerful water column directly pierced through the pillar, causing a landslide, the ceiling to collapse, and the previously mentioned mutated Earth-type zombie was struck heavily by these falling debris. Right in the center, continue. Han Qingxia commanded coldly. Su Xiaoyang's high-pressure water column surged towards the center, once more crashing through a pile of rubble and hitting the zombie's head. Within Han Qingxia's mental domain, the yellowish hue completely vanished, replaced by a tiny but bright yellow crystal. A Tier 3 crystal core appeared. Alright. Han Qingxia opened her eyes. She looked at the thoroughly dead zombie Ding Yi and began to climb down from the 3rd floor, grabbing the steel reinforcements and concrete around her. She was incredibly agile, like a nimble gecko descending the wall. Once down, she headed straight for Ding Yi's position to pry out his crystal core. Su Xiaoyang followed her lead, climbing down from the stairless corridor. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but admire his boss with profound respect. How did she manage to pinpoint the zombie's location so quickly? Furthermore, his boss was incredibly cool, precise with her strikes, and quick in action, never letting him down. How could there be such a cool woman in the world? Working with her on missions was immensely comfortable. Today was yet another day of increased admiration for Han Qingxia. His boss was truly impressive. After taking down the level 3 mutant zombie Han Qingxia, and Su Xiaoyang proceeded to eliminate the remaining scattered zombies in the factory. Li Gang and the others collected the zombie crystal cores throughout the factory. Han Qingxia was not worried about them hoarding the cores, firstly because they did not know their purpose and had no thoughts of keeping them for themselves, and secondly, and most importantly, she possessed a mental type ability. She could sense the color of the crystal cores. She could tell at a glance whether these people had hidden any from her. My lord, this is what you wanted. Li Gang handed over all the zombie crystal cores collected by everyone to Han Qingxia. She scanned the 16 people present and found that none of them had hidden any crystal cores. Han Qingxia nodded in satisfaction. This time a total of 1,208 crystal cores were obtained, along with one level 3 core. Count the crystal cores collected by everyone and reward them with points based on their collection. Points. Yes, follow me to my base and I will explain how to use the points. Upon hearing this, Li Gang and the others were thrilled and prepared to leave. They all exclaimed yes. Han Qingxia found a bunch of cars in the factory that could still run. There were too many cars in the factory, most of which were in good condition but lacked keys. However, this was no challenge for Han Qingxia. After tinkering for a bit, she managed to get several cars started, enough for everyone to ride. Before leaving, she searched the factory again. Under the guidance of Li Gang and the others, she quickly located all the production workshops in the factory. This was the largest grain factory in city A, producing a large quantity of food-related items such as wuchang rice, rice oil, flour noodles, white sugar, and white noodles. Various types of food were produced here, totaling over 100,000 tons. Han Qingxia instructed Su Xiaoyang to repair the factory's main gate, erect a sign with her name, and hang a flag for Han Qingxia marking this factory as her territory. Meanwhile, she quickly gathered up the food in the factory's warehouse. All the packaged food was collected. By the time she had cleared out the factory's products, her storage space was filled to 3/4. It was roughly equivalent to a 10-story building, with every corner stacked with supplies almost overflowing. Fully stocked, this food could sustain 7,000 or 8,000 people for a lifetime. Han Qingxia was very satisfied with this. She did not touch the other machines and production lines for now. Once her base's productivity developed, she would bring people back to process food. These machines would be very useful. Today was a day of great harvest, acquiring an enormous food factory, over 10 tons of grain, 16 new inhabitants, and more than 1,000 crystal cores. She emerged from the large warehouse, and the people at the entrance had already repaired the main gate. With a command from Han Qingxia, everyone got into the cars, and she led them toward her base. On the way, everyone felt a long-lost sense of security, as if they were being protected. As their convoy left the factory road and entered the main road, they suddenly heard a scream from outside. On the roadside, a small group of scattered zombies was attacking a woman, gnawing at her flesh. Another woman was running desperately. She saw their convoy and ran toward them for help. Help! Help! But after running just a few steps, she was taken down by the zombies on both sides of the road, a bite piercing her artery. Wang Fong immediately recognized the woman who screamed. It's Lu Ling and Su Wanwen. Everyone in the car looked at the two being surrounded by zombies, devoured alive, pressing against the windows to watch, yet too afraid to look. These were the two who had chosen not to follow Han Qingxia when she asked if they wanted to join her. Their homes were not far from the factory, and even though Han Qingxia had warned them that there were zombies at their homes, they refused to listen and insisted on going. It was clear they had run home to check and discovered the zombies, then rushed back. But how could they escape the zombies surrounding them from all sides? As soon as they appeared, they were targeted by the starving zombies with nowhere to flee. In front of everyone, the two were consumed by the zombies, and soon after they began to convulse and mutate before their eyes. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Boom! The leading armored vehicle slammed down on the two zombie piles, crushing the zombies on the road and clearing a safe path for them. All the vehicles followed the path cleared by Han Qingxia. Once they safely passed the two piles of zombies, everyone felt an instinctive surge of safety and immense relief. They were thankful they had decisively followed Han Qingxia, unlike those two foolish girls who tried to run home. Outside, there were truly zombies everywhere. There was not a single safe place. They could not afford to have even a shred of luck. By following Han Qingxia, she assured them that as long as they remained within her territory, they could live safely. Everyone followed Han Qingxia's vehicle quickly toward the outskirts. The convoy stopped in a group of villas in the suburbs. The moment Han Qingxia appeared, the residents of Villa No. 9 rushed out. "My lord, you've come." Han Qingxia saw Wang Yumin with his wife and child, nodded in acknowledgement. She waved her hand, signaling the people in the following 5 or 6 vehicles to get out. "From now on, all of you will live here." Han Qingxia turned to Wang Yumin. "You will lead them in planting food and managing production. Production is the foundation of everything. Moreover, food production is the foundation of foundations. Only with stable food output can we consider expanding other types of production. We must take it step by step." Wang Yumin nodded immediately. "Okay. Everyone come over here. I will explain the rules of the base to you." P.S. To briefly mention, the style of this zombie story should be quite realistic and will extensively depict the pursuit and survival in a zombie world. Dubai really enjoys watching zombie-themed movies and TV shows, especially Train to Busan and The Walking Dead. I have watched Train to Busan countless times, just loving that thrilling sensation of being chased by zombies. This book will be written from Dabe's perspective of the world, not accepting any guidance except for the base construction, which will be greatly enhanced, allowing the female protagonist to dominate. The zombie world will not adopt a fantasy style. Zombies will evolve and possess abilities, but the focus will remain on realistic physics without being overly exaggerated, striving for a bloody chase and a sense of survival. If you like this type of story, be sure to add it to your bookshelf. Charge forward. Zombie world. All residents joining my base will operate under a point system. Points can be exchanged here for food, water, daily necessities, and various tools. Han Qingxia took out the list she had previously given to Wang Yumin, instructing him to post it on the bulletin board in the villa area. The list details the points exchange ratio for food. 1 pound of rice equals 1.1 pack of salt equals 1.1 egg equals 1.1 pound of pork equals 10 points, and 1 live chicken equals 50 points. Of course, there are also ways to earn points with the same exchange rate for recycling. All crops you harvest can be exchanged for points, and additionally, killing zombies and obtaining crystal cores will yield rewards. Han Qingxia showcased the crystal core in her hand. "Li Gang, I just had you record the cores they dug up. Each core counts as 1 point, so you'll earn basic points. And in the future, for every crystal core you hunt and find, 1 crystal core will equal 10 points. Li Gang and the others exclaimed in surprise as they suddenly understood. In Han Qingxia's base, points will serve as currency, and each person just collected between 50 to 80 crystal cores. Their basic points total between 50 to 80. If exchanged entirely for food, each person could at least receive 5 to 600 pounds. Furthermore, all of you will need to pay me 10 points daily as a resident tax." Han Qingxia established the framework for the base's regulations. "This tax serves as the fee for using all the land and houses within my territory. A onati delay incurs a 10% late fee. If overdue for 10 days, residents will lose their rights and have all possessions confiscated, being expelled from the base. Everyone can supervise each other. If someone is found evading taxes, there will be rewards for reporting them. Their property will be divided half, going to the informant." The atmosphere became tense immediately. However, correspondingly, as long as they are residents within my territory, they will be under my protection. I will provide the safest environment for you. Within my territory, you will be free to produce as safe as before the apocalypse, and periodically benefits will be distributed to you. Historically, governing the populace involves 5 methods: foolish citizens, weak citizens, weary citizens, humiliated citizens, and impoverished citizens. Foolish citizens are unified in thought, acknowledging only one center. Han Qingxia aims to unify their thoughts, having them recognize her leadership. Residents living in her territory must align with her vision and develop the base together, which is the essence of foolish citizens. Weak citizens refer to those whose individual strength is diminished while the base's strength is reinforced, ensuring no organization can challenge the base's authority. For instance, the group, led by Ding Yi, that Han Qingxia encountered yesterday. They banded together under Ding Yi, each with their own agendas, and Han Qingxia would never accept them. Otherwise, accepting such a group of troublemakers would mean inviting chaos into her peaceful base. Weak citizens are those whose power is diminished, causing fragmentation among them, so they can exist as independent parts of her territory. The populace Han Qingxia has gathered are all loose individuals temporarily banded together without a true leader. Even Li Gang, who has the most influence, lacks significant charisma. Once Han Qingxia takes charge, they are more willing to trust her. Such a group can be accommodated. Weakening the residents' strength ensures that no one can impact the base, which defines weak citizens. Weary citizens are those who have daily tasks to keep them busy, driven by a common goal. For example, the points system Han Qingxia arranged for them. Each person must contribute 10 points daily as living expenses for the base. Failure to meet this will incur interest, and continuous failure will lead to expulsion. This system encourages everyone to produce with points as the driving force, which defines weary citizens. Humiliated citizens are represented by Han Qingxia's subsequent reporting and supervision system, which encourages mutual oversight among the populace, ensuring her punishments are effectively executed, prompting everyone to be cautious and diligent in labor while adhering to the rules. And finally, the impoverished citizens. Impoverished citizens are made destitute, stripped of any wealth beyond basic living needs, reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era, where many were living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to save personal wealth, with most salaries barely covering living expenses and opportunities to earn more being scarce. This defines impoverished citizens. They live their lives in constant toil, unable to spare time for anything else. Of course, for Han Qingxia, the leader of this fledgling base, everyone is utterly impoverished. There is simply no need to impoverish them further. What is needed now is development, aggressive development, and building the base. The 10 points she specified each day is sufficient for everyone to labor, and if they work diligently, accumulating their own wealth will not be difficult. Of course, as the lord of the base, she must ensure the safety of all residents and provide comprehensive support and some benefits under any circumstances. Under her control, as long as these residents work hard, she can offer them the best treatment in the entire base. In the initial phase, I will provide you with seeds, tools, and everything you need for free. I will have Wang Yumin and his family help you start planting and raising animals, and for now the base tax will be waived for 1 month. After 1 month, everyone will need to pay me points. Han Qingxiao addressed everyone present. After hearing this, they looked at her with both anxiety and gratitude. She offered them safety and territory, leading them back to a normal and peaceful life, and even gave them a month of grace. In a month's time, planting fast-growing vegetables could yield a harvest. It would be enough to help them transition back to normal production and life, not to mention they currently have basic points to ensure a decent standard of living. Moreover, because of Han Qingxia's incentive system, everyone is filled with enthusiasm. Consider that a giant dragon, if it only brings favorable weather to humans, will not be appreciated. They will merely reduce it to a beast of burden. However, if the dragon possesses the power to unleash thunder and the ability to destroy everything, humans will treat it as a deity. The way to govern the populace lies in a balance of grace and power. Han Qingxia is seen as a deity in the eyes of these people. By the way, my lord, our base should have a name. What shall we call it? At that moment, Wang Yumin asked. Han Qingxia pondered briefly before addressing everyone. Summer Prosperity Base. From now on, all of you will be residents of Summer Prosperity Base. Upon hearing this name, everyone felt a jolt of spirit, and their gazes towards Han Qingxia instantly became filled with deep reverence. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Superlord system activated. The territory name has been successfully established. Ding! Prosperity level activated. Current prosperity level 60. Reward resident loyalty increased by 10%. The base's production has increased by 10%. Han Qingxia. 2 consecutive rewards were issued, both practical and powerful. The system is impressive. Han Qingxia saw the newly unlocked attribute values with the base's prosperity displayed after her points and crystal cores. Opening the prosperity interface revealed detailed attributes. Current base residents 19 people. Base guards 1 person. Base ward dog 16. Area approximately 41 square kilometers. Cultivation area 30 mu. Current prosperity value 60. Rural village. Han Qingxia. The title rural village might be too hurtful. Prosperity is composed of various values. Upgrading the title will unlock a big gift package. Han Qingxia glanced at her next level. Prosperity 500, urban rural fringe. Great, she must strive for an urban rural fringe. Yes, everything is for the glory of the summer base. Head towards the urban rural fringe. Han Qingxia left the residential area. She instructed all residents to find their own housing as long as it was within her territory. Due to current technical limitations, Han Qingxia temporarily registered everyone's points in a 2-copy system, recording on both sides. If they wanted to exchange for supplies, they just needed to inform Wang Yumin, and the next day Wang Yunduo would come to collect. With limited conditions and many things still in the exploratory phase, Han Qingxia's manpower was insufficient, so this was the only way for now. To this end, she gave Wang Yumin's family 100 points as a subsidy, and in the future their rent would also be deducted at 10 points, eliminating the need for daily production delivery. After settling everyone down, she distributed a batch of seeds and instructed Wang Yumin to plant them. Then Han Qingxia left the area. On the way, Su Xiaoyang kept glancing at her. What are you looking at? Driving, Su Xiaoyang said earnestly. I think the boss is a very excellent leader. Han Qingxia. The sudden flattery. Surely he doesn't want a salary. She looked at Su Xiaoyang, thought for 3 seconds, gritted her teeth. Alright, since you work with me the most, I should give you some salary. I'll give you 100 points every month, and you can exchange for whatever you want with me. Su Xiaoyang. He let out a light laugh. Isn't that a bit too little? 100 points is quite generous. That's enough for 100 pounds of food. Han Qingxiao immediately counted on her fingers. Don't forget that you sold yourself to me. I provide your meals, housing, and take care of your needs, so is there really a need to say more? You should be grateful. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Once the base develops well, I'll give you a bonus. I'm tired, I'm going to take a nap. Han Qingxiao yawned and pretended to sleep. There was no way she would raise his salary. She was determined to be stingy. Su Xiaoyang saw her closing her eyes and steadily drove the car. A gentle smile appeared on his cold face. He wasn't actually looking for a salary. He genuinely found Han Qingxiao to be excellent. The longer he spent time with Han Qingxiao, the more he felt this way. She appeared fierce and ruthless to outsiders, but internally, she was incredibly kind. Once she regarded someone as her own, she would do everything to protect them and provide them with the best life. Han Qingxia's excellence came not from her appearance, but from her inherent strength. Being with someone like her, they would definitely live a good life. Their base would surely grow strong. Su Xiaoyang quietly drove steadily, bringing the car back to the base. After Han Qingxiao returned to her air raid shelter, she counted the treasures from her spoils today. As usual, she first exchanged 1,000 for a primary crystal core. After the exchange plus her territory expansion today, having occupied a factory, her points surged to 150,000 along with a crystal core gift package. She decided not to open the crystal core gift package for now. Rubbed her excited little hands, she first exchanged for a radar system worth 100,000 points. With a swoosh, she expanded the area again behind her second-floor tower, and several radar stations appeared atop her air raid shelter. A complete radar system was set up on her second floor. The radar system produced by the system would automatically increase its detection area as Han Qingxiao expanded her territory. All anomalies within the territory would be comprehensively monitored and reported to Han Qingxiao. It was far more accurate than the heart connection of her territory. Moreover, it was integrated with Han Qingxia's reconnaissance drone system. Once she discovered an anomaly, she could directly transmit the coordinates to the drone for reconnaissance and strikes. She no longer needed to run around herself. The security strength of Han Qingxia's territory was once again strengthened. Additionally, she browsed the displayed products and was pleasantly surprised to find an electronic statistics system. It was similar to the cafeteria meal card system and water card system for statistics. This product was marked as essential for the territory. Moreover, it was priced at only 100 points. However, each member card required 1 point. Han Qingxiao decisively placed an order. She spent another 100 points to buy 100 member cards. This was exactly what she needed. From now on, each member of her base would have an identity point card, making it very convenient to deduct and earn points. No longer would she need to register herself. The program system would automatically keep records. The Lord system was indeed designed to create excellent lords, knowing exactly what Han Qingxiao needed. Before long, this entire set appeared before Han Qingxiao. Each card was printed with the word summer. In fact, this kind of equipment wasn't difficult to create. Before the apocalypse, many programmers could write this program code, add a sensor and chip card to create a complete system. But now it was the apocalypse. Where would she find programmers to develop programs for her? And she still needed to find device chips. Moreover, what the system provided was simply perfect. The identity cards were beautiful. The system was fast and reliable, without bugs. It was simply fantastic. After obtaining this point system, Han Qingxiao immediately entered the information of the existing 19 members along with their respective points, so that Wang Yunduo could take them back to distribute to everyone tomorrow. Thus, the prototype of her summer base was truly established. After sorting out the residence points, Han Qingxiao used the evolution liquid machine to extract evolution liquid from a level 3 crystal core. She drank the evolution liquid from the level 3 crystal core and prepared a bottle of level 1 zombie crystal core evolution liquid for Su Xiaoyang. Looking at this evolution liquid, she thought there couldn't be another good boss like her in the world. And wanting a salary. There's no way. Here, take this. After cooking, Su Xiaoyang saw Han Qingxiao handing him a cup of water and a card. He took it without hesitation and drank it down. The taste was as sweet as ever. The water from his boss was just different. What is this? After Su Xiaoyang finished the water, he looked at the card. Your identity card. From now on, you are officially a resident of the summer base with 100 points inside. Su Xiaoyang took the identity card in his hand. His number is 002, the second citizen number of the summer base. Holding this card and looking at the number, a warmth suddenly surged in his heart. 002. This must be his position in Han Qingxia's heart, second only to 001, Han Qingxiao herself. The feeling is quite subtle. Han Qingxiao regarded him as her closest person. Thus, in this apocalyptic world, they truly depended on each other for survival. Since Han Qingxia held him in such high regard, it meant she would also be his closest person in the future. At this moment, Han Qingxia whistled at Xia Tian, who was gnawing on a bone. Tian, go come here. Present your identity card. Woof woof. Xia Tian put down the bone and ran over. Han Qingxia took out a properly threaded identity card and placed it in Xia Tian's combat suit card slot, tying it securely. Clearly, it was 001. Su Xiaoyang. Xia Tian is 001. What else could it be? Then what about you, boss? M000. Su Xiaoyang. Damn, there's even a 000. He had underestimated the situation. Moreover, Han Qingxia also arranged identity documents for her dogs from 003 all the way to 017. Each one received a custom dog tag adorned with the summer base emblem, placed in their combat suit card slots. To Han Qingxia, her dogs were no different from people. They were all her comrades. And they were even more trustworthy comrades. They must possess the identity cards of the summer base. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Han Qingxia had been busy with the construction of the base these past 2 days. Building and managing a base is a very complex and troublesome task, especially in the early stages of construction. She needed to resolve issues regarding water supply, electricity, and basic resources for the residents. Initially, there was only the Wang Yumin family whose needs were minimal. They could endure any shortages, but with an increase in residents forming a village, basic living needs had to be addressed. Han Qingxia installed the 100 solar panels she had obtained from the previous lottery in the villa area, providing residents with a stable power supply. The power supply in this area was secured. Moreover, any issues in the future could be reported to the air raid shelter, eliminating the need for Wang Yunduo to run back and forth every day. As for the water supply, this area was still connected to the water company. Previously, Wang Yunduo's family collected rainwater, but now with more people, rainwater would definitely not suffice. Han Qingxia organized everyone to dig wells utilizing the water system connected to her air raid shelter. Her water system had been reinforced by the system and was very secure. The water supply issue was quickly resolved. With the improvement of the 2 major basic living necessities, the loyalty of Han Qingxia's residents soared and their sense of belonging increased. Life under Han Qingxia was becoming increasingly prosperous. Next came the issue of resource exchange. Han Qingxia's manpower was severely lacking, or running back and forth to exchange items was a waste of labor. She arranged a market for the base. Besides the most basic supplies on the 1st and 15th of each month, she would hold a base market where everyone could trade essential goods freely. For resources that were in high demand, everyone could contact Wang Yunduo to come to her air raid shelter for exchanges. Her territory still did not allow anyone to enter. For this, Han Qingxia even arranged a small bicycle for the little girl. In this special era, everyone needed to engage in productive work, and children were also an important labor resource. Moreover, Han Qingxia exempted Wang Yunduo from taxes as her salary. This could not be considered bullying a child. In an era of scarce resources, everyone must be useful. In the small base where Han Qingxia was in her past life, all children were treated as adults while adults were treated as slaves. There was no protection for children or the elderly. If you lacked the ability to work, you would be kicked out of the base. The base did not need useless burdens. Children had to work too. However, if outsiders saw how industrious everyone was in the summer base, they would surely be clamoring to join. Other bases were already in complete disarray. A large number of refugees flooded into the base's food was scarce, resources were tight, and many people struggled just to find a way to earn a meal. Here the children had things to do and could earn points. It was simply a paradise on earth. A holy land for. Under her arrangement, the land near the villa area was cultivated and high-yield crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes were already planted. Everyone began to engage in productive labor, and her base truly entered the right track. The prosperity index of Han Qingxia's base skyrocketed by 30. The small rural village began to take shape. Once the crops were harvested and everyone had resources, the prosperity of the base would continue to rise. After 2 days of management and construction, Han Qingxia finally had a moment to breathe, but at the same time, she felt she was missing something very important. That was manpower. She was severely lacking in staff. Just Su Xiaoyang alone was far from enough. Su Xiaoyang was already busy managing the air raid shelter. He now had to wake up an hour earlier every day to tidy the inside and outside of the air raid shelter. With more vegetables ready for harvest and many fruit trees bearing fruit, Su Xiaoyang also had to cook, clean, and serve the air raid shelter, all while occasionally being called by Han Qingxia to the residential area. Even the donkey in the production team couldn't match his workload. This was with the help of Han Qingxia's radar and drone systems. Any wandering zombies invading the territory were eliminated by drones. Otherwise, it would be impossible for just the 2 of them to manage. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Han Qingxia's mind. Ding! Superlord system activated. Occupy the Western Pharmaceutical Research Factory in City, a reward, host with an electronic butler. Han Qingxia. What a timely opportunity. The strongest support is the system. The system rarely issues tasks, but whenever it does, it provides powerful assistance. Yangzi, get ready to go out. Yes. Su Xiaoyang, who was washing dishes, immediately rinsed the bowl, stood up, without a word grabbed his gear, and headed out. Han Qingxia's words were commands. Just execute. Han Qingxia uploaded the map into her armored vehicle as usual, taking along 8 dogs, and leaving Xia Tian and the other 7 to guard the air raid shelter. Their destination was City as west at the junction of City B and City C to a pharmaceutical research factory. The vehicle traveled for 2.5 hours. They arrived at the pharmaceutical factory at noon. This factory was very secluded, with only this solitary 6-story building within several kilometers. The exterior was pure white, and the security facilities at the entrance were quite advanced. However, there was no one here. Upon arriving, Han Qingxia suddenly felt that this place was eerily familiar. Joint Pharmaceutical Factories RD Department. She felt as if she had heard of it somewhere. Senior brother, is this the place? Su Xiaoyang halted before the main gate of the United Pharmaceutical Research Facility. Strangely, the gate stood wide open. It felt as though someone had recently entered. Han Qingxia furrowed her delicate brows. Where had she heard that? She was certain of one thing: across 2 lifetimes, she had never set foot here. United Pharmaceutical Research Let's go in first. Su Xiaoyang's armored vehicle glided slowly through the facility's main gate. Han Qingxia remained highly vigilant. The moment they passed through the gate, she instructed Su Xiaoyang to drive the vehicle slowly around the entire perimeter of the building. Her priority was to map the terrain, to identify every entrance and exit, determine the building's cardinal orientation, and locate potential escape routes in case of danger. She would never rush headlong into unknown territory. Even with formidable strength, overconfidence was a fatal luxury. After circling the building twice, she compiled the following intelligence. The structure possessed only a single access point, the main entrance. Externally, it appeared to have 6 above-ground floors. Yet beside the entrance, Han Qingxia spotted a sign indicating an underground garage. An underground parking level was almost certainly present. As a seasoned survivor of the apocalypse, Han Qingxia refused to enter it, not least because underground garages were narrow, dimly lit, and inherently perilous. Secondly, reconnaissance must always proceed from simple to complex. She would secure all accessible zones first, only then advance toward greater hazards. To plunge blindly into the garage only to find the supposedly safe exterior compromised upon retreat, that would be nothing short of digging her own grave. After 2 full circuits, Han Qingxia parked the armored vehicle directly before the main entrance. With external threats confirmed absent, she resolved to inspect the above-ground interior first and descend underground only after ensuring absolute safety. Once thoroughly scouted inside and out, this research facility would bear Han Qingxia's banner as sovereign territory. Let's go. Yes, senior sister. Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang stepped cautiously inside, leaving 2 dogs stationed at the gate to guard the vehicle, while the remaining 6 each flanked their masters in pairs. They advanced floor by floor. Yet soon Han Qingxia was struck by astonishment. Every door within the pharmaceutical research facility stood wide open. Security doors abounded, bank-grade biometric access barriers requiring specialized identity cards. Ordinarily, such defenses would pose a formidable obstacle. Yet, fate itself seemed to favor them. They proceeded unimpeded. Not only that, the entire 6-story building contained not a single zombie. Was Han Qingxia truly claiming this as effortless spoils? Had the system granted her another boon? Together, she and Su Xiaoyang ascended via the emergency stairwell, meticulously inspecting every room across all 6 floors. Verification complete. No humans, no zombies, nothing. Every corridor, every chamber door stood ajar, instruments and equipment lay dormant beneath layers of undisturbed dust. Senior sister, no traces of humans or zombies remain. This facility appears to have been evacuated preemptively, reported Su Xiaoyang, his military training enabling swift assessment and concise briefing. Han Qingxia nodded silently. Could it truly be this simple? She entered an office on the topmost floor, the administrative wing it seemed. The lower floors housed laboratories brimming with specialized scientific apparatus. Here, however, she discovered an electric kettle still plugged in and actively heating water. A temperature-sensing model that cycled automatically, boiling, cooling, reboiling, until reaching the minimum water level required to prevent dry burn damage. Han Qingxia touched the glass carafe. The outer surface remained faintly warm. Beside it sat an opened instant noodle cup garnished with seasonings, a braised egg, and a sausage. Its occupant had clearly waited for the water to boil, only to abandon the meal entirely. Now the noodles had soured. Even the preservative-laden egg and sausage had sprouted mold, rotting the entire package beyond recognition. That person never tasted a single bite. A strange sensation stirred within Han Qingxia, as if everyone here had vanished into thin air all at once. She glanced around and spotted computers, hoping to extract vital data. But unlike the open doors, these machines were locked behind high-security passwords impenetrable without authorization. Finding no useful digital intelligence, Han Qingxia surveyed the office once more, and instead uncovered a cache of supplies. Instant noodles, canned sausages, braised eggs, essentials never to be left behind. Embracing frugality and resourcefulness, Han Qingxia packed every edible item into her pack, slipping most discreetly into her spatial storage, merely performing the motions for Su Xiaoyang's benefit. When Su Xiaoyang offered to assist, she directed him to search the adjacent offices. Within minutes, the entire administrative floor's consumables had been gathered. Su Xiaoyang stood laden, 2 bulging backpacks in hand, a third slung across his back, and 2 cases of cola balanced on his shoulders, utterly absorbed in his task. Han Qingxia regarded the obedient giant with quiet amusement. Let's descend first to offload these supplies. Yes, senior sister. This time Han Qingxia bypassed the stairs. The building maintained its own independent power grid. The elevators remained fully operational. At the top floor, she pressed the down button. A moment later, the elevator arrived. She exchanged a glance with Su Xiaoyang. Both moved to opposite sides of the elevator bank. Having already cleared the ground level, they now inspected the elevator itself. Ding! It halted precisely at their floor. The door slid open, revealing an empty cabin. In that instant, Han Qingxia confirmed beyond doubt, not a single human or zombie remained on the facility's above-ground floors. After verifying safety, she and Su Xiaoyang entered the elevator with their canine companions. 7 floor buttons gleamed on the panel, exactly as she'd anticipated. 6 above-ground levels and 1 subterranean level marked B1, the parking garage. She had noted its existence during her earlier perimeter survey. Her plan was clear: descend to the first floor to deposit supplies, then proceed downward to B1. Once B1 was likewise scoured top to bottom, the facility would be fully secured. Han Qingxia raised her hand toward the 1 button, then froze mid-motion. Wait! A sudden realization struck her. The United Pharmaceutical Research Facility lay in the western district of City A. The name alone was unremarkable, but its location straddled the tricity border of cities A, B, and C. Damn it! Could this be the legendary lair of the zombie sovereign from her past life? At that very moment, the elevator, without any floor selection, began plummeting downward. On the display panel before Han Qingxia, the illuminated digit read B1. A chilling numbness prickled across her scalp. That descent had not been initiated from within the elevator. It had been summoned from below. Someone deep in the basement had just pressed the up button. The elevator rapidly descended to the underground first level. Inside the elevator, Han Qingxia pressed all the buttons. However, the elevator did not stop at any floor, as if it prioritized handling the upward requests from the bottom. Carrying all living beings in the elevator, it sped toward the lower level. Han Qingxia's mind raced as she focused on the seemingly haunted elevator, beginning to calculate countless possibilities. First and foremost, it certainly couldn't be a ghost. Even if the world faced an apocalypse with zombies rampant, there couldn't be any supernatural beings. Moreover, even if there were really ghosts in this world, how low would a ghost have to be to scare people by calling the elevator? If they had that capability, they could just cause an elevator accident and wipe everyone out instead of resorting to psychological tactics. To put it bluntly, as long as it doesn't directly cause her physical harm, everything else is just trash. The option of ghosts was never in Han Qingxia's consideration. A bad person like her was afraid of fire guns and bullets, but not of ghosts. Ghosts were no match for her. Therefore, excluding the possibility of elevator malfunction, the one pressing the elevator button must be a biological entity on a physical level. First is a person, second is a zombie. People. Zombies. Do zombies press elevator buttons? Unless it's an accidental touch, they definitely wouldn't. However, the only thing Han Qingxia wasn't sure about was whether this place was where the zombie king resided. If it were that kind of top-tier zombie king she had heard of in her past life, it might be possible for them to use an elevator. But she truly couldn't be certain, as she had never been to such a place or faced a zombie king before. Furthermore, since this was the early stage of the apocalypse, even if super zombies could be bred here, they shouldn't be that powerful at the beginning. So the probability of it being a person was higher. She turned to Su Xiaoyang. The two exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's thoughts. Whether human or zombie, whoever was outside today had to die. Ding! The elevator descended layer by layer. When it reached the final floor, the doors finally opened. The only light inside the elevator shone out, illuminating the sole source of light in the pitch black outside. As the elevator doors opened, it clearly startled the people waiting outside. Because woof woof woof, there were actually 6 dogs in the elevator. The dogs pounced on the crowd waiting. There were only 2 people outside. 3 dogs lunged at one person fast and precise, catching them completely off guard. The speed was too quick and the incident was sudden. No one expected that there would be dogs in this deserted building. But evidently these 2 were not simple either. After being knocked down, they quickly reacted. fighting or drawing guns, everyone was engaged in the chaos. At that moment, two extremely fast figures sprang out from the elevator. They moved left and right, their actions dazzlingly quick, taking control of the situation. The two of them, both elite special forces, moved in sync with the dogs. In less than 3 seconds, they collected the weapons from the two outside, who had been knocked down by the dogs. The long gun was loaded, and Han Qingxiao pressed the dark muzzle against one person's forehead. After subduing the outside, she finally had time to see who was out there. She looked down and met the youthful, slightly immature face of a young soldier. The young soldier was clearly shocked upon seeing Han Qingxiao. After a second of astonishment, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Big sister!" Han Qingxiao. This turned out to be Tang Jian, who had always been brought to tears by Han Qingxiao in the past. "Xiaoyang, Your Majesty." The nearby Qi Mingtang, who was pinned down by the dogs, also recognized Han Qingxiao and Su Xiaoyang. Both of them stared in astonishment at Han Qingxiao and Su Xiaoyang appearing here. At that moment, a hurried voice came from the shadows ahead. "Did the elevator arrive? We can't hold on much longer up front. Pingzi, look who has come," Tang Jian immediately said. Fully armed, and with a serious expression, He Zhangping ran over and saw Han Qingxiao. Big sister." Upon seeing her, the surprise surged onto He Zhangping's serious face. "What are you all doing? Has the elevator not arrived yet?" At this moment, another crisp female voice rang out. A woman in military uniform rushed over anxiously. When she arrived and noticed the group of people and dogs in front, her expression immediately darkened. "Who are you?" "Captain Wang, they are our friends," He Zhangping immediately replied. "Friends?" A strange look clearly appeared on the woman's face, especially when she saw the dogs Han Qingxiao had brought, knocking down all her people with a gun barrel aimed at one of her special forces members. This hardly looked like friends. However, there was no time to question the newcomers right now. From the darkness behind them came bone-chilling screams. They sounded human, yet beastly. It was hard to imagine what kind of creature could make such a noise, as if their throats had been torn apart. Boom! A roaring sound of hot weaponry broke through the momentary darkness before Han Qingxiao. She saw a scene that made her hair stand on end. Countless zombies surged from the end of the corridor, some wearing white protective suits, others clad in green patient gowns, all clawing their way toward the soldiers standing guard. Countless guns fired mercilessly at them, yet the effect was minimal. Bullets inflicted very limited damage on them. Unless one could blow their heads off with a single shot, they wouldn't be able to calm down. Moreover, these zombies were far more powerful than those outside. They lunged at a fully armed soldier. With a single claw, they could tear through his professional protective suit. With a heavy pull, they could rip out his beating heart and devour his flesh. They can't hold on. These people can't hold on. Run! At that moment, Han Qingxiao dashed into the elevator with her dogs at lightning speed. "Get in the elevator. Retreat." Meanwhile, a familiar male voice rang out from the front. This voice issued the order simultaneously with Han Qingxiao, prompting Tang Jian and the others to flood into the elevator, simultaneously providing fire support for their comrades behind them. Within 2 seconds, Han Qingxiao saw several familiar faces: Wang Heng, Li Lin, and Lu Qiyan. It was indeed Lu Qian's team. Among them were 4 or 5 soldiers Han Qingxiao did not recognize. Upon rushing into the elevator, these soldiers were clearly taken aback to find Han Qingxiao inside, but there was no time to ask questions. Everyone was racing against the clock to retreat. Behind them were a horde of mutated zombies. "Charge! Retreat!" Just as they all stepped into the elevator and hadn't had a moment to breathe, the elevator alarm went off. Beep, beep, beep. Overload. This is a large elevator with a capacity for 20 people and a maximum weight of 1.6 tons. Han Qingxiao has 6 dogs and 2 people with her, and her dogs are well cared for, each weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. In addition to that, there are 12 people on Lu Qian's side. They are right at the edge of being overweight. Overweight. Wang Mingwei heard the elevator's overload alarm and immediately ordered Han Qingxiao, who was at the back, "Hurry and get your dogs off." Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. "So it's overweight." In the cramped elevator, she kicked Wang Mingwei. "Get the hell down." Up. Wang Mingwei was kicked out of the elevator, but fortunately a group of soldiers were stationed at the edge, still firing. They quickly grabbed Wang Mingwei and pulled her back in. At that moment, Lu Qiyan, at the very edge with a shoulder-mounted missile, firmly declared, "Throw away your weapons." The horde of zombies was already less than 10 meters away. As his voice fell, accompanied by a cannonball, he tossed the entire shoulder-mounted missile into their path, briefly halting their advance. Seeing this, the other soldiers reluctantly tossed away their weapons. The zombies struck by the weapons let out a grunt, but were soon trampled over by the horde behind them. It was like tossing a piece of wood into a torrent of rats. It could only momentarily halt their steps. Before long, the rats scurried over the wood and continued their assault, let alone a group of zombies. Fortunately, Lu Qian's decision was correct. By tossing away their weapons, the elevator was no longer overloaded. The elevator doors began to close inch by inch as Wang Mingwei frantically pressed the close button. Just as the doors were about to shut, a female zombie in a white lab coat lunged dramatically from the ground. Han Qingxiao at the back felt a chill in her eyes as she was about to unleash her powers, when suddenly a flash of lightning shot out first. Z. Following the lightning, a flurry of fireballs, metal knives, wooden vines, and water balls all flew out. Almost everyone in the elevator acted. These powers were all relatively weak, but nearly everyone had them. Immediately, the female zombie at the forefront was battered and bruised. What surprised Han Qingxiao the most was not that nearly everyone in the elevator possessed powers, but that the one who first unleashed the lightning ability was Lu Qiyin, who surprisingly had lightning abilities. Moreover, the intensity of his lightning ability was clearly higher than the others. This was a rather rare power. Crack! The elevator doors finally closed. At the moment the elevator doors shut, a sense of relief swept through everyone inside. Having just survived a terrifying ordeal, who wouldn't feel a sense of relief? At this moment Wang Mingwei also calmed down. She turned to glare at Han Qingxiao. What did you just do to me? Her voice sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the elevator, especially for Tang Jian and the others. They felt a tightening sensation all over. No, don't provoke Han Qingxiao. She is the demon queen. She is not someone you can mess with. By the way, didn't you tell her to get her dog out? They saw Han Qingxiao, the demon queen. Hearing her question, her dark, beautiful eyes sparkled, and a light smile suddenly appeared on her lips. Seeing her like this, Tang Jian and the others felt even more tense. We're doomed. Wang Mingwei has really angered her. Please don't do anything reckless. Please. At this moment a deep cold male voice rang out, Captain Wang. Lu Qiyin sensed the atmosphere in the cramped elevator, his face growing colder, and his tone became increasingly icy. This was different from how he usually spoke to Han Qingxiao, which was polite. Now his tone was clearly impatient. Captain Lu. Wang Mingwei, hearing him speak, immediately looked at him and tried to reason. You saw what just happened, right? This woman actually tried to kick me down. She wants to kill me, and she wants to endanger all of us. Get up, come over, and swipe the card. Lu Qiyin knocked on the elevator panel. They were still stuck on the basement level. The elevator needed a card to operate. At this moment Han Qingxiao realized why she couldn't get down earlier after pushing the elevator button. It turns out that after selecting a floor they also needed to swipe a card. No, go to the second basement floor. Wang Mingwei shouted loudly. Lu Qiyin's attractive brows furrowed tightly, his impatience evident. Captain Wang, we suffered heavy losses today, and we were poorly prepared. Let's leave first and come back another time. Lu Qiyin's face displayed fatigue. Several comrades had died today, though not from his squad. It still left him feeling unsettled. Their operation was quite reckless. They were poorly prepared, and now they had lost their weapons. He didn't want to take any more risks. Moreover, Han Qingxiao and the others were still in the elevator. At the very least, he needed to ensure Han Qingxiao and the others got upstairs safely. No way. Wang Mingwei squeezed to the elevator button, swiping her card, causing the elevator buttons to light up. The second basement floor is definitely where the items are, and it must be safe there. We just misjudged the floor, Wang Mingwei insisted. And don't forget, in this operation you are assisting us. We must take the items with us. If we don't take them now, who knows what dangers await in the future. Captain Lu, hurry and swipe the card. Lu Qiyin pursed his lips tightly, his gaze cold as he stared at the woman in front of him. 2 seconds later he finally pulled another card from his pocket. Beep. The 2 cards were swiped together. The elevator panel in front of Han Qingxiao popped up a button. Second basement floor. Han Qingxia's brows jumped. There's actually another floor. This pharmaceutical research facility really has secrets. It turns out that it requires 2 administrator cards to access the hidden elevator. She looked deeply, feeling that this place was truly extraordinary. Perhaps it could possibly be. At that moment she locked eyes with someone. Lu Qiyin, standing by the elevator button, looked at her. Wait until we finish our business, and we will take you up, Lu Qiyin said. Han Qingxiao met his gaze. But what if something happens to you? How will we get up? Of course you will accompany us to the grave. Wang Mingwei looked at her with amusement. Who let you all in here? At this moment Han Qingxiao truly could. She planned to send this woman to meet her maker right here, when a long finger reached past the crowd, handing my access card for you. If we can't come back, you all go up by yourselves, Lu Qiyin said. Han Qingxiao immediately responded without a hint of hesitation. Wang Mingwei became anxious upon hearing this. How can you? Her words were cut off coldly by Lu Qiyin. Captain Wang, just focus on your own duties. At that moment the elevator dinged as it arrived at the floor. Wang Mingwei had no choice but to give up, as she felt as if she had swallowed a fly, and turned to glare at Han Qingxiao. She saw Han Qingxiao waving the access card given by Lu Qiyin, which nearly made Wang Mingwei's blood boil. Her father was the head of the K1 base now. No one had ever dared to treat her like this in her life. That damned woman had just kicked her down the elevator. Once her task was over she would make sure to deal with her. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. Everyone inside the elevator instantly went on high alert. Lu Qian and others at the outermost edge immediately assumed defensive postures, their palms gathering their powers. If anything unusual occurred, they would react immediately. Ding! The elevator doors swung wide open. Silence. A profound silence. Moreover, this floor was well lit. The bright lights illuminated the underground second floor as if it were daytime. What lay before them was a pristine expanse of white. The glossy white tiles extended straight from the elevator, leading into a vast area with a massive glass security door at the end of the corridor through which many offices could be seen. It was completely empty, vacant, and desolate. This is it, Wang Mengwei exclaimed in delight upon seeing the hall ahead. Lu Qian exchanged glances with his teammates, cautiously stepping out of the elevator. The professional special forces team was very meticulous. Only after thoroughly checking that there was no danger outside the elevator did they allow everyone inside to disembark. Han Qingxia also exited the elevator, instructing her 2 dogs to stay near the elevator, as if on a sightseeing patrol. She leisurely followed Lu Qian's team, with Su Xiaoyang and the 2 dogs. Noticing that they were following her, Lu Qian immediately asked, "What are you following us for?" "Just taking a stroll and looking around here and there." The group responded with, "Damn it, they were on a high-stakes mission and these 2 idle individuals were tagging along for a leisurely stroll. Is this appropriate? This is too appropriate." Han Qingxia came here precisely to seize the research facility, and now a group of expendable scouts was conveniently leading the way for her. Clearly this group was more familiar with the research facility. Following them would save Han Qingxia a lot of trouble. This couldn't be more fitting. "You don't need to worry about us, we won't disturb you. Just do what you need to do," Han Qingxia politely said to the expendable leader Lu Qian. After all, if there was a problem, she would retreat immediately, and at worst she would abandon this task. She had always been reasonable and friendly like this. "Who allowed you to follow us?" At this moment Wang Mengwei was having none of it. "Take your dogs and get lost. You are not allowed here." Wang Mengwei's voice suddenly halted as a swift figure cut through the crowd, appearing before her, and she was abruptly lifted by her throat. In an instant she felt a suffocating sensation, only exhaling, but unable to inhale. Under the immense force she struggled like a fragile chicken awaiting slaughter, her eyes wide with terror at the woman in front of her. Han Qingxia was a woman of reason, and of course most of it was conveyed through her fists. Especially in the apocalypse, there was no need for unnecessary chatter. Meanwhile, snap. Snap. Nearly half of the special forces who reacted a second later immediately drew their guns and activated their powers, all aiming at Han Qingxia. Su Xiaoyang and the dogs at the periphery quickly reacted, rushing in front of Han Qingxia to protect her. The atmosphere instantly turned tense with both groups facing off. Tang Jian and the others stood still, bewildered, watching the rapid changes unfold, unsure of whom to support. "Put down your weapons." Lu Qian spoke up, looking at Han Qingxia, his gaze landing on the already struggling Wang Mengwei. "Release her, and I will allow you to follow us." Han Qingxia contemplated for a second. Bang! Wang Mengwei was thrown to the ground. "Captain Wang! Wang team!" All of Wang Mengwei's people rushed to her side. Wang Mengwei, now able to breathe again, coughed violently. Everything was still dark before her eyes. Her heart felt like it was about to leap from her throat, and she could hear the rush of blood throughout her body, yet she trembled uncontrollably with cold sweat. A clear 5-finger bruise marked her pale neck. After resting for a good half-minute, she regained her consciousness and senses, still trembling all over. She had just come so close to death. That woman truly wanted to kill her. "Are you okay?" Wang Mengwei heard Lu Qian's voice. Instantly enraged, she wanted to order him to kill Han Qingxia, but upon seeing the beautiful woman smiling faintly at her, she immediately trembled, as if in a sieve. Fear erupted from her core. In a hoarse voice she trembled as she said, "I am fine." Anyone who had almost been choked to death could not possibly feel unafraid. She quickly settled down. "It's fine, we are about to set off," Lu Qian said, looking at her coldly with no hint of sympathy or intention to seek justice for her. Wang Mengwei rested on the ground for a moment longer, and then quietly fell in line beside Lu Qian, no longer even directing him. Tang Jian and the others who knew Han Qingxia exchanged glances upon seeing the suddenly obedient Wang Mengwei, shaking their heads and sighing in unison. Look, another person ruthlessly tormented by the demoness Han Qingxia. It was clear that provoking Han Qingxia would bring no good. She was not someone who could be easily trifled with. She was an uncontrollable and lawless brute. Watching Wang Mengwei, who was now meek and still hanging on to her life, Han Qingxia felt quite satisfied. That was enough for now. If she misbehaved, she would be dealt with. Han Qingxia had always maintained a balance and kept control of the situation. She needed this group to act as cannon fodder for her without going too far. Killing their leader in front of them was not something she believed Lu Qian would simply overlook based on their acquaintance, let alone the fact that it could affect their future operations and hinder her own. But it was certain that Han Qingxiao would not tolerate any offense. That woman who annoyed her had to be dealt with. If they didn't listen, she would make sure they did until they obeyed. Han Qingxiao was never a person with a good temper. At this moment, as she met Lu Kaiyan's gaze, he looked at her and said, "Let's go." All right. At this moment, Han Qingxiao was in a good mood. She followed her team and dogs behind them. Ding! Wang Mingwei's card swiped the access control, and the tightly closed door opened. Han Qingxiao officially saw the place. It was only then that she realized this underground second floor was much larger than she had imagined. In front of her was a vast hall with office areas on both the left and right sides. Each half of the office area was lined with orderly glass-walled offices. The entire underground second floor had at least 100 offices by rough estimate. It was far larger than the area of a single floor above. It seemed this was the true core area of the pharmaceutical research facility. Han Qingxiao once again felt that her judgment was correct. She had to stick with Lu Qiyan and the others. Left or right? Lu Qiyan looked at Wang Mingwei. Wang Mingwei's face was still pale from being bullied by Han Qingxiao. Her sharpness had diminished significantly, and her tone softened. "I don't know, the information only shows here. Let's search room by room." Lu Qiyan felt he was leading a bunch of incompetent teammates, yet he dared to directly bring them in with such preparation. At this moment, Lu Qiyan glanced at Han Qingxiao, who was observing the surroundings from behind. If it were Han Qingxiao, she would never be so reckless and foolish. Pair up into teams of 2, split up. Search the left side first. Yes. The others immediately lined up and skillfully formed pairs. With a total of 12 people, they divided into 6 groups with Wang Mingwei in his group. Lu Qiyan wanted to see if Han Qingxiao would follow, only to find she walked over to Tang Jian and He Zhangping's team. "Captain Lu, let's go." Wang Mingwei noticed Han Qingxiao hadn't followed, and her nerves relaxed slightly. Lu Qiyan withdrew his gaze and began searching the first row with Wang Mingwei. "Big sister, Yangzi." Tang Jian and He Zhangping's faces lit up with excitement upon seeing them. "How are you doing now?" Su Xiaoyang asked. "Not bad, how about you?" Su Xiaoyang glanced at Han Qingxiao beside him. "Very well." Upon hearing his tone and words, Tang Jian and He Zhangping knew that following Han Qingxiao must be very good. They suddenly felt a bit envious. Following Han Qingxiao was indeed quite nice. "What are you doing here?" Han Qingxiao spoke at this time, walking behind the two in the last row of the office area. Both sides were lined with tightly locked office doors. Through the glass walls, one could see various precision instruments inside. "Sorry, mission confidentiality," Tang Jian said. Han Qingxiao. All right, they were still quite professional. At that moment, Tang Jian walked beside her and whispered, "But, big sister, I'll tell you secretly, make sure to follow us when we retreat. Don't linger inside. It's very dangerous here, or the destruction program will activate." Han Qingxiao. She turned her head again and saw Tang Jian back to his serious and unyielding demeanor. Han Qingxiao looked at Tang Jian, who was tightly pursing his lips and appeared strong and aloof, and couldn't help but chuckle. She reached out and ruffled his helmeted head, exerting some force. "All right, big sister remembers." Tang Jian. How could she mess up his hair? Doesn't she know boys' heads? He slowed his steps for a moment, and then quickly caught up with Han Qingxiao and the others. After searching for about an hour, they had finished searching the left side. All returned empty-handed. The only good news was that there were really no zombies on the underground second floor. Lu Qiyan glanced at his watch. "Everyone take a half-hour break." Yes. They had set out from the base to carry out the mission at 3 in the morning and had suffered considerable losses in the underground second floor. Now, they needed a short break to regain some strength. After Lu Qiyan issued the command, everyone immediately grouped into 2 teams to rest. Tang Jian, along with Han Qingxiao, had Wang Hongli Lin and Qi Mingtang also gather around. "Big sister, Queen, Your Majesty." They all greeted Han Qingxiao enthusiastically. "How was your return? Didn't you have a good time without me?" Han Qingxiao smiled at them. Upon hearing her words, their faces revealed a hint of embarrassment. After all, she wasn't wrong. After they returned to the base through life and death, what awaited them was not the honors of the past, but a massive reform of the base. They used to pride themselves as national soldiers, serving the country no matter how difficult it was, but upon returning they discovered that the K1 base underwent a significant reform, breaking up and reassigning the military department's power, turning them all into base guards instead of military district soldiers. Had it not been for their captain Lu Qiyan, they would have been assigned to different places. Han Qingxiao had told them that the future lay in base civilization and their era of glory had passed. She was right. Without Lu Qiyan, they truly wouldn't know who they were serving now. Moreover, the living standards in the base had plummeted, nowhere near comparable to the meals at Han Qingxia's home. "Come over and get food." At this moment, they heard Lu Kaiyan's command from over there. Lu Qiyan was beside Wang Mingwei, who hadn't brought anything with her. With her palm facing up, a pile of supplies immediately appeared. Han Qingxiao then realized that Wang Mingwei was a space-type ability user. After Wang Mingwei brought out the supplies, she provocatively glanced over at Han Qingxiao. Han Qingxiao met her gaze and faintly curved her lips. The originally proud and showy Wang Mengwei immediately turned away, shrinking back and no longer provoking Han Qingxia. Before long, Tang Jian and the others brought their supplies over. There were a total of 5 lunchboxes. They were still steaming. It seemed these were specially prepared for them by the K1 base before their departure today. Big sister, we used to eat your food today, you eat ours, let's all eat together. Yes, let's all eat together. Tang Jian and the 5 placed the 5 lunchboxes in the center, opened the lids, revealing a dish of stewed cabbage floating with grease and 2 coarse buns. Inside the dish, there were a couple of meager slices of pork visible. They presented this to Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang to share. At that moment, another voice came from above them. I'm not hungry, you all can have this portion. Lu Qian had come over at some point, taking out his portion. His portion had an extra egg compared to everyone else's. At such a time, this was certainly the warmest gesture. How could Lu Qian not be hungry? He just didn't want to let his subordinates go hungry. 5 people's food shared among 7 people was hardly enough. Not to mention, he also took out the egg. That was an egg. Who could get to eat an egg these days? Everyone's gaze fell on this, waiting to see if Han Qingxia, who was trying to mooch off their food, would be dazzled by the egg and wolf it down. Then they saw that woman lazily speaking to Su Xiaoyang. Behind her, Yangzi, take out our food. Yes. Su Xiaoyang set down his backpack and took out a portable army pot with an alcohol heater. Next there was 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes, 3 large metal boxes. The first box was packed full of marinated cold-cut beef. The second box contained ribs that were extremely tempting, having been deep-fried to a golden crisp and coated in rich cheese. The third box was the largest, weighing at least 10 pounds, and upon opening it revealed an abundance of fresh raw bones. Nearby, Wang Mengwei and the others were utterly stunned. Holy cow! Meat! It's all meat. And such top-quality meat. They were so poor that they only ate meat, not even bothering to add a leaf of vegetable. Suddenly, everyone felt a flush of embarrassment on their faces. What were they just saying? They thought Han Qingxia and the others would drop their jaws at the sight of eggs, but in reality, what were they eating compared to what the others had? But before they could recover from their embarrassment, their jaws dropped again as they saw that the raw bones in the third box. Live long and prosper, you eat first, and when you finish, call them over to take turns. Woof woof woof. Han Qingxia pushed the raw bones to the dogs. The dogs immediately started devouring the food. Underneath was dog food, and on top was an abundance of raw bones. It was a balanced meal, more than enough for them. Wang Mengwei and the others were completely dumbfounded. Holy cow! Feeding the dogs? Are you kidding me? How many people can afford a meal right now, let alone meat? Han Qingxia actually fed so much quality raw bones to the dogs. Everyone on their side was utterly shocked. Seeing Han Qingxia maintain such a lavish standard of food, Tang Jian and the others just wanted to kneel to her. Our big sister is indeed remarkable. Still so impressive. Yangzi, bring down more instant noodles collected from upstairs. Let's share a bowl with them, Han Qingxia generously offered. Su Xiaoyang immediately got to work cooking the noodles. They had just rummaged through a bunch of food upstairs today. It was all instant noodles, ham and marinated eggs, perfectly paired with the army hot pot. Simply divine. Su Xiaoyang tore open 10 packs of instant noodles, added 10 marinated eggs, and let the self-heating hot pot start cooking. Tang Jian and the others were practically drooling. Captain Lu, come sit down, I'll share a bowl with you, Han Qingxia said. Right? Captain, sit. Sit here. Tang Jian and the others had no psychological burdens. As soon as Han Qingxia invited, they hurriedly dragged their captain over to share a meal. Getting to eat from Han's place again was an opportunity not to be missed. Lu Qian looked at the steaming army pot and his subordinates. No, you all eat here. He took back his bland lunchbox since he was part of the upper echelon of K1 base. He still had to consider the others at the K1 base. He let everyone eat with Han Qingxia and turned back to his side. Han Qingxia didn't try to keep him, it was up to him whether he wanted to eat. She had Su Xiaoyang lift the pot lid, and in an instant the aroma of the army pot filled the entire. The melted cheese over the ribs coated the golden noodles, perfectly complemented by the marinated cold-cut beef, and the ham and marinated eggs. Just delicious. Wow. So fragrant. Each person received a large bowl of steaming beef rib noodles. So delicious. Tang Jian was moved to tears. Indeed, following Han Qingxia meant having meat to eat. Big sister is amazing. The soldiers on Wang Mengwei's side, smelling the steaming aroma and hearing the sounds of them slurping up the soup, looked at their own coarse grain buns and bland cabbage stew, and were practically drooling, feeling like their own meals were tasteless in comparison. Their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. How could the people next door be so extravagant? They really wanted to go over and have a bite. So envious. However, Wang Mengwei's face was extremely awkward, staring at Han Qingxia's side, gradually gritting her teeth. This is unjust. Are you kidding me? She has never eaten this well. How can that bitch eat so well? What right does she have? At this moment, she looked at Lu Qian and suddenly thought, Captain Lu, since your people aren't eating our base's food, bring the food back. Base food cannot be wasted. Lu Qian coldly glanced at her. Captain Wang, the supplies are allocated per person, whether they eat or not is their business. If your people don't eat a bite, it's their own choice to save it for later. Wang Mingwei was even angrier upon hearing this. That damned Lu Qian was always siding with others. If it weren't for his grandfather being the former commander of the northern military region competing with her father's influence, she would definitely make Lu Qian regret it. She chewed on her coarse bun, unable to finish it in just a few bites, and didn't even want to eat the chunks of meat she had secretly added to her lunchbox. After all, in front of Han Qingxia's grand feast, was this what a person should eat? I won't eat it. Who was that girl? Han Qingxia asked while eating, watching the drama unfold in front of her. Tang Jian and the others were enjoying their meal heartily when they heard Han Qingxia's question and all gathered around her. Her name is Wang Mingwei. Before the apocalypse, her father was a high-ranking official in the political world and is now the administrator of K1 Base. Tang Jian said quietly. She is a spatial ability user? Han Qingxia continued to ask. Everyone nodded. This was no longer a secret, especially since Wang Mingwei always considered herself the only spatial ability user at K1 Base. Everyone in the base knew it. Her father secured his position as the administrator of K1 Base largely because of her ability. Then why didn't you let her collect items when you were overweight? Her space is very small. He Zhangping looked at Han Qingxia. She can only store 1 cubic meter of supplies. Han Qingxia understood upon hearing this. Spatial ability users are rare and particularly difficult to upgrade. However, spatial abilities are very useful as mobile storage, making them treasures no matter where they are. So bringing someone who seemed useless but was actually a mobile space like Wang Mingwei along. Are you all here to find? Han Qingxia smiled at them. How did you know? Tang Jian blurted out. After he finished speaking, he realized he had been naive and fell into her trap. Han Qingxia was not just clever. Having successfully baited Tang Jian, she smiled widely, rubbing his head vigorously. Be good, tell sister what you are looking for, and I'll give you meat to eat. Tang Jian. Isn't this how a big bad wolf lures little children? Tang Jian shook his head frantically. At this moment, everyone else also sealed their lips. As soldiers, they must uphold their integrity. Even while eating Han Qingxia's food, they cannot speak. They just cannot speak. Forget it, even if you don't say anything, I will still find out. Han Qingxia stopped asking. She appreciated that these guys were sticking to their silence. If they revealed their internal matters just because they ate a few bites of her food, then in her eyes, they would be utterly untrustworthy. She really did not ask anymore. Meanwhile, Tang Jian and the others felt increasingly touched while eating Han Qingxia's meal. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel that they owed Han Qingxia many favors. Having eaten her food without revealing any secrets, she was not angry. They must repay Han Qingxia when they get the chance. Han Qingxia is indeed a person worthy of gratitude. Their goodwill towards Han Qingxia skyrocketed, reminiscent of Guan Ye's feelings towards Cao Cao. In less than half an hour, they cleared out Han Qingxia's hot pot soup and all. At this moment, Lu Qian over there also issued a command. The break time is over, everyone gather. Han Qingxia's group quickly packed up their things. They put away their uneaten boxed meals while Tang Jian and others wanted to offer these to Han Qingxia, but felt she wouldn't be interested in such food since she had lavish meals every day, so they kept them for themselves. It would be good to give it to their team leader later. After all, food was scarce at the base and their team leader wouldn't mind. Everyone continue in pairs to search the right side. Lu Qian glanced at his watch. It was already 1 in the afternoon. They should be able to finish and leave before 5 in the evening. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately dispersed and began to act. Han Qingxia followed closely behind Tang Jian and He Zhangping. She had an inkling of the purpose of Lu Qian and the others on this trip. This pharmaceutical research facility should have the important supplies they needed, which is why they sent Lu Qian and Wang Mingwei, the spatial ability user, over. But what could be so important here? Was the zombie king from her past life not from this place? Suddenly a sound of an attack came from beside Han Qingxia. A zombie in a green hospital gown pounced over, crashing into the office glass wall to her right. Instantly a bloodstain appeared on the glass in front of Han Qingxia. It opened its gaping maw, its crimson mouth gnashing at the glass like a malevolent spirit, its nose, mouth, and cheekbones pressed against the glass to the point of deformation, ravenously trying to bite. The clean glass wall quickly became stained with lines of blood. Crack! Crack! In an instant, everyone around Han Qingxia became alert. Tang Jian and He Zhangping pulled out their handguns at the first moment. They had lost their heavy weapons and were left with only light arms. The noise from their side drew the attention of several nearby teams. What's going on? Captain, there are zombies here, Tang Jian said. Immediately Lu Qian rushed over with the others. Wang Mingwei looked at the zombies appearing in this row of offices and asserted, it's here. Are you sure? This is a laboratory. It must be in this row. I can't be sure which room. You all search here, Wang Mingwei said. Lu Qian thought again that Wang Mingwei was quite a liability. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to start inspecting this row. Han Qingxiao followed behind them. This row of offices was entirely different from the one on the left. On either side there were no more precision instruments, but rooms resembling hospital wards, each containing a hospital bed. As Han Qingxiao walked through, she heard the sound of zombies crashing against the laboratory rooms from the left and right. Each room contained at least one zombie, with some having 4 or 5. They sensed the sound of living beings moving, and all lunged forward, trying to bite through the glass. This feeling was quite peculiar. They were merely separated by a sheet of glass, yet they were in an area surrounded by zombies. If even one pane of glass shattered, things would get interesting. As Han Qingxiao walked along with the frontline cannon fodder, she observed while her mind raced. First she noticed that all the zombies inside were intact. None had bite marks, indicating that these zombies were not mutated from bites, but were self-mutated. But why were there so many mutated zombies locked up here? Could it be that research on these began before the outbreak of the zombie virus? Han Qingxiao didn't believe that the virus originated from this small research facility, because she knew that the zombie virus broke out simultaneously worldwide. If it came from a small research facility, the outbreak should have spread from the source outward. First from city A, then expanding until the entire world was infected. It wouldn't occur like the current global simultaneous outbreak. However, this did not rule out the possibility that the government discovered and studied the zombie virus before its outbreak. After all, there was a long period of flu before the zombie virus, and even a decade later, no one had traced the origin of the zombie virus. The only thing that was certain was that this pharmaceutical research facility was definitely not simple. Lu Qiyin came from the once prosperous K1 base known for its evolution liquid, and they had come here to find something. There seemed to be some connection between the two. Just as Han Qingxiao was analyzing and thinking, a voice suddenly came from ahead. Found it. It's this room. Wang Mingwei confidently walked to the front, revealing a fully sealed room with a metal door. It looked a bit like a nuclear radiation chamber from her past life. Wang Mingwei took out her card and tapped it, revealing a line of code. Under the protection of her personnel, she input the code, but after entering the password, it indicated that a manager's card was also needed. Beep. Please swipe the number 2 manager identity card again. At this moment, everyone looked at Han Qingxiao. Miss Han, could you please hand me my card? Lu Qiyin said. Han Qingxiao walked over leisurely. Is this a request? Wang Mingwei, hearing this, was infuriated. What request? That was their card. Just as she wanted to retort a couple of words, she met Han Qingxia's smile. After thinking, she decided to let it go. Her neck hurt. She glared at Lu Qiyin, passing the mess on to him. Lu Qiyin was even more speechless. Miss Han, cooperate a bit. If you want me to cooperate, that's fine, but with a condition. Han Qingxiao strolled over, holding the door card. I want to go in and take a look too. No way. If not, then I'll just leave. Xiaoyang, let's go. Han Qingxiao turned and left. She was as rogue as they came. She didn't feel any psychological burden about returning someone else's card. She walked away decisively. Lu Qiyin looked at her back, feeling utterly impressed by her, and could only say, come. P.S. If you find it unfulfilling, I recommend a thrilling short story by Dubai. After breaking up, I discovered my ex-boyfriend is involved in multiple murders, and I am the next target. Click on the avatar to enter the homepage for the 3rd book. Free reading. Beep. Click. Having finalized the transaction, Han Qingxiao returned. The heavy door before her slid open smoothly after she swiped her access card. Han Qingxiao stood steadily behind Lu Qi, her gaze locked intently on the chamber now revealed before them. Pitch black, utterly unlit. Light from the corridor spilled just inside the threshold, illuminating a compact, all-steel waiting room. At its center loomed a massive observation window. Dim lighting obscured its interior. Only an impenetrable void was visible, hinting at vast unseen depths beyond. Silence. Absolute, suffocating silence. Yet within that suffocating darkness, Han Qingxiao felt an indescribable oppressive presence pressing upon her senses, as if some unknown entity lurked within the shadows. She was a psychic, a rare variant endowed with mental abilities. Psychic abilities were exceptionally rare. Not only did they grant acute awareness of nearby zombies and other psychics during moments of intense focus, but also an uncanny instinctive premonition of imminent danger. Even descending to the sub-basement level and traversing corridors teeming with zombies had stirred no. But the moment this door opened, her heart surged violently. An overwhelming sense of oppression crashed over her. She probed inwardly with her psychic energy, yet found it repelled, unable to penetrate the radiation-shielded barrier. Her current cultivation level rendered her psychic force utterly incapable of breaching it. The sole certainty it delivered was this crushing, inescapable pressure. Danger! 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 Han Qingxiao halted at the threshold, refusing to step forward. Wang Mingwei, noticing her pause, demanded, "Aren't you coming in? A true gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall." "I've changed my mind." A sneer twisted Wang Mingwei's lips. "Gentleman. More like coward." "Perfect. Let's go, Captain Lu. She strode boldly into the chamber. Lu Qi, however, paused and turned toward Han Qingxia. You sense danger inside. 100 spirit crystals for one crucial warning. Han Qingxiao met his gaze with a faint, enigmatic smile, palm extended. I only have 78, Lu Qi admitted after 10 silent searching seconds. Then, as if possessed, fumbled a pouch of crystals from his pocket. Fine, take what you've got. Consider it a discount. Better than letting you die in there and waste them all. Lu Qi. Thank you. What's in there? I don't know. Only that it's profoundly dangerous. Lu Qi. Had he just traded 78 crystals for silence? Then Wang Mingwei's voice pierced the stillness. Captain Lu Qi, what are you dawdling for? There's no danger inside. Hurry and assist me. Without another word, Lu Qi raised his weapon and stepped across the threshold. As he passed Han Qingxia, still clutching his crystal pouch, leaned in and said, voice grave and clear, remember, it is extremely dangerous in there. He held her gaze for a long, solemn moment, then entered alone, taking no one with him. This was the mission's core zone, off limits to all others. The instant he disappeared inside, Han Qingxia withdrew her access card. Yangzi, get the dogs and supplies loaded onto the vehicle. Park it right at the entrance. Yes, ma'am. Su Xiaoyang cast one last anxious glance toward the chamber, then hurried upstairs to gather the dogs. No sooner had he left than Tang Jian and the others closed in around Han Qingxia. Sister leader, does something dangerous lie inside? Sister leader, what is in there? At that very moment, the isolation chamber's lights flared to life, revealing through the observation window a sight that froze them all in place. They stared stunned into silence. Behind the glass lay corpses, haphazard, countless strewn across the floor. None retained their full bodies. Some had only skeletal legs remaining, others' abdomens had been hollowed out, still more bore grotesque cranial wounds, half their skulls gnawed away. Blackened blood stained every surface, debris littered the chamber like the aftermath of a slaughterhouse. It resembled nothing so much as the grisly set of a horror film. And yet, their shock deepened further when they spotted a child. Look, over there. Tang Jian pointed, voice trembling toward a corner where a small child, no older than 5 or 6, clung to the corpse of a woman nestling against her, as if seeking comfort from a mother's embrace. Then the child turned her head. Every breath in the room ceased. For hers was no child's face. No trace of innocence remained. It was the visage of a demonic infant from nightmare cinema. Her skin was mottled black and bruised violet. Her eyes, once pure and bright, were now hollow, desolate, gray voids. Her once white dress was soaked crimson. Clutched tightly in her small hands was a tattered doll. Sensing living presences beyond the glass, the zombie infant tilted her head, curiously, chillingly, toward them. Her mouth gaped open, and black ichor streamed down her chin. A rotting piece of cardiac tissue slumped from her lip. She had been feasting on the corpse. Before Tang Jian and the others could even process the horror of encountering a child-turned-zombie, a new wave of dread seized them. Cold, paralyzing, visceral. 1, 2, 3, 12, 13. From among the sprawled corpses, a dozen tiny figures rose. Zombie children crawling forth in eerie unison. All fixed their vacant, unblinking stares upon the observers beyond the glass. Han Qingxia's eyes darkened. Her expression sharpened with grim recognition. For she knew, contrary to common belief, zombie children were far deadlier than adult zombies. Their mutated bodies retained shocking flexibility and lethal agility. They were fiercer, stronger, and, most terrifyingly, their mutations ran deeper, far surpassing those of ordinary zombies. Every single one manifested enhanced strength and speed. Thud, 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 thud. Sensing living prey, the zombie children hurled themselves at the reinforced observation window. Each impact cracked the ultra-durable glass, not with a shatter, but with spiderweb fractures spreading outward from the point of impact. Then, suddenly, the chamber erupted in a piercing shriek. "Aya!" Wang Mingwei screamed. Instantly, the zombie children abandoned their assault on the glass and surged as one toward the source of the sound. Gunfire followed. Tang Jian and the others, without hesitation, charged headlong into the chamber. Han Qingxiao watched, and in that instant a single thread in her mind snapped taut. A memory surfaced, sharp, vivid. In her past life, she'd found Su Xiaoyang near the outskirts of City A, around this very time. He'd been battered, broken, lying by the roadside like a stray dog, utterly devoid of will to live. Had she not intervened, he would not have survived the night. After bringing him back, he spoke to no one, not a word. Only once during a life-or-death mission did he finally break his silence and act, saving her. Later he told her he was a soldier from the military district, but divulged nothing else. Occasionally he'd mention former comrades, yet never sought them out. Could it be? This was his final mission in his past life, and had every one of these people perished within it? At that moment Han Qingxia suddenly saw everyone rushing forward simultaneously turn back and run. They waved small ability spheres and the remaining firearms while escorting Lu Qiyin and Wang Mengwei, who had pushed their way forward. From across the crowd, Lu Qiyin, who had managed to escape, looked at Han Qingxiao with a radiant expression. The meaning in his gaze seemed to convey his gratitude. He was thanking her for her reminder. They had all managed to escape. Lu Qiyin truly owed Han Qingxiao's thanks. Without her, he might not have survived today. This time he was executing the highest level SSS mission from Base K1, coming to the pharmaceutical research facility to search for data reports and instruments that had been studied even before the outbreak of the zombie virus. Among them was the hope of cracking the secret of energy extraction from the zombie crystal cores. Before the outbreak, the government had discovered this new latent virus in various locations. Initially, they treated it as a flu, but later researchers through experiments on white mice found that it was an unprecedented new virus in human history. They were excited to discover that this virus contained the ability to detach cells from their normal ecological state, turning them into a kind of immortal energy. If they could decipher it, it would be a significant advancement in human history. But unfortunately, before they could conduct further research, they encountered a catastrophic disaster. This immortal virus transformed humans into zombies. Even with prior preparations from the government, they were still unable to withstand the descending calamity of the zombie virus that impacted humanity at every level. It was something beyond human control. In an instant, the entire world fell into chaos. Fortunately, there had been some groundwork. This research facility had been appointed by Wang Mengwei's father as the Center for Virus Research, accumulating a wealth of data inside. With this data alone, he was already qualified to be elected as a manager at the military-controlled Base K1. This time, Base K1 had specifically entrusted Lu Qiyin to escort Wang Mengwei to retrieve data and instruments. But who would have thought that Wang Mengwei would turn out to be a complete liability? All the information she had was incorrect. She claimed that all personnel and zombies inside the research facility had been cleared, but in reality, the first basement level was filled with infected staff. When they reached the second basement level, Wang Mengwei still confidently insisted there were no zombies. It was very safe. Then she led everyone into a life-or-death situation, putting everyone at risk. Even Lu Qiyin struggled to manage such a foolish teammate. Fortunately, he encountered Han Qingxiao today. If it weren't for her timely advice before entering, he would have certainly been trapped by Wang Mengwei in the isolation room. He had been cautious and carefully guided Wang Mengwei to find the items, but unexpectedly this teammate turned on the lights, and upon seeing the zombies, screamed. She even almost forgot to use her spatial abilities. Thanks to Lu Qiyin's professionalism, and with Han Qingxia's reminders, he maintained a high level of special forces prowess, quickly eliminating several small zombies, buying time for Wang Mengwei to grab the items and leave. The moment he stepped out of the isolation room, he knew this was entirely thanks to Han Qingxia. He didn't know how she had predicted that there would be so many zombies inside. But without her, he might have truly died here today. His gaze toward Han Qingxia had completely changed. Lu Qiyin said. Han Qingxia looked at those who had escaped, exhaling the breath she had just held. Damn it, they had made it out. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone behind them fired at the child zombies, while Wang Mengwei looked towards the door of the isolation room. Close it. Initiate the destruction procedure. She rushed to the control panel at the entrance, not even waiting for the people inside to come out, frantically pressing the close button. At this moment, Han Qingxia could no longer tolerate this foolish girl. She kicked her away. Damn it. Idiot. 3 seconds. She stood by the door, controlling the closing speed, addressing everyone inside. 3. A swarm of small zombies surged out from within the door. Many of them were violently slamming against the glass panel. 2. Clang. Cracks spread across the glass like a spider web as the little zombies slammed their heads against the glass panel, each impact flattening their heads a bit more. Their faces contorted into increasingly grotesque expressions. 1. Crash. Glass shards scattered everywhere. At that moment, the last Special Forces team member also rushed out. Boom. The door of the isolation room slammed shut. Thank you. Lu Qiyin gasped heavily, looking at the woman who had closed the door for them. A hint of softness appeared on her cold face. The others looked at Han Qingxia with excitement. Sister, thanks to you. What did you say about destruction? Han Qingxia asked. The pharmaceutical research facility has a destruction mechanism. After we leave, it will initiate the self-destruction process. After Lu Qiyin finished speaking, he heard the sound of the glass door in front of them clicking open. Following this, the lights in the second basement flickered, and all the lights in front of Han Qingxia and the others went out. Only the light from the elevator shaft in front of them remained visible. A woman holding her stomach looked at all of Han Qingxia's group with undisguised glee. My father said that if possible, let all of you die. Perfect. You're also in there. You can accompany them to the... Perhaps some people's liability attributes as teammates were intentional. Otherwise, how could she repeatedly allow Han Qingxia to follow her? She swiped her card forcefully at the door in front of her. An alarm rang throughout the entire second basement. Beep. Self-destruction mechanism will activate in 30 seconds. At that moment, every door in the second basement opened. The previously sealed rooms containing zombies were all unlocked. Wang Mingwei grinned maliciously at everyone closing the doors of the second basement and rushing towards the elevator. With one last glance over her shoulder, she provocatively looked at Han Qingxia and raised her middle finger at her. Dare to challenge her. Let her die. She proudly watched as the door closed, leaving the surrounded group of people to the zombies. Just as she was about to leave via the elevator, a figure appeared before her. Yangzi, kill her, Han Qingxia said coldly. Awoo. At that moment, the underground's second level was illuminated by the flashing red light of the countdown alarm above everyone's heads beneath, which were the zombies freed from the tightly closed doors of the office. They clawed and flailed about as if a horde of demons dancing wildly, lunging towards the last group of the zombies were unleashed. Countdown 29 seconds. Beneath the red alert light, a zombie in a blue hospital gown closest to them opened its gaping maw and lunged forward. Bang! In the instant the zombie lunged, a bullet pierced through its forehead, leaving a bullet hole the size of a peanut, while a gaping wound appeared at the back of its head. Dark red blood mixed with white brain matter erupted from the zombie's exploded skull, the brain matter as fragile as a bowl of tofu instantly crushed, as if by a pair of chopsticks. The immense force caused fragments of flesh and skull to scatter explosively. In an instant, a bloody hole appeared at the back of the zombie's head with brain matter, blood vessels, scalp, and skull, all a tangled mess. A clean headshot. The zombie that was shot in the head collapsed straight down. Lu Qiyin shouted triumphantly, "Charge out!" As his voice fell, all the Special Forces soldiers surged forward towards the exit. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets sprayed out like there was no tomorrow, a desperate fight to the death, and the powerful fire support allowed them to carve out a safe zone amidst the encircled zombies. Han Qingxia was spontaneously protected by these individuals placed right in the center. Tang Jian and He Zhongping guarded her on either side, while others who had shared a meal with Han Qingxia surrounded her in gratitude, shielding her from zombies and clearing a path for her to escape. At this moment, none of them remembered how formidable Han Qingxia was. They only knew she was the only non-military person among them. Moreover, since she had no weapon and had never displayed any special abilities in front of them, they had directly categorized her as a civilian to be protected. Protecting civilians is the duty of a soldier. Even if times have changed, the soul of a soldier cannot be easily erased. Moreover, this person had once provided them with a meal. Without a second thought, they instinctively placed Han Qingxia in the center, determined to protect her as they charged. However, this left Han Qingxia, who wanted to take out her AK and charge and recklessly, at a loss. Being shielded in the center made it impossible for her to advance, but at this moment her Desert Eagle could still be of use. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Jian and He Zhongping forcefully cleared the zombies on both sides, but the dense horde of zombies was relentless, while Han Qingxia remained calm among them. In her sight, the people surrounding her formed a defensive line, while the zombies that crossed that line were all shot down by Han Qingxia. All of them charged toward the exit amidst the overwhelming tension of the zombie tide and the powerful fire support. But soon, countdown 21 seconds. Countdown 20 seconds. In just 10 seconds they had exhausted all their ammunition. The firepower of everyone was greatly diminished on the first floor, and it wasn't enough. And in front of them was still a distance of over 100 meters. Time was running out with only 20 seconds left. Zombies. Everywhere. At the moment when their firepower faltered, a Special Forces soldier who had been charging ahead near Wang Mingwei was simultaneously overwhelmed by two zombies. He was struck by a board on the leg and struggled slowly. One zombie lunged from the side, biting down on his helmet. At that moment, a bright flash of lightning appeared before everyone's eyes. Ziz. A bolt of lightning struck the zombie in front of the soldier, and Lu Qiyin forcefully rescued him, revealing a clear bite mark on his sturdy helmet. Lu Qiyin carried him on his back, continuing to charge forward. "Captain, I'm not your soldier, put me down, you all. Those who follow me are my people," Lu Qiyin said coldly. At that moment, Han Qingxia understood why Tang Jian and the others were unwilling to leave Lu Qiyin. This man was cold, yet had a sense of humanity. Ziz is easy. The lightning in the air continuously descended, and the other team members also discarded their weapons and began to use their abilities. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. Excised water balls, fireballs, and metal blades flew rapidly through the air. Their abilities were not strong, but at this moment they used whatever they had. Those without elemental abilities were speed-oriented or strength-oriented mutants. They wielded military triangle knives, leveraging their enhanced physical capabilities to engage in close combat. Fighting fiercely. Charge. Countdown 15 seconds. There are 70 meters left. Countdown 12 seconds. There are 50 meters left. Countdown 10 seconds. There are 40 meters left. They could see that they were about to break through the crowd of zombies, but the leading Special Forces soldiers suddenly faltered. The abilities they wielded grew weaker, and when they tried to unleash them, they found they could not gather enough power. Their abilities were exhausted. They were too weak to withstand such a high-intensity consumption. Everyone's speed abruptly slowed, shifting from an offensive to a defensive stance, needing to support one another. They were weak, but the zombies were strong. Because humans tire but zombies do not. Roar! On Han Qingxia's side, a fireball that Tang Jian was about to unleash dissipated midair, and the zombie seized this opportunity to lunge at her. There was no way to avoid it. Bang! Han Qingxia pulled Tang Jian and kicked the zombie away. Before the pale-faced Tang Jian could express his gratitude to Han Qingxia, He Zhangping was also grabbed by 3 or 4 zombies. He was pulled by Wang Heng, but Wang Heng was also overwhelmed by zombies. The people surrounding Han Qingxia gradually exhausted their strength, falling one after another. Sister, you must run. Tang Jian pushed Han Qingxia away, turning back to charge into the horde to save his companions. We can only escort you this far. Run quickly. They could only reach this point, and as for the road behind, whoever could run was to run. Tang Jian stayed back to cover her. At that moment, several bolts of lightning descended simultaneously, knocking down the zombies surrounding Tang Jian and the others. A man stood still, his eyes completely turned silver. Lu Qian looked deeply at Han Qingxia, electricity surging violently throughout his body. Han Qingxia, help me take as many as you can. I'll be your base. To Han Qingxia's astonishment, she saw an intense flow of light erupt from Lu Qian. Following that, in addition to his lightning ability, he unleashed mutated ice and light abilities. At this moment, Han Qingxia's mind sparked as she thought of something. It couldn't be. Everyone run! Lu Qian shouted, and in an instant, all the zombies were drawn to him, lunging toward him. Captain! As the horde of zombies surged toward Lu Qian, everyone fell into despair when a water wall appeared before their eyes, 100 times stronger than they were. Hurry up and run! A lazy female voice echoed in everyone's ears like a thunderclap. Everyone in the room stared in shock at Han Qingxia, who unleashed an incredibly powerful water-based ability from her palm. Han Qingxia is also an ability user, and she's so strong. Even Su Xiaoyang, who was locked outside and anxiously waiting, was stunned. No way, his boss is also an ability user. How many identities does she have? Bang! Crash! In an instant, the water wall exploded, and in a blink, all the zombies surrounding them were scattered by the high-pressure water blasts. Countdown 7 seconds. Hurry up and run. Tang Jian and the others snapped back to reality, unable to be shocked now. They supported each other in groups, sprinting madly in the last few seconds of the countdown. Countdown 5 seconds. Countdown 4 seconds. Countdown 3 seconds. Han Qingxia was already faster than them. She waved her ability to block the zombies while dashing toward the main door. Swipe the card. This door requires 2 cards to enter, but only 1 to exit. Countdown 2 seconds. Beep. Countdown 1 second. The door in front of Han Qingxia opened at the last second, and everyone exhaustedly rushed out at the final moment. Beep. Countdown complete. Self-destruct sequence activated. The door behind Han Qingxia suddenly slammed shut again. This time, even with a card, it wouldn't open. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The pursuing zombies all crashed against the glass door. Many of them had just been hit by the water wall, soaking wet, pounding on the glass door in front of Han Qingxia, and the others looking terrifyingly fierce. At that moment, zzz. Thick white mist sprayed from above their heads. We need to evacuate quickly, Lu Qian gasped. The entire underground levels 1 and 2 are about to self-destruct. Hearing his words, everyone mustered their strength again, their limbs weak, but pushing themselves to leave. At this moment, everyone noticed a woman lying in the corner. Her neck was bent at 180 degrees, lying there stiffly. Beside her, a lot of supplies had exploded out. Lu Qian's gaze darkened upon seeing Wang Mengwei's corpse. Really dead. Captain Lu, I killed her, Su Xiaoyang said. Han Qingxia's eyes turned cold. You aren't going to settle the score with us now, are you? Lu Qian turned to meet Han Qingxia's gaze, his lips curling coldly. Thank you. At that moment, Han Qingxia noticed the change in his eyes. This man seemed a bit different. Lu Qian looked toward the supplies that had exploded next to Wang Mengwei, which included 2 machines, a lot of food, and a pile of gold bars. There were at least 100 to 200 gold bars weighing 500 grams each. The most eye-catching were the bags of rice and flour. Just the bags of rice, each weighing 100 pounds, numbered over 100, along with a bunch of miscellaneous, but seemingly valuable items. These items would take up 2 to 3 cubic meters of space. Wang Mengwei claimed she only had 1 cubic meter. She was definitely lying, having hidden all the most valuable items and food from her family, leaving only a bit of space to deceive them. The more Lu Qian looked, the deeper the killing intent flashed in his eyes. The Wang family truly deserved 1,000 cuts. Everyone lift these up, or we need to leave, he said coldly. Yes. Lu Qian didn't glance at the rice, directing people to lift the machines. Everyone immediately went to carry the machines. After lifting the machines into the elevator, the group gradually entered the elevator. At this point, Han Qingxia showed unusual humility, allowing them to enter first. Looking at the packed elevator, she said, "Never mind, I'll wait for the next elevator to avoid overloading." Yangzi helped them lift the stuff up. "Yes." Upon hearing her words, Lu Qian gazed at her with a serious expression, while Han Qingxia smiled and swiped her card, waving goodbye as they left. She appeared friendly, radiating kindness. In any case, she seemed to be a good and kind comrade. Han Qingxia watched the elevator door close, and once it indicated it was going up, her face revealed even more joy. Today was destined to be a fruitful day. Time to collect supplies. Others had no space, but she did. Han Qingxia looked at the gold bars and food exploded from Wang Mengwei's space, and waved her hand to collect them all. Some people were useless when alive, yet contributed quite a bit in death. Han Qingxia glanced at the lifeless Wang Mengwei beside her, and pulled out an AK to fire 2 shots. She shot her to the point of no return. Finally, she felt relieved. You can offend anyone, but never offend Han Qingxia. Otherwise, even in death, you would be punished. Han Qingxia had never been a broad-minded person, as she believed in settling scores, repaying kindness with interest. After finishing off the person, she walked slowly to the elevator, pressed down, and soon the elevator door opened. To her surprise, Lu Qian was also inside and came down with her. "Why are you still here? I'm worried about you. The underground levels too are about to be destroyed, and we must leave quickly." "Oh." Han Qingxia swiped her card and closed the elevator door. "What do you mean by destruction? Can it kill all the zombies?" Lu Qian nodded. "Once the destruction device here is activated, the entire underground level 2 will collapse and be sealed." Han Qingxia fell into thought, especially while looking at Lu Qian in front of her. Why does she feel? "You have 3 types of abilities." Lu Qian admitted frankly. At this moment, Han Qingxia looked at the man in front of her, thinking, no way could it be that she saved the zombie king from her past life. The more Han Qingxia thought about it, the more she felt it was very likely. First, she had met Su Xiaoyang during this time in her last life. All his companions were gone. If Lu Qian was still alive, he would definitely look for him, as he knew where they came from. Moreover, Lu Qian turned out to be a 3-system ability user. The zombie king from her last life also came from here, and was a 3-system ability zombie. "Thank you, I owe you twice." At this time, Han Qingxia heard Lu Qian's words. She immediately smiled brightly. "Remember to repay me in the future, especially the crystal cores. You still owe me 22. Regardless of whether it was true, she had to collect on this favor. Crystal cores were even more necessary. "All right." Lu Qian noticed her smiling face, and his cold eyes flickered slightly. He averted his gaze just as the elevator door was about to close. As it was about to close, he caught a glimpse of Wang Mengwei's corpse outside, and the empty area around her corpse. Where did Wang Mengwei's supplies go? Beep. The elevator reached the 1st floor. Just after they ascended, they heard the rumbling sound of collapse. At this moment, Han Qingxia also received a prompt in her mind. Beep. Congratulations on completing the task of seizing the joint pharmaceutical research factory. Reward master, super electronic butler. Han Qingxia. Some people appear to be sailing smoothly on the surface, but behind the scenes they are also incredibly lucky. Elder sister. Elder sister. Your Majesty. As Han Qingxia stepped outside, Tang Jian and the others immediately surrounded her, their gazes filled with fervent admiration for her. Today, Han Qingxia revealed her water-type supernatural ability, utterly shocking everyone around her. They had never imagined that she was also a supernatural being, let alone one with such formidable powers. While others were generally condensing small fireballs or water spheres, she casually conjured an entire wall of water with a wave of her hand. How could she be so powerful? Her strength was astounding. After today's events, they were profoundly convinced of one thing. Elder sister is truly remarkable. Han the Great is indeed Han the Great. They were all her younger brothers. "Are you all okay?" Han Qingxia asked lazily. "All good." Despite the chaos and their battle suits being tattered, thankfully no one was bitten by a zombie. It's worth noting that they had lost several comrades on the 1st level, and in the perilous 2nd level, not a single person had died. This was a cause for immense joy after such a harrowing experience. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Han Qingxia with even more fervor. Even the group originally led by Wang Mengwei gazed at her with newfound respect. They regarded Han Qingxia with deep reverence, realizing why the special forces were so familiar with. She was truly impressive. Not an ordinary person. "By the way, elder sister, what brings you here?" Tang Jin asked. "Right, do you need our help?" "No need." Han Qingxia was searching for Su Xiaoyang in the crowd, beckoning him. "Yangzi, we can set up our—" "Yes." Su Xiaoyang took a sign from the car, removing the original sign at the entrance and replacing it. Everyone watched his familiar actions in awe. "Oh wow, are you kidding me? After traversing mountains and rivers, risking danger, she is here to expand territory." They watched in shock as Han Qingxia claimed yet another piece of land, their minds only filled with disbelief. She truly came here to occupy space. Are you serious? They just couldn't comprehend the world of the powerful. Han Qingxia seemed to have a mysterious obsession with expanding her territory. They couldn't fathom the purpose of occupying so much uninhabited and seemingly useless land. Moreover, with zombies rampant everywhere, all places had become no man's land. There was no one to contest her claim. At least they had no intention of claiming any territory themselves. Neither did others from different factions, but they didn't realize that the land she claimed would eventually generate significant economic benefits and become powerful base kingdoms. At any time, land remains the core of all development. Especially in the later stages of base development, as internal resources dwindle and the need for expansion arises, they would find that all available lands had already been claimed by Han Qingxia. Goodbye, elder sister. Farewell, elder sister. Goodbye, your majesty. After claiming this research facility, the sun began to set, and Han Qingxia parted ways with Lu Qiyan and their team, each returning to their own bases. As they were leaving, Lu Qiyan paused the car and asked Han Qingxia, "Do you have a satellite phone?" "No." "What about a radio?" "Yes." With the city plunged into darkness, the terrestrial signal towers were all rendered useless. The only remaining communication signals were from the satellites above. However, satellite signals can't be sustained for long. Without personnel maintenance, many would fall or become damaged within a few years. Han Qingxia had never used a satellite phone in her previous life, but she had used a more primitive type of radio signal. That is a radio. Devices like radios and fax machines that can transmit and receive small frequency signals are the most basic forms of radio communication. In the later stages of civilization at the base, every base had a radio. Upon hearing Lu Qian's mention, Han Qingxia immediately understood what he was referring to. Of course she had a radio. Her home was filled with electronic devices that could serve as radios. It's just that she had no one to contact. "Give me your radio frequency." It was 6:30 in the evening. As night fell, Han Qingxia returned successfully. Upon arriving at her base, she headed straight to the air raid shelter, delegating the chores of cooking and feeding the dogs and chickens back to Su Xiaoyang. She had something important to do. Rubbing her excited hands together, Han Qingxia came to claim her significant reward from today. Beep. Detected base camp. Unlock electronic butler. Yes. It must be unlocked. As Han Qingxia's voice fell, a holographic supercomputer appeared in the empty space on the second floor of the air raid shelter. She stepped forward and pressed the power button. A burst of light illuminated the area, and a miniature version of an electronic self materialized on the holographic screen. The image of the electronic butler became clearer, and 3 seconds later, it opened its eyes before Han Qingxia, looking at her. "Hello, my dear master. Please grant me a name." Han Qingxia looked at the electronic robot that had appeared before her with satisfaction. "You shall be called Xiao Xia." "Yes, my dear master. Xiao Xia will serve you immediately." As Xiao Xia's cold mechanical voice echoed, a beeping sound rang out from all the devices on the second floor of the air raid shelter, as if they were all connected. "Master, I have connected to all electronic facilities within the base. I will monitor and manage all operations within the base for you at all times." Han Qingxia was thoroughly pleased to hear this. Although Xiao Xia was merely an incorporeal electronic manager, seemingly of little utility, it would actually become the strongest and most fundamental manager of Han Qingxia's base. All the cameras in the base were its eyes, the comprehensive radar was her sensing appendage throughout the base, and the reconnaissance drones patrolling outside were its execution weapons. Every device within the base was its extension. In the future, Han Qingxia would no longer need to handle every trivial matter herself. For instance, once the radar system detected an intruder, Xiao Xia would immediately dispatch reconnaissance drones to the scene without the need to repeatedly report back to Han Qingxia. Xiao Xia would drive away the intruder automatically. If that failed, it would launch an attack. Moreover, if faced with danger, the drones would retreat deftly, without being destroyed, simply for not receiving instructions from Han Qingxia. In short, every attack and defense within Han Qingxia's base had a brain. This allowed her to leave the base without worrying about no one keeping watch. Xiao Xia was like a guardian for her base. Furthermore, it could handle all the mundane matters of the residents within the territory. For example, the tasks of statistics, item exchange, and production management that had previously kept Han Qingxia busy could now be handled directly by Xiao Xia simply by installing a computer in the residential area. There was no longer any need for Wang Yunduo to run around delivering messages and carrying things every day. Additionally, while people need rest, machines do not. While Han Qingxia rests, Xiao Xia would still manage the base 24 hours a day. In other words, she had acquired the most comprehensive and efficient base butler, and it would never betray her. "Very well, Xiao Xia, from now on you will oversee all matters of the base. Always monitor the Qingxia base." "Yes, my dear master." Xiao Xia spun around in front of Han Qingxia before disappearing into the holographic screen. Han Qingxia began to contemplate how to expand Xiao Xia's operational scope.